The story begins with an image. Soo-won is attentively and intensely focused on drawing a portrait of an incredibly beautiful girl with sparkling eyes and short chestnut brown hair. That is Haranji. His desk is filled with things like a pencil case, erasers, a color box, and a red notebook with her photo clipped to it. When suddenly his mother speaks up to remind him, "Son, you should hurry up and go to sleep. It's very late." Hearing his mother say that, he immediately closes the notebook and replies, "Yes, Mom." He quickly puts the notebook in his backpack, then climbs into bed, getting ready to sleep. Before going to sleep, he immediately takes out his phone and happily texts Haranji to wish her a good night. One day in March, a group of friends is walking to school together. Soo-won, In-sayap, and Jun-hyung. Jun-hyung speaks up, "Hey In-sayap, I'm gonna name in to buy some clothes. Wanna come with me?" Then In-sayap replies, "Huh, I just bought some last week." Hearing that, Jun-hyung feels disappointed and continues, "Geez, when is this damn school going to hand out the uniforms? I don't even have anything to wear." In-sayap replies, "I think this is good, because we can wear comfortable clothes. Students from other schools will be super jealous looking at us. Just wear them for now, because once the uniforms are handed out, we'll have to wear them for 3 whole years." Jun-hyung laughs and says, "Wearing casual clothes makes no difference. The hair regulations are still as strict as ever. Haha." In-sayap replies, "You can just keep that mop of hair and let it grow out, haha." Soo-won just quietly listens to the two of them chatting, thinking to himself, why haven't I gotten a reply? In-sayap continues, "The teacher said it won't hurt like usual this time." Jun-hyung smirks and teases, "Really? I still remember how much pain you were in last time, huh?" In-sayap gets very angry hearing that, looking at him with an expression that says he doesn't want to talk anymore. Suddenly, Soo-won's phone rings. He immediately reaches into his pocket, takes out his phone to check, and sees a message from Haranji. Okay. Huh. After reading it, Soo-won feels depressed. Is that it? He feels frustrated. "I've been waiting since last night." Then he puts the phone back into his pocket, returning to his previous state. He comforts himself. I guess she's probably just busy. Whatever. A new school year at Sanji High School. Soo-won enrolled here because this school is the closest to where he lives. The school has a rule that hair must be cut short, so everyone looks the same, having the same hairstyle like Super Saiyans. But no matter how you look at it, there are still differences. The school suddenly feels so distant. A student with an extremely cheeky expression, who hasn't followed the school's rules and has long hair, is talking to the teacher with an arrogant, provocative look. "Well, you just told me to cut my hair? I can't even if I wanted to. My old man never takes out his wallet." Hearing that, the teacher speaks up to discipline him. "You disobedient student, you brought this upon yourself." Then he hits him on the head to teach him a lesson. Soo-won concludes that this place is filled with troublemakers. For those who don't follow the rules, there's physical punishment, yet brimming with love. But none of that has anything to do with him. Hearing the student's piercing scream, it must be extremely painful. Soo-won tells himself, "Just cut your hair, bro." In classroom, 1-to-1. Soo-won has sat at his desk and greeted his deskmate, Dong-hai. "Ah, you're sleeping." Seeing his deskmate slumped on the desk, he also catches the drowsiness and wonders, "Actually, I'm feeling sleepy too. Maybe it's because I slept too late. Why is it always so chaotic and noisy every day I come to school?" He covers his mouth to yawn when suddenly there's a shout from behind. "Ah, damn, that's crazy." Soo-won turns around to see a group of friends gather behind, laughing and joking. "Oh wow, the born leader is here. Ha, still exactly the same, ha ha." Soo-won feels helpless, so noisy. Do they think they're the only ones here? And that guy just keeps standing there telling stories, making the whole group burst into laughter. Got beaten to a pulp by the older guy, for real. Wow, that's freaking crazy, huh? Soo-won glances at them and chuckles to himself. They're all the same, huh? While Soo-won is looking at them and laughing ha-ha, he doesn't realize Jin-soo is right behind him. He immediately smacks Soo-won right on the head. Soo-won is startled, not understanding what's going on. Jin-soo speaks up, "Gotcha." Soo-won holds his head, looking angry. "What the hell are you doing? Seriously." Dong also hears the noise next to him and says, "I hear someone getting mad." Jin-soo, his hand still on Soo-won's head, says in a very amused tone, "Huh? What's wrong? Did I hit you too hard?" "Ha." He keeps grinning and says, "Ha-ha, sorry, Soo-won." Soo-won angrily says, "Hey, I told you not to do that." Jin-soo continues, "Are you mad, you bastard?" "Sorry, babe." Then he turns to Dong and says, "Hey, Park Dong, let's roll." Dong turns to look at Soo-won and asks, "Is your head still okay?" "Sigh, where did you get that?" Dong lazily stands up, complaining sigh, "I'm so tired," and leaves the classroom with Jin-soo. Soo-won is extremely angry as he watches the two of them leave, secretly cursing that gangster. "You can't do anything against those who are stronger than you. Someday I'll crush his cigarettes. Just watch." Soo-won secretly swears in his heart. At the school cafeteria, Soo-won sits with a group of friends he walked to school with this morning. In-sayap asks Soo-won, "Are you planning to confess?" Soo-won hums, picking up food, and says, "Yeah, probably sometime around this weekend." In-sayap asks further, "What are you planning to do?" Soo-won isn't sure either, so he says, "Draw a picture, write a letter." "I don't know what else to do." The group asks Soo-won again, "Does she like you?" Soo-won thinks, probably yes. Soo-won looks at In-sayap and asks, "Hey In-sayap, how did you confess to your girlfriend?" In-sayap, with his mouth full of food, is extremely surprised by Soo-won's question and replies, "Me?" In-sayap recalls, "Back then I used some candles." Soo-won, puzzled by the answer, asks, "Candles? Did your girlfriend like them?" In-sayap replies, "Of course. She was very sincere. But that moment was pretty tense. Just let nature take its course." Jun-hyung chimes in, "She likes you too, right? If so, that won't be a problem." Soo-won thinks about the gift In-sayap gave his girlfriend, then smiles. "Candles? Sound great." The whole group sees his expression and teases him, Look at his face turning all red. Haha. Soo-won needs their help. So he says, you guys help me buy some candles, okay? It's already dark, and the evening's self-study classes begin. Next door, students are studying hard, while some others are tired, slumped on their desks resting. Soo-won is starting to write a love letter for Harangi. Harangi is his first love. They used to be desk mates in middle school. He looks at her when she asks, "Did someone take my handbag?" She smiles when she sees him staring at her, and says, "What are you looking at?" She teases him, saying, "Is it because I'm too pretty?" Soo-won, embarrassed and shy, turns his face away. Oh my, what else can I say? She keeps laughing upon seeing his reaction like that. You're really cute. Just seeing her, his eyes sparkle as he secretly admires. She's so beautiful. While he is still dreaming, immersed in her beauty, Dong comes to his desk and asks, "Soo-won is always sitting next to you. Are you two dating?" Hearing that, Harangi just laughs and says, "Didn't you know? He's my boyfriend, Soo-won feels shy upon hearing that, but is extremely happy to hear her say so, even though it's just her joke. She looks at him and affectionately pinches his cheek. "Oh wow, you're so cute. Look at these cheeks." Soo-won helplessly looks at her, He brushes her hand away, but when he touches her hand, he feels a sense of longing, recalling that feeling. And that was when he fell in love with her. He remembers what they went through together. "I can't go with you because I have cram school. Let's meet another time." And now, he can no longer hide his own feelings. He imagines a highly romantic confession day with 2 rows of sparkling candles lining the long path she takes. She walks up, deeply moved. Then he gives her the love letter along with the portrait. It's a portrait of her that he drew beautifully. He holds a rose, standing in the middle of a candlelit heart. Kim Harang is deeply moved and says, "Soo-won, what is all this?" Soo-won, looking dapper, confesses to her, "I've liked you a lot since middle school. Will you go out with me?" Hearing that, Kim Harang is very touched and replies, "I agree." Then the two of them kiss. Soo-won imagines this incredibly beautiful scene, then chuckles. Suddenly, there's a voice from beside him. "Hello, Harangi." "It's me, Soo-won. How are you?" It turns out Dong, who is next to him, is reading Soo-won's love letter. "Are you surprised to receive this letter from me? Actually, there's something I want to tell you, Hearing his love letter being read aloud, Soo-won is extremely embarrassed. "What? Wait, hey." But he still doesn't stop, laughing while continuing to read. "When I first met you in middle school in our second year, I started liking you, I've always liked you since then, You've lost your mind, bro, Soo-won, flustered, grabs his shoulder, "Give it back." Soo-won manages to grab the love letter and says, "Give it back here." Dong laughs, so hard he cries and says, "You want to confess?" That's cute. What kind of love confession is this, you idiot? Soo-won, hearing him, feels both annoyed and flustered. Unable to retort, he can only sigh, geez. Then Dong continues, "Bro, feelings should be spoken directly, face to face. What kind of melodramatic romance comic nonsense is this? What's with this letter? No girl wants to be confessed to via text message. Dot or letter." Hearing that, Soo-won just says, "TSK, we're gonna meet up soon anyway. I thought it would be more sincere if I wrote down my feelings in this letter." Hearing Soo-won say that, he teases him, "TSK, your words are so meaningless. Look how shy you are, Well, good luck, kid." Soo-won doesn't reply, just secretly thinking, how could an idiot like him understand the true love of a man? Dong sprawls on the desk and continues, "Hey, I'm sick of this nonsense." He closes his eyes for barely a second before opening them. Realizing something, he blurts out the name, "Harang? Harang what?" He immediately turns to ask Soo-won, "Hey Soo-won, Kim Harang from Kihong Middle School, right?" Soo-won replies, "Yeah, Kihong Middle School. Why are you asking about Kim Harang?" Dong, hearing the name come out of Soo-won's mouth, freezes. Then, starting to look terrified and sweating profusely, he says, You don't use Sagoda? You're not even friends with her on there?" Soo-won replies, "I only use Bunny Bunny." Hearing this, Dong is very surprised. "Are you for real?" Outside in the hallway, students are still laughing and joking. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, the atmosphere was a bit chilling. Displayed on the computer screen was Kim Harang's homepage. On the screen was a photo of her and Do Sung-guk together. Below it were all congratulatory messages from their friends. Mingu Kim commented, "You two look great together." Young Hyun-ho commented, "Do Sung-guk is so handsome. I'm so jealous of you." Park Hyung-jun also commented, "They really match each other perfectly." All of them were well wishes for the two of them. Seeing this, Soo-won's eyes widened in utter shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Dong, standing next to him, was also sweating. Soo-won looked at the photo of the two of them together, then clicked to another photo. He was even more shocked to see a photo of them kissing. Below the photo was a message from Harangi, "I love you, Do Sung-guk." Soo-won froze when he saw those words, completely oblivious to what was happening around him. Seeing this, Dong immediately tried to comfort and encourage him. She is known by other schools for her cuteness, but I didn't even know she had a boyfriend. I should have looked into it more carefully. How stupid. Soo-won still didn't hear anything he said. He just kept staring blankly at the computer screen. Seeing that, Dong left the room, calling back, "Just go ahead and confess your feelings quickly. I'm out of here." Soo-won remained frozen like that, wondering if he had ever seen a smile from Harangi. Every message from Harangi on her personal page. "I love you," and then a kiss. Even a kiss. What's so good about an idiot like him anyway? Soo-won got extremely angry and slammed his hand hard on the desk, making a very loud noise. He cried, tears falling one by one, and swore to himself, "From now on, I will never fall for anyone again." He walked alone in the hallway, sighing with every step. Suddenly, he heard the voice of a student ringing out. Why don't you give it to me right now? So for now on, I can't carry it with me anymore. The teacher's voice was talking to two female students who said you could use your phones while walking in the hallway. You shouldn't just carry them around like that. I will return it to you two in a month. Unless you two cut your hair, then I will give it back tomorrow. Hyo-rim immediately replied, oh sir. But the teacher was unforgiving and continued, now go to class, hurry up. What are you crying for? Hyo-rim sobbed and said, oh really sir, I didn't mean to carry it around. The teacher remained firm in his decision. No, I have no intention of giving it back to you. Remember to come find me after you have cut your hair short. The two female students walked towards Soo-won. Hyo-rim was still sobbing, saying really why did things turn out? The girl next to her placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Damn, that bastard old man is going too far. Then Hyo-rim continued, how could he just confiscate it without any warning? The other girl replied, that's why he's overreacting like that. Soo-won peeked at the sobbing girl. Hyo-rim also turned to look at him with her red, teary eyes. Seeing her like that after crying, he immediately blushed. He blushed in embarrassment and turned his face away. Hyo-rim saw this and didn't understand. She kept looking back at him as she walked away. Soo-won also turned his head back, and suddenly, the two of them looked at each other in utter surprise. Seeing that, Soo-won quickly ran away. Hyo-rim saw this and didn't understand what had just happened. As he ran, his heart was pounding. It seemed he had taken a liking to her. Hyo-rim saw him run and wondered, what's wrong with that weirdo? Dong was still lying on his desk. He secretly saw Soo-won return to the classroom and thought to himself, here he is. Poor guy. I bet he's exhausted. But when he looked at him, he was extremely surprised. Soo-won was blushing with sparkling eyes. His body seemed to radiate the light of happiness. Soo-won's group of friends invited each other to go sing karaoke. Soo-won seemed to pour all his emotions into the song he was singing. I gave my heart. Instead of you becoming a memory in me, I gave you everything. Actually, it was a bit funny. But ever since he saw that girl, Harangi was no longer important in his heart. Her image had begun to fade away. Singing a duet with Soo-won was in Psyop. If you're happier without me, even the lost traces of love. They seemed completely out of sync with each other, making Jun-hyung and Uno listen helplessly and say, what the hell are they singing? It makes no sense. After the two of them finished singing, the screen showed a score of 18, making them give up their dreams of becoming singers. But the two of them didn't mind, turning to each other and giving a thumbs up. After singing, they went to play games with noisy shouts. Hey, hey, kill them, kill them. No, not me, you idiot. The two of them argued again, in Psyop speaking up angrily. Why did you kill them there, huh? Jin-soo, you're unbelievably stupid. Jin-soo wasn't backing down and retorted, hey, how was I supposed to know they would turn out like that? You should have told me more clearly. The two of them argued loudly, making the person next to them annoyed and speak up, hey, you guys just shut up and focus on playing the game. Hearing that, the two of them got scared and immediately said, yes, sorry. Afterwards, all four of them went out to the park to sit. Jun-hyung crossed his arms and said, isn't playing shooting games always fun? Huh. Soo-won replied, yeah, haha, it never gets boring. Jun-hyung continued, I think it will be explosive news if they release a part 2. Hearing that, Uno asked, alright, you asked us to buy you some candles today, didn't you? Soo-won was startled hearing that, and just replied, I decided not to do that anymore. I'll buy them myself later. The whole group was extremely surprised. Huh? Hearing that, Jun-hyung started teasing, aren't you just nervous, you coward? And Psyop also joined in. I knew it right from the beginning of the year. Soo-won immediately reached up to scratch his head and said shyly, it's not that I'm nervous, I just think the timing isn't right. Then Jun-hyung replied, just do whatever you want. I was looking forward to seeing your one-sided love. But then Psyop wondered, is it really one-sided? Didn't you say you like her too? Hearing this, Soo-won's face fell. The other two were confused, and then all four fell silent. Suddenly, Psyop's phone rang. It was a call from his girlfriend. He immediately separated from his 3 friends, walking ahead to talk privately. Hey, I'm here, babe. I'm with my friends right now. I'm at the playground. How about you? You're standing in front of Shinhan Bank. Do you want to meet up? He walked away while talking on the phone. Jun-hyung immediately asked, is that his girlfriend? Damn, I have nothing else to do. Why don't we try following him and see? At Shinhan Bank, the 3 of them followed and immediately heard the incredibly sweet voice of his girlfriend, Psyop, my love. The girl planted a kiss on him and said, you must feel much better now, right? Psyop, having just been kissed, was immersed in joy. He looked happily at his girlfriend, and then she turned to look at the 3 of them and asked, are those your friends? Psyop immediately replied, no, just some weird idiots. Seeing the scene before him, Soo-won felt like his whole world had collapsed. Today was the day he was supposed to light candles and confess his feelings. And now, why did he have to stand here and witness this scene? He watched, gritting his teeth in anger. Why does that guy in Psyop have a girlfriend? He then looked at the 2 guys next to him and thought to himself, why can't the 3 of us even get a single piece of romance? Soo-won thought about Jun-hyung. Even though he acts like he knows a lot about women, I've never seen him dating any girl. And Uno, that guy isn't interested in anyone but himself. As for Psyop, he's handsome. Even though he's short, he's still taller than me. This guy's a bit boastful, but he's had a lot of friends since middle school. He radiates a kind of energy that's very different from mine. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. My face is somewhat cute too, but I'm both short and timid. I don't know how to speak smoothly either. I'm just an ordinary guy, or rather, it's just so blatantly pathetic. At this time, back at school, the teacher landed a blow, hitting a female student on the head, causing a bump. The teacher said, I told you that you had to cut your hair short, didn't I? Seeing this, the students were all worried. What the hell? Are they doing hair inspections during lunch break? I am doomed. Just then, a girl walked up to the teacher. She said, "Excuse me, sir. Seo Hyo Rim, I've cut my hair." Then she clasped her hands behind her back and continued, "You said that if I cut my hair, you would return my phone to me, right?" Hearing that, the teacher replied, "I'm fine. Come to the staff room later and get it back." After finishing talking to Hyo Rim, the teacher immediately approached another girl and hit her on the head, saying, "Shouldn't you have cut your hair by now?" In the cafeteria, Soo-won's group of friends was eating lunch. In Sayep and Jun-hyung both had bumps on their heads for being hit by the teacher. And Sayep said, I really didn't think I would stuff this pile into my mouth. It tastes awful. Why the hell did he come to the cafeteria just to smack the heads of kids with long hair?" Uno said helplessly, "Just cut your hair, man. Do it yourself. It's not that hard." Jun-hyung just laughed and replied, "No, if he cuts his hair, his girlfriend will dump him in a heartbeat. Haha." Hearing that, Sayep retorted, "I'm not gonna get dumped, you blockhead. It's just a matter of hair, you idiot." Soo-won was still eating happily, then looked over at the other tables. Glancing around, he spotted a table and saw Hyo Rim. She had cut her hair short and was eating lunch. He noticed her, his heart pounding loudly. Thump thump. She's over there. He wondered if she had cut her hair. Sitting next to her was a boy acting like a clown. She glanced over and burst out laughing, saying, "Ha, look at his face, ha." Seeing her laugh, Soo-won blushed again. "Every time I see her, I find her incredibly beautiful. Her Ranji can't even compare." He wondered, what are they talking about? Hyo Rim laughed and said, "Damn, I'm eating lunch here. Don't make me laugh, haha." Soo-won wondered why he was feeling more and more timid, like a child. He saw Irina next to her, and Jin-soo as well. He wondered, are they all in the same group? Their table finished eating and left one by one. Irina walked while holding her tray, looking towards Soo-won's table. Hyo Rim did the same, thinking to herself, it's that boy from yesterday. He looks like he's enjoying his meal. As for Soo-won, seeing her, he immediately looked down and ate with an embarrassed expression. While Jun-hyung was eating, Jin-soo bumped into his chair. Jin-soo, being bumped into, said in a condescending tone, "Hey, you should step aside when someone is passing by." Jun-hyung, not knowing what was going on, just went, "Huh?" Seeing this, Jin-soo got angry. "What's the matter, you dog?" Hearing that, Dong just said, "Hey, don't argue over petty things with him for nothing." And Sayep said to Soo-won, "Damn it, is it that crazy bastard?" Soo-won stared at Jin-soo with a serious face and shouted, "Hey, you son of a bitch." As Jin-soo turned around, he was met with a punch from Soo-won. Soo-won continuously punched him while saying, "Here's for the head, here's for the chest, here's for the body." The others seeing this scene didn't know what to say. Soo-won then said to him, "Apologize to your daddy right now, you bastard." Jin-soo collapsed on the floor and said, I'm sorry." Soo-won, still with the same expression, said, "I don't need your apology." It turned out that was just Soo-won's imagination. Soo-won went into the bathroom, took out the toothpaste, and started brushing his teeth. He looked around and, seeing no one, started acting in front of the mirror with a serious face. "You punk, are you good at fighting? If you want to, let's go up to the rooftop." He acted arrogantly, laughing and speaking in a flippant tone. "You little brat Jin-soo, what are you gonna bark about now? If you're bored, do you dare to fight me, you son of a bitch? It's just Jin-soo, so take it easy. I don't want to dirty my hands with blood." He acted cool, closing one eye. After acting, he could only mock himself. "What am I doing?" Arriving home, he called out, "I'm home." Seeing him return, Soo-won's mother immediately said, "You worked hard today. Aren't you tired?" He happily replied, "No, I'm not." He quickly walked towards his room and continued, "But I'm going to sleep right now." Soo-won's parents were extremely surprised to see him like that. His father said, "I think there's something wrong with the boy, isn't there?" His mother replied to him, "Probably." In his room, Soo-won was lying on his side. On the desk was a red notebook. He closed his eyes and thought about the stories and his crush. "I wonder if my feelings will reach her. I wonder if they will reach her group." The energy radiating from her. Hyo Rim is on a completely different level from me. I don't know if I have enough confidence to approach her, even whether I can let her know of my existence. But in the classroom, the teacher said, "Everyone who hasn't done their homework, come up here and kneel down for me." At this time, only Jin-soo went up to do push-ups. She continued, "So it's only one kid?" The homework was simply to sketch an apple. Now Jin-soo was doing push-ups on the floor, sweat pouring down his head, cursing inwardly, damn. Why is this teacher always overreacting? The teacher still calmly said, "Is that a lot to ask?" Then the teacher swung a stick and hit Jin-soo's butt. A loud smack made Jin-soo drop his jaw and cry out in pain. Jin-soo, right behind Soo-won, called out to Soo-won, then said with an angry face, "Damn it, you son of a bitch. Didn't I tell you earlier to draw an apple for me? Is it that hard to draw?" Soo-won didn't understand, turning around to look at him, and just said, "Yeah, I haven't done my homework either. If I haven't even finished my own homework, how can I draw for you?" Hearing that, Jin-soo got angry. What a petty and annoying bastard. "Hey Park, come out to the restroom with me after this." Dong, lying slumped on the desk, said in a sluggish voice, "Hey, are you crazy? Why should I go out there with you?" Despite saying that, he still went out with Jin-soo. Soo-won watched the two of them leave and thought to himself, "Is it that hard to draw an apple?" Soo-won then showed a look of delight. Of course not. He rejoiced inwardly. "Did you think I would actually help you, you idiot?" Soo-won walked while humming cheerfully, "I should go over to Inside's place to hang out." In classroom 1 to 6, Hyo Rim was brushing her bangs and said, "Ugh, my hair looks so weird." Soo-won saw her and wondered, "She's in class 6 too?" He looked at Insayap with a jealous face. "Damn it, I'm really jealous of Insayap. He's in the same class as a beauty." At this time, Soo-won's 3 friends were still just staring at their phones. Insayap exclaimed, "Oh, villainous rain." The whole group said, "Hey Kim and Sayap, you're really bad at this. Why is your score so low? you idiot. Uno then snatched the phone and said, give it here. You're playing it wrong. But Insayap, not willing to give up, said, come on, give it back. On this side, Hyo Rim's group of friends. Jisoo teased her, look at Hyo Rim's hair. It looks really funny, and he held his stomach laughing. Seeing that, she got angry, kicked his leg, and said, thanks you bastard. Beautiful people like her always surrounded by people. And next to her was a gangster-looking guy. He thought to himself, what are they doing now? And also next to her was an idiot Dong. He said, doesn't she look a lot like Lee Young-ki? Haha, and a handsome guy. Suwon exclaimed, oh, he looks quite bright and good looking. He thought to himself, no matter how much of a crowd I have, I don't think I'll ever have a chance to stand with him. Insayap seemed to read his mind and said to Suwon, give up, bro. Suwon heard that, feeling nervous and bewildered, and said, huh, what? Insayap laughed and said, I know you were staring at that girl. Suwon thought he had seen something, but it turned out he was completely off. No, I wasn't. Are you stupid? What are you looking at? Insayap heard that and got scared. Sorry. Insayap looked towards her group of friends and continued, Hyo Rim is single and hasn't loved anyone yet. She only hangs out with popular people. He then raised his face with an arrogant look. Unlike you give off the smell of a loser. You will never stand with her. Suwon, hearing what he said, was extremely angry. Clenching his fists, he said, you have that smell too? You son of a bitch. Insayap replied helplessly, what are you talking about? No way. But Uno on this side was holding his phone and thinking to himself, what the fuck? He looks so pathetic. Insayap continued, first of all, you have to take off that weird tekbaki coat right now. Suwon, hearing that, felt regretful and couldn't bear to throw it away, saying, but my mom bought it for me. When Insayap heard him say his mom bought it, he helplessly said, well, the more I look at it, the more beautiful I think it is. Maybe it's just because you're the one wearing it. It's not easy to look good in this tekbaki coat color, but you have a pair of lifeless eyes. Suwon looked down at his clothes, then looked towards Hyo Rim's group of friends, who were dressed neatly with nice shoes. At this time, Jun Hyung looked at his phone and spoke up, oh, a new record. Suwon suddenly spoke up, guys, does my appearance look that bad? The three of them heard that and looked at him in surprise. Jun Hyung pondered, then came over, placed his hand on his shoulder, and said, of course it does. Outside, a supervising teacher was sitting reading a book and reminded the noisy class, saying, quiet down right now, class number 7. In the classroom, Suwon opened his phone to check, but there were no new messages. He cried in his heart, and he opened his notebook to look at the drawing he was working on. He thought to himself, this isn't drawn very well, is it? He turned the page and saw the portrait he had drawn of Kim Harang. He thought to himself, what was that kind of confidence I've had all this time? Just to think that Kim Harang also liked me, because she is popular. When I see people like that, even if they sing well or become a singer, it's not enough. Everything they do is incredibly funny. Becoming funny doesn't seem to be enough. It seems like becoming good-looking is what truly attracts others. Being handsome is enough. He cried in his heart, why do my drawings only attract attention when I help others do their homework? Then he decisively tore out the drawing of Kim Harang and crumpled it into a ball. Then he drew another picture. He started to draw attentively, his skilled pen strokes moving across the paper. He opened a red marker to color and complete the portrait. Even so, simply liking someone is something people can do freely. He had finished the portrait, and it was Hyo Rim. After drawing, he narcissistically said, oh, I drew her pretty well. Hyo Rim is the person I like. I think her eyes are really beautiful. How should I put it? She really shines in this mysterious eye color. He closed the notebook and thought, that's because of those circle lenses. Then he laid down on the desk. I should take a nap. I'm so sleepy. Someday, I will show her my drawing. I wish I could show it to her. At this time, Jin-soo behind him smiled with a sly face, preparing to do something wicked. Suddenly, a noisy sound rang out. Hey, isn't this Hyo Rim? The headband and clothes look exactly the same, right? Someone said to Hyo Rim, hey, you're right. Haha. Someone else spoke up. Haha. What the fuck? Does he like Hyo Rim? Someone else praised the drawing. Hey, but seriously, he drew this girl so freaking beautifully, didn't he? Haha. Suwon was sleeping soundly when someone woke him up. Hey, Suwon, wake up, boo-hoo. He woke up, not knowing what was going on. He uttered, huh? Then his eyes widened, and he became completely awake. Right in front of his eyes was the portrait that he had just finished drawing. It turned out to be Jin-soo holding his notebook and saying, what is this, huh? You like Hyo Rim, right? Haha. Suwon was startled and immediately said, hey, give it back right now. Jin-soo smiled flippantly and teased him. Oh, you son of a bitch, I don't want to. Haha, I have to show this to Hyo Rim. Seeing that he had no intention of returning it, Suwon reached out his hand to snatch the notebook back, saying, give it back to me. Jin-soo quickly moved the notebook behind his back, then threw it to another kid in the class, saying, catch this, and they ran away together. Seeing that, Suwon was extremely angry. He accidentally grabbed the head of Dong, who was sleeping slumped next to him, then ran after them, shouting, hey, why are you doing this? Dong, who was sleeping, got bumped into and cried out, are they crazy? Suwon kept running after them, shouting loudly, damn it, give it back to me right now. But Jin-soo kept running and called out, Hyo Rim. At this time, he was still quite far away. Jin-soo was panting heavily, thinking, no, I can't, but I still can't. He stopped to catch his breath and said, it's over. On this side, Hyo Rim was texting under the desk. Suddenly, she heard Jin-soo's call. Hey, Hyo Rim. The sky had turned pitch black. Standing behind Hyo Rim were Irina and Jin Kyung. In her hands was Suwon's notebook. Now, surrounding him were all of Hyo Rim's people. Then Hyo Rim spoke up, holding out the notebook. What is this? He just kept his head down, looking at the ground. Losing her patience, she said, hey, you have a mouth, so speak. Without looking at her, he slowly said, I'm sorry. He could only say the words, I'm sorry. That left Dong stunned, while Jin-soo found it hilarious. Hee hee. She kept a cold expression upon hearing just those words from him and said, just sorry? Dong stepped forward, put his arm around Soo-won's shoulder, and said, hey, Hyo-rim. He might look like a loser, but he's actually pretty nice. I'm not lying. Hearing Dong say that, Hyo-rim just put her hands in her pockets and said, so what? He drew me, and I'm quite annoyed right now. Irina and Jin Kyung looked at the portrait he drew, and Irina exclaimed, wow, he drew her really beautifully. Jin Kyung also agreed with her. That's right, Hyo-rim didn't care that they praised his drawing and just continued interrogating him. Do you really just draw someone arbitrarily like that? Are you a pervert? If you had simply asked me if you could draw me, it would be different, but do you ever know how to ask for permission? He stood there like an empty, soulless person listening to her. He said, you're nice? What a joke. People like you creep me out the most, you know? If you're too scared to ask for permission, at least don't get caught. After speaking to Soo-won, she turned to look at Jin-soo and said, and Yang Jin-soo, who do you think you were to joke around like that? I'm even more annoyed at you. Seeing her so angry, Jin-soo spoke up, no, I was just joking. Why are you making it so serious? Irina and Jin Kyung looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Hyo-rim continued, aren't you bored of this? Suddenly, the atmosphere became silent. No one said anything. Hyo-rim broke the awkward silence, telling the two behind her, give me the sketchbook. She decisively tore out her portrait and threw the notebook back to its owner, saying, take it, you bastard, and get out of my sight. Hyo-rim's group of friends left one by one down the stairs, while Soo-won stood there frozen with a notebook lying on the ground. The notebook was open, but the page with the portrait was no longer there. He picked it up and walked away. Dong wanted to call out, hey, Jisoo-won, but he ignored him and sadly walked on. He walked forward alone in solitude. The fading afternoon sun cast light on his lonely shadow. Jin-soo looked at him and couldn't help but exclaim, he looks like he's being scolded by a teacher. How about goosebumps? Dong just sighed, not knowing what to do. Why'd it turn out like this? Dong scratched his head and questioned Jin-soo. No, damn it. Why do you always put me in such an awkward position? You idiot. Meanwhile, Jin-soo behind him still laughed carefree. What? Honestly speaking, it was fun, wasn't it? Dong still didn't turn back to look at him and said, what's fun about it? You were never annoying back in middle school, were you? So why are you doing this now? Hearing that, Jin-soo looked bewildered and replied, damn it, that guy was secretly drawing my friend, so of course I had to show it to her. Why are you overreacting? Dong felt truly disgusted by him and warned, don't be so harsh. He doesn't know you're doing this just because you want to harass him. Leave him alone. Hearing that, Jin-soo just brushed it off. Oh, I can't believe this. He then put his arm around Dong's shoulder and said, all right, I promise not to tease that guy anymore. Hee. Dong showed annoyance at his action and said, hey, take your arm off, you idiot, and apologize if you can. Jin-soo was extremely surprised to hear that and repeated, apologize? He then agreed, all right, I guess I should apologize. After school, all the students left one by one. Suddenly, someone called out, CO Hyo-rim. It turned out to be Jin-soo. He ran up to her and said, hey, sorry about what happened earlier. Are you upset? Hyo-rim just replied indifferently, it's fine, I've calmed down. He clasped his hands together to show his sincerity. I'm really sorry, Hyo-rim, please calm down. Impatiently, she said, what do you mean? I already told you I'm fine. He still thought she was angry and said, what do you mean you're fine? I could tell you were really annoyed. I am truly sorry. I went a bit too far. Watching the scene from afar, Dong was too tired to say anything. Oh, so you're going to apologize to CO Hyo-rim. He kept trailing after her. I'll do whatever you tell me. Really? She stopped and told him, then leave me alone. Dong thought to himself, forget it, and stopped caring. He still clung to Hyo-rim like a leech. Oh, please, I'll dance for you. She sighed helplessly and just said, oh, why would you dance? Are you crazy? He thought she was serious, so he pondered whether he should dance or not. Gosh, just say something. Overhearing their conversation, Dong silently cursed Jin-soo, that bastard. Ever since he started high school, he's been acting more and more immature. Why are you like this, you idiot? I guess becoming mature like those high schoolers I saw back in middle school is going to be a long and difficult process. On this side, In-sip asked, hey Uno, have you returned the hat to Gang Ho yet? Uno replied as briefly as his name, I forgot. Then In-sip continued, it's fine. Remember to give it to me. Uno replied, returning it late means extra fees. Hearing that, In-sip angrily said, you cheap bastard. Jun-hyun saw the two arguing and chimed in, hey, but has anyone heard back from Soo-won? In-sip heard that and replied, no. Did he misplace his phone? Or lose it? Jun-hyun denied it. It doesn't seem like it was stolen. There would be no reason to do that. Let's go to class 1. The three of them agreed to go to class 1 together. When they met Soo-won, they were stunned to see him looking extremely depressed. It was as if they couldn't recognize the person in front of them anymore. Soo-won looked completely haggard, resembling a lifeless old man. Thinking they had mistaken him for someone else, they wondered, hey, is he really alive? The other saw this and replied, no, looks like he's ready to be buried. In-sip turned on the water faucet and said, is it that bastard from the cafeteria last time? He then stood up straight, laughed, and continued, I heard he used to be famous in middle school or something. Why is he acting like this now? Jun-hyun beside him chimed in, that annoying guy. Uno, who was next to him, patted his shoulder. He just replied with the same depressed expression, who knows? In-sip continued, CO Hyo-rim's friend? Then he must be from Naguk Middle School. My middle school friends would definitely know who the problem is, even if we weren't all separated into different schools. Jun-hyun behind him thought, if anyone heard this, they'd think we were pretty popular in middle school. In-sip In-Sip scratched his head and said, should I tell my friends to spill everything? Uno immediately said, why don't you spill everything yourself? In-Sip walked with Soo-won, and then he opened his mouth to say, by the way, In-Sip, I can't come over to hang out at your class anymore. He didn't understand why Soo-won said that and wondered, why? He brought up a thought, why don't you let me come to your class? He continued, if rumors spread, I'll let you know, or I could try to blend in with them and strike up a conversation. So don't worry, didn't this guy just like someone else last week? Suddenly, there was a sound that made Soo-won freeze. That voice spoke up, wanna go to the snack bar? Haven't eaten breakfast yet, huh? Then let's go. He was endlessly surprised and began to tremble in fear at the voice of her friends. In-Sip didn't understand what was going on, only seeing Soo-won trembling, and could only ask, what is it? At this moment, he looked in the direction Soo-won was looking. It's Irina and Kim Jin-kyung. When Soo-won heard those two names from In-Sip's mouth, his legs went weak. Full of fear, like a soulless person, he slowly walked towards the classroom. Then he said to In-Sip with a lifeless expression, I'm going first, but In-Sip didn't understand why he reacted like that. Just reaching out towards him and saying, hey, is this guy really okay? On this side, Irina, looking extremely stylish, was combing her bangs with a cute little comb, using a small mirror just enough to see her face, and chatting with Jin-kyung. Jin-kyung, it's soon. Our 100th day is coming up. Do you have any ideas on what to do? Even on White Day, I only bought a small gift, but I heard she bought expensive sweets yesterday. Jin-kyung listened to her and replied indifferently, yesterday was White Day? Irina was still immersed in her own thoughts, smiling brightly and saying, that's right, I gave a big box of chocolates and a teddy bear. I even hugged it yesterday, and it was incredibly warm. Jin-kyung beside her looked at her friend helplessly. And so, why are you telling me this? Irina continued, by the way, on our 100th day, is there anything special you're doing for me? Jin-kyung just replied indifferently, special? Jin-kyung then bit her nails, thinking about what to do now. She suddenly came up with an idea and said, what if we asked the guy who drew Hyo-rim to draw a picture of you two as a couple? Doesn't that sound a bit? Hearing that, Irina was surprised, letting out an O, and looked towards Jin-kyung. Irina carried her things and went to the classroom door. Class 101. She thought to herself, I'm sure he's in class 1. She peeked through the window from the outside. Her eyes caught sight of Dong, where he was sitting. She exclaimed inwardly, there he is. On this side, Dong kept tapping his fingers on the table, tap, 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 deep in thought, because right next to him was Soo-won, who was still in a terrible mood. His face was blank, and a gloomy aura radiated around him. Dong saw his red notebook, picked it up, and said, hey, can I see your drawings? He opened the notebook and saw the drawings that Soo-won had drawn so beautifully that he couldn't help but exclaim, whoa, you draw really well, Soo-won. Soo-won heard his praise, but kept the same expression. My friends also think I draw well. Dong looked at his drawings and continued, are you planning to become a manhwa artist? Not getting an answer, Dong turned to look at him and thought to himself, looks like he has no future at all. Soo-won's mood right now was extremely terrible. I just want to die. My school life is considered ruined. I'll always be known as a perverted creep who secretly draws young girls. Damn it, I brought this upon myself, so I'm just going to die. He was still immersed in his thoughts when suddenly Irina came up next to him and said, hi, which startled Soo-won, leaving him extremely surprised. It turned out she was looking for Dong. She placed her hand on the table and greeted, hi, Park Dong. Soo-won saw her and trembled. Dong, however, calmly turned to her and said, oh, Irina, why are you here? She placed her hand on Soo-won's shoulder and asked Dong, what's his name? Dong immediately replied, Ji Soo-won. She happily wanted to ask for his help. Soo-won, I'm really sorry. Can you help me with a favor? She then handed him a photo of herself and her boyfriend. She looked at him and said, could you help me draw a portrait of this and see how it turns out? His eyes still looked soullessly at her photo. He thought to himself that there was no reason for him to draw this. He didn't say anything, decided to pick up his pen and started drawing. But with the thought of just getting it over with, it was extremely sketchy. He thought people only act nice and friendly when they want to ask for a favor. After getting what they want, they just ignore him as usual. The more he thought about it, the more angry and resentful he felt towards them. Those bastards. The drawing he was working on was almost complete, making Irina exclaim, wow, as she watched him draw. He told her, I just drew it roughly. Does it look okay? She came closer to look at his drawing, showing great excitement, and said, it's so beautiful, Soo-won. Hearing her praise, he felt shy, his face turning as red as a tomato. He wondered if she actually had a good eye and thought to himself, she really understands it. She was very grateful to him and said, Soo-won, I'll come back during the evening's self-study session. She placed a carton of milk on his desk and continued, have this choux pastry while you draw. Dong saw her giving him milk and said jealously, hey, what's this? Where's mine? She raised her middle finger and said, yeah, right here. She suddenly realized something and said, that's right. Then she leaned in close to his ear and whispered to him about Hyo-rim. I'll try to talk to her. Don't worry too much. It will be resolved quickly. Dong eavesdropped on her whispering to him. He then leaned in and said, what? Are you saying this guy loves her? She just laughed and said, get lost. After saying that, she immediately left. Dong watched her leave and said to Soo-won, you idiot. This is why you got rejected. That's why you're being ignored. Soo-won replied, yeah, no matter what others say, I can't calm down. A girl who is both her best friend and my friend. If she thinks well of me now, then surely I might be able to calm down. He calmed down after everything and made a decision. I'll calm down too. Honestly, I was a bit worried earlier. Dong listened to him speaking with an arrogant tone, which made him angry and resentful inside. Why do I want to beat up this idiot so much? He He opened a pack of candy and gave one to Dong. He took it and said, "Hey, you fool. Didn't you say you liked Kim Ha-rang a few days ago? How long has it been since you started liking Seo Hyo-rim? You really are a fickle guy, and unfaithful too." Hearing his reproach, Soo-won just vaguely replied, "Unfaithful?" The teacher was holding a book in one hand and a long stick in the other. Dong kept talking. "Why do you always like girls who already have boyfriends? Your thinking is so simple, yet your standards are terrifyingly high." Soo-won shyly covered his mouth and said, "Anyway, she might already have a boyfriend too. Whether she has one or not, you only have a one chance with her. I'm trying to think of how to advise you without crushing you." He continued while eating, "No, the way I see it, you and her." Before he could finish, the teacher came over and hit both of them with a stick, saying, "Why are you two talking in class?" He then reminded Dong, "And you too, hurry up and go get a haircut." After both were punished and hit on the head, Soo-won said, "Let's stop." Dong could only laugh, haha. It was already dark, and the self-study session began. Irina held the completed drawing, unable to take her eyes off it. "This is absolutely top-notch, off the charts. I'm really touched, Soo-won. I didn't expect you to put so much effort into it." She giggled, her eyes sparkling like stars, extremely satisfied with the drawing. "Thank you, Soo-won. Thanks, my darling will love it so much." He rested his chin on his hand, listening to her praise, and just said, I just drew a portrait." In reality, he had tried his best to draw it. She gave him a drink, "By the way, have this too." "Thanks." He reached out to take it, thinking to himself, hitting the jackpot today. Just then, Jisoo walked past and saw the drawing in Irina's hands, then smiled and walked by. Seeing him like that, she showed disgust and also felt embarrassed being seen by him. As for Soo-won, seeing him was like seeing an enemy, and he cursed inwardly. "Wow, I really want to beat the crap out of him." She happily held the drawing in front of him and asked for his opinion. "Anyway, thank you. Can I post it on my homepage?" He found this completely normal and replied, "Yes, sure, go ahead and post it." Seeing him agree, she happily replied, "You really are an angel, an angel. I will definitely leave a good word for you." Hearing her flattering praise, he felt shy, secretly rejoicing inside. Leaving the classroom, she kept looking at the drawing and laughing. She thought to herself, a promise is a promise. I will say the best things about him, but I'm not so sure. She felt confused. Even though she's my best friend, I'm still scared when she gets angry. Not knowing what the right thing to do was, she hesitated and then decided against it. I'll post this on my homepage later. She hugged the drawing to her chest and returned to class 1 to 6. She sat at her desk and didn't see Hyo-rim in the classroom. She thought to herself, did she go brush her teeth? She kept admiring the drawing without getting bored. Suddenly, Hyo-rim spoke up, "Rina, can I borrow your toothpaste?" Hearing Hyo-rim's voice, she was startled, quickly hid the drawing away, and nervously grabbed a tube of toothpaste with an anxious look on her face. "Okay." Seeing her overreact, Hyo-rim said, "What's wrong? Why are you overreacting today?" Caught off guard by Hyo-rim's remark, she didn't know what to say. Her hand quickly pushed the drawing into her desk drawer as she said, "Where did the toothpaste go?" Hyo-rim looked at her, pointing at the hand holding the toothbrush, and said, "It's right in your hand." She nervously laughed it off. "Haha, oh, right. I'm so silly." Hyo-rim took the toothpaste and asked her, "Aren't you coming with me? Have you brushed your teeth yet?" Sweat was dripping down her forehead, but she still tried to appear calm and said, Yeah, I'll go soon. You go first." Hyo-rim just kept looking at her like that, as if she was hiding something she didn't know about. Seeing Hyo-rim leave to brush her teeth, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Holding the drawing in her hand, she muttered, "Phew, that was close." She admired the drawing, unable to help but feel impressed. "Soo-won, this is really beautiful. How can he draw so well? If he was this good back in 10th grade, he wouldn't have to worry about college." She was extremely happy to have such a beautiful drawing. She rejoiced inwardly, smiling from ear to ear. "I love it. I have to go show it off." Suddenly, she stopped, feeling a chill down her spine. She looked up and saw Hyo-rim with an extremely angry expression, looking like Satan rising from hell to claim a soul. She sweated profusely, nervously stuttering, "Why didn't you go first?" But Hyo-rim's eyes at that moment were terrifying, practically shooting fire. Her hand gripped the toothpaste so tightly that the paste inside squeezed out, dripping onto the classroom floor. Then she shouted, "Hey, what is this?" Hyo-rim's voice was so loud that everyone in the class turned to look at her. Seeing her so angry, Irina hurriedly said, "Hey, wait a minute. Listen to me." The two of them then bickered back and forth, causing Inseop, who had a toothbrush in his mouth, to pay attention to them. They thought to themselves, it's Seo Hyo-rim. He felt scared. I knew it wouldn't work. I don't even have enough confidence. In classroom 1, 2 students were fighting. It hadn't even been a week since enrollment, yet there were fights almost every day. The sound of scuffling caused desks and chairs to be shoved out of place. Neither side was willing to back down, cursing, "Motherfucker, you bastard." The fight seemed endless. The two were still grabbing each other by the collar and hair, cursing loudly. "Damn you, let me go." Soo-won's group of friends stood watching the scene and said, "Hey, should we stop them?" Someone else spoke up. "Let them do whatever they want. Why bother stopping them?" The guy in the black shirt refused to give up, saying, "Damn it. Do you want to die, you bastard?" The guy in the blue shirt, still furious, cursed, "Motherfucker, I'll kill you." Hearing that, the guy in the black shirt got even angrier. "You're the one who should die." The other guy wasn't backing down either. "No, it should be you." The two kept exchanging words, "Arg, you bastard, arg." The whole class just stood there witnessing their fight. Suddenly, Cho-do appeared, pushing through the crowd and saying, "Hey, get out of the way." He grumbled in a thuggish voice, "I said get out of the way." He quickly delivered a swift kick to the waist of the guy in the blue shirt from behind, causing both guys who were fighting to tumble to the floor. Cho-do looked down from above like an emperor, glaring at the two troublemakers, and said, "How dare you fight here? Do you two want to die?" He gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing as he looked at them. Aren't you two friends? Why are you fighting your own friend? Huh? He then helped both of them up and put his arms around their shoulders, consoling them. Make up, you two brats. Come on. Both of them, injured from the brawl, said nothing. Everyone witnessing the scene looked at Cho Do with admiration, just as expected of him. So cool. I thought he just wanted to show off, but he's really so cool. He came to intervene, but neither of them opened their mouths. He then said, hey, why don't you apologize? Relax your muscles, buddy. Soo-won stood there witnessing the whole incident, thinking that in this school, most people were like that. All he could do was stand and watch. Suddenly, he heard a sound by his ear. He turned around and was startled, his eyes widening in fear. It was Hyo Rim's group of friends. Irina spoke first. Oh, hi, Soo-won. Soo-won, a bit scared, just said, oh, hi. His gaze shifted to the back, where CO Hyo Rim was. He kept staring at her, wondering, is she feeling better now? He continued to steal glances when suddenly he met her cold, murderous glare. Terrified, he instinctively looked down at the ground, then watched Hyo Rim's group of friends leave. Oh, meanwhile, Cho-do patted the blue shirt guy's face. Hey, I told you to relax, making him exclaim, oh. Suddenly, someone approached, walking over with hands in his pockets, speaking with an arrogant tone. Hey, Cho-do, that was Choi Jin-woo, the most powerful person in the school. Accompanying him were Yang-jin and Hyo. He continued, the teacher is coming here. Stop it, and go back to your class. Cho-do. Cho-do turned to look at him, said nothing, and then spun around and left. Whatever. Jin-woo saw him leave, and then said to everyone around, hurry up, everyone. Hearing him say that, they were scared and parted to both sides, making way for him to walk. Soo-won looked at him with fear. It was like he was walking through the Red Sea. He didn't understand why, but when he watched him turn away, he felt admiration. I think he's just too cool. Yang-jin, walking behind him, said to Hyo, that guy barely even comes to school. What the hell is he going to do in the future? Hyung seemed unconcerned. Just ignore him. He's a bastard at school. Hyo Rim irritably held the comb and brushed her bangs. He's getting on my nerves, she said to Irina and Kyung. Why does he keep staring at me? Kyung was still sitting and sucking on a lollipop, while Irina held a mirror and replied to her. Who? Soo-won. Hyo Rim questioned upon hearing how she addressed him. Since when are you so close to Soo-won? Hearing Hyo Rim's question, Kyung also looked at Irina with curiosity. Seeing her ask that, Irina was flustered and didn't know how to answer. She turned her face away. Oh well. And Irina continued. I don't think he's a bad guy. He's just shy and a bit quiet. But the way Hyo Rim saw, Soo-won was not like that. She replied, I hate him even more than those troublemakers. Did you see that scary look in his eyes? Hearing her reply, Irina was flustered. Well. She didn't know how to answer either. Seeing Irina holding onto a piece of paper tightly, Kyung asked, by the way, what is this paper? Irina held it up and replied, this? She opened it completely. It was a gift for her boyfriend. She happily showed it off. I'm thinking about giving this to my boyfriend for our 100-day anniversary. What do you guys think? Seeing the paper she showed off, Kyung immediately said, that's beautiful. Good job. Hearing her compliment, Irina felt very happy. Right? She then held up some pink sticky notes and continued, but I need your help to complete it. Write a congratulatory message on these notes here. Hearing that, the two were extremely surprised and asked EW, what the hell is this? But the two of them were still willing to help her. Kyung diligently wrote on the notes, containing her wishes. Congratulations, guys. I hope you two will be happy. Hyo Rim also focused on writing on the note. Happy 100-day anniversary with Irina. I hope you two will always be the best. Irina felt a bit frustrated holding their notes. Hey, you two are my best friends. Write more. It's too short. Hyo Rim found it annoying and replied, oh my god, really? Hyo Rim pondered what else to write. Then she wrote on the note. If you make Irina cry, we'll deal with you. Just kidding. You two look good together, haha. Be happy together forever. After finishing, Hyo Rim handed it to her with an embarrassed look and said, here, is this okay? Seeing her like that, Irina teased, you guys had to do it anyway. Haha. Kyung thought to herself, I'm so jealous. I want these kinds of silly things too. Irina took Hyo Rim's note and stuck it on the paper she had prepared beforehand, saying, look, I can ask the others to write on here too. Then she placed the drawing she had asked Soo-won to draw in the middle of the notes. Her two friends watched curiously as she did it. When she finished placing it, tada, like this. I can put the drawing here. A very beautiful gift. Next to the drawing are very meaningful wishes. She was fascinated by her own idea, her eyes sparkling. What do you think, CO Hyo Rim? Kyung immediately replied, oh, it really looks beautiful. Seeing Irina's idea, Hyo Rim pondered and replied, well, it does look beautiful. She was very happy to be praised by Hyo Rim and asked, by the way, Hyo Rim, can I post this on my homepage? Hyo Rim answered, yeah, do whatever you want. Since when do you listen to me? Hearing Hyo Rim's agreement, she happily shouted yay. In the evening, Hyo Rim returned home. She opened the door with a click. Before her eyes was once again a table full of beer and liquor bottles scattered around. Seeing this scene, she could only sigh. Turning around, she saw two drunk people snoring away. She felt frustrated inside, thinking, damn it. She immediately went into her room. While doing her skincare routine, she suddenly noticed a piece of paper sticking out from the bookshelf. She glanced at it, then reached out to take it down, and saw it was the portrait that Soo-won had drawn of her. She looked at the drawing and thought to herself, he did pretty well. Saturday at Oh No's house after school. Oh no was doing push-ups, while In-seop was lifting dumbbells, counting each rep 31, 32. Jun-hyun was lying on the bed playing on his phone, and Soo-won was drawing his notebook. In-seop was feeling extremely tired, but his mouth kept counting 33. Oh no finished working out, his head covered in sweat, stood up, and said to In-seop, "Stop lying, it's only 23. Hearing that, In-seop stopped. He let out a few, took a rest, and then looked towards Soo-won, seeing him still intently drawing. In-seop thought to himself, he even draws on the weekends. Then In-seop said to Soo-won, "I try to get closer to Seo Hyo-rim." Soo-won replied to him casually, not surprising. "Yeah." He continued, "I tried talking to her by borrowing an eraser or a comb or something because I didn't have anything else to say to her." But as In-seop recalled it, he shuddered. "But she's just so scary. Her eyes are as sharp as me hacks." Hearing that, Jun-hyun agreed, "Alright, her eyes really look scary." Soo-won felt the same, but he thought there was also something beautiful about them. He recalled the day he met her, her sharp words, and even sharper gaze, the suffocating aura she emitted, and the glaring looks from her friends. He still shuddered just thinking about it. He trembled slightly while drawing. Soo-won said to In-seop, but a friend of hers, "Irina, she said so." "Yeah." In-seop replied upon hearing that. "Ah, yeah, great, and then what?" "They're best friends, don't worry. I don't need to do anything." "Yeah, but thinking about how she hasn't talked about it yet. I guess I'll be fine, right?" "Well, even if it happens, there's no way you can date her." Hearing him say that, Soo-won got extremely angry and replied, "I know. Do you think I'm doing this just because I want to date her? I just want to be forgiven because I did something wrong." In-seop retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. If you weren't interested, why did you draw her in the first place? You should like someone on your own level. That way you'd have the highest chance of dating." Soo-won replied, "Oh, alright. Do you think you're any different?" In-seop looked him up and down and said teasingly, "Aren't I still better than you? Scribbling on those stupid drawings all day? Who do you think you are? You drawing nerd." Being told that, he angrily retorted, "You used to draw in middle school too. So why are you being so rude? Is drawing just for nerds? You always talk about your middle school friends with that fake attitude. Why are you trying so hard to act different from the popular kids?" However, In-seop also got furious at being called out. "Do you want to die, you bastard?" Soo-won didn't back down. "Try and kill me then. You can't, and you always." Before he could finish his sentence, In-seop snapped back, "Oh, you little shit," seeing the two of them about to fight. Oh no intervened, and said to In-seop, "Shit for brains. You never go to school, do you?" Being told that, In-seop angrily mocked back, "Like you do? You got a 3 in math back in middle school. How is it even possible to get a 3? Oh no glanced at him without saying a word, making the room quieter than ever. All 3 of them stared at Jun-hyun. He was watching something very happily. The other 3 turned to look at him, confused. In-seop spoke, breaking the tension-filled atmosphere. "What are you watching, Lee Jun-hyun?" Jun-hyun didn't answer, just muttering randomly, "Hey man," which made In-seop curious enough to go over and look. In-seop got closer. Looking more closely, he was so surprised that he got a nosebleed and immediately yelled, "What the hell is this?" Soo-won was curious, not knowing why In-seop reacted like that, and asked, "What is it?" In-seop immediately turned the phone towards the other 2 and said, "Look at this." Soo-won was surprised and yelled out, "Why do you have an adult movie on your PMP?" Meanwhile, Oh no felt helpless inside. "You're all crazy." In-seop continued, "You brought this device to school for this? You've been showing off about it a bit too much." Despite this, Jun-hyun remained unfazed, considering this completely normal, and said, "You should make better use of this new multimedia technology. You don't always have to use it for studying. Use your brain." As In-seop and Soo-won just stared intently at the phone with nosebleeds, In-seop exclaimed, "Awesome, awesome. The color is really top-notch." Soo-won hesitantly admitted, "You're a genius." Jun-hyun then enticed Soo-won, "Right? Draw something like this, man. Then I'll acknowledge you for real." And In-seop immediately agreed with the idea, chiming in, "Yeah, try it. Something with a plot." Soo-won refused to accept that. "Get out of here, you animals. Who do you think I am? A pervert? No." Jun-hyun didn't think so. "You know how many times people have told me to draw something dirty? And no, if you don't want to draw, then don't. You always draw boring, random stuff. Don't give me that attitude." He still wouldn't stop enticing him. "Alright, sorry, but just draw it once." Soo-won pushed his hand away, still stubbornly refusing. "I said no, this is not my style. I will never do that." In the end, they still managed to convince him. The other 3 intently watched him draw, making Jun-hyun exclaim, "Oh, were you this good before?" In-seop also had to agree, truly talented. It's not vulgar at all. There's even something sacred about it. How can a guy who's never had a girlfriend being praised like that? Soo-won scratched his head and replied, "Is that so?" In-seop, with a nosebleed, said, "Show this to the other guys too. It'll be a hit." Jun-hyun also had to acknowledge Soo-won's drawing talent. "I've seen you draw Dragon Ball, Full Metal Alchemist, and One Piece before, but I've never felt this impressed. This will definitely work." Monday at the building near the school, Dong and Soo were smoking and talking. "When are you getting a haircut?" Soo replied, "Why the hell should I cut it?" Cigarette ash fell on the ground. He took out another one and continued smoking. Dong replied, "You'll have to cut it eventually, unless you want to transfer schools. There's no other way." Soo wasn't afraid, just saying, "I don't know, fuck it. I'll just drop out." Dong spat out his cigarette and said, "Wow, that's intense. You're preparing to drop out over that hair." "Fine." Soo also spat. "You should go to the salon and get a haircut too." Then he continued, "Are you tired of being constantly harassed by the teachers? I could just run away." Soo sat down, threw the cigarette butt away, and smiled with an extremely dangerous expression. "Just endure it here. I'll record the times they hit us. Trust me." Dong replied indifferently, "You don't even have the guts to do that." Seeing that Dong didn't believe him, Soo stubbornly said, "I will, you bastard. Do you think I'm a coward?" Dong thought to himself, what a liar. Suddenly, a sound came from below, making both of them startle. Both of them went down the stairs. Something's going on. Is there a fight down here? Let's go see. Yang Jin, hearing the footsteps, looked up at the two of them. Jin-soo saw him with the two kids he was bullying. He just said, "Oh, I'm Yang Jin." Yang Jin just said, "Oh, hey man, when did we meet? What's your name? Got any cigarettes?" Yang Jin was the guy who followed Choi Jin-woo. Jin-soo approached, taking a cigarette from the pack, and said, "We smoked together the other day. Do you know how to smoke Marlboros?" He just replied flatly, "I usually don't. But let me try. You're smoking a strong one. By the way, aren't you guys gonna get a haircut?" Hearing this, Jin-soo just replied, "Huh? We're about to. The teachers are just annoyed with us because you guys didn't cut your hair." Dong stood watching them talk, thinking to himself, who is this guy? His tone is a bit condescending. Then Yang Jin glanced over with a dangerous look, flicked his cigarette, and said, "Don't tell Jin-woo that I'm smoking. If he finds out, I'm dead meat." Hearing this, the two of them didn't know how to respond. They were scared and could only obey him, wondering if that was really the face of 10th grader. Yang Jin approached the student and threatened, "Hey, if I catch you smoking here again, I'll kill you, got it?" The student heard this and immediately replied, "Yes, I'm sorry." He was still aggressive, raising his fist to hit and teach the two students a lesson. Got it, got it. I said, do you understand?" The two students obediently bowed their heads and said, "Yes, we're sorry." Only then did Yang Jin forgive them and said, "Now get lost." Dong witnessed the whole thing, sweating. This guy is too scary. Yang Jin shouted, "Run away, you bastards." Hearing that, the two students ran as fast as they could to get away from him. When the two were out of sight, he spoke up, "Are these middle schoolers all crazy?" Meanwhile, Dong thought to himself, he hit them even harder because we were standing right in front of him. Ah, he's showing off. Suddenly, his voice called out, "Hey Dong, you kid." Yang Jin said in a dangerous tone, "Is there something on my face?" Being singled out by name, Dong could only speak softly in a careful tone. He held up a box of mints and said, "Do you want a mint? We can't let ourselves smell like smoke." Hearing that, Yang Jin replied, "Oh, thanks." Seeing the box of gum, Jin-soo also chimed in, "Hey Park Dong, me too." At school, the teacher stood in front to inspect. Two students saw him and politely said, "Hello, sir." The teacher was very pleased with their appearance and replied, "Nice hair." On the other side, seeing the teacher, some hid behind the gate in fear, cursing inwardly. Oh, crap. But they couldn't escape the teacher's eyes. The teacher immediately said, "All you bastards in there, come out. What did you do over the weekend instead of getting a haircut?" The teacher, with a fierce look, pointed them out. "Even you in the pink. Go over there and squat down." Over here, Soo-won's group had just arrived at school and witnessed this scene. In-sip immediately hid behind them in fear to avoid the teacher. Seeing Jun Hyun shielding him, he said, "Why did he come out so early today?" But In-sip looked at him like he'd seen a ghost, hoping not to run into the teacher, and scolded, "I told you to leave a bit earlier, you bastard." But they still couldn't escape the teacher's eyes. The teacher beckoned them over. "Hey, you in the black clothes. Where are you running to? Come here," called back by the teacher. In-sip nervously sweated and cursed inwardly. Ah, damn it. Meanwhile, Jun Hyun outside sighed in relief, secretly glad he hadn't been caught yet. Suddenly, the teacher spoke up, "You in the blue shirt too." So both of them were caught, making the crowd in front laugh out loud. The teacher then pointed forward and said, "Do bunny hops for 1 lap around that goalpost over there." The teacher ordered, "Whoever comes first gets 10 lashes. The rest get 20. Go." As soon as the teacher finished, the whole group quickly ran for their lives. They had to run really fast, or else they would be punished by the teacher. The whole group did bunny hops for half the distance and was already exhausted. Someone complained, "I'm so tired I could die." "Hey, wait for me." One guy accidentally bumped into a girl's arm, but instead of apologizing, he scolded, "Get out of the way, skinny." Seeing this, she was furious and cursed back, "Do you really want to die?" Then she poked him and scolded, "You bastard." Soo-won kept looking in that direction, thinking, over there is a teen show, and here is an educational show. Seeing him stop walking, "Oh no," said, "What are you doing? Why aren't you going in?" Suddenly, he resolved to do something, his eyes widening. "I will create my own show." In class, Dong still remembered Yang Jin's face. He thought about that disdainful look. That bastard gave me an attitude. Then he recalled how he had asked him, "Do you want a mint?" Which made him endlessly embarrassed. He kept holding his face with a depressed expression. Damn it, accidentally got scared. So humiliating. Mint my ass. I'm dying of embarrassment. I must have looked like a total loser. The bell rang for class. The teacher at the podium said, "You guys sleeping through the whole period, and you expect to pass a university in Seoul?" Despite being scolded by the teacher, those students still refused to get up, muttering, "What is he talking about? This part is basic." The kid next to them agreed, right? He's just overreacting. But in the end, those who said that would fail starting from the basics. Over here, Dong was still lost in thought. Suddenly, Soo-won passed his notebook over. Dong didn't understand and asked, "Huh? What's this?" Soo-won didn't answer his question, only saying, "Start reading from the back." Dong opened the notebook and said, "What the hell? I'm not in the mood." At first, he didn't even have the mood to pay attention. But suddenly, he started paying attention and opened it page by page. He jumped in surprise. Then he turned another page. His hands moved faster, flipping through continuously. Seeing this, Soo-won said, "That's it for now." After Dong finished reading, his ears were completely red. He turned to Soo-won and said, "Follow me for a sec." He then pulled the curtain aside, leaving only the two of them inside to talk. Then Dong said with an extremely excited face, "Did you draw this?" Soo-won didn't answer, just giving a nod. Dong immediately laughed, threw his arm over his shoulder, and said, "You crazy bastard, haha," acting all quiet, but it turns out you're into adult stuff. Hearing this, Soo-won denied it. "No, I'm not like that." Dong didn't think so. "What do you mean no? I can feel it." He kept talking nonstop and urged him, "Do you have a next chapter? Hurry up and do it," he said with eyes full of sincerity. Jin-soo walked by and heard giggling through the curtain, thinking to himself, "Park Dong. Always giggling with that nerd. I don't like it." The two inside still didn't know someone was approaching, continually opening it to look. Dong asked him, "So those two are dating?" Soo-won's face turned red as he replied, "Yeah, and the story will be." Before he could finish, the curtain was pulled back. Jin-soo immediately said, "What are you guys doing?" The two of them felt guilty and turned around in great surprise. Dong said, "Oh shit, you scare me to death." Jin-soo asked curiously, nonstop, hiding behind the curtain, "What are you doing? Are you two dating?" Dong handed the notebook back to Soo-won and changed the subject. "It's nothing. Are you going to smoke?" Hearing Dong ask that, Jin-soo forgot what he was about to ask and answered, "Let's go somewhere else." Jin-soo, hearing Dong's reply, wondered what it was about. "What kind of stupid manga were you guys laughing at? Are you otakus?" Dong answered dismissively, "So what if we are otakus, idiot? Let's go." Now Jin-soo thought Dong was telling the truth and teased, "That's ridiculous." Dong thought, he's going to spread this rumor to the others again. "Hey, what the hell are you doing acting like a weirdo?" Suddenly, Soo-won called out, "Yang Jin-soo." He immediately turned around to see what he was going to do, but he just held out the notebook with a serious face and said, "Want to take a look?" Jin-soo then took it and opened it, looking page by page. He saw images of a couple kissing, then leading to 18+ scenes that shouldn't be viewed, but he didn't show any reaction. Then he closed the notebook. He called out, "Hey, Soo-won," and slapped a hand on his shoulder. Then he said with a gleeful face like a pervert, "You're really something. Damn, I knew you drew well, but I didn't think it was on this level. You're such a freak, huh?" Soo-won was extremely surprised to hear him say that, only able to say, "Huh? Huh?" Hearing him say that, Dong gleefully smiled and said, "Hey, let's read it together. I want to read it again." That probably made him feel even more proud. Dong patted his shoulder, praising, "You should have done this a long time ago. I can't wait for the new chapter, huh?" Jin-soo also agreed, laughing heartily. "Hey, this story is really crazy. Make me the main character." Soo-won was confused and didn't know how to answer, just laughing it off. "Huh." Meanwhile, Dong sneered upon hearing him say that. If you were the main character, the story would be ruined, you idiot. Receiving compliments from the two guys he had always hated made him feel proud, even more so than from his close friends. The setting sun was casting shadows, preparing to give way to the dark night. In the hallway was Yang Jin's complaining, "Oh, I'm bored to death. So Bayford, so freaking Bayford." Hearing the nagging beside him made Hyun irritated. "Shut up. You're making me bored too." Then he continued, "It sucks, don't you see? The guys at Gudon Technical High School don't have night classes and they get to keep their hair long, while we have to study until 10 p.m. Can agreed, huh? That's right. In middle school, I thought night classes would be fun, but it's boring as hell, not fun at all." While the two of them were talking, there was an extremely terrifying gaze behind them, like looking at prey right in front of its eyes, wanting to pounce and devour it. Immediately, Yang Jin continued, "Should I just drop out?" Hyun just laughed like he heard a joke. "Who drops out just because they're bored, man?" Yang Jin also laughed and replied, "Huh, I'll sleep through the whole session, just watch. Who knows? I might have a good dream." Hyun chimed in, "Haha, I'll sleep too." Dong from behind made a scary ghost face and said in a dangerous tone, "Do you guys want a little more excitement here?" Hearing the shady voice, both of them were startled and turned their heads. Dong immediately made a gesture, putting his finger to his lips, SHHHH. Hyun looked at Dong acting all dangerous and burst out laughing. "What are you hiding? Show us quickly." Yang Jin was also curious. "What are you up to?" Suddenly, he remembered something and approached Dong. He whispered, "Hey, come on." Dong didn't understand, just saying, "Oh." He continued, "Don't tell Hyun that I smoke, okay?" Dong thought to himself, another secret. Dong then held up the notebook and said, "Anyway, my classmate made this. Want to see? It's really good." Hearing that, Hyun was curious, saying as he opened it, "What's this? A manga?" Yang Jin was also curious, not knowing what it was. Hyun opened it and told Yang Jin to take a look. The story at the #1 university in Seoul is about a girl. "I'm the rebel of this school. There will be no more forced education." Professor Shin Hai at the podium said, "Those who didn't do the homework, step up." The girl immediately stood up, ignoring the professor's words. The professor was extremely angry, pointing at the troublesome little girl who never did her homework. With that attitude, "You want to get into Samsung?" Hearing that, she wasn't scared and walked up to the podium, saying, "Then hit me. I don't intend to get into Samsung. I will decide my own future." Reading the opening, Hyun burst out laughing. "Huh, the drawing is really good. I like stories like this." Hearing that, Dong replied, "It's good, right? Keep reading." Hyun was still immersed in the story. The main character is attractive, very pretty. Meanwhile, Yang Jin showed little interest and urged him, "Hyun, stop it. Let's go to the cafeteria." The professor saw that she was still stubborn and refused to admit her fault, saying, "You're the worst student here. What do you plan to become?" She still casually talked back to him. Hearing her answer, the professor was furious. He raised his cane and scolded, "You little brat." Suddenly, the girl leaned back. A boy standing behind her immediately turned her around, taking the hit for her. The professor looked extremely surprised. "What is this? Who are you?" The boy didn't answer his question, but spoke up, questioning him back. "Just because you're a professor, you can hit whoever you want?" He declared loudly in front of the professor, "This woman will be my wife." His words left the girl standing next to him looking at him in extreme astonishment, while the professor, upon hearing that, didn't know what to do and just laughed, holding his forehead. The boy didn't care, just grabbed her hand and led her out of the classroom, saying, "Let's get out of here." Reading up to this point, Hyun wondered, oh, who's this? The male lead? So cute, hahaha. On this side, Yang Jin was still nagging in his ear. Hey, stop it. Let's go to the cafeteria. This is boring to death. The two people were standing under a tree. The girl stood in the wind and asked him, who are you? She continued, didn't we already break up? Hearing that, he didn't deny it. That's right, it's over. So I came to confess my feelings again. Please date me. The girl didn't answer, but her heart still loved him. She smiled and ran towards him. The two hugged and kissed passionately. The two shyly looked at each other and smiled. Hyun turned to the next page, which made both him and Yang Jin become surprised. The two of them slumped to the ground and exclaimed, ah. Seeing the scene before him, Dong just smiled and said, you can't stand up right now, can you? No, it's the other way around. The two of them were engrossed in the images in the notebook, laughing like perverts. This damn thing is crazy. Even Yang Jin agreed. Hey, calm down and read it again. Kiki, this is really good. The two boys couldn't sit still, wanting to see it again. Dong stood watching, smiling blankly as expected. Hyun read until his nose bled, then turned to ask Dong, but who drew this story? Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out to grab the notebook back, saying, I told you not to casually show it to people. It was Soo-won, who spoke in an embarrassed tone. If we get caught, we're in trouble. Seeing that Soo-won was the author, Hyun was incredibly surprised. This guy, he couldn't believe his eyes. His surprise then turned into admiration. Such a normal guy created such a good story? Dong remained calm, keeping his hands in his pockets, and said to Soo-won, what's wrong? Everyone really likes it. See? Soo-won was flustered. If we get caught, will you take responsibility? Suddenly, someone called Soo-won, hey you. The two of them had just stood up. Hyun immediately gave a thumbs up and praised. I read it carefully. Very carefully. You're really amazing. Keep drawing, it's so good. We support you all the way. Hearing that, Soo-won thought, support? That sounds really nice. But I didn't expect things to go this far in just one day. More people came to know about the story. Someone came to ask him, Soo-won, how many times have you read it? You're just pretending to be quiet, but you really... Another person came up and said to him, Soo-won, put me in the story too. The comic became wildly popular, whether with delinquents or nerds. Why is it getting so much attention? He felt really thrilled. For the first time in his life, everyone looked at him like that, just because of his drawings. Everyone looked at him and smiled. But if this continues, sooner or later the girls' class will definitely find out. I'll be despised even more than because of the drawings. Seo Hyo-rin, now inside him, was divided into two factions. He thought, what about the conscience deep down in his heart? Why would a minor like him draw adult stories? He thought he really shouldn't do it, right? But his evil side didn't think so. But you like it yourself, and getting so much attention is true. Who knows when you'll ever get this much attention again? The two sides of him were conflicted, not knowing what was the right thing to do. But he had already ended up drawing more. His worries grew bigger, not knowing what to do, not knowing if he should continue or not. But suddenly, all his worries vanished because that person appeared. It was Choi Jin-woo. Jin-woo's appearance made both Dong and Jin Soo very surprised, their eyes wide open. The three of them approached Soo-won's desk. Yang Jin spoke up, Soo-won, this guy is really amazing. Hyun chimed in, absolutely. Hyun continued, hey, let me see that part from earlier again. Soo-won complied, holding the notebook and saying here. What shocked them immensely was Piccolo, Demon King Choi Jin-woo. That guy came all the way to this class just to read comics. A legend who ruled Ki-hong Middle School in his second year. A guy whose face was always cold and was rumored to have no emotions. Dong thought, even if it's Choi Jin-woo, he's still a high school student full of energy. Meanwhile, Jin Soo seemed jealous. Am I getting jealous of Soo-won? Everyone was extremely surprised to see Choi Jin-woo. So he came just to read the comic. He sat in the chair reading like a king. Looking at him like that, Soo-won clenched his fists, anxiously thinking him being here at this moment. It's incredibly pressuring, but he just kept reading attentively. Everyone around watched his expression, thinking to themselves, I can't even breathe. It feels as nerve-wracking as my mom looking at my computer. Why am I so nervous? Everyone watched his expression. Suddenly, he cleared his throat slightly and closed the book. He reached out and pinched Soo-won's cheek, smiling and saying, Soo-won, it's pretty good. Soo-won was lying on his bed, continuing to draw. Seeing her son's room lights still on, his mother peeked in and said, son, you not asleep yet? Seeing him lying motionless without answering, she thought, must be asleep. Huh? Assuming he had fallen asleep, she closed the door and turned off the light for him. But actually, he was just pretending to fool his mother. He peeked to see if his mom had left. He immediately ran over, turned the light back on, and continued drawing. As he drew, he felt, this is really fun. He recalled his conversation with Jin-woo this morning. You draw the best out of everyone I know. You should become a comic artist. Hearing him say that, Soo-won was very happy and replied, well, yeah, my dream is to be a comic artist, after all. Jin-woo looked at him and said, right, I'll drop by your place again next time. Soo-won was very willing, saying, oh, sure. Beside them, Hyun was urging them to return to class, telling Jin-woo, let's go. The bell rang, but he remained very calm, resting his hand on his thigh, closing his eyes, and replied, or maybe I can't stand up yet. It's the opposite meaning. Being acknowledged by Jin-woo gave him more motivation than anything else. He was determined to draw very diligently. That was probably the first time in his life he drew so frantically. At school, Seo was walking up the stairs, his hand resting on the handrail in a very awkward posture. He was feeling uncomfortable. Ugh, I drank milk this morning, so now my stomach hurts so much. It feels like it's about to burst. He went all the way up to the 5th floor, thinking to himself, as expected, there's no one in the 5th floor restroom. Awesome. He rejoiced inwardly, but when he opened the door and walked in, he smelled something and thought to himself, this smell is... He looked in and saw 3 people hiding in the restroom, and immediately knew it was the smell of cigarette smoke. Seeing In-Sip walk in, all three of them froze stiffly, feeling a bad premonition. Even In-Sip himself didn't know what to do next. But realizing it wasn't a teacher, the whole group breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. They all yelled, "You scared the hell out of me. I thought I was gonna have a heart attack." Dong saw Jin Soo put his hand on his chest to calm down, and turned to scold. "I told you to lock the door, you idiot, Yang Jin." Jin Soo chimed in, "If a teacher had come in, we'd all be dead." Yang Jin embarrassedly defended himself. "The lock must be broken. I definitely locked it." I'm sweating all over." In-Sip just stood looking at them without saying a word. Yang Jin looked at him and thought to himself, who is that guy? Looks familiar. Looks like one of those useless losers. But seeing them smoking, In-Sip didn't want to get involved and immediately turned his back to leave. Before he could take a few steps, he was called back. "Hey, wait." Jin Soo acted extremely intimidating when their secret of smoking was discovered by someone else in the school. With one hand resting against the restroom stall, he said in an arrogant tone, "You go keep watch at the door." In-Sip couldn't believe his ears and asked back, "What?" Yang Jin seemed to want to vent his anger on In-Sip. "Because of you, you scared the hell out of me. Go keep watch at the door." Hearing Yang Jin say that, Dong didn't say anything either, just raised his hand to scratch his head and sighed. In-Sip looked at them, feeling extremely angry inside. These delinquents, they look at me as if I'm easy to bully. Yang Jin lost his patience when he didn't hear a reply, and continued, "Are you gonna do it or not?" Dong hurriedly spoke up, waving his hand to shoo him away. "Never mind, you don't have to do anything." Hearing Dong say that, In-Sip was extremely surprised. Dong approached him and said in a compromising tone, Hey, sorry about that. You just go ahead, and don't mind the smoking thing either." Now Jin Soo still raised his voice and cursed, "Idiot. If you're not gonna keep watch, then get lost." Dong didn't pay attention to what he said, just approached In-Sip, patted his shoulder, and advised, "Just ignore him. Ignore that guy, and just go." He sat staring, his eyebrows furrowed together. "I'm feeling so anxious. My favorite dish is fried pork cutlet. But it's not because I'm afraid of losing a piece of meat, but because I'm eating with these guys. It's not that I feel shy." He slowly put the meat into his mouth, puffing his cheeks and widening his eyes as he chewed. While eating, he shouted loudly, "Hey, over here." She gently walked over and said, "Why are you guys here so early? Do you have PE class?" "Oh, hi, Soo-won. But it's because of this girl here." A boy was getting food at the counter. There was another boy drinking water. He ate with puffed cheeks, his eyes squinted, sweating, but still listening. "What are you planning to wear this weekend?" I don't know yet." Lunch with Seo Hyo-rin. She ate while thinking, "What should I wear? I don't know yet. Right here, sitting right next to me, like a strong wind blowing away the ashes." I couldn't even turn my head. She suddenly realized it. It felt like he was looking at her. "What are you looking at?" Hyo-rin got angry. "Goodness, who puts apples in kimchi? I took them out, but seriously, who would do that?" He was startled. "It's kimchi. I'm just being paranoid," Park Dong. "You didn't purposely invite me to eat together just to torture me, did you?" This guy didn't think so at all. Then she called, "Hey, Soo-won." He looked bewildered, Irina was eating, but her ears were still paying attention to the spot. Soo-won and Irina chatted. "I'm posting the drawing you made of me on social media." What? You posted it?" She sat without saying anything, just listening. A lot of people commented, "The feedback is good too. My boyfriend also thanked you." Yeah. Wow, his talent stands out everywhere. He draws really well," she said while eating. He asked who drew it and said he really liked it, praising the beautiful drawing. "Hey guys," she said, making the three boys look bewildered. "Do you guys think he'll become a real comic artist?" Everyone froze. Of course, no doubt about it. He'll become a top-tier comic artist. Soo-won looked on, sweating profusely. "Why are you guys praising him so much? You guys are so annoying." "Alright, I heard there will be new uniforms." So funny. They said they would show us the designs to vote on. But in the end, they didn't show us anything. They just chose the one they liked. Obviously, they're gonna pick an old-fashioned style. "Irina, come here for a bit." She was surprised. "What is it?" Suddenly, he placed his hand on his chest. A very strong smell hit his nose. She also smelled it. "Shut up." The boy sitting behind covered his mouth with his hand and asked her, "Did you eat shit?" Hearing that, she angrily replied, "You're really crazy." Then everyone whispered, "Gosh, the smell is so awful. This bastard finally finished the meal. You should go to the hospital." I don't even dare to look to the side. Everyone laughed heartily, chatting and joking around without anyone noticing. Oh no, and In-Sip were sitting uncomfortably at the opposite table. A moment later, In-Sip stared at them. Time passed quickly, and it was already evening. "Hey, are those the kids who ate with you earlier? What about them?" In-Sip walked and asked, "What about them? Didn't you say they were bullies?" Then he replied, They still are now." In-Sip said if possible, "Don't get too close to them. I don't think they truly consider you a friend either." Suddenly, he burst into laughter. We're classmates. How can we not be close?" He looked bewildered, glancing over at him, then turned away. "Oh, true." Suddenly, Jun Hyun came up with an idea. "Do you guys want to go to Latte World this Sunday? An amusement park? So sudden. Is there a free admission event?" "Really? Free?" The four of them walked and chatted animatedly. "You always go to Evelyn. Aren't you bored of it? Let's try going somewhere else." I really want to go too, but it's in Seoul, right? I've never been to Seoul." Jun Hyun turned to ask, "Oh no, you're free, right? Come along." He coldly replied, "Yeah." In-Sip scratched his head upon hearing the question. "What about you? Are you coming along?" I can't go. I have an appointment." Soo-won and Jun Hyun angrily turned to look at him. This bastard is always liked by girls. He sweated profusely and explained, "It's not like that. A moment later, he said, Ji Soo-won, the boys quite like you. Huh? Jun Hyun, hearing that, turned to ask him. That's right, Soo-won. Why do you only let a few guys read your comic, but not us? Then he continued, making Soo-won sweat. I heard your comic is really good. You guys, this is a bit hard to show. Are you discriminating, you idiot? I'll let you see it later. But the girls probably don't know yet, right? If they knew, you wouldn't be able to go to school anymore, you idiot. Arriving at the apartment complex, he turned on his computer and saw new updates. 100-day anniversary photos, white Valentine's photos. He sat for a while, then bewilderedly saw Irina's post. He went in to read the comments, and after a while, he felt a bit shy. And then he discovered something. It was Seo Hyo Rin praising it as beautiful. He stared at the computer screen. Seo Hyo Rin didn't say anything, just commented beautiful. It made him cover his ears and scream in silence. He calmed down. Then he clicked on her profile name. New updates. He sweated as he scrolled down and clicked on the photos section. He was both clicking and feeling excited, causing his hands to sweat so much they drenched the mouse. Surprisingly, it was a private account. He froze in a corner. Saturday morning, Seo Hyo Rin called out, brother. He was holding a lit cigarette in his hand, then turned to look. She shyly said, give me some pocket money. Tomorrow I'm planning to go to Latte World. He sighed, then put out the cigarette. He said, money? He asked loudly in an angry tone, what money? He stared at her. I already gave you some bucks last week. She shyly spoke to him softly. Yes, but it's not enough for me to go out. Who are you going with? You know well, it's just Irina and Jin Kyung. Missa too. As she spoke, his eyebrows furrowed. You're not lying, are you? Yes, I'm already in high school. Shouldn't you be studying at this time? I am still studying. It's just that there's a free event this time. Even mom told me it's fine, you know? He raised his voice, but still gave her money. Make this last until next week. Okay? He called her name loudly. She stood behind the wall and heard him call Seo Hyo Rin. He warned Hyo Rin, if you go with boys, I will kill every single one of them. She turned sharply to look at him, her eyebrows knitting together. He asked, understand? She didn't say anything. Mom gets furious and tells me I have to study every time we talk. And my brother is unbearable. He said he would kill any boys who go out with me. I'm going crazy. Seriously. She called and confided in Jin Kyung. So what if it's boys? They're just friends anyway. He might just be worried about you. That's all. Worry my ass. She complained, I used to get dragged into all sorts of trouble just because I hung out with boys. And it's the same now. I just thought it would be fun since we're going with Park Dong and the others. So I asked, yeah, Latte World? Everyone's face looked bewildered. Park Dong turned and said, isn't it a bit too much to go that far when Evelyn is closer, right? She listened and said, but don't you feel regret missing out on it? This is a free admission event. They chattered, yeah, I know it's tempting, but still. He looked at her and said, yours. Hyo Rin was bewildered. He sweated profusely, his face slightly flushed. You know, if your brother finds out, we're dead meat. Haha, see? That's what I mean. The other guys are already too scared to go. No one wants to go at all. Jin Kyung comforted her. It's fine. Your brother is like a legend in high school. She gritted her teeth in anger. That's why it's funny. He used to be an absolute bastard, always bringing girlfriends over and chugging alcohol like it was nothing. She still comforted her. Yeah, that's not good either. I mean, even if he's only 3 years older, he treats you like a kid. Since middle school, I've been the only one not allowed to go out, like seriously. Jin Kyung, mom has to go out for a bit. Can you help me with the laundry? Yeah, really, mom? See you later. What time are we meeting tomorrow? I'll text you later. She tossed her phone onto the bed. She sat quietly for a moment. I'm so stressed. Sunday, the day we went to Latte World. Jun Hyun's house. While he was fixing his hair, the other two friends were chatting. Soo-won said, you're living the life, huh? Even using hair wax? Meanwhile, Oh No's face remained cold. His expression unchanged as always. Soo-won, did your hair grow out? He touched his hair. Just a bit, it's still a little short here. Jun Hyun called him over. With that much hair, can you even use wax? No way. Haha, why do you have to style your hair like that? He narrowed his eyes and looked at him. He had no idea what the other was thinking. Sunlight streamed through the window. He used his hand to open the wax container. Then he scooped a little into his palm and rubbed it all over his hands. Then he started styling his hair skillfully. When Jun Hyun finished, Soo-won stared in wide-eyed amazement. He looked for a moment, radiantly handsome. He stared in the mirror, not believing it was him. He hesitantly said, oh, wait, is that real? It feels like something is different. Better, right? While Soo-won was admiring himself, Jun Hyun turned around and saw Oh No. Oh no, it's hopeless for you. How could a buzz cut be saved? Oh No replied with a cold face. Who even cares? Huh? Jun Hyun walked over to his wardrobe. Come here. Are you really wearing that duffel coat to go out? A duffel coat? A coarse fabric coat. Let me give you something better. After he finished speaking, Soo-won retorted, as if you have such nice clothes. At least I have more. Guys, don't wear this coat anymore. It's no wonder no girls like you. If this becomes a fashion trend someday, I swear I'll burn my own hands. He clenched his fists angrily, turning around to say, anyone hearing this would think you've actually talked to a girl before. He stammered, I have, okay. I totally have, you idiot. Anyway, it's good to dress nicely when going out, right? Even if it doesn't impress anyone, as long as it's fun, that's enough. He thought about it and found it to be true. The house was neat. Suddenly, a moment later, clothes were thrown everywhere. No, not this one. This one suits you better. Huh? Yeah, try it on. Oh No crossed his arms, watching the two of them pick and try on clothes. Alright, this one is better. Looks cooler than before. He raised his eyebrows, bewildered and confused. This is really interesting. Even when both of them put their heads together, and try to dress as cool as possible. Yet they still look super ordinary. Just as the scene transitioned to a large building. Jean Kyung covered her mouth with her hand, letting out a long yawn. She heard someone call her name, Jean Kyung. Then she turned and saw her two friends. Hey, you're here? Yeah, I'm dead tired. The two walked towards her, talking as they went. Seo Hyo-rin asked, is your boyfriend doing anything today? Irina replied, he said he's busy playing games at the internet cafe. He said he'll drop by if we're still in our neighborhood. Upon arriving, Jean Kyung asked, what happened to your hair? Did you get hair extensions? Yeah, that hat is so cute. Jean Kyung, Irina said excitedly. Now let's go catch the bus at the amusement park. Today is gonna be a lot of fun. Wait just a second. You want to smoke? Hyo-rin asked in confusion. Huh? Is someone else coming with us? The cigarette was thrown to the ground. Sparks flew. Yeah, he just called earlier to ask if we had left yet. I said no, so he has to come along with us. Yang Yi-sol. I told him to come since we were planning to go together anyway. Oh, hey, there you are. Irina said, hey, there you are. Jang Ji-soo scratched his head and said, yeah, I was feeling bored, haha. It's not like her brother will catch me. She replied angrily. He said, the more the merrier, right? Let's go. Then he was left behind. Ah, it's my first time going to Latte World. So what should I do now? What if it's too much fun? Early in the morning, a group of people gathered, chatting animatedly while waiting for the bus. I'm so tired. I woke up even earlier than when I go to school. Someone asked curiously, you guys are planning to go on the free fall ride, right? Of course. Jinny Yun replied. Irina continued, I don't think I can ride it. Are you guys going to leave me behind? Haha. If I go on that, I might get a heart attack or something. Haha. Jinny Yun said in a coaxing tone, that's funny. Just try it. Don't you want to try at least once? Jisoo teased with a bit of a challenge, huh? It's not even scary. Irina irritably cut him off. I know. You shut up, haha. Jisoo smirked, come on. I'm not a kid, haha. Irina asked with a bit of doubt, is that so? I'm in high school now, not a kid anymore. As for you, you'll still act like a child. Jisoo replied matter-of-factly. Wow, look at how arrogant you're being. Now, Jisoo slightly turned around and replied, that's really funny, idiot. Then he took out a cigarette and said, anyway, I have to go smoke first. I'll be back soon. Hyo-rin frowned in annoyance. You're smoking again? You just smoked earlier. Jisoo replied to her nonchalantly, relax, it'll be quick. One more thing. The three of them simultaneously turned to stare at him in confusion. While Jisoo was smoking, someone teased, hey ha, why is he trying to act so cool today, huh? Trying to impress someone, I wonder? After a while, the bus they were waiting for finally arrived. The bus is here. Someone cheered. On the bus, the atmosphere was stuffy due to the crowd. Everyone was pushing and shoving each other in the tight space. Irina looked up at her friend and asked with difficulty, Jinny Yun, are buses to Seoul always this crowded? Don't tell me they're all going to Latte World. Who knows? Jinny Yun replied to her with a slightly concerned expression. I've never seen it this crowded on a Sunday morning. I have a bad feeling about this. Irina's face was squished tightly because of the shoving crowd. Her voice was a bit strained. Anyway, see you later. On this side, Hyo-rin, with an annoyed face, thought to herself, ugh, I feel so suffocated. Suddenly, she noticed behind her, Jisoo's arm was trembling, trying to create some space so she wouldn't have to be squeezed among the people around them. Hyo-rin asked in a slightly flustered manner, what are you doing? You don't need to block them for me. Jisoo gritted his teeth, trying to hold his ground, and replied, it's fine, it's not hard at all. Hyo-rin said emotionlessly, all right then, good luck. Jisoo paused slightly. His eyes glanced down, catching sight of her pretty side profile and her jet black hair. He blushed and thought to himself, today somehow feels really different. The fact that Jisoo liked Hyo-rin, even he himself wasn't sure since when, but might have been since they attended the same middle school. Going back to their middle school days, Jisoo sat behind Soo-won. One day, he suddenly noticed Soo-won secretly drawing something. Looking closer, he realized he was sketching Hyo-rin. Jisoo paused slightly. A wicked smile lifted on his lips. An evil thought crept into his mind. He wanted to tease Hyo-rin about this. Soo-won's desperate scream echoed through the hallway. Get back to me. Jisoo dashed in front of Hyo-rin and cheered, Seo Hyo-rin. Hyo-rin's annoyed voice rang out. A person like you disgusts me to death. If you don't have the guts to ask for my permission, then it's best not to get caught red-handed. Then she turned to Jisoo, and you, Jang Jisoo, is there something fun about doing things like this? Hyo-rin said coldly, you're really a loser, aren't you? Soo-won froze, stammering an excuse, no, damn it. This is just a joke. Why are you taking it so seriously? In his head, there was only one miserable thought. I'm doomed, what do I do now? Now, Jisoo spoke up to make peace, come on, don't be mad. I'll do whatever you want. Really? In return was Hyo-rin's cold answer. Then shut up and stay right there. He continued to beg Hyo-rin, please. I'll even dance for you to see. Hyo-rin couldn't help but sigh helplessly, smiling and saying, and why would you dance for me? Are you really brain dead? Seeing her smile, Jisoo blushed and thought to himself, she smiled. The reason he still hadn't confessed until now wasn't because he was afraid of Hyo-rin's brother, nor was he shy about his friend's reactions, but because he didn't have any encouragement. Returning to the present. After squeezing on the bus, the group finally arrived at today's destination. On this side, Soo-won's group had also just gotten off the bus. Jun Hyun breathed a sigh of relief and complained that bus was like hell. Soo-won looked around frantically, thinking to himself, I thought I was going to be crushed to death. Jun Hyun slightly raised an eyebrow and said, so this is Seoul, huh? Hey, I have a feeling that a lot of people are coming here today. Soo-won replied, what if we can't play much because of that? Jun Hyun retorted, no way. They probably planned for everything, so we can still enjoy today. Soo-won's face brightened up. Although he pretended to be indifferent, he was actually really looking forward to today's outing in his heart. He was eager to experience everything from the roller coaster. Dot to the free fall ride from above, or exploring the twin giants in the amusement park world. Dot with the beautiful lights and night view at Latte World. However, reality was harsh. The group of 3 had grimacing faces, squeezing together in a sea of people. It was even more crowded than on the bus just now. The crowd pushed and shoved, inching forward little by little. It was even more crowded than on Children's Day, and it wasn't even opening time yet. Soo-won helplessly complained in his mind, "Damn it, I'm too short to see anything." Annoyed grumbles echoed around them. "Hey, step back a little, please. We're gonna get crushed at this rate." Jun-hyun complained with a scowling face. "I haven't seen this many people since the 2002 World Cup." "Yeah, you're right," Soo-won replied helplessly. Ono said with a pensive expression, "The rides aren't the issue anymore. With this many people around, will we even be able to get in?" The surrounding crowd was dense, pushing and shoving each other, wanting to get inside the amusement park. A desperate voice rang out, "The entrance to Latte World. I can't even see it from here." Inside the park, the staff were struggling to hold back the frantic crowd. "Everyone, please don't push. The park is not open yet." A panicked female staff member asked the team leader, "What do we do? Should we let everyone in?" "No." The team leader, covered in sweat, had a thoughtful expression. Seriously speaking, his face looked like he was giving up as he replied, "We're in big trouble, aren't we?" Inside the dense crowd, an angry man complained, Don't push, man." The person behind him replied, fearfully, "I didn't push." Suddenly, from behind, a strong push came, causing the whole crowd to unexpectedly crash into each other. Which bastard was that? A gruff voice rang out. "What did you say, you son of a bitch?" A scared person shouted, "Security. Hey, no fighting here." While the crowd was shouting noisily, the 3 people in Soo-won's group stood waiting, tired and sluggish. Suddenly, Jun-hyun noticed something under his foot. Looking down, he discovered it was an event flyer for Fantasyland. He smirked. So Fantasyland has free admission? In your dreams. We can't even get in. What the hell is this?" He angrily crumpled the paper into a crushed ball. Which bastard suggested this? Damn it. After crumpling it, he casually threw it behind him. Unfortunately, the paper ball hit someone else on the head. "Hey!" A voice rang out from behind. The 3 of them turned their heads, looking toward where the sound came from. A group of people consisting of 2 males and 1 female with arrogant expressions was standing facing them. "What's this?" The female leader spoke up fiercely. "Are you picking a fight, you bastard?" Meanwhile, on Jisoo's group side, he was spitting indiscriminately on the side of the street. Don't spit, that's so gross." Jisoo startled and looked up toward the sound. Ioha," with a scowling face. She said, "Why the hell are you spitting here, huh? I'm already annoyed enough because of this disaster." And then she turned her face away. Jisoo mumbled in confusion. "Why is she mad at me?" Irina, with an expression full of despair, muttered, "Ugh, this is 100 trouble. Even if we get in, we won't be able to ride anything. We're really doomed. Should we just go on a date instead?" As for Jisoo, he stood frozen as if he saw something. He pushed up his glasses, trying to get a good look with a curious expression. "Oh, a date?" From a distance, Soo-won was being roughly grabbed by the collar by a skinny guy. "No, Yi-soo-don." "Hey!" A voice rang out from behind. The 3 of them turned their heads, looking toward where the sound came from. A group of people consisting of 2 males and 1 female with arrogant expressions was standing facing them. "What's this?" The female leader spoke up fiercely. "Are you picking a fight, you bastard?" The expressions of all 3 were bewildered, only able to let out a "huh?" The girl aggressively continued, "That thing you threw hit me on the head. Do you want to start something, you bastard?" At this moment, Jun-hyun opened his mouth. His eyes darted back and forth, intending to cover it up and let it pass. "It wasn't us. Someone else threw it." Yujin fell silent, her left eye twitching slightly before she exploded. "Are you crazy?" Jun-hyun quickly raised both hands apologetically, wanting to calm the girl down. "Sorry, we were the ones who threw it." Soo-won, standing next to him, was startled, thinking, "What the heck?" She angrily asked, "How old are you guys?" Yoon-hoon hesitantly replied, "7." She immediately frowned, glanced at the 3 of them, and thought to herself, "I knew it. These delinquent wannabes. They're all just losers. Even if they tried to dress up a bit, they still couldn't hide their tackiness." Then she turned to look at the young man, standing next to her. "Hey!" Hearing her, he turned to look at her, his tone hesitant as he asked, "What? You wanted to pick a fight with them?" She gave a scoffing smile, then nodded to signal the young man. He stood there frozen like a statue, thinking nervously, "Usually you're the one who does it. Why are you suddenly pushing it onto me today?" Swallowing hard, his mind was in turmoil. What should I do now? I've never extorted money from anyone before. But in front of Yujin, the girl he liked, he regained his confidence. Putting on a ruthless expression, he continued thinking, "I can't back down and lose face." Staring at the 2 frightened boys across from him, he calculated in his head, "I can't lose my cool. Instead of picking the tallest one, this guy is definitely an easier target." Having made up his mind, he immediately rushed forward, grabbed Soo-won by the collar, and yelled, "Hey, you little punk, are you crazy, huh? Raising your voice, you little brats?" Soo-won, taken aback by the sudden attack, stammered, "Me? I didn't say anything." He gritted his teeth, acting fierce. "Stop pretending, you damn lunatics." Terrified, Soo-won immediately apologized. Despite Soo-won's fear and Jun-hyun's desperate attempts to intervene, the guy pushed further, saying, "Sorry, that's not enough. Prove that you mean it." This statement confused Soo-won. He asked, "Prove it? How? How much money do you have on you?" He growled. "I said, how much money did you bring, kid?" Hearing this, Soo-won was stunned, thinking, What the hell is this? Why did I come here to ride roller coasters, and now I'm getting extorted for money?" He replied in confusion, "Hey, wait a minute." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Yiso?" He looked toward where the sound came from. It was Jang Ji-soo. He asked in confusion, "What are you doing here?" Soo-won glanced behind him. Curiously, he thought, he came to Latte World too? With who? Suddenly, a blinding light shone through. Soo-won raised his hand to shield his eyes. It was The girl who just appeared shone so brightly that she overshadowed everyone around her. At this moment, she thought to herself, why does he keep catching my attention? Does he appear everywhere I go? On Soo-won's side, the aggressive young man smirked contemptuously. Is he your friend? Huh, it's getting too crowded. Soo-won hesitated, thinking to himself, in front of Seo Hyo-rin, I can't lose face here. Then he made up his mind. With a cold expression, he replied to the bully, we already apologized. So why are you still extorting us? By this time, Jisoo had walked over, stood next to Soo-won, and asked, why are those guys picking a fight with you? What exactly are you doing? Jisoo stood still, staring intently at the opposite side. Thoughts raced through his head. His glasses seemed to turn into a high-tech device, helping him scan all the information about his opponents. He said to himself, just looking at their appearance, you can tell. Rebellious kids. One look is enough to understand. That big guy is a typical example, and the skinny guy next to him looks fierce, but he's actually very cowardly. Jisoo absent-mindedly turned to look at his friend. Hyo-rin continued thinking, they try to act tough, but they don't have any fighting skills. The girl in Yujin's group frowned in annoyance and grumbled, who are you guys? Are you their friends? Her friend stopped her, don't drag them into this. Jisoo smirked disdainfully, glancing at the group, causing trouble. What did he even do? And how old are you to talk down to us like that? As he spoke, he told himself, I can't lose face in front of Seo Hyo-rin. The guy hesitantly replied, I'm 18, you bastard. You so scoffed. Ah, 18. I see. So mature. On the other side, Irina irritably scratched her frizzy hair. Seriously? What the hell, another fight? Why is today so annoying? The crowd was still noisily arguing. Your friend threw something at us. Jisoo turned and asked Soo-won, were you guys the ones who threw something? Soo-won replied, yeah, it was an accident, but that guy is trying to extort us. The guy opposite them angrily retorted, you bastard, when did I do that? Soo-won quickly argued back, you just asked us how much money we had on us. Jisoo, with a cold expression, slightly pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose with his middle finger. His voice was steady. Don't insult us, you son of a bitch. You're even younger than us. The guy exclaimed in shock, what? Yujin replied with contempt, wow, seriously? Where are you rebellious brats from? You guys are dead meat. Then she turned to her companions and said, wait a sec, let me call the older guys. Over here. Irina was trying to stop Jisoo. Hey, stop it. Don't get into a fight, okay? Are you planning to get involved now, or what? He looked at her, stopping her from stepping forward. Stay out of this. Turning back to look at the young man, he lifted his chin with an arrogant tone. If you're annoyed, let's step outside and fight. The guy was startled and asked, what? What did you say? In his heart, Jisoo thought triumphantly, he's scared. That bastard is actually scared. The tall, big young man in that group frowned in thought, slightly rolling his neck with a crack. He called out to Jisoo, hey. Hearing his voice, Jisoo looked up at him. He was tall and large, with a fierce expression, challenging, let's fight one-on-one and see. Upon hearing this, Jisoo was stunned. What the hell is this? Isn't this guy supposed to be a coward? Why is he suddenly stepping up? He looked up at the young man, who was a whole head taller than him. This guy might actually be too fierce to take on. Yujin, who was on the phone, also noticed the situation over here. She smirked and let out a scoff. Look, he's so scared he's backing down. Jisoo snapped his head towards her. What? What did you say? She taunted, you're a chicken, you idiot. Haha. He angrily cursed, you wanna die, you damn bitch? The big guy challenged, alright then, let's fight. Shut up. You were scared earlier, and now you're pretending to be aggressive? I said, shut your mouth. Hyo-rin watched the argument between the two with an emotionless expression. She thought to herself, what is this? Does this fight have to be this pathetic? She glanced at the two boys who were still arguing pointlessly. Don't smirk like that. No, I don't fucking want to. Haha. Then she looked back at the girl who was trying to act tough, even though no one was answering her phone. Oh, Mingu Sunbae. I'm a latte world right now. Hyo-rin groaned inwardly. Why is everyone acting so obnoxiously? She suddenly thought of her older brother and compared him to these people. Compared to that monster back home, they're not even at a level one. Hyo-rin gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger, and thought, why did I come to this place at all costs? To look down on these guys or what? She suddenly burst out, this is so damn annoying. The noisy surroundings suddenly became dead silent. Everyone turned to look at her in confusion. Suddenly, she walked over and snatched the phone right out of Yujin's hand. Looking at the phone that hadn't connected the call, she said disdainfully, see, I knew this would happen. You can't even call anyone. Yujin, standing next to her, hadn't processed what happened and blurted out in confusion, what the hell? Then she angrily snatched her phone back, her tone harsh, damn it, what do you want? Why are you butting in? Hyo-rin casually asked, so what's the deal with this Sunbae of yours? Call him. Tell him to hurry up. Soo-won's group all kept their heads down, intimidated by her, while the sound of arguing still echoed in their ears. We already apologized. What more do you want? You're just overreacting because you think we're extorting you. The big guy, his face red, asked curiously, hey, who are you? Inwardly, he thought, she's so pretty. Hyo-rin glanced at him with a disdainful tone. What is it, you bastard? I go to school with them. He said in shock, did you just call me a bastard? Do you not know any manners? Hyo-rin looked annoyed and said, take your hand off me right now. You're done. Yujin, with a scowling face, tried to act hostile. Haha, what school do you losers go to? Hyo-rin replied in a calm voice. So what if you know? Do you think you're the only one with older guys surrounding you? Seeing this scene, Irina and Jinny-yun thought wearily. Hyo-rin has one too. An older brother who used to be extremely famous. Hyo-rin stared at the girl opposite her and asked, are you really 18? She furrowed her brows tightly and asked back in confusion, what are you talking about? Under Yujin's dagger-like glare, she slowly replied, that uniform and that face seem like a lie. High school students with makeup that terrible? Irina, standing to the side, covered her mouth, laughing heartily, and said, oh my, that makes sense. Anyway, The surrounding crowd noticed the commotion over here. Whispers and chuckles broke out. Haha, unbelievable. Haha. A curious person asked, what's going on? Are they fighting? They look like high school students. TSK, TSK. Then someone else chimed in to criticize. Terrible makeup. Soo-won and Ji-soo stood to the side in silence, thinking to themselves, she's so cool. On this side, the two young men, one skinny, one tall and muscular, glanced at each other and signaled. Both stepped forward and patted Yujin's shoulder with the intention of retreating. Hey, Yujin, let's go. The skinny guy added, yeah, just ignore them. Yujin irritably replied, let's go. Wasted my time calling the older guys. She bit her fingertips with an anxious expression, thinking to herself, pick up, please pick up. The phone connected and a voice answered, hello. Yujin's movements paused, and then she exclaimed joyfully, oh, Myung-soo Appa, it's me, Yujin. The person on the other end of the line irritably cut her off. Hey, don't call me on a weekend morning, and hung up abruptly. An awkward silence spread around them. Hyo-rin gave a slight smile. Then she pointed behind her and said, go line up, and don't even think about bumping into us again. Yujin's expression at this moment was extremely ugly, mixed with anger. In an alley, Seo Hyo-rin's older brother, Seo Min-soo, whom everyone in Yongin knew, was puffing on a cigarette in his hand. He frowned at the kids across from him, thinking of their smirking faces when they smoked, trampled on, and bullied others. Min-soo furrowed his brows and asked in a low voice, are you the rebellious kids from Gusang High School, right? What? You traveled all the way to someone else's turf just to stare at them. Putting out his cigarette and exhaling smoke, he continued asking, you acted so cool before. And look at you now. All three of you are forced to kneel here by me. Don't you feel humiliated? You losers. Min-soo seriously threatened, if I see you guys hanging around here again. Meanwhile, Hyo-rin was walking past the alley with two friends. She happened to look in and saw her brother. The girl with hair rollers in her bangs next to her asked, wow, Seo Hyo-rin, is this your older brother? The three of them stopped and looked for a moment, catching Min-soo's eyes looking towards them. Seo Hyo-rin didn't look much like her brother, but they had one thing in common. They both had a bit of hot temper. Her friend politely asked, should I say hello? Hyo-rin decisively ignored him. Just leave it, you idiot. At the Latte amusement park, Yujin's group was sitting on paper on the ground, chatting. But how did those bastards know we aren't 18? Another replied, they probably just guessed. Jisoo annoyedly said out loud, ah, damn it. Should I go back and beat the crap out of them? Yujin gritted her teeth. What are you thinking? Stop causing trouble. You won't be able to do anything. The guy next to her nodded. Yeah, cut the nonsense. She lowered her face and thought to herself, this is the first time I've been so humiliated. Catching a glimpse through the shadows of the crowd, Yujin saw Hyo-rin's face and went crazy. Where did that bitch come from? That demon. That bitch dared to make a fool out of me. She lowered her eyes and furrowed her brows, thinking to herself, I want to hit her. Even just once, I want to slap that face off. On Hyo-rin's side, they were dressed up and standing in line. Irina looked at her with interest. Ha, you were pretty cool back there, Seo Hyo-rin. They actually want to line up just like you said. Haha. Hyo-rin waved her hand. Ugh, stop it. She annoyedly glanced over there. I just couldn't stand it. Those kids pretending they are so tough. It pisses me off. She bitterly snapped. They weren't even properly rude. Jisoo vaguely heard this and recalled, yeah, why does that sound a bit guilty? Hyo-rin had a feeling someone was watching her. Soo-won was standing behind her, his hands in his pockets, looking at her. He bowed his head and scratched his face, feeling a bit regretful, thinking we got them involved. It's all our fault. But even so, she was really scary. Scary Seo Hyo-rin. In the next line was Jun Hyun's group. He asked, damn, so even Seoul has thugs like that now? Don't you think so, Uno? They were trying to say something because the silence was a bit awkward, but Uno remained silent. Meanwhile, Jisoo standing in the next line frowned and asked, hey you. He was blunt. Why didn't you do anything when your friend was grabbed by the hair earlier? Jun Hyun froze. W what? Soo-won heard this and nodded. Yeah, he's right. Everything started because of that bastard Jun Hyun, and then he didn't even bother to help. Jisoo continued asking, you only know how to run when you're getting beaten up, right? Being hit right in his weak spot. He denied it, huh? No. I mean, of course not. Soo-won couldn't bear to listen anymore. Forget it. It's not what you think. Jisoo didn't drop the subject. He laughed out loud. Haha, I understand you're different. You're much braver now than I thought, right? Haha. Soo-won waved his hand. What bravery? He continued teasing. Are you still pretending, you punk? Haha. Over at Hyo-rin's group of friends. She sluggishly looked at the crowded mass. Damn. I can't believe I came here at all costs, and now I'm hesitating to go in. Jin Kyung said, anyway, it's opening time now. Irina nodded. People are probably right. Nothing good comes for free. Jin Kyung looked at her friend, leaning on her shoulder. I mean, if you stay gloomy like this, you'll just have to tag along and walk with us. But you know, looking at the ticket booths, she sighed. It's even that crowded, this is a bit too much. She turned to the boys and called out, Jang Jisoo. We decided to go home. What do you think? Jisoo was confused. What? Are you crazy? We're already at the gate. Irina replied, even if we go inside, we won't get to ride anything. Let's call the others and go hang out somewhere else. Thinking it made sense, he turned to ask Soo-won, should we? What do you think? Soo-won replied, we should at least go inside and take a look first. Jin Kyung heard that and waved her hand. Can you spend the whole day just waiting in line? Fine, whatever. He answered, yeah, see you later. Irina waved goodbye, bye-bye, Soo-won. He smiled and replied, yeah, goodbye. Just like that, he watched the four of them slip out of the crowd and leave. Soo-won's gaze remained distant. They really left. In the crowd, there was a shout asking the team leader, is this really all the security they have here? Isn't there anyone else? The man holding the radio yelled, enough, we're drowning here. Are people gonna keep pushing in? Is it really that bad? The other person holding the radio was also surrounded and stuck. Of course they have to. It's opening time. The surrounding atmosphere became chaotic. The windows were smashed and things started getting vandalized. Right nearby, someone was injured. A guy whose leg was hurt due to the shoving sat slumped on the ground, cursing, this is awful. The security guard asked, are you okay? The people around yelled, does he look okay to you? Make everyone calm down. Seeing the situation was not good, the manager stood on the podium, holding a megaphone, and shouted loudly, everyone, if we just stand around without a line, it will become a complete mess when we open the doors. Please line up right now. The people standing below whispered in disgust, what did he just say? Is there a problem with the opening time? They continued with strained voices. Does that mean we can't go in? Are you kidding me? This is a free admission ticket. Another man asked, hey, do you want to push through the gate or what? Someone else replied, they said we can't go in, just run forward. So, an entire other line started running, stampeding towards the gate. The others seeing this were also confused. What the hell is going on with them? They're running to the gate. It must be open. Seeing that, everyone followed suit. We must be allowed in now. Let's go. The manager, seeing this, immediately grabbed the megaphone and shouted, hey, do not run. The whole crowd started running after them. Everyone run. When one person starts running, it's human nature to follow. But while trying to find their way back, Jin Kyung and Hyo Rin were also being pushed and shoved. What's happening? She noticed the crowd surging out more and more. What? Everyone is pouring in this way, and they're pushing like crazy. Yujin and her gang also stood up to check the situation. What the hell is going on? They are really running this way. Amidst the tens of thousands of people shoving, Yujin's eyes noticed Hyo Rin. Wait a minute. If things are too chaotic then. Her face darkened, as if plotting something. She called the person next to her. Hey, she said. While everyone is distracted, that bitch is right over there. Her male companion frowned, seemingly disagreeing a bit. Isn't that enough already? Yujin sneered, no, not yet. Over on Jisoo's side, people keep cutting in line. Why are they pushing so hard? Soo-won also didn't understand, turning back and forth. What the hell is going on? Why is everyone out of line? Jisoo, while being pushed around, caught sight of the guy who was with Yujin earlier. Oh, what is this son of a bitch doing? Seeing that guy in the orange shirt constantly pushing through the crowd, running towards them, he wondered, why is that guy running in this direction? Looking at his eyes, it seemed he was targeting Seo Hyo Rin. She also heard the noise, kept an eye out, and turned around. Suddenly, that guy violently took advantage of the situation and rammed into her right in front of everyone's eyes. He immediately ran away, disappearing and hiding in the crowd. Everyone stood frozen at his action. Jisoo angrily shouted, he did that on purpose. Irina furiously frowned. Hey, you son of a bitch. Everyone yelled, hey, you bastard, come back here. Yujin sneaked behind him, smiling sarcastically. LOL, treat them right, you idiot. Jin Kyung ran towards Hyo Rin and asked Seo Hyo Rin, are you okay? What the hell was up with that crazy guy? She brushed off her sleeve, gritting her teeth in resignation. It is what it is. The crowd around them was still chaotic. Hey, stop pushing. Then Hyo Rin heard people cheering. A whole line from the front just collapsed, tumbling towards her like a domino effect. Hyo Rin squeezed her eyes, shut to brace for the impact. When she felt everything was still normal, she opened her eyes and saw Soo-won gritting his teeth, kneeling down to block the crowd. Looking at his face, gritting his teeth in endurance, she worriedly asked, are you okay? Meanwhile, he urged her, saying, yeah, hurry up, get up quickly. The man standing behind him slipped. Because of that, his foot unintentionally stepped on Soo-won's leg. His face turned pale. He screamed loudly in front of panicked Hyo Rin. The news broadcasted the next report. 20 people were injured in a crowd crush at Latte World. But reports indicate that there are many more injured from a free event at Latte World. They showed images of the packed crowd at the discount event. When the rolling doors were raised, customers who had gathered since early morning raced inside. This incident was completely chaotic, with people pushing and being pushed. The TV also showed panicked faces, including Jin Kyung and Hyo Rin, who was frowning while being helped into an ambulance. The crowd that gathered in the morning exceeded 80,000 people. About 20 people suffered serious injuries. But in the hospital, Jisoo wiped his glasses, which had the left temple broken. He put the glasses on and asked the cast. The person next to him nodded. Yeah, they said it's fractured. Hearing that, he rested his hands on the chair, laughing and cursing at the same time. I thought it was completely broken. Talk about overreacting. Irina looked at him and replied, haha. Hey, even a fracture hurts, you know. Recalling the image of Soo-won standing to shield the crowd for Hyo Rin, Jisoo covered his mouth, laughing until his face turned red. But thinking back, it was really funny. What a hilarious bastard. Irina next to him also giggled, her ears turning red. Ha, I shouldn't laugh, but I'm about to lose it. He sat next to her and said, then just laugh. So both Jin Kyung and she covered their mouths together, but talked while looking in Hyo Rin's direction with suggestive eyes. Is Soo-won really extremely in love with Hyo Rin? Hyo Rin sat with a sullen face, annoyedly saying, shut up. Jisoo stopped joking and spoke seriously. Anyway, we really need to find those bastards and beat them up. Everyone next to him also agreed, right? He continued, just wait until I catch them. I'll wipe them out. Irina teased, oh Jisoo, since when did you become so tough? The sound of limping footsteps came out. One foot wore a normal shoe, while the other was in a cast. Jin Kyung heard the sound and looked over. Oh, here he is. Soo-won was leaning on crutches with both hands. Accompanying him were his two friends, Jun Hyun and Ono. Everyone looked, smiled, and asked, Soo-won, you're already in a cast? Haha. He nodded, yeah, haha. Another asked Ak, look at your crutches, does it still hurt? Soo-won scratched his head, blushing. It does, but it's better than before. I mean, it's not broken, so? Saying this, he felt a murderous glare directed at him. Turning around, he saw Hyo-rin's darkened, grimacing face. She frowned and said, you idiot, why did you stick your nose in and end up like this, huh? Soo-won blushed and looked away, answering it. It looked really dangerous, so I just acted without thinking. Hee. Deep down, he shuddered and thought to himself, so scary. The two just stood there looking at each other for a long while. After a while, Hyo-rin spoke up. After all, the whole group of gossiping friends was looking at her. Then Hyo-rin said the two words, thank you. Soo-won seemed not to hear clearly and asked, huh, what did you say? Irina and Jin Kyung thought to themselves, haha, he's really flustered, huh? Soo-won didn't reply to the previous matter, but looked at her and asked, yeah, but your hair has really grown long. Did you grow it out? She lightly stroked her hair and answered, these are hair extensions. Does it look like I grew it out? Have you never seen them before? He blushed and smiled, so that's it. It's pretty cool, haha. Leaning on his crutches as she walked away, Soo-won said, I should go home now. She asked, when did they say you can take the cast off? Everyone was also heading home from the hospital. Soo-won said, Titus, they said it will take about 2 months. She nodded, why are you hesitating so much? Putting her hands in her pockets, she thought, 2 whole months? Irina covered her mouth and laughed, asking, hey Soo-won. She said a sentence that made both Hyo-rin and him freeze in shock. Aren't you Hyo-rin's Prince Charming now? Hyo-rin jolted and raised her hand to hit her. Oh, shut up, I'm serious. Everyone burst out laughing. She gritted her teeth, looking straight ahead, thinking, that idiot. She sighed slightly. Whatever. Anyway, thank you. Soo-won asked again, huh? She blushed and glared at him. What are you looking at? Jin Kyung watched, wondering what are they doing. Behind them, Ono and Jun Hyun stared straight ahead with unhappy faces. Only Ji-soo noticed their state at this moment. Everyone brought Soo-won home. Unsurprisingly, his mother looked at the casted leg and got angry. Holding 2 plates of food in her hands, she said, when you went out, you said you'd have fun. When you came back, you brought a broken bone. Great, really great. Soo-won sat on the bed, smiling brightly, pointing his finger. It's not broken. They said it's just a hairline fracture. She angrily shouted, it's no different, you cheeky brat. Jun Hyun and Ono politely came over, receiving the plates of snacks with both hands. Thank you for the food. She looked at him and reminded them, knock some sense into that little devil's head for me. He smiled foolishly, haha. Ono looked at Soo-won and asked, hey, do you have King of Fighters on your computer? He nodded, yeah, it's downloaded. Jun Hyun asked, King of Fighters? Are you serious? You're still playing that Stone Age game? Ono cursed, fuck, shut up you noob. Amateurs should just sit down. The other wasn't one to back down and immediately accepted, then play against me and see. Meanwhile, Soo-won sat absent-mindedly eating snacks. He looked at his casted leg, recalling Irina's question. Soo-won is Hyo-rin's Prince Charming, a Prince Charming shining in armor. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes tightly and smiled to himself. The other two saw this and wondered, why is that kid smiling to himself? Soo-won dangled his leg and thought, what a strange day. Couldn't get into the amusement park, got into a brawl, and ended up in pain. But it was still a moment where I took the pain for Seo Hyo-rin. Wasn't I cool? Like I was Piccolo or something. Even Jang Ji-soo, who recognized me in that crowd. And those insolent jerks who caused this whole mess. Thinking about the faces of the troublemakers. However, Soo-won smiled. All of them. I feel truly grateful to all of them. At the park, Park Dong burst out laughing until tears came to his eyes. Ha ha ha. The guys next to him yelled, damn it, you startled me. What's up with Soo-won? Saying this, he still clutched his stomach and laughed. Aha, hey, my stomach hurts so much. Hyo-rin beside him hit his shoulder. Stop laughing, you devil. Dong teased her. Hey, seriously, after that sacrifice, you should go on a date with him. She hit his shoulder repeatedly. Shut up. But the teasing didn't end. Ha ha, why not? Isn't he really cute? Jisoo stopped laughing for a moment and asked, seriously, this is really making me laugh my head off. I swear, Yadong also has some weird charm, haha. She asked in confusion. Yadong? Pig? What? Park Dong asked, what are you talking about? I said he looks like a director. Not Yadong. Oh my god. What's in your head? Why are you so angry? Irina suddenly jumped down from the chair, imitating Soo-won's pose at that time. Hey, I can recreate Soo-won's actions. Look at this. Yeah, run away, Hyo-rin. The whole group burst out laughing. Jisoo is no exception. I'm dying of laughter. Jin Kyung asked, when did he even say that? Haha, spitting on the ground. Jisoo said, what is he, Spider-Man or something? Haha, dying of laughter. Slapping Dong's body, he said, hey, stop talking about that loser. You guys have been talking about him all day. Let's go to karaoke. Dong asked, Why? It's fun. Soo-won totally has a crush on Seo Hyo-rin. You know that, right? Taking the pain for her. Pretty cool, isn't it? She turned her face away, ignoring him. Suddenly, she remembered what happened before. At that time, Hyo-rin had thrown his notebook on the ground and coldly said, don't even think about daring to stand in front of me. She then thought about his disappointed back as he walked away. Then the time when he was in pain from getting his foot stomped on. And even when Soo-won moved around on crutches. Shaking her head to dispel those thoughts, she thought, that idiot. Why do I keep thinking about the pathetic look on his face? Ji-soo stretched his body and asked, where are we going for karaoke? Star or Chaplin? Dong said, let's go to Star. They have a lot of free services. After walking for a bit, Hyo-rin called out to Park Dong. He turned around and asked, what is it? Why are you calling me? She patted her head, looked away, and asked that idiot, do you have his number? At Soo-won's house. Ono and Jun Hyun were arguing while playing games. Stop using those cheap tricks. Oh no, press the buttons, arc, seriously. If you don't like it, then use it yourself. Acting like you're a pro king of fighters player or something. Soo-won was lying on his bed, sleeping. Meanwhile, his phone rang. Ding ding. He half opened his eyes upon hearing the noise. Joon-hyun asked, is that Soo-won's phone? Oh no answered, what does that mean? Turning over to grab the phone, Soo-won mumbled groggily, what? His eyes slowly opened. A text message had been sent to the phone. This is Hyo-rin. Thanks for today, haha. Reading that message, he closed his eyes tightly and flipped the phone shut. Then, staying in that position, he smiled. So great. A dream. April, when going to school still felt unfamiliar, had passed. And now, May had arrived. And around that time, what they had been waiting for appeared. The school uniforms had been delivered. In the classroom, Park Dong and Soo-won were reading a comic. Dong asked, hey, wouldn't it be more fun if this girl didn't reject him, but started to have some feelings instead? He put his arm around Soo-won's shoulder and asked, don't you think so? Soo-won replied, you might be right. Putting his hand to his mouth, biting it with a frown, Dong said, that could make the story more fun. In a moment of impulse, they just do it, bam. Soo-won also discussed, if we follow a storyline with an affair element, it could actually be more interesting. Turning around to the desk behind, I've been thinking too much, so I'm hungry now. Jang Ji-soo, let's go to the snack bar. Soo-won was still reading the comic, thinking, on the way down to buy snacks, the three of them, Park Dong, Soo-won, and Ji-soo, had their hands in their pockets. Dong still had his arm around Soo-won, laughing about the story. She starts swooning over the abs of a younger guy, different from her boyfriend. That guy's abs are literally sculpted. He chuckled, and that younger guy is Park Dong. Soo-won shook his head and burst out laughing. Ha, no way. She'd lose all her fans. He started joking and pushing. Come on, write my name, you loser. Jisoo also burst out laughing. Haha, disgusting, you weirdo. After the incident at Latte World, Soo-won had gotten a bit closer to Park Dong. As for him and Seo Hyo-rin, they now had a common topic to talk about. While walking in the hallway, he ran into Hyo-rin and Irina. Hyo-rin looked and asked, are you not using crutches today? Didn't you say it needed 2 weeks? Soo-won was startled and answered, I don't need crutches anymore. They told me it healed quickly. She looked down at his leg and asked, does it still hurt? He lightly stomped his foot and replied, yeah, it does, but I'm fine now. Watching the way he talked, she and Irina laughed, haha. Why is Soo-won stuttering so much? Seeing how they talked, Soo-won also reflected on reality. He remembered when they left the hospital and their eyes met. Or even when he received her thank you text. Soo-won understood that just because we exchanged a text or two, it's not like a spark suddenly ignited between us. Biting his lip tightly and forcing a smile, he knew he felt the same. A relationship like this is enough for me. Passing by the two of them, Jisoo turned around and asked, aren't you going to the snack bar? Hyo-rin replied, we already went. Arriving at the school cafeteria, students were crowding around to buy things. Park Dong went to the checkout counter to pay, then stood waiting to heat up his food in the microwave. While waiting, he didn't stand still but started dancing around. Soo-won watched his frantic, flailing movements and burst out laughing. Haha, what are you doing? Jisoo couldn't stand looking either. He's going crazy. Haha. That morning, Soo-won bought a hamburger. After heating it up, he tore the wrapper open, took a bite, and chewed loudly. The flavors spread in his throat. He thought, this is really delicious, just as I expected. The fire burger is the best. While eating, he looked towards Dong and Jisoo, seeing that the two of them were also eating very happily. But the thing he noticed wasn't the food they chose, but their school uniforms. Is it just me? Why do their uniforms look so cool? Without overthinking, he immediately asked, where did you guys get your uniforms? Dong answered, school bus. School bus, or Smart, is a clothing brand. He pointed to his uniform and said, mine is from Smart. Is that why? Jisoo asked what? He explained, yours fit perfectly and hug your body so well. Looking back at his own clothes, but mine is too loose. Or is it because this is an oversized fit? Jisoo frowned, looking at his clothes. He sighed and said, you have to get it tailored, you idiot. Soo-won asked, tailored? Jisoo was confused. What? Have you never seen a tailored uniform before? Are you really that stupid? Haha. Contrary to them, Soo-won was still clueless. Yeah, where do you get tailored? Jisoo was helpless. Where else? At a tailor shop, of course. Do you want to get yours tailored too? Park Dong sighed. Just let it go, meathead. Your uniform isn't the problem. Saying so, he then added a sentence that made Soo-won turn pale. Obviously, you look incredibly boring. He looked down at his uniform shirt and replied, It's not that I want to get it tailored. It's just. The two guys sitting on the bench looked at Soo-won as he said, I think you guys look pretty cool. Park Dong covered his mouth with his hand, pretending not to laugh. Cool? Alright, idiot. Jisoo also blushed with delight, but his mouth still tried to act serious. There's nothing cool about it. It's just the uniform effect. We were talking about the uniform, right? On the way back, they continued talking about uniforms. The tailor shop behind Jean. Jean PC Cafe does a really good job. Hearing that, Soo-won immediately asked, where is that? Jisoo patted his shoulder. Oh man, do you know anything at all? Soo-won, what are you going to do after school today? He replied, me? Nothing yet. Park Dong said, today is Saturday, so let's go get it tailored after school. I'll take you there, just follow me. Jisoo asked, why do you have to go with him there? Just go by yourself, idiot. Dong replied, we only have plans for dinner, so there's nothing else to do anyway. And this guy is trying to look badass. Turning to him, he asked, hey, how much did we spend last time? Jisoo thought back. For both top and bottom, it was 15,000 won. Hearing the price, Soo-won looked at his remaining 10,000 won, thinking to himself, this isn't enough. I'm going to alter my uniform. Wandering down the hallway back to class, he calculated. If this were middle school, such a thought wouldn't even cross my mind. Is it because I want to impress Seo Hyo-rin? Or is it just because I want to look like them? Looking up, he thought, whatever the reason is, one thing is certain. I have changed. At classroom 1 to 6, Soo-won went over to a group of male students. One of them asked, how much? Soo-won replied, 5,001. I'll pay you back tomorrow. The three friends opposite him took turns wondering, thinking, In-seop change his uniform? I just found out. The person next to him asked, what's up with you? Borrowing money? Soo-won stammered, well. Looking toward the back, he saw Seo Hyo-rin sleeping on her desk. Soo-won immediately whispered into his friend's ear, the school. My school uniform. I'm gonna get it tailored. After saying that, his face turned as red as a tomato out of embarrassment. Hearing this, his three friends burst out laughing. Haha, you getting a tailored uniform? Seriously? Ha, you idiot, wow, damn it. Has Soo-won really grown up? Hearing that, Soo-won faked a few coughs at him. He waved his hands and said, I mean, getting one tailored seems pretty good. They continued to laugh. This is so funny, haha. Here's 5,001. He asked, so now we have to wait for you at the tailor's? That takes a lot of time, you know? Soo-won replied, well, I'm actually going with some classmates. Jun-hyun stopped laughing when he heard that. He asked who? Jang Ji-soo or someone else? That guy? Soo-won nodded. Right, him and Park Dong too. They said they know a good tailor shop. All three of them fell dead silent. He scratched his head, thinking to himself, wow, they're close friends now, huh? After a thought, he suggested, hey, how about you come with us? Then Jun-hyun started trying to persuade Soo-won. This guy's been hanging out with them a lot lately. Oh, Mayo, no, it's not like that. I just made plans with them. That's all. Jun-hyun remained silent for a while. A moment later, he spoke up. Come on, all tailor shops are the same. Just go with us first, then we'll go to karaoke. Soo-won hesitated and said, hey, but I already told them I'd go with him first. So Jun-hyun changed his tone. Ugh, whatever. He said in a sarcastic tone, then go with them and get lost. Soo-won was confused. Come on, why are you being so grumpy? He repeated his words, emphasizing every syllable. I said, fuck off. He wondered himself, what's wrong? What's with that tone of voice? He continued, I told you to get lost. Don't piss me off. Soo-won tried to explain, I'm just gonna get my uniform tailored. That's all. He nodded, resting his chin on his hand. Yeah, whatever, I told you to get lost. He frowned deeply. Lately, you've been sticking to them like glue at school, and I'm not comfortable with that. Soo-won sighed and said, hey, if I were in your class, I'd be sticking with you, and I'm not even that close to them. Got it. He grumbled, damn it. You guys look like best friends. Soo-won asked, why do you hate them so much? Did something happen between you guys? In-seop then remembered the time Ji-soo's group spoke harshly to him. Hey, stand guard outside. Jun-hyun also remembered when Ji-soo looked down on him. If we had a fight, you'd run for your life, wouldn't you? In-seop calmly recounted, I still remember those guys messing with your drawing. Hearing him mention it, Soo-won thought to himself, you still care about that? He scratched his head. What? Do you think I'll have to transfer schools or something? Soo-won patted In-seop's shoulder. He said, I get it. I wanted to kill them before too. But to be fair, I was also at fault. He shook his head and waved his hand. Whatever. That's the main reason I don't like them. Soo-won explained, come on, don't be mad anymore. I'm really just getting my uniform tailored. After that, I'll go straight to you guys. After school, the three of them, Park Dong, Ji-soo, and Soo-won, met up to go together. They chatted animatedly all the way. Are we still going to karaoke, or an internet cafe, or the arcade? Whatever. Idiot, call me later. Arriving at the tailor shop, Park Dong pointed at his own shirt. Please tailor his shirt like mine. Make it fit snugly. Pointing next to the pants, he said, and for the pants, make them about 6.5 wide at the hem. No, actually make it 7. Make them taper down a bit. Naturally, the tailor shop owner saw this and advised, 7 is still a bit tight. Dong smiled and replied, it's fine, ma'am. Soo-won noticed his way of speaking and thought, he speaks like a total professional. I didn't think Park Dong would be this serious. Feeling like someone was looking at him, he immediately turned his head towards Soo-won. He looked and gave a confident gaze. Soo-won was startled. Why does he look so proud of himself? Walking out of the tailor shop, he was still absent-mindedly recalling the afternoon in class when he borrowed money from In-seop and the other guys. Maybe they're the type who don't understand him. He has been silently keeping an eye on me even before. And today, he even went with me to tailor the uniform. Maybe he's not exactly the delinquent he appears to be. Soo-won sighed when he saw Dong spitting on the street again. I also wish he would stop spitting so much. Park Dong opened his bag, took out a pack of cigarettes, and frowned. Damn it, it's almost empty. Ji-soo stood nearby, reaching his hand over. Just one cigarette, come on. He just stood there watching the two of them argue. It's probably because you're always stealing mine. Just pay me back later. He smiled, thinking to himself, what am I even doing? Park Dong took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and started smoking. Seeing this, Soo-won took a few steps back, his face panicked. Wait, you guys are gonna smoke right out here? What if someone sees? Watching the two of them puffing out smoke, Soo-won couldn't stay calm. I'm gonna have to take the blame for everything. These damn juvenile delinquents. Dong noticed his reaction and glanced over. He laughed and said, what's wrong with you, nerd? Ji-soo also burst out laughing. No one comes here, you idiot. Hearing that, Soo-won turned around and asked, Ji-soo started teasing. Come here, just try one puff, Dong also chimed in. You crazy idiot, what are you doing? Now Ji-soo held the cigarette out in front of him. I'm not going to kill you, just try it. He stared at the cigarette for a long time. Seeing him stay silent, Ji-soo smiled and said, it's not that bad. Dong also nodded. Forget it, he's not going to smoke. However, Soo-won's eyes remained glued to the cigarette. He looked at it, frowning. Why am I hesitating? Why? Why are the faces of my parents and friends flashing through my mind? Thinking that, he immediately refused. I'm not going to smoke. He clutched his bag straps tightly and repeated, I don't smoke. Dong burst out laughing. Good choice, you loser. Live like that until you die. Ji-soo said, whatever, total loser. Soo-won frowned deeply in confusion, thinking, damn it, so not smoking makes me a loser now? After talking outside for a while, they went back to the tailor shop. Soo-won tried on his uniform shirt. He looked in the mirror, surprised. Wow. The shop owner asked, how is it, student? Not too tight, is it? Soo-won looked at her and replied, it fits perfectly. It looks great. Thank you. He looked at his uniform, thinking it's a bit tight, but in an uncomfortably comfortable way. He looked at the sleeves and evaluated, I always look bland because of all those baggy clothes. Now I look much bolder. Soo-won felt like he had reached a new level. All I did was get my uniform tailored, but I feel stronger now. Park Dong came over, put his arm around his shoulder, and asked, this brat looks really cool, right? Without thinking much, he nodded, yeah. Ji-soo stood outside the door with his arms crossed, looking in. It's definitely better than before. He looked at himself and smiled with satisfaction. The three of them walked out of the shop. The uniform was tailored, time to let loose, yeah? Soo-won asked, what are you guys gonna do now? Dong said, planning to go hang out at Jang Jin's place. Ji-soo said, today, they said the other guys are about to scram. Dong looked at Soo-won and asked, what about you? At that moment, he turned on his phone and saw someone had sent a message. Junhyun sent, where are you? Reading the message, Soo-won looked at Dong and said, I'm gonna meet some guys. Dong pointed his finger, if you have nothing to do, come with us. Hearing the two of them invite him to hang out, he was a little surprised. Me? Aren't a lot of your friends coming too? He waved his hand, most of the guys you know anyway. It's up to you. Saying that, the two of them walked ahead. Dong turned back with a smirk and said, Seo Hyo-rin isn't coming either, right? Hit right in his weak spot. Soo-won stammered, what does that have to do with me? Ji-soo, walking ahead, said, because you like her, you idiot, I heard you're her knight in shining armor, or something. Soo-won blushed, but still managed to force out every word to deny it. No, I really don't like her. Seriously, he started to explain. The truth is I only drew her once because she's pretty. At Latte World, I only stepped in because it looked dangerous. True, I liked her, but only for a moment. It's not like I'm crazy about her, or anything. After saying that, Soo-won thought sadly to himself, even if I did like her, I know my place. Hearing that, Ji-soo stood still for a moment, turning his head to look at him. After a long while, he spoke up, hey, stop talking nonsense. If you have nothing to do, come with us. We should hang out together for once. He asked, we've never really hung out outside of school, right? Dong noticed Ji-soo's unusual behavior and wondered to himself, what's wrong with him? Soo-won looked at Junhyun's text. My friends are waiting for me, but suddenly I'm curious. What exactly do these guys do for fun? Thinking that, he scratched his head and accepted, I'll just drop by for a bit and then head home. Indeed, Soo-won went with them to their hangout spot. Upon arriving, he stood there in a daze for a moment. Their idea of having fun was drinking. Alcohol, nothing but alcohol. Soo-won broke into a sweat, thinking, do they really drink and party like this? Watching them laugh and talk, he thought, the smell of cigarettes is making me sick. Is this the same smell my dad brings home from company parties? So this is how that smell happens. Watching how these delinquent students drank, he recalled when they said, we just hang out at home. I thought they just played games or something. Someone asked, when do your parents get back? Ji-soo exhaled cigarette smoke and said, next Tuesday, still a long way to go. They turned on the TV to watch a show. The True Flower Boy is coming. The TV played. We used to be at least in 6th place, right? Today we'll drop to 8th or even 9th. Hearing the loud noise, someone yelled, hey, turn off the TV. It's too loud. Okay. Hee-jun, with his arm around his girlfriend Dong, flicked a lighter to light a cigarette and asked, Young-jin, where did you get the booze? Jisoo laughed and said, the convenience store in front of my house. They never check IDs. I think they know, but sell anyway. Hearing this, he frowned. I'm seriously jealous. Dong laughed and asked, maybe they sold it to you because you look old, Appa? Soo-won didn't know them. He just sat there opening snacks and wondering, who is this? An old middle school friend of theirs? And the person next to him, is she still in middle school? He saw the girl look up at her boyfriend, whining, just one puff. Soo-won realized the issue. Wait, she smokes too? What kind of mess is this? Seeing all of them with flushed faces, holding drinks in their hands, his mind was in turmoil. What the hell is wrong with these guys? Is it normal for kids our age to play like this? In this room, he kept his head down. I feel so alienated. It's like a checklist of things you shouldn't do. I've never been in a situation like this before. He sniffed his new uniform. My clothes stink now. I should have just gone to the PC bang. Park Dong frowned, looking at Hee-jun and calling out, hey man. Hee-jun, at Gudon High School, do they let you keep your hair like that? He nodded. Yeah, there are guys with even longer hair than me. He admired it. Wow, going to that school must be awesome. Damn it, I should have gone to Gudon High School too. He downed his glass of alcohol and asked, by the way, Park Dong, how is Young Chun-gu doing at your school? Dong vaguely recalled, Young Chun-gu? The guy who ignored everyone after leaving middle school. I wonder if he's doing okay. He remembered the trio of Yang-jin, Jin-woo, and Hyo, then said he acted tough as soon as school started. But he completely cowered in front of Choi Jin-gu's group, the guys from Ji-hong Middle School. They asked, isn't Choi Jin-gu that famously crazy kid? He nodded, yeah. His friends are insanely strong too, damn it. Dong recounted, Young Chun-gu rarely even shows up at school. He might get expelled soon. They burst out laughing. That idiot. How could he go so far off track like that? Ji-soo continued asking, we weren't close to him in middle school, but you guys were his blood brothers. Are you still in touch? Hee-jun took a drag from his cigarette and said, it's been a while since I cut off contact. Sigh, what an idiot. The girlfriend next to him watched how he spoke and thought, the way he struggles with his inner conflict is so cool. He continued, yeah, we used to hang out together, but that guy really crossed the line. Beating up kids, threatening, and extorting them. No wonder he was targeted. Hearing him preach morality, Soo-won glanced over and thought, you guys are going off track too. Feeling someone looking at him, Hee-jun glanced over. Seeing there was still a guy sitting quietly, doing nothing but eating snacks, he asked Soo-won, "Hey, aren't you gonna drink?" Startled, he stammered, "Huh? Me?" He smiled and replied, "Oh well, I don't really like drinking much." He used his drunken voice to coax him. "Ah, come on. Why did you even come if you're not going to drink? Want a drink?" Park Dong laughed teasingly, putting an arm around his shoulder and pulling him in, bro. This guy's super pure. No drinking, no smoking, my ass. Right, Soo-won? You're a totally pathetic virgin. Yang Jin also chimed in, pointing at him, living clean, my ass. This is the guy I told you about, the porn actor. Ha, Femimba Hyun. Hearing that, he laughed uproariously with interest. Really? I really want to know who that guy was, ha. Soo-won shouted angrily. Why would you bring that up? But Ji-soo continued joking. Is it a big deal? Anyway, there aren't any girls here who'd care. He gritted his teeth, thinking, there are girls here too, damn it. Dong pointed in another direction and said, just don't tell Seo Hyo-rin's friends, right? Ha, if it spreads to the whole school, that'll be the day he drops out. Ha! Hee-jun leaned over and offered a friendly handshake. Right. I'm not close to anyone there anyway. I've heard a lot about you. Man, it's an honor to meet you, haha. Soo-won reached out for a polite handshake. Meanwhile, Dong asked again, Appa, are you really a porn star? He forced a smile and replied, no, I'm not, hee. What crazy thing is she talking about? The friend next to him chimed in again, and the guy who took a beating to save Seo Hyo-rin. Yeah, that's also Soo-won. Haha. Hee-jun laughed with interest. Oh, really? Haha. He asked, you look cute, but you're a real man too, huh? Haha. Ji-soo added. This guy took the beating because he likes Seo Hyo-rin, right? Soo-won blushed. No, seriously, it's not like that. Ji-soo doubtfully thought to himself, really not? Hee-jun laughed and said, yo-yo. So, is that comic based on real life experience? Ahaha. I guess not, right? Soo-won forced a laugh. Haha. He asked again, so what's the deal? You watch a ton of them? I'm dying of laughter. He sweated and replied, well, you know genre's about. Dong interrupted, pointing at her boyfriend and asking, why do you guys like porn so much? You don't watch that stuff, do you, Appa? Hee-jun stiffened, his face darkening as he replied, of course not. I quit that in middle school. Hearing that, she laughed, haha. The friend next to Soo-won said, it's not just porn. The plot is actually super hilarious. Haha. Soo-won shook his head and crossed his arms. That guy is definitely going to become a comic artist someday. Seriously. He laughed hesitantly, becoming a comic artist. That's my dream, but I'm still not sure. I heard they don't make much money. Haha. Park Dong burst out laughing. Bro, even the boss acknowledged your skills. You'll make it. Even Choi Jin-gu couldn't stand up after reading his comic. Haha. He nodded, drinking his cola. Yeah, I like the feeling. Hee-jun picked up a glass of alcohol and held it in front of him. Hey, come on. You won't even drink one glass? Don't joke around. Just one glass. Fate brought us brothers together like this. Don also said, right, just one. Come on. Soo-won asked, He shook the glass of alcohol. Look, I don't encourage people to smoke, but alcohol doesn't even have tar or anything. It's not addictive. Ji-soo cursed. You get addicted to nicotine, you idiot. Soo-won nodded, he's right. Dong angrily gave him the middle finger. Shut up. Whatever. Just drink. Soo-won paused. Ji-soo looked at him and urged, right, stop acting like a saint, man. Are you planning to live life without any fun? Everyone around also agreed. Yeah, one glass in high school won't kill you. My dad even taught me how to drink. Dong pointed her index finger, indicating, that's right, Appa, just try one glass. I want to see how you react. Hee-jun then handed the glass of alcohol over to him. After that, Soo-won started to hesitate again. My parents and friends are appearing in my head again. The way they stare at me. I'm more afraid of disappointing them. Soo-won broke into a sweat. The atmosphere has settled around me. I don't have the confidence to ruin it. Hee-jun excitedly picked up the soju and filled the glass. Wait a minute. He held it in front of him. If you're gonna have a glass, you have to go all the way. Cheers, you idiot, haha. And so, Soo-won slowly reached out and took the glass of alcohol. Mom, I'm sorry. Their party continued. Soo-won's phone rang, and people called out, hey, Soo-won, your phone is ringing. Due to the alcohol, Soo-won's voice was no longer sober. I don't know, I'm too lazy. His face was bright red from being drunk. Dong put an arm around his shoulder and pointed. I'm dying of laughter, look at this guy. He got drunk after just one glass. Soo-won, no longer shy like before, retorted, so what? Shut up, haha. Dong burst out laughing, damn, he's really cute, haha. He asked, but where did the others go? Dong looked over and saw everyone dozing off, mouths open and drooling. They went to sleep a few minutes ago, haha. He rested his head on the table. Wait a minute, you dropped out of school? For real? Ji-soo asked. He tilted his head up arrogantly, challenging him. Do you think I'm joking? Haha, I finally dropped out, leaving that trashy school. I feel so refreshed. Wow, couldn't you transfer schools or try another way? He asked worriedly, but he dismissed it. School just isn't the right place for me. The GED exam? Anyway, I was told to just take it. He said, wait then, didn't you see me burn my uniform today? He asked again, you burned your uniform? He was startled. He casually replied, yeah, deep down, a message of rebellion against this trashy school with no freedom. A message of rebellion. I guess so, ha, he said proudly. Imagining that scene, it seemed like he was a great villain. Ha, that's crazy. You admire him in anxiety? What? Ha. He laughed as if he predicted it, and that was it. Even though we weren't close in middle school. I mean, to be exact, I couldn't approach him. He was always a troublemaker. Sometimes just smoking together made us feel like friends. These thoughts of Soo painted an image of Cho-ju as a social delinquent. We are really friends. Then there was an image of Cho-ju with a group of other people, everyone with a cigarette in their hands. He's someone who makes you feel free. Superior without realizing it. Damn it, I wonder if I want to become like him. But why didn't you go to school? Cho-ju asked him while clicking away on the keyboard. Not only does it suck like shit, they beat me just because I didn't cut my hair. He laughed mysteriously. Yangjin, you've really grown up, huh? You used to look so small and innocent. Now you don't even bother going to school. You're so spoiled. He teased him. Haha, since when? He denied. His computer screen chimed. Kim Un-chan had logged in. Click-clack, click-clack. He typed on the keyboard quite fast. Hey, where are you? Answer my phone. Hurry up. Are you at home? Where are you? What a joke. Haha, you damn bastard. Is there anything weird about it? Mocking it, he said to himself. Up until now, I've held myself back. And now these dead dogs think I'm a joke. He flew into a rage. The veins on his face bulged and his face darkened. I guess they treat me like trash. Haha, this is bullshit. Saying that, he punched the PC monitor. Jisoo, next to him, went cross-eyed from shock. Jisoo, do I look like trash? He asked him, who was sweating bullets. Not at all, of course. How could he dare to answer straightforwardly, lest his face be smashed like the PC? What are you going to do today? Me? I don't know. You have plans after this, right? If not, come with me to this place. Cho Ju asked him with a sinister smile. He was bewildered. Where to? You finally opened the door. So why are you acting like that? Huh, you bastard? Cho Ju's voice echoed everywhere. Jisoo's face turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. WH, where is this? A voice replied to him, I'm sorry. In front of him was a shattered glass door. He had definitely smashed it. He thought to himself, isn't this clearly a crime? I was going to talk about this nicely, he said. A black-haired man, wearing a tank top, knelt down. In front of him was Cho Ju. His hands were in his pockets, as if he were a boss. Guess why I'm so mad, he said to the man. I contacted Jung da Enuna. The scene looked like a fight was about to break out, freezing Jisoo. He could only stand still and watch. Huh, he growled. I'm really sorry. I didn't know you were dating her. You messed with Jong, Cho Ju's ex-girlfriend? Poor bastard, Jisoo thought. The man in the white shirt trembled, stuttering. I won't message her anymore. I really didn't. It's not about that, he said. I don't care what you do with my ex-girlfriend. But why did you ignore my messages and calls? He smiled maliciously, raising his hand to stroke the other person's face as if he wanted to crush it. I'm a joke. Arente. He asked again. No, really the other person denied. Smack. Cho Ju hit the other person while asking. But why? Smack. This scene made Jisoo, standing behind, turn pale with fear. Why did you ignore me, huh? Aren't you treating me like a fool? Smack. Am I a joke? He continuously hit while asking nonstop. Jisoo was so scared he was about to pass out. Then, Soo-won and Hyo-rin were sitting on a stone bench. His arm rested on the back of the bench, and she was wearing a baggy hoodie. Hey, idiot. Huh? You seem very kind. You quietly listened to all my complaints, she said while tucking her hair back. Her beauty was so radiant, it seemed to glow. Ha. I'm always here for you, he replied shyly. I'm sorry to say this, but sometimes I hope you run into trouble. His cheeks blushed, because then I can help. He, as expected. I think you would be an ideal boyfriend. She smiled charmingly, but for some reason, I felt jealous. Her cheeks also turned rosy when she said this. His eyes lit up. Does she like him too? Ha. Both of them blushed. Writing this dialogue is the worst. An excited shout woke him up. Were his cheeks still red? He turned to look. It turned out to be Hyuk, Yangjin, and the rest of the group discussing the book they were holding. This male lead, he has some very impressive things going on. I'm so jealous. They were talking about his personality, right? Soo-won, you silly bastard. Wouldn't it be fun if you did it? But why have you been so quiet lately? Hyuk asked, handing the book back to him. I don't have time to draw. Ha, he replied. Suddenly, someone pinched his cheek. It was Jin-woo. I think it's good too. Great job. He said that, making him nervous. Then he blushed, while Hyuk, Yangjin, and Jin-woo sneakily walked away. You've grown a lot, Soo-won. This idiot is getting closer to the influential people at school, Dong thought. But thinking about it, he's really a weird guy. Soo-won sat next to him with his hands pressed against his slightly red cheeks. Who knows what he was thinking? Well, thanks to that, I've also gotten closer to them. So thank you. Dong closed his eyes and reminisced. But Yang Ji-soo, that bastard, he's been skipping school for days. What is he doing? Soo-won's phone buzzed, indicating a new message. A message? Who could it be? He opened his phone, asking himself. His face showed no movement at all. He seemed too surprised by this message. What was it anyway? Classes are over. Let's go home. A voice shouted excitedly. Are you going straight home? Want to go play pool? Insip asked. Soo-won stood hesitantly, his hands gripping his backpack, straps tightly, deep in thought. On his cheek was still the red mark where Jin-woo had pinched him. Oh, you're here? A voice called out, startling him. So he answered very hastily. That's right. Sorry for calling you. Hyo-rin said. It's okay. He stuttered in reply. Why did she call him? Hey, you just woke up, didn't you? There's a mark on your cheek. She asked while pointing at his cheek, and he blushed, not knowing how to respond. What are you, Pikachu? Why does this feel different from last time? That day, there was something. You looked somewhat fragile. The image of Hyo-rin in her familiar blue hoodie, but she was sitting all alone in a corner. But what's going on? He asked her. Wait a minute, she said, her hands fumbling to find something in her skirt. Could it be a continuation of a dream? And she's gonna give me a gift? These are young Jisoo's glasses. She handed him the glasses, neatly wrapped in a yellow cloth. I picked them up that day, she continued. I hope you can give them to Park Dong. Okay. He took the glasses, feeling like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. His face darkened. It was just a dream. I waited for the guys to feel better over the past few days, but they kept rejecting me, so I couldn't give them to him myself, she confided. I didn't really know. He wiped the glasses, his face flushed. Soo has been absent from school, so it seems like he's a bit conflicted. Anyway, I'll make sure to give them to him. Blushing, he quickly left. Okay, kamsahamnida, she replied. Thank you, she continued. The day I talked to CO Hyo-rin, I felt so happy, whether it lasted a long time or just a fleeting moment. He fondly recalled the school, which only had a few sparse figures around. The sky was pitch black. Dae-ju, he called out. Oh, Soo-won, Dae-ju replied. Have you seen Park Dong? He asked Dae-ju. No, I haven't seen him, he informed him. Soo-won knew he could just give them to him, but it felt a bit awkward. Why did he disappear so quickly? Should I give them to him tomorrow? Soo-won split off, walking briskly across the schoolyard deep in thought. Oh, Park Dong is right in front of him. He was talking loudly on the phone. Damn it, how long have you been ignoring everyone? You bastard, wait, calm down a bit. Found him, right in front. But Dong was opening the door to some room. Calm down, wait a minute. Soo-won guessed that it looked like he was going to the PC room. Dun, Park Dong. He ran after him and called out. Dong immediately turned around. Damn it, are you a stalker or something? Dong growled. Well, he just laughed. Hee hee. Where are you going? Hey, Yang Ji-soo is here, Dong informed him. Young Ji-soo. He asked again. Fine, he said. Dong didn't understand what he meant, so he asked again. What? Ji-soo, hearing the knock on the door, came out scratching his head and cursing. Ah, you're so fucking annoying. Step. Why did you call me? I was winning my game. Ah, the way he put his hands in his pockets, the way he talked and scratched his head. Why did it look so familiar? Soo-won and Park Dong realized right away. It had only been a few days, but Yang Ji-soo's energy had somehow changed. He was acting more like Cho-ju now. Now Ji-soo was sitting and smoking right in the middle of the stairs, his back hunched over. In Dong's hand was also a cigarette, leaving only Soo-won uninvolved. Ji-soo spat out phlegm, his neck tilted to one side. Soo-won saw this and felt scared. This guy was so young, but already acting like a gangster. You should go to school, you crazy bastard. Dong, holding a cigarette in his hand, pointed at Ji-soo and advised, don't your parents say anything? They said I can do whatever I want. Huh. Ji-soo brought the cigarette up, took a drag, and burst into laughter. Oh, why did you call me? I need to go back inside soon. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you with someone? Dong asked back. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Yeah, with Cho-ju, he replied briefly. Dong, Cho-ju, why are you with him? Both of them panicked upon hearing his name. What on earth was this guy thinking? We met at the PC room. Damn it, are you a teacher or something? Why do you keep interrogating me? Yisore torted. He was extremely annoyed with Dong's questions, which felt like a criminal interrogation. Since when are you friends with him? Hanging out with him too? Dong asked. Don't you know that all the kids from our middle school ignore him? He reasoned with Ji-soo. Hey, I know, huh? Ji-soo brought the cigarette up and took another drag. Cho-ju really hates you guys. Park Dong felt uneasy inside. Sweat started to drip, but he continued to reason about Cho-ju. He really is a weirdo. It's not good for you to hang out with him. But Ji-soo ignored his advice. He said, I'll deal with those crazy bastards myself. What happened that day? After the confession? Dong asked persistently. Your mood wasn't this bad. Nothing happened, damn it. Ji-soo stood up and glared at them resentfully. He flicked his cigarette away and yelled, if you're done talking, I'm going in. Ah, Yang Ji-soo, wait, Soo-won called out to him. He took out of his pocket the glasses that Hyo-rin had returned. Here are your glasses. Soo-won handed over the glasses, which were as shiny as new. Soo-won said, Seo Hyo-rin told me to give this to you. This brought Ji-soo to his senses. His face was no longer as annoyed as before. He took the glasses from Soo-won's hand. Yeah, but he didn't forget to ask, who told you to give it to me? Seo Hyo-rin? His face darkened. Huh, yeah. Soo-won stammered in reply. What did she give it to you? Dong jumped in, then he realized, that's why you said everything went well. During class earlier, I received a message for a short meetup. Soo-won explained to both of them. Mentioning Seo Hyo-rin made Ji-soo's face darken even more than before. His head bowed lower. Seo Hyo-rin, why would she message you? You so wondered. In my heart, I realized it wasn't a wise choice at all. His eyes were dazed, deeply regretting what he had done over the past few days. I only realized it after seeing his expression. Oh no, it's just. Soo-won stammered in reply. Meanwhile, Dong was clueless. He was probably thinking, what the hell is this guy talking about? Yes, but Dong put his arm around Soo-won's shoulder and said firmly, I've been avoiding Seo Hyo-rin's place. So I guess that's the reason. That's the reason. Sort it out and go to school, you idiot. Soo-won also added, that's right, the homeroom teacher said it'll be a big problem if you don't come. But Ji-soo still yelled back at him, shut the fuck up, I'll handle it myself. This made Dong frown. His eyes were naturally narrow, and his eyebrows were thick, making his gaze look many times more intimidating. He seemed annoyed that his best friend was doing such useless things. Saying that, he turned his back and walked away. Fine, whether you come or not, feel free to drop out and mess everything up. This seemed to hit a nerve with Ji-soo, so his face darkened. This was really strange. I could understand him not coming to school because he was embarrassed to see the girls. But why did it seem like he was getting angry at me and the others too? Dong bit his finger while thinking. He guessed that Ji-soo's actions weren't without reason. Maybe after the event ended, it seemed like something had happened. Suddenly, he remembered Ji-soo, and Jun picking up his phone, he called Jun. Did something happen to that bastard? Oh, Park Dong, what's up? Jun answered the phone. On his lap was Ha Dong, and the two were kissing. Oh, damn it. It sounds like you're sucking on something, Dong said, his face turning red, but he didn't forget to ask, hey, did something happen with Yang Ji-soo when you guys were helping out at the event? Haha, wow, did Yang Ji-soo tattle? He smirked and replied, tattle about what? No, I think he got mad because I teased him, he said, so I called him out privately when we went home. He continued. Ji-soo and he stood facing each other. Face to face, he comforted him, calm down, buddy. You know, it was just a joke. Why are you so serious and embarrassed? Anyway, I'm sorry. I wasn't in a very good mood because I got slapped too. Cheer up, you bastard, he teased. Sorry? Ji-soo said with his head bowed down. He looked disappointed and said, if I were Park Dong or Dae-ju, you wouldn't have joked like that. Huh, what kind of nonsense is that? You've been ignoring me, be honest. His girlfriend, Ha Dong, also heard the conversation, holding a half-smoked cigarette in her hand. Hey, what is this bastard talking about? You've been ignoring me since middle school. Seriously. Ji-soo's face bowed even lower, while Hee-jun was stunned, not quite understanding what he meant. Anyway, I'm not really a part of your group. His voice sounded quite self-pitying. Park Dong only brought me along because we were elementary school friends. Saying that, he turned away. Raising his hand to scratch his head, he said, as if I'm a loser who doesn't know how to have fun. You've been ignoring me. Confess honestly. You're really pissing me off. Ignoring friends isn't like that. He raised his hand to wipe his face in frustration. Helplessly, he asked, why would you think that? Oh, really? I thought so too. But if you say it's not, I'll assume it's not. Whatever. Just don't make fun of me. Seriously, Jisoo said. The two bickered back and forth. Hey, look at this. The way you talk. It's like you're looking down on me. He continued scratching his head. Buddy my ass. Seriously, you soul. He put his hand on his shoulder. Damn it. I'm really losing my mind. Stop it, huh? He asked. And Jisoo said this. It's like you didn't just come to the event because you thought it was fun. His face became unusually sinister, and he added, if Park Dong hadn't stopped you earlier, you would have lunged at me. You have no problem pushing me around. Were you ready to go that far? No, go ahead, it's fine. In the end, you never thought of me as an equal. At this point, Hee-jun's face darkened. Fear took over him, and it could easily be seen in his eyes. Yang Jisoo kept telling me to beat him up, so I did. He punched him hard in the stomach. Bam! Ugh, ugh, ugh. Jisoo sat down, clutching his stomach in pain. Ha-dong tried to stop him, Appa, but he still provoked him. That's right, damn it, think whatever you want. You son of a bitch loser. What were you going to do to the person who came to help you? I won't be your friend if that's what you want. So don't cross the line, or I'll kill you. Got it. Saying that, he put his arm around Ha-dong and walked away, leaving Jisoo rolling on the ground. You seriously hit him? Dong asked to clarify. He casually replied, you should have seen it. Even if it were you, you would have hit him too. No doubt about it. I don't care what happened, you crazy bastard. Now that bastard is getting mad at us, Dong yelled over the phone. He's hanging out with Cho-ju, your best friend. But he was indifferent. I don't care. Anyway, you should take responsibility. So figure out yourself, you bastard. Saying that, Dong hung up. Wait a minute, you bastard. He put his hand on his forehead, extremely exhausted. Why are there only crazy people around me? There isn't a single normal high school student around here. It was unknown whether he realized that Soo-won was still walking behind him. The two were silent. Suddenly, he turned around and yelled at Soo-won, hey, aren't you going home? Why do you keep following me? Are you a tail? Like the yellow fox that follows Sonic the Hedgehog? Everything is starting to make sense now. Soo-won said. Yeah, and what about the glasses? Since when did you get so close to Seo Hyo-rin? Dong wondered. We aren't that close. It's just, he stammered. He recalled her words. I've been waiting for the guys to calm down over the past few days, but they keep rejecting me. Then he changed the subject. What about Seo Hyo-rin? Aren't you guys gonna make up with her? His words made Park Dong pause, not knowing how to answer. She seems to really want to make up with you guys. I shouldn't have to worry, but I'm afraid that, he said, his trembling hands tightening their grip on his backpack straps. But as expected, it was a lie. This bastard, Dong said bluntly. You say you don't like Seo Hyo-rin, but you're too obvious, you bastard. Dong's words hit the nail on the head for Soo-won, making his face turn red. He was caught. Dong's intuition was indeed sharp. Scene change. Currently, both Park Dong and Soo-won were squatting in some random corner. While Soo-won was playing and teasing a stray cat. Choo-choo, choo-choo, Park Dong was squatting on the other side, smoking. Soo-won was still busy petting the cat. Good kitty. He talked to the stray cat as if it were a person. What's your name? This made Dong glance over. He asked Soo-won, do you like girls who get angry easily? Not really. At first, I like her because she's pretty, even though her anger scared me initially, Soo-won replied seriously, until I got to know more about her. She's someone with a kind heart. Wow, if that's what you call a kind heart. If you like her, confess with candles and whatever is necessary, you blockhead. Soo-won was taken aback by the relationship advice from his friend. Candles seem a bit much. It was probably because he was too focused on the conversation with Dong that he forgot about the stray cat next to him. So that furry feline bit and scratched his hand. And now, Soo-won's thumb was still resting inside the lovely mouth of that furry creature. Soo-won didn't notice this. He called out to Park Dong and asked him, are you okay with me liking the same girl as Yang Jisoo? Why should I care? Park Dong took a drag of his cigarette and replied with an indifferent look. If I said I liked her, would you back down? That's the bastard Yang Jisoo. He's not the type to give up just because someone tells him to. And honestly, you have even less of a chance than Jisoo. So I don't need to worry. LOL. Hearing these harsh truths, Soo-won got so frustrated that he lost control, pressing both hands hard on the cat, making it yowl loudly, meow. The stray cat couldn't take it and ran away. Soo-won held out his hand, just make sure Jisoo doesn't find out. That bastard will 100 beat you up. Park Dong also thought to himself, I don't even have a reason to protect you. He took another drag of his cigarette and said, but what did Seo Hyo-rin say? Did she say other things to you, like want to make them happy or something? No, just to me. She's having a hard time and overthinking a lot of things. It's not even her fault. Soo-won shyly turned to the side, his face completely red as he confessed. So I can't help but worry about her. Dong, sitting next to him, heard this and turned to mock him, huh? Who are you worrying about, you brat? We all got kicked out, and Yang Jisoo is acting like that too. All because of that day, if you keep thinking about it. But honestly, even Seo Hyo-rin has a reason to be angry, right? What the hell was that? Jisoo calling everyone together like, how should I put this? I felt a bit betrayed, maybe. Honestly, if I were her, I'm sure anyone else would have said no, yeah. Hearing that, Park Dong froze. Recalling the situation at that time, he thought, yeah, it's true. Soo-won continued to prove himself right. Whenever that scary guy appeared and started hitting people, Seo Hyo-rin tried her best to stop him. Park Dong continued to recall Hyo-rin's appearance at that time. That's right, she did. After you guys left, when I helped Seo Hyo-rin clean up, she seemed very worried that everyone hated her. This time, a question mark popped up in Dong's head, as if saying that happened. He asked Soo-won again, what are you talking about? Didn't you go straight home? Soo-won felt like he was caught red-handed. Oh wait, don't tell me you were alone with Seo Hyo-rin. He stammered in reply, well about that. Dong saw that Soo-won couldn't say anything else and knew for sure that it had actually happened. He shouted angrily, so while one of us was getting kicked and beaten up, this bastard was trying to score points? You sneaky snake. Soo-won hurriedly explained, I didn't do it on purpose. The quiet neighborhood in the dark night suddenly became noisy because of Dong's shouts. You lying son of a bitch. Say that again with that glue on your mouth. It's not glue, it's phlegm. Yes, followed by a series of swear words that had to be beeped out. You're constantly wrong, Soo-won. After that loud conversation, the two were about to part ways and go home. Dong called Soo-won back to say a few last words. Thanks for helping me with the event and trying to reconcile things between everyone. But honestly, this isn't the place for you, you blockhead. The four of us will solve our own problems. Just stay out of it. I'm so tired. Tired of having to watch over that bastard like a younger brother. And tired of worrying because I have an idiot for a friend. Park Dong turned away and waved goodbye. See you tomorrow. Get lost. The way Park Dong said our problems felt like he was drawing a line. It seemed to sting a bit. Maybe because I thought we had become friends. The two of them turned in opposite directions, parting ways to go home. Finally, Soo-won still spoke up to say goodbye. To Park Dong, yeah, goodbye. See you later. Seeing the way Park Dong worried about his friend made me remember the things I had denied myself. The next morning at school, Jun-hyun reached out and threw a sports jacket at Soo-won, then told Soo-won, nice throw. Catch. Let's go to the snack shop. Soo-won grabbed the jacket, opened his locker, and replied, this thing is pretty wet. I'll wear it later. You know, it's just water. In the hallway, Jun-hyun started complaining about the damn weather to his friends. Damn it, it's getting hotter and hotter. It wasn't this hot when we went out over the weekend. What did you guys do over the weekend? What do you think we did? Did you guys go to the PC Bang or the billiards room? Both are correct. Ono, walking beside them, also felt uncomfortable because of today's weather. He even thought, I wish a tornado would come or something like that. Soo-won turned and asked, was it just the two of you? What about Kim and Sip? He went out with his girlfriend. Couldn't make it. They're doing well. Huh? Yeah, so I ended up hanging out with Ono and having some damn sake. Ono spoke up threateningly. Jun-hyun, say that disgusting thing again and I'll kill you. Hearing that, Jun-hyun turned red and yelled, shut up. I hate that thing more than you do, you blockhead. Then he patted Soo-won's shoulder and said, hey, when are you gonna make up with Sip? Just go to the snack shop with him. Bringing Sip along too? What? Yeah, I'm not ready yet. So what? Are you gonna completely ignore him? Just clear things up. Ono, walking behind, didn't care about the senseless conversation between his two friends. Jun-hyun, seeing Soo-won still hesitating, ignored him. Upon reaching the classroom door, he stopped and called out, hey, Sip, let's go to the snack shop. This left Soo-won with no time to react, confusedly trying to stop him. You crazy idiot. Wait a minute. But Sip was currently surrounded by the girls in the class, chatting. Seeing Jun-hyun standing at the classroom door calling, he replied, huh? Yeah, sure. But then he also noticed something unusual. He saw Soo-won standing huddled by the door next to Jun-hyun. Jun-hyun stood there urging him, hurry up. We only have 5 minutes. But Sip clearly saw Soo-won's shy demeanor as he still tried to turn back. Yi Soo-thon. He remembered the scene where the two of them argued, which led to both of them still being mad at each other until now. At that time, Soo-won had yelled at him, do you think I'm your servant? And he hadn't held back either, shouting back, you've really lost your mind, you sick bastard. After that, Sip even raised his hand, intending to give Soo-won a good beating. He had actually punched Soo-won in the face. Sip quietly looked at Soo-won for a few seconds. Then he let out a sigh. Yeah, anyway, between us. He put both hands in his pockets and walked over to Jun-hyun. Soo-won awkwardly scratched his head, looking away. Sip's face turned completely red. He didn't even dare to look his friend in the eye. We can't stay mad at each other forever. Suddenly, in the midst of that awkward atmosphere, Hyo-rin popped out of nowhere and interrupted. She blocked Soo-won's way, startling everyone. She greeted him first, hey idiot, hello. Soo-won's face turned bright red as he greeted Hyo-rin back, hello. Sip stood behind, truly puzzled by the situation unfolding. Hyo-rin reached out, handing Soo-won a candy wrapped in pink paper. As she handed it over, she asked, did you give it to him? Jisoo's glasses, I mean. Soo-won reached out to take it and replied, thanks. Yeah, I gave it to him. I bumped into him by chance, so I gave it to him. Soo-won was surrounded by the girls asking, really? What is Jisoo planning to do? It seems like he's at the PC Bang. TSK. What a blockhead. Is he still in middle school or something? You're just jealous because he's hanging out with someone cooler than you and going out to have fun. Sip witnessed the scene of Soo-won standing there chatting happily with girls. He stood in a daze for a moment, recalling those words. Meanwhile, Jun-hyun leaned close to Ono's ear. Glancing over at Soo-won, he whispered to him, since when did that bastard get so close with the girls? Ono didn't care what his stupid friend was talking about. In his head, he was only thinking about how he wanted to eat spaghetti. The sound of footsteps echoed with each step. Sip walked past the three of them, Soo-won, Jun-hyun, and Ono, and said, you guys just go to the snack shop. I'm not hungry. I'm going to the restroom or somewhere. Seeing that, Jun-hyun tried his best to invite him to come along. He called out after Sip, we're gonna eat some really delicious stuff. Don't regret it, but he still didn't succeed. Sip left without any hesitation. Yeah, just go. Here, take this and share it with your friends too. In Soo-won's hand lay 3 candies wrapped in pink paper. He said, thank you, I really like it. Hyo-rin stood the classroom door, peeking out and saying back to Soo-won, I'll treat you to something at the snack bar next time. Hearing that, Soo-won's face immediately flushed red. He turned back and replied, After that, he and his two friends, Jun Hyun and Ono, walked shoulder to shoulder. Jun Hyun put his arm around Soo-won's shoulder, voicing the question he had been wondering about all along. How the hell did you get so close to her? You bastard, help me out. Soo-won replied, I'm not close to her. Meanwhile, their friend Ono, walking beside them, couldn't care less about the senseless conversation between his two friends. He was thinking about a more important issue. Which episode does Vegeta self-destruct again? As for Insip, right now he was standing alone in some bathroom stall, making a phone call to his childhood friend. Hello. Hey, Youngha, when are you guys done? I was planning to drop by. We haven't seen each other since we entered high school, so we should meet up at least once, right? Friendships can break easily, even over small things. Okay, then I'll meet you at the South Gate after evening study session. When class started, the students sitting in the front rows listened very attentively to the lecture. Meanwhile, in the back, it depended on each student's self-discipline. Some students were working very hard on taking notes, but others were fast asleep right on their desks. And one of those exceptional students was none other than Park Dong. Even though I know that just calling and shaking hands would solve it. From the outside, Hyo-rin looked like the perfect model student. She sat up straight, seemingly listening attentively to the lecture. But deep down right now, she was thinking about Soo-won. He's probably at the PC bang. My pride won't let me do that. Let's see what Jisoo is doing. It seems he's doing something very wicked, because he's wearing an incredibly sinister smile. Thanks, you guys. I'll put this to good use. Yes, Jisoo. He was blocking the path of 3 middle schoolers to extort money from them. He threatened the 3 of them blatantly. I said I'd pay you back, but look at your faces. Don't go telling your moms, got it? Next to him were Cho-ju and his girlfriend, Iwin. She stood watching, looking scared when she saw this scene. She reached out and clung to her boyfriend's arm, saying, damn it. Oh, these 3 kids go to our school, you know? Cho-ju laughed with full contempt and yelled, shut up. Jisoo really has a talent for extorting kids. This is his first time doing it, too. Right after that, Jisoo returned with both hands holding wads of cash he had just extorted from those middle schoolers, happily saying, hey Cheon-gun, we hit the jackpot. Huh, why do middle school kids have so much money? LOL. He handed a wad of cash to Cho-ju. Whoa, completely new bills. He took it and happily exclaimed, haha damn, this is awesome. Let's go to the karaoke room. At some karaoke room, the sound of someone singing rang out. I don't want to lose you. I can't look at you anymore. Cho-ju was the first to ask. You got beaten up by that guy, Sung-hyun? Now Jisoo was sitting next to him, smoking a cigarette and hesitantly defending himself against that. Huh, it was more like a fight than getting beaten up. What the hell? He just beat up his friend like that. Cho-ju continued to question Jisoo amidst the incredibly powerful singing coming from his girlfriend. Why are you only telling me now? I didn't think it was a big deal. We just had a little conflict, with some physical impact. LOL. Cho-ju gritted his teeth and said, that crazy son of a bitch. He's always like that, acting funny and great. But as soon as he gets annoyed, his true colors show. Exactly. He's only good at treating others like easy targets for bullying. Jisoo thought to himself, this guy's really scary when he gets mad. Cho-ju suddenly asked again, you let him do that? Making Jisoo flinch. You got beaten up like a thug and couldn't even say a word? He continued to explain about getting beaten up. It wasn't one-sided, we both punched each other. I told you, those bastards from Naguk Middle School never change. Want to expose him? I can't help with that. Now Jisoo was sweating profusely at Cho-ju's words. No, it's not that serious. Weren't you kinda close with Sung-hee-jun? Close my ass. LOL. They abandon you as soon as you don't go along with what they want. Suddenly, Cho-ju's girlfriend, after screaming her heart out, came over to where Cho-ju was sitting and held out a soda can, whining to him, Appa, I can't open it. Help me. Cho-ju gritted his teeth and replied, open it and drink it yourself. Hearing that, she raised her voice, oh my god, damn it, why do you always curse at your girlfriend? Making him helplessly clench his hand, popping the can open. Here, are you happy now? Seeing that, his girlfriend took the can and drank. Cho-ju continued his conversation with Yang Jisoo. They say a true relationship means pulling someone back when they go down the wrong path. But how wrong do they have to go for it to count? Are there no friends who trust and stand by you even when they make a mistake? If you just sit there and judge them as crazy or something, that's a teacher, not a friend. I guess we both made the wrong friends. Life is just so damn lonely, huh? LOL, right? Hearing Cho-ju's words, Jisoo sat in a daze and thought, yeah, he's right. Sung-hee-jun, that bastard. He never cared that I was the one feeling the worst that day. He only cared about himself first. I just want a little comfort. Is that wrong? Kim Ji-sung, Taegu, these guys are all the same. They act mature, but never step in to help. And Park Dong is always nagging me like I'm pathetic. He's my best friend. Is it too much to ask for him to just shut up and take my side for once? Suddenly, a ding sound rang out. Jisoo took out his phone to check. Who is it? After looking at the message, he froze. It was Hyo-rin. She had sent him a message. Come to school, idiot. Meanwhile, after finishing his advice to Jisoo, Cho-ju stood up to sing a love song with his girlfriend. I'm always right here. I will always stand right here. You, who are tired from the parties. Jisoo put his phone away after reading the message. He scratched his head, damn it. Who is the reason I can't even go to school in the first place? Do you think I'll go? After school in the evening, at the south gate of the school, a group of high school students gathered, chatting together. But these guys were messing around in front of us. They were totally picking a fight. LOL. But they looked too tough to handle, so we just kept quiet. It turned out to be In Seop and his friends who had arranged to meet up. They were laughing and joking happily. The top guys of the school. We were just passing by, and it looked so cool. He suddenly ran up and punched him in the face. The sound of that punch was legendary. LOL. One of them was smoking while reenacting the scene he was talking about. Then he told them, "This is a guy from Gudon High School. Do you have a problem?" Damn, I almost fell for him. LOL. He's really reliable. In Seop smiled awkwardly at those words. Someone even spoke up and told him, "In Seop, it would be great if you came to our school. Even Seogil High School isn't that hard, right? How was your school? Except for that crazy guy who burned his uniform a few days ago." One guy asked with an incredibly mocking tone, "Are your friends doing well?" "It's Junhyun, right? And Suwon? And that mysterious kid named Ono?" LOL. But In Seop replied, nonchalantly, as if it was nothing, "Oh, they're all the same. Those guys. LOL. I guess they're all pathetic too. LOL. Hearing this, In Seop immediately froze. But for a moment, he remembered those three. In Seop refuted the remark, "They're not pathetic. They're just naive. They're all fun and easy to get along with. Their personalities are pretty good." Hearing that, the others burst into sarcastic laughter. "Haha, but you're bored of hanging out with them," they suddenly asked, cutting to a completely different topic. "Are you and your girlfriend doing well?" "Yeah, how far have you gone?" LOL. I don't know. Damn it. Why are you asking about that?" LOL. Passionate kissing. Hey, but In Seop is handsome, so he probably went further. LOL. No, really? Haha, no way. These guys. In Seop realized that this group was far different from before. He didn't recognize his friends anymore. Even though on the outside In Seop could still chat happily with them, on the inside, he felt it was really strange. These guys weren't usually like this. Were they always this annoying? In the evening, after finishing night classes, Hyo-rin went straight home. Opening the door, the first person she saw was Mi-soo, her older brother. He spoke up and asked Hyo-rin, "Have you eaten yet?" Hyo-rin replied with a bit of annoyance, "Yes, so? Did you think I wouldn't eat? I just got back from night class. Why are you acting like you care?" Saying that, Hyo-rin immediately walked away to her room. In her bedroom, after entering, Hyo-rin changed out of her uniform into comfortable home clothes. She sat on her chair and pondered. "I'm pretending that everything is fine, but I feel like I'm going crazy." She remembered the day that incident happened with the guy who calls himself her brother. "We've been in a cold war since that day. At school, I keep looking for a chance to talk to the others, but I end up giving up at the last minute. And that selfish bastard too, pretending to be a friend who always cares about me." Suddenly, Hyo-rin seemed to realize something. She looked toward the white teddy bear placed in the corner of the room. The teddy bear Young, Jisoo, gave Seo Hyo-rin. Then Hyo-rin approached and furiously punched and beat the teddy bear. She punched it repeatedly, hitting it nonstop with an incredibly angry look, as if venting all her anger on the teddy bear. After venting her anger like that for a while, Hyo-rin still didn't feel completely relieved. She panted heavily, glaring at the teddy bear with daggers in her eyes, as if wanting to turn this teddy bear into that person. "Even though I tried in my own way, why is everything happening as if it's all my fault?" Hyo-rin thought of Suwon. "Why are you getting blamed? You didn't do anything wrong." A moment later, Hyo-rin seemed to have calmed down. She collapsed on her bed. Only that idiot took my side. At In Seop's house, Hyun-seo, In Seop's younger brother, opened his room door. He called inside to his brother. Mom said to come out and eat fruit. In Seop, standing in the room taking off his backpack, replied, "I'm not eating, I don't like fruit." Hyun-seo stood at the edge of the doorway and asked him, "You were smoking, right? It smells a lot." In Seop immediately turned around and asked, "It doesn't smell." The boy laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, is it really the smell of cigarettes? I'll keep it a secret. Just quit quickly." Hyun-seo turned and walked away with a very mischievous smile. "Ha ha." In Seop looked toward the boy and awkwardly yelled, "Hey, it's not me, you little brat. Kim Hoon-seo." In the bathroom, In Seop stood under the shower. He let the warm water flow over his body as he pondered about life. Who am I? What kind of person do I want to become? I feel like all the conversations I was left out of were just really stupid and childish. The guy who hates being called a loser at all costs. The guy who doesn't even have the courage to apologize to his friend first. The only thing I left behind is my pride. The next day at school, the teacher, carrying a stick on his shoulder, asked his students, "Did you eat well?" Lunch, I mean. Opposite him was a group of students huddled together, with Park Dong standing at the front. Standing on either side of him were Soo-won and Taegu. Dong stammered a reply, "Sir." "Yes. Why? Why are you doing this?" The teacher patted Park Dong's head and smiled, saying, "I personally quite like kids like Park Dong." "What?" "He's lazy, but not to the point of being annoying. He doesn't make anyone's life difficult. No, even when he shortens his uniform to show off. But if he's told to cut his hair, he still does it, right?" The teacher patted his head while lecturing, making him sweat profusely. Yes, I am well aware of this." MHM, exactly. So for now on, don't get caught smoking, okay? I don't smoke, we don't. Ha, it's fine. I understand. Soo-won, Taegu, and another student, Kim Ji-sung, who were standing nearby, trembled upon hearing the teacher say that. He knows everything is expected. That's the first time I've seen the principal praise someone. It's not too bad. Damn, I think the old man still has some humanity left. After being pardoned and let go by the teacher, the group of students immediately put their arms around each other's shoulders, chatting animatedly as they walked to celebrate. "Let's go hit on some girls. Taegu." "Ha, sure. Ha. Don't smoke too much." Soo-won fell behind to walk with the other student. He invited Soo-won to go to the store to buy cola or something. "Soo-won, should we?" Meanwhile, Park Dong, who was walking ahead, heard a phone ringing in his pocket. In a girl's hand was a small, round, pink mirror. Ooh, it was Ha Rang Ji looking in the mirror. "How is it?" "Ooh, just as I thought, Seo Hyo-rin is really good at cutting bangs." It turned out that Hyo-rin had cut Ha-rang-ji's bangs, and she was sitting there admiring the new result. Jin Kyung, standing slightly bent over next to her, asked, Ha-rang-ji, do you like it? LOL. Thanks, leader. Should I cut it shorter? I'm thinking about it. It's perfect. When Soo-won and Kim Ji-sung arrived at the store, they saw this scene, making Soo-won's face turn completely red. They had also come to the snack counter. The three girls all saw the two of them walk in and greeted them first. Hey Soo-won, and Kim Ji-sung too. Soo-won also returned the greeting. Meanwhile, his friend next to him was startled by the appearance of the three girls. Ooh, it's Seo Hyo-rin's group, but did they cut their bangs? Soo-won was happy to see Hyo-rin's group here. He remembered what Hyo-rin had said earlier and thought they said they would treat me at the store, but it would be a bit weird to ask now. Ji-sung, on the other hand, looked nervous. I'll pretend I didn't see them. Suddenly, Ha-rang-ji turned her head and called Ji-sung out. Wow, that bastard Kim Ji-sung didn't even say hi. What a ridiculous son of a bitch. This immediately shattered the plan he had just come up with. He had to turn around and greet them right away. Oh, it's you guys, it's been a while. Why is it so ugly? Is there anything my face can do? FFS. Hyo-rin, however, noticed something else. It was Soo-won's bangs. She looked and thought to herself, he really looks messy. Then Hyo-rin waved Soo-won over. Hey, idiot, come here. Let's cut your bangs. Outside the school at the school gate, a black backpack was thrown into the air, flying over the school gate. It fell with a thud on the other side of the gate. Jisoo struggled to grab the iron bars and climb up. He climbed up and sat right on top of the iron bars. Then, Jisoo successfully landed safely. After getting into the school, he thought he made a mistake. Why did I even come here? FFS. Suddenly, an unexpected voice rang out. You stupid bastard. It was Park Dong and Taegu coming to mock him. Who comes to school at lunchtime? What kind of delinquent is this? LOL. Anyway, that's what you're showing. Park Dong chuckled and said, what wind brought you here? I guess you're afraid of getting expelled, right? LOL. Now, Jisoo replied matter-of-factly. TCH, do I look like I'm afraid? Then the three of them put their arms around each other's shoulders, walking and chatting. Anyway, it was the right decision. Oh man, your homeroom teacher is going to kill you. LOL. Get lost. LOL. I'm starving to death. Have you eaten? The discipline teacher is at the cafeteria. You idiot. LOL. Damn it. Let's go to the convenience store. At the convenience store, Park Dong pushed the door and walked in, turning back to say to Jisoo, to celebrate our little delinquent turning over a new leaf, I'll treat you to mocha bread or something else. LOL. Anyway, I'll get the spicy bread. Just eat what you're given. Jisoo stopped mid-sentence because the sight the three of them saw as they stepped into the convenience store was Hyo-rin sitting and cutting Soo-won's hair. Seeing this, he immediately froze, staying silent and saying nothing. On the other side, both Soo-won and Hyo-rin also stopped what they were doing and stood frozen, looking towards him. Standing next to Jisoo and witnessing everything, Park Dong also felt like Jisoo was about to break down. Wait a minute, this is a bad situation, right? Seo Hyo-rin waved her hand emotionlessly and called out, hey idiot, come here. Let's cut your bangs. Soo-won pointed at his own red, sweaty face and asked blankly, me? Are you talking to me? She immediately replied, who else looks stupid and blank besides you? LOL. He replied in confusion, yeah, makes sense. So Hyo-rin called out, come here. She squatted down, looking up at Soo-won approaching her, and took a breath to evaluate. Didn't you go get a haircut? Your hair looks exactly like a bird's nest. He replied shyly, yeah, it's been a while. Soo-won became much more nervous when Hyo-rin grabbed a lock of his bangs. She wondered, what's making you so panicked? Hyo-rin's beautiful, cold face seemed magnified in his vision. She exclaimed, look at this, your bangs are longer than you thought. In his heart, Soo-won thought got too close. If this continues, my heart will. At this moment, he was choking up, his face turning completely red, too nervous to even move. Behind Hyo-rin, Irina and Kim Jin-kyung pursed their lips, holding back their laughter as they observed the two of them. Jin-kyung whispered, hey, that guy Soo-won isn't gonna die, is he? LOL. Irina smirked and replied, yeah, he's about to explode from embarrassment. LOL. Soo-won looked at the open scissors and fell in a deep thought. When I think about why Seo Hyo-rin is cutting my hair now. He asked, are you cutting it? She replied, yeah. And Soo-won continued thinking, she probably isn't thinking much about it. We're just friends and I look pretty bad. The scissors started cutting the hair on Soo-won's forehead. He was lost in his thoughts. I shouldn't think too much about it either. But Soo-won's eyes slowly opened. Crashing into his vision were Hyo-rin's sharp, dark gray eyes, followed by her reminding voice, don't open your eyes. So he quickly shut his eyes tight. Soo-won slightly pursed his lips tightly in deep thought. But this feeling of nervousness and fluttering. My breath is trembling a bit. I reimagined that beautiful face at close range just now. He silently exclaimed, and Seo Hyo-rin's focused eyes. Even now, as time passes, I still remember it clearly. Irina frowned and nudged Ji-sung with her elbow, calling out, Kim Ji-sung, you bastard buy us strawberry milk. That's your punishment for ignoring us. He narrowed his eyes and retorted, I didn't ignore you. I swear. But her and Jin-kyung's mouths seemed to turn into squawking bird beaks, saying, okay, just buy it. That's right, pay up. Ji-sung growled, resignedly turning his back to leave, and cursed inwardly, those damn bullies. A moment later, Hyo-rin called out, all right, I'm done. Soo-won appeared with a bowl cut. His face was still flushed red. He didn't even dare to look straight ahead, but glanced away, stammering, oh really? Soo-won embarrassedly shifted his eyes and replied, thank you. I don't think I'll need to cut it anymore for now. She smirked and teased, LOL nerd. Why are you so bad at eye contact? Then Hyo-rin smiled, thinking to herself, much better now. She looked up at him and said, hey, leaning closer. It's still uneven. Soo-won immediately stammered, oh, okay. At this moment, Jang Ji-soo's group walked in. Park Dong was leading the way. He opened the door and said, to celebrate our little delinquent turning over a new leaf, I'll at least treat you to mocha bread. Jisoo laughed and said, LOL, anyway, I'll get the spicy bread. Dong looked inside and replied, just eat what you're given. Before he could finish his sentence, the sight of Hyo-rin cutting Soo-won's hair caught their eyes. The whole group stood frozen, mouths agape. Dong widened his eyes and thought, what a wonderful feeling of intimacy. No, but why right at this moment? She turned to look at them, telling herself, what? He didn't reply to my messages, and now he shows up. Then Hyo-rin withdrew her gaze, thinking, well, I've done what I could. Ji-soo tightly gripped his backpack straps. He said in a low voice, hey, you said you were buying? Hurry up and pay. Dong was startled and replied, yeah, right. He glanced at the other corner and said, I'll have one mocha bread and the spicy one, please. Right at this moment, Irina looked over at Ji-soo and wondered, wow, look who's here. She raised her eyebrows and read the name, Jang Ji-soo. He tilted his head to look at Irina and asked what? She immediately said, friend, what have you been doing skipping school all this time? Ji-soo curled his lips and replied, LOL, what else could I do? I had nothing to do, so I just came to school. Yeah, hearing this, Irina was surprised and silently evaluated in her mind. Oh, his condition is better than I thought? He waved the bread in his hand, walking towards the door and saying, anyway, I'll eat this thing and then go meet the homeroom teacher to get beaten. Dong blankly said, yeah. At the same time, Hyo-rin remained cold, not even bothering to look at Ji-soo. But Soo-won opened his mouth to ask politely, so you came to school, Jang Ji-soo? He didn't even bother to turn his head back. After a few seconds of silence, he replied, yeah. LOL. Dong swaggered after Ji-soo, telling him, hey, let's go together, you idiot. Suddenly, Soo-won remembered the time he was sitting and talking with someone and was instructed, just don't let Yang-jin know. Then he thought, even so, he doesn't seem to care. A moment later, a loud noise rang out. Ji-soo painfully clutched his thigh, kneeling on the ground. A voice was heard, stand up, you dead dog. He groaned and cursed in a low voice, damn it. The teacher quickly asked, what makes you think you did the right thing, huh? The teacher continued asking, why haven't you been coming to school all this time? Ji-soo replied, just a few things happened. Then the teacher said, I called your parents, and they said you don't even listen to them, right? He bowed his head and let out a slight sound. Someone thought, why is this bastard groaning like that? Yes, the teacher continued to advise Ji-soo. Life is long. It's longer than you think. I don't know what you're thinking, but this is wrong. Think about it. You're a high school student now. Aren't you planning to grow up? Go inside right now. He softly replied, yes. Now, Ji-soo opened the door, stepped outside, and thought, damn it. He pretends as if he's so worried about me. Right at this moment, Yang-jin walked by. He was laughing and saying, LOL, that's hilarious. LOL. Yang-jin noticed Ji-soo and immediately changed the subject. Oh, it's Jang Ji-soo. This bastard hasn't been expelled? He teased. Didn't I hear you've been hanging out with Jongyu lately? Ji-soo asked blankly. Yeah, how did you know? He asked back. What do you mean, you idiot? LOL, this town is tiny. After that, Yang-jin and Kang Hyuk chatted with each other. This bastard should just stick to his part-time job. Why is he always hovering around? Does he want to die, or what? LOL, you should shave your head and drop out of school. Stop acting all superior, you son of a bitch. Why the hell are you talking like that? LOL, Kang Hyuk smirked and reminded, hey, but honestly, hanging out with Jongyu won't do you any good, so don't get too close. Okay, Ji-soo let out a long, and replied, I get it. Next, he and his girlfriend walked on, laughing and joking. Only Yang-jin swaggered over to Ji-soo and said, I'll wait, Jang Ji-soo. He replied with a nasal tone. Then Yang-jin leaned into Ji-soo's ear and whispered, before you go to class, put a pack of cigarettes in my desk drawer for me. That sentence immediately made Ji-soo so angry that he choked up, his face turning entirely red. The blue veins on his forehead bulged. He cursed inwardly, damn it, this dog. Then Ji-soo's voice rang out, okay. Yang-jin quickly replied, thanks. As afternoon arrived, the sky turned orange. Dong stretched his body, yawned, and said, hey, let's go eat, you idiots. Kim Ji-sung nudged Ji-soo with his elbow and called, Ji-soo, wake up, it's dinner time. He thought to himself, there isn't even a single scene of studying. Ji-soo sat up straight, put on his glasses, and replied, dinner? I'm not eating. He asked in confusion why. He explained, I heard the principal is at the cafeteria. Dong narrowed his eyes, walking towards the door, and said, all right. You idiot, if I were you, I would just go get a haircut. All right, we can do without you. Soo-won yawned widely, following along, and said, I'm sleepy. His sleepy face became clearer in someone's line of sight. The classroom at this moment was empty, without a single person. Only Ji-soo sat there all alone. He thought silently. It's been a few days, but I'm still not used to it. I'm going crazy. It's too suffocating. Recalling the teacher's stern face along with the mocking faces of Yang-jin and Hyuk, Ji-soo asked himself, am I seen as a sicko? And am I considered an idiot and easy to bully? Then he remembered the scene of Soo-won getting his hair cut by Hyo-rin earlier. Ji-soo couldn't help but darken his face. Smirking bitterly, he thought, LOL, damn it. He took out his phone and muttered, seriously? I really can't believe it. Ji-soo waited for the other in to pick up and immediately said, hey, Jongyu, what are you doing? I'm just gonna skip the evening class, LOL. I can't stand it. LOL. He said, are you at the PC cafe? Let me come over. Suddenly, Ji-soo noticed something. At the desk in front was Soo-won's seat. In the desk drawer, there was a red-covered notebook. It looked more prominent than the other notebooks. He stared at that spot, recalling as saying, just make sure Yang-jin doesn't find out. Ji-soo remembered further. That bastard will definitely cause trouble for you. Thinking of this, he smirked wickedly and said, I'll be right there. I like her for a short time, but not the passionate kind of love. Nothing as crazy as that. Jisoo was walking on the street, smiling slyly. Yeah, right, that bastard never stopped liking her. I wonder how much he was gloating inside when I got dumped. That sly bastard. I hope you get played once. Soo-won, I have a little surprise for you. In class 1 to 6, a red notebook was left on the desk. In the boys' restroom, Yang-dong was brushing his teeth when a classmate called him. Oh, Yang-dong, did you cut your bangs? It looks cute. Yang-dong touched his head and said, yeah, does it look better? Hee-jun replied, yeah. Keep that style from now on and use hair wax too, idiot. Do you know the hair makes the man? Yang-dong ripley it? Yeah. Hee-jun said, you could actually look better if you try, you bastard. Yang-dong stood frozen at the sink. He posed, admiring himself in the mirror, and thought to himself, of course I have to look better. This hairstyle was personally cut by CEO Hyo-rin, you idiots. This is on a completely different level from a hair salon. It's unique and only by CEO Hyo-rin, got it? Which one of you has ever gotten a haircut from the school queen? For Yang-dong here. Alright, look at yourself now. Jin Soo-won, going back to the time you wore a tteokbokki coat. You couldn't imagine it. Suddenly, he remembered something and thought, suddenly this nickname Yang-dong is starting to bother me. In a classroom, Dong and his friend entered. Looking toward the desk, he said, look, that idiot couldn't hold back. So he ran away. He's dumber than I thought. Ji-sung asked, if that bastard Jang Ji-soo continues to hang out with Jong-gyu, what will happen to us? Dong replied, what do you mean what will happen? He kicked the desk with his foot and said, just tell him to get lost. That stupid loser. He can't even take care of himself. I'm an idiot at predicting the situation. Ji-sung and Dong looked at each other, neither saying anything. They just quietly picked up the books and set up the desk that had just been kicked over. Soo-won was walking back to the classroom to find his red notebook. On the way, he thought to himself, I like CEO Hyo-rin, but I need courage and a reason to talk to her. Drawing adult stuff while still a minor. Now that I'm close to her, I'm not stupid enough to keep drawing. Even so, I still remember the guys who supported and paid attention. But I can't continue drawing things like that ever again. What if the girls or teachers find out? The risk is too high. It's time to quit. Soo-won's face broke out in a cold sweat of fear when he couldn't find the notebook. He said it's gone. It's gone. Where is it? He rummaged through the desk drawer to find it and muttered, this has never happened before, what the hell? Soo-won went to ask his classmates, hey, you guys, have you seen my sketchbook anywhere? The classmates replied, huh? No, not us. Dong turned around from behind and said, shut up, idiot. What's wrong? Soo-won said, it's gone, my sketchbook. Both Ji-sung and Dong froze for a few seconds. Dong grabbed Soo-won's collar and said loudly, you idiot, what do you mean it's gone? Cho-gyu sat on the stairs, puffing on a cigarette. He tilted his face up and said, you look like you had a lot to say earlier. Since it's a lot, let's talk for a bit. CEO Hee-jun and Jisoo stood to one side. Putting both hands in his pockets, he glanced down. Hee-jun looked up disdainfully and said, how ridiculous. Are you this pathetic? Have you been waiting here all this time? Or are you stalking me? He put the cigarette in his mouth and sneered, dream on. Me, stalking you? You're so predictable, it's boring. Come up here, quick. He slowly took each step up the stairs. As he walked, he said, seriously, what are you doing in front of my house? Don't you have anything better to do? He put both hands in his pockets. Glancing at him, get out of my sight. I have nothing to say to you. He exhaled smoke and smiled sarcastically at him. Is that so? Well, I do. With you. Hee-jun casually walked past him, write it in a letter. Maybe I'll read it. Cho-gyu walked behind him and smiled sinisterly. Where are you going? Running away like a coward? He calmly replied, weak. He laughed disdainfully and said, scare now? Haha, earlier you only acted tough because you had your cronies with you, right? You idiot. Hee-jun sighed, showing a helpless expression. Then he turned around and mocked him. Do you really not have a single friend? Ever since we stopped hanging out together. You're so stupid. Haha. He frowned and grimaced. His eyes were terrifyingly deep. But he still kept his hands in his pockets, not forgetting to mock him. Dropped out of school, no friends. Nothing to do. It's exactly that attitude. That's why everyone dumped you. Please go get a part-time job or something. I'm dying of laughter. Cho-gyu looked at him angrily. Shut your foul mouth. He smiled disdainfully and didn't hesitate to retort. What? Who gave you the right to tell me to shut up? Weren't you the one who wanted to talk? Oh, by the way, I'm curious about this. Saying that, he pointed at Ji-soo, who was standing motionless there. Why did you drag that guy along? You didn't even spare him a glance in middle school. He continued. Did you make him go buy things for you? Or order him to beg for cigarettes for you to smoke? Ji-soo angrily gritted his teeth, you bastard. He reached out to take a cigarette from the pack and continued. I told you not to mess with me anymore. In my eyes, you're no longer a friend. You're even worse than that guy, that Yang-dong. Hee-jun continued sarcastically, bad-mouthing the girl you like. Then he turned and said, yeah, I was planning to do that too. Just get the fuck lost. What a pathetic piece of trash. Hearing him say that, Ji-soo felt ashamed and looked away. Suddenly, Cho-gyu laughed out loud. Haha, seeing you act all righteous is an eyesore. So gross. He smiled wickedly and said, Juri, right? That's your girlfriend's name, isn't it? Hearing that name, he froze, his eyes widening in anger. He revealed a vicious look and used challenging words. If CEO Hyo-rin doesn't work out, then that girl is a fine alternative. Hearing that, Hee-jun threw his cigarette away. Then he got furious and punched him in the face with a painful blow. Ji-soo, standing nearby, dropped his jaw in astonishment. He punched him hard in the body and angrily cursed. Do you want to die, you bastard? Juri what? He punched him repeatedly and yelled, who do you think you are? Don't you dare mention her name. Cho-gyu couldn't defend himself in time and let him punch straight in the face. Son of a bitch, he was beaten until he couldn't keep his balance. you bastard. Saying that, he grabbed his hair. Then he pulled him forward forcefully. He roughly kneed Hee-jun straight in the face. Jisoo still stood there frozen in shock. Hit in the face, he cried out in pain, cough. He didn't stop, but still grabbed his shirt and cursed him terribly. Crazy bastard, acting like a hero, showing off. He yelled, then raised his fist to punch him in the face. Do you think you're better than others? He gritted his teeth in anger, then punched him repeatedly in the face. You mess around with a bunch of people, yet now you treat me like trash? He still angrily cursed at him. Did you think you were playing the nice guy with me? You fake bastards, yell. As he was speaking, Hee-jun reached up and grabbed his neck. He had difficulty breathing and coughed a few times, cough, cough. He slammed him down hard and pinned him. I'm not a good person. He resentfully said, you're the crazy one. Saying that, he raised his hand to punch him in the face. He furiously said, people even call you a lunatic. A mad dog, facing Cho Gyu's angry face. Then he aggressively yelled, do you take that as a compliment? What's wrong with your head? You're really messed up, you bastard. Got it? Saying that, he punched him several times in the face without mercy. While hitting, he cursed, son of a bitch. Jisoo still stood frozen in one place. He thought to himself, I knew he was good at fighting. But then he secretly worried, this guy going one-on-one with Cho Gyu? What should I do? He was afraid. If CO, Hee-jun wins, I'm definitely next. But if Cho Gyu wins, he'll probably curse me out for just standing and watching. Then he showed a terrified face. Is there any way to avoid getting hurt? Is there no way? He looked at the scene of Cho Gyu being beaten like that and got scared. What should I do? Then he stared at Hee-jun. What the hell is this? What should I do? He closed his eyes tightly, decisive. Forget it, don't think too much. Thinking so, he raised his leg. I don't know anything about anything else. Jisoo kicked straight into Hee-jun's chest. But this bastard, he kicked Hee-jun down. I'll never let him win. Now Jisoo panicked when he saw Hee-jun accidentally kicked down the stairs by him. Hee-jun widened his eyes in shock, then he rolled down. Both Cho Gyu and Jisoo panicked to the point of freezing. Cho Gyu spoke up. What the hell are you doing, you idiot? He looked up at Jisoo and said, what are you going to do if he really dies? He panicked and hesitantly said, no, I didn't mean to. He imagined the scene of Hee-jun dying and was terrified at the thought of having to go to prison. Thinking that, Jisoo trembled in fear, damn it. This isn't what I wanted to happen. Suddenly, he was startled to hear the sound of footsteps running up. Hee-jun ran up angrily. You. He rushed forward and punched Jisoo straight in the stomach. You crazy bastard. Jisoo trembled in pain, He stood looking at Jisoo screaming in pain. Did you just kick me down the stairs? Luckily, I managed to stop halfway. You lunatic. Hee-jun held his bleeding ear and thought to himself, damn it, it hurts so much, is my ear torn? He said to Jisoo, get up, you're hopelessly pathetic, you loser. Cho Gyu stood quietly behind him. He called out, hey. He punched Hee-jun hard. He let out a loud cry, ack. He gritted his teeth in anger. Why didn't you just stay down? What did you crawl back up for? Do you want to take another hit? He cried out in pain. Ah, damn it. He continued to mock him. Say it again. What you just said. He was in too much pain to speak, ugh. Meanwhile, Jisoo clutched his chest, panting heavily. He looked at Hee-jun angrily. Then he recalled the times Hee-jun had mocked him. Pathetic trash. Know your place, you idiot. You're even worse than Yongdong. Just go die. He poured out all his pent-up frustration on Hee-jun. Do I look like an easy target to you? You so angrily kicked Hee-jun repeatedly. Just because I stayed silent. He shouted. Did you think I was a joke? Cho Gyu stood quietly watching the scene unfold. Jisoo still screamed in resentment. I'll ask you again. Do I look funny to you? The night covered everything, and the streetlights were not turned on. On a street corner, Cho Gyu stood in front of car. Hee-jun said, hey, you bastard. Try acting tough one more time. He threatened, I'll really gouge your eyes out. Don't think I'm joking. He held his ear, groaning and cursing, you idiot. Cho Gyu held a cigarette in his mouth, raising an eyebrow as he listened to Hee-jun scolding. The one who needs to get a life is you. He immediately spat into his hand and cursed back, fuck off. Cho Gyu said, tell those Nagok bastards. If they want a beating, tell them to show their faces. Stop hiding. Then he turned to leave, lowering his voice. Oh, by the way, Cho Gyu put his arm around Jisoo's shoulder, but he smiled and said to Hee-jun, don't be scared. Even if you shove your girlfriend in my face, I wouldn't want her, got it? Ha! Jisoo chimed in, ha, that's hilarious. He widened his eyes. He froze, listening to Jisoo's words, acting like a hero in front of his girlfriend. It's really funny. Calling him brain dead is the most accurate. Haha. Hee-jun sat frozen, silently watching their two silhouettes walking away. In the morning, Lee Jun-hyun was arm wrestling with Ono on one side, groaning and saying, HRMM, HRMM. Huh, so that bastard still hasn't apologized yet? HRMM. Then he lost. His hand slammed hard onto the table. Soo-won replied, apologize? He even got mad, as if it was my fault. Jun-hyun waved his hand and exclaimed, he's a certified lunatic. He still sees you as an easy target like before. Ono commented, but to be honest, you are really weak. Hearing this, he blushed in embarrassment. Kim and Seop chimed in and asked, didn't he say he'd meet you at school the other day? What did he say today? Soo-won replied while biting a straw, he just didn't show up again. That weirdo has been skipping school a lot lately. And Seop's mouth dropped open, staring blankly at his face. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Both of them blushed at the same time and turned their heads away, no longer looking at each other. Soo-won answered, he didn't come. I barely see him around these days. He also stuttered in response, I see. He thought shyly, it still feels a bit awkward. Jun Hyun continued to the next arm wrestling match and said, but Choi Jin-woo isn't bad to you, right? Use your connection. Try talking to him. Soo-won fell silent, recalling Choi Jin-woo's cold face, and answered in a low voice, he's not my connection. Are you crazy? He's just some rare, elusive creature. He appeared once and then disappeared. He lowered his eyes, remembering the past, and said, and what's more surprising, if I had just stayed silent, it wouldn't have gone this far. At this time, Jun Hyun lost again. He groaned and said, ugh, you idiot, you're pissing me off. How could it be your fault? This round was an instant KO. And Sip glanced over and asked, what about Park Dong? What did he say? Isn't he the one who stands up to protect you? Soo-won quietly asked, Park Dong? The sky was deep blue as his voice rang out. He didn't look very clear-headed today. Meanwhile, Park Dong was lying motionless on top of the classroom lockers. Thinking, am I photosynthesizing? He narrowed his eyes, recalling Ji-Soo's sweaty face, and cursed inwardly, you idiot, you ruined everything. And having the audacity to show that unjustified, pitiful look. It really pisses me off. Suddenly, the phone in Dong's pocket vibrated. He let out oomph. Then, Dong rolled over to face the wall and opened his phone. When he saw the content on the screen, he cursed in his head, ugh, it's those guys again. He pulled back the curtain, thinking, friends are still friends. Couples are still couples. Dong stood behind the curtain, wondering to himself, but why am I always the one stuck in the middle of these arguments? I feel like I'm always the one taking the loss in the middle, right? The other end of the line rang out, hello. He rubbed his eyes and asked, what's up? Your wife couldn't reach you. She said you weren't answering. Yeah. He opened his mouth and replied, is that so? The questioning voice continued. Are you trying to act cool with that tone now? Why are you suddenly quiet? Did you two have a fight? Hee-jun's voice rang out, yeah, we have fight. He replied, well, that's fine. I support you anyway. But then he continued, no, it's not that I fought with her. I fought with someone else. Hearing those words, Dong immediately froze, his pupils dilating. In the afternoon, someone was sitting on a stone bench in a corner. Hearing a noise, that person immediately glanced over. Dong ran over hurriedly, panting heavily. Hee-jun, with a bruised face and scattered injuries on his body, opened his mouth and said, hey, you're here? He gritted his teeth and asked, why do you look so messed up today? You were fine when we hung out yesterday. Did something happen? He exhaled cigarette smoke and replied, it's exactly as you see. By the way, is it okay for you to skip evening self-study like this? Dong sat down on the bench, frowning, stopped dodging the question. Who did you fight with? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately realized the issue and probed. It was Cho-gyu, wasn't it? Hee-jun's foot stepped on the cigarette, but on the ground. He said, I just finished a date with my girlfriend yesterday. Turns out they were waiting for me. He must have been really pissed off about me glaring at him on the rooftop. Haha, Dong asked worriedly, but you're not the type to just stand there and take a beating. That bastard Cho-gyu must have gotten his face smashed in two, right? Hee-jun raised his injured hand and replied, probably not, but my hand is fractured from punching him. He widened his eyes and exclaimed, holy shit, looking at you. This isn't just a normal high school fight anymore. And what happened to your ear? He replied quietly, had to get a few stitches. Fell down the stairs. Dong stammered, fell down the stairs? Hee-jun reached up to touch his injured ear, averting his eyes as he said, it's fine. It's no big deal. They said I can go back to school starting tomorrow. Dong pursed his lips, observing him. Then Dong turned his head forward, falling into silent contemplation. Finally, he frowned in distress and asked Jang Ji-soo. He was there too, wasn't he? Hearing that, Hee-jun's face darkened. The mood became heavy. Dong broke into a sweat and said, these crazy bastards. Don't tell me they ganged up on you. He kept his head down and didn't answer. Then Hee-jun gritted his teeth slightly and said, Juri told me she's glad I don't hang out with Cho-gyu anymore. Dong frowned, glancing at him as he continued. As for me, I still felt a bit guilty for losing my temper with him on the rooftop. It left a bitter taste in my mouth, you know? Recalling the times he walked side by side with Cho-gyu, Hee-jun said, I kept thinking that if we were still as close as before, we probably wouldn't have ended up fighting. But I guess he never felt the same way. Cho-gyu's sinister face appeared in his imagination. Hee-jun said, even when he saw me bleeding, he didn't feel sorry at all. His voice began to tremble. For all of middle school, I thought that bastard was my best friend. Looking back now, I was such an idiot. The sky turned completely dark and the streetlights were turned on. The bus drove slowly down the road. Sitting inside the bus, Dong hugged his bag, his head bowed in the back row. He stared intently at the phone in his hand and thought, I feel exactly the same way. The call connected, and Dong softly called out, Dae-ju. Dae-ju pressed the phone to his ear and whispered, why are you calling at this hour? I'm in class. Are you skipping evening self-study? Dong's voice came through the phone. Hee-jun got beaten up. Hearing this, he was immediately shocked and asked, beaten up? Dong pursed his lips and stayed silent for a few seconds, thinking to himself, I tried to resolve everything peacefully, but now I feel like an idiot. So he gritted his teeth, frowned, and said, are we just gonna let this slide? Early in the morning, Jang Ji-soo's house was already filled with sounds of arguing. Go out and find some work to do, will you? Huh, I thought you said I could do whatever I wanted. If you want to go to school, go. If you want to quit, quit. It's up to you. How long are you going to make us suffer? His parents angrily jumped up in their room and shouted, I'm quitting school. I'll just drop out entirely, so you won't have to worry. His parents outside complained helplessly, oh my god, I don't know who this kid takes after. Ji-soo gritted his teeth and muttered, do you even need to ask? Who else could I take after? Suddenly, he fell silent, recalling the image. Hee-jun being beaten along with the curses. Just because I stayed silent. Did you think I was a joke? I'll ask you again. Do I look funny to you? He snapped out of it and chuckled to himself. You go to the other side. Cho-gyu was talking on the phone. Yang-jin, come here. I'll give you a ride. At Goodall High School, Hee-Jun's group was chatting. Hey, are you really going to hide this from us? We're asking you, who beat you up like this? Hee-Jun calmly replied, I told you I fell down the stairs. You idiot. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. Idiot, one of the two friends teased. The stairs? Did they punch you? Ha! Hee-Jun laughed heartily, patting his friend's face. Yeah, they really punched me. Ha! Damn, those stairs are fierce. The friend next to him wondered. Tell us, who did you fight with to get so messed up? CO Hee-Jun replied, I knew you'd say that. His friend replied, see? It's obvious he got into a fight. Ha! He replied, yeah, you're right, I got into a fight. So what? The group wondered. So who was it in the end? Someone stood on the stairs and looked towards them. At Sanji High School. At this moment, Park Dong was annoyed because someone called him on the phone. He muttered a curse. Damn it, how did this guy know we were talking bad about him? Calling it such a perfect time. Dong said to his group, do you guys understand? We will handle this ourselves. Absolutely do not let Hee-Jun know. If he finds out, he'll definitely jump right in. Daeju wondered, but how are we supposed to handle it? Ji-Sung crossed his arms. That bastard Jang Ji-Soo. Dong gritted his teeth in anger. How did he play us like that? I'm so pissed off. Daeju bowed his head and shared. All of this started when he got dumped by Co Hyo-rim. Ji-Sung replied, if she had gotten back together with him, none of this would have happened. Damn it. Dong was skeptical of his two friends' words. What kind of crazy logic is that? If you calculate it like that, then the real reason is because we enrolled in Nagok High School in the first place. Yi-Sung kuritorted. Dong calmly replied, whatever, don't worry about it, guys. Let me handle Chogyu. Dong's two friends were surprised. What? You plan to go solo against Chogyu? To be honest, even if we fight Jin Jaeyoung, I'm not sure we can win. Dong angrily said, damn it, even if I get beaten to a pulp, I still have to punch them at least once. Dong continued, I can understand fighting with friends, but ganging up to beat one person is a bit too much. He turned to look at his two friends and asked, so we're really doing this? The two stared at him and nodded. On the street, Chogyu was chatting with his friends. Val, so fast. He was showing off his newly bought bike. Haha, it's really top-notch, isn't it? I was even planning to work part-time to buy this. Jisoo replied, but it looks so expensive, haha. He leaned his hand on the bike and replied, so you think it's cheap? Haha. Chogyu's roommate anxiously asked, bro, can I go now? He replied, yeah, get lost. Meanwhile, Yang Jin-Soo glanced over and said, hey, lend it to me next time. At this moment, Chogyu ran his hand through his hair and said, those Nagok bastards haven't called yet? Jisoo replied, not yet, but even if they do, what can they do? Haha, Co Hee-Jun, their strongest guy, already got beaten to a pulp. Haha. Suddenly, a sound rang out. Bastard, answer the phone. Why aren't you answering, you idiot? Jin-Soo froze, turning around to ask, what is that sound? Chogyu explained, it's my ringtone. Haha, look at that guy, huh? He picked up the phone and answered, hello, you called to die, right? On the other end of the line, Zong Xiaotet, Lao Li, Chogyu, where are you, you bastard? Chogyu frowned on his end. Are you crazy? Dong frowned on his end, clenching his fists tightly. You're the crazy one, you demon-eyed bastard. You think you can do that to Hee-Jun and get away with it? You're doomed. You're dead meat. Come to Sanji High School and come to the park right now. He continued, if you don't come, I'll consider you a coward who ran away. If you're scared, don't come, you coward. Daeju and Ji-Sung sat looking anxious, thinking to themselves, damn it, don't provoke him more than necessary. Dong gritted his teeth and continued, and Yang Jin-Soo too. Bring him along as well. Make sure you bring him. Jin-Soo on the other side looked at Chogyu on the phone, slightly surprised. What's that call about? I think I heard Park Dong's voice. Chogyu listened to the phone, shaking with anger. Just today, those bastards, all of them. I'll tear them apart. He burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. Soo-won, holding a toothbrush, looked bewilderedly at Park Dong's group who were putting on fighting clothes. He thought, what are these guys doing? Now, Ji-Sung asked Dong, you told him to come to the park next door, right? Dong zipped up his jacket and replied, yeah. Dong clenched his fists tightly, thinking nervously, phew. Park Dong, the first strike is a guaranteed win. The first strike wins. Ji-Sung spoke up, I'll take care of Jang Ji-Soo, don't try to stop me. Park Dong and Soo-won were slightly surprised to hear that. Daeju suddenly asked, then what about me? Ji-Sung said, you be the referee. Now, Soo-won finally spoke up, you guys haven't even eaten dinner yet. Where are you going? Is something wrong? Dong glanced over and said, it's our business, don't worry about it. Dong turned his head and asked Soo-won, you still haven't received an apology from Jang Ji-Soo, right? You have to get what you deserve, you idiot. He continued, how long are you going to endure this, you idiot? Soo-won froze when he heard that. Dong turned and patted his shoulder while he was full of questions. Co Hyo-rim and the girls were chatting with each other. A black-haired girl with an admiring face asked Hyo-rim, what kind of lip tint do you use? Can I take a look? Hyo-rim held out her lip tint. I use this one. The two girls stared intently at the lipstick. The one holding it was slightly surprised. Oh, what is this? Are you using the same one as me? Her voice carried a hint of sadness. Then why does it feel so different? Meanwhile, Hyo-rim thought to herself, why are they pretending to be so close? She looked over and suddenly saw Park Dong's group going somewhere, breathing heavily in tension. She asked Dong, are you skipping night study? Hearing that, Dong glanced over and saw her standing in front of him. He suddenly remembered something and spoke up. That's right. She seemed to understand something. Okay. Dong walked a short distance and suddenly called out. Co Hyo-rim turned around as he said, I have nothing to do this weekend. Let's go to karaoke or somewhere. Hearing that, she pursed her lips and said, I'll think about it. You haven't been in a fight since middle school, right? A question from Dong's friend. Dong, sitting on the bench, heard that and said, not at all. Honestly, what reason is there to fight? Dong continued dejectedly, you guys haven't fought either. Daeju, sitting next to him, calmly replied, never my entire life. At this moment, Ji-Sung, sitting next to them with his arms crossed and a tense face, spoke up, I also have a memorable experience. That incident was quite intense. really? The two friends sitting next to him were surprised. Ji-sung continued, that day, I never thought I would finish the fight. Park Dong and Dae-ju heard that and whispered to each other, who cares about a side character's past story? Nobody. Ji-sung didn't pay attention to his two friends and continued his story. It's just a high school fight. If you land the first punch, you'll have chance to make that bastard suffer too. Dae-ju sweated as he listened intently to him. Even if we lose, we can cut ties with those bastards once and for all. Dong clenched his fists and said with a determined face, let the things that need to go, go. Let's protect the things that need to be protected. It will take a while for them to get here, so we should warm up too. Suddenly, the group heard the sound of a vehicle and they all looked over. They were bewildered to see Cho Gyu sitting on a motorcycle with Jin Soo sitting behind him. The group had a stunned look on their faces when he spoke up. Good, you're all here. You big-headed bastards. Dong thought, they're already here? Damn, I haven't. Cho Gyu stepped off the bike, gritted his teeth, and said, who the hell do you think you are to order us around? Do you have a death wish? He put his hands in his pockets and spoke. So you guys asked for a fight, right? Today, all of you bastards will have to die. A thought from a member of Dong's group. I haven't prepared anything yet. Somewhere else, someone's hand slammed down on a notebook, making the coins bounce up. The 501 sides all appeared. That person clenched his fist and exclaimed joyfully, here it is, I won 2001. It turned out to be Kim in Sip's voice. He laughed, what now? Do you still have enough allowance left? Lee Jun-hyun annoyedly blurted out, did you forget I have a lot of allowance? Nearby, oh no, was observing, and Soo-won was resting his chin on his hand, thinking about something. Are they really going to fight Jang, Ji-soo? Are they really serious about fighting or what? In-sip turned his face and asked, want to play a round? Ji-soo-won? He snapped back to reality, huh? Sure. Soo-won continued to think, what the hell? They act like people who have nothing left to lose. It's none of my business. But while he was thinking, suddenly someone shouted, hey Dong. He snapped his head around. Back to Dong's group, the two sides were currently gathering behind the school's basketball court. Cho Gyu was the first to speak. Alright, there aren't many people coming here anyway. He mocked, how do you want to arrange the lineup? Dong's entire group sweated profusely, looking at them with tense faces. Dong thought, now I have to face them. Of course, that big-headed Cho Gyu. He's no joke. Dong stared intently at him. Cho Gyu casually put his hands in his pockets and said, you bastards should look out for yourselves. Whatever you want. You were so loud on the phone, but why are you as mute as clams now, you little mice? Are you scared? Dong froze. Dong looked behind and saw Jin Soo smirking. He annoyedly spoke up. What are you smirking at? Yang Jin Soo, you scum. Today is the day you die. Hin Soo laughed. Haha, look at you getting mad at me because you're scared. Am I an easy target? Huh. Dong's group replied, look at the guy who hits his friend behind his back. Jisoo said, friend? Oh right, you guys only saw me as someone to use. Come to think of it, I don't have many memories with those bastards. He continued with a dark look in his eyes. All of you are the same, all of you. You are the ones who will have to die today. Hearing that, Dae-ju asked, what did we do to you? We stayed away from you, and even separated ourselves from Seo, Hyo-rim's group. Don't you even feel sorry? Jisoo replied, no, not at all. Dong spoke up at this moment. Now I understand why they call you a loser. Because you are a son of a bitch. A freakish loser. The whole group froze at Dong's words. Ji-sung even exclaimed, idiot. Ji-sung on this side froze, not knowing what to say. Cho Gyu brought a cigarette to his mouth to smoke and began to mock. You idiots keep trying to act tough. Stop talking nonsense and come at me, huh? He continued, Jang Ji-soo, you should take this chance and fight. It seems like they all want to kick your ass. Ji-soo recalled the scene where he beat up Seo Hee-jun. He clenched his fists, deciding to just give it a try. He yelled, alright, come at me, you big heads. Who's going first? Come and fight me. Anyone is fine. Park Dong and Ji-soo locked eyes. Dae-ju touched Ji-soo's back and said, don't push yourself too hard. Yesopenikt. Aha. Okay. Kersing invardable. I said I wanted to fight Yang Jin-soo to avoid Chogyu, but I didn't think it would actually turn out like this. He thought, looking at Jin-soo. But why are those bastards suddenly talking so tough? Was he always this muscular? I'm not scared. If I blink, I'll lose. Ji-sung raised his hand and beckoned. Come here, you fat pig. The first round, Yang Jin-soo versus Kim Ji-sung. A battle no one cared about began. For high school students? No. What is a battle between real men? People think they have the ability to fight like professionals, or like in the movies, but they only believe in it in theory. Unless you practice regularly or actually have combat experience. This is what a real fight looks like. And we see Ji-sung grabbing Jin-soo's head, while Jin-soo is trying to wrestle Ji-sung's neck. The two of them are sweating profusely, struggling to fight. And we can see that not a single punch lands. It's just a chaotic brawl. The two flailed around for a while, then turned to curse at each other. Cheap trick. Are you really pulling hair? Shut up. But Park Dong and Ji-soo watched very closely amidst the chaos. To the audience outside, this looked truly dramatic and vivid, because they were just amateurs. Dae-ju and Park Dong exclaimed from the sidelines, they are really fighting. Yeah, I guess this is what you call a battle between giants. Dramatic hook kicks, rushing at each other. What kids see in a fight versus a real fight? It turned out to just be Dae-ju and Park Dong's imagination. Curses like fucking bastard, son of a bitch, motherfucker were constantly thrown around. Dae-ju and Park Dong were still tense. Thinking, is provocation still part of the mind game? Trying to provoke and lower the opponent's defense. Cho-gyu spat to the side, thinking this was just a pathetic brawl because they were afraid of being seen as equals. But still, Yang Jin-soo was clearly stronger, and Jin-soo was pressing Ji-sung's head. down, unless he lands a precise hit to the jaw, or at least makes his nose bleed. The winner will be Yang Jin-soo. That was Cho-gyu's thought. Ji-soo, on this side, repeatedly elbowed Ji-sung in the chest. Curses rang out, "Die, you son of a bitch. You're nothing." Ji-sung was losing ground. He thought, Yang Jin-soo used to be smaller than me in middle school. Since when did he get so strong? Jin-soo was thinking Kim Ji-sung, comparing me to Kim Ji-sung. No matter how much I am ignored, I am not someone you can compare to a guy like this. That's not who I am. Kim Ji-sung, exhausted after taking the hits, said this fat bastard is really. He raised his leg, preparing to kick, gets serious. Stop it. But Yang Jin-soo suddenly grabbed his leg. He thrashed and yelled, "Let go, let go. Are you going to let go?" I said let go. Then suddenly, Ji-sung fell with a thud, to Jin-soo's astonishment. Dae-ju and Park Dong froze at the sight. Cho-gyu thought he won. Jin-soo, sweating profusely and still holding his opponent's leg, said, "He collapsed already, huh? Now what?" Park Dong clenched his fists. He lost. Now Ji-soo raised his fist, now what? Keep pretending to be tough. Ji-sung was squeezing his eyes shut. When he didn't feel any movement, he opened his eyes. Ji-soo lowered his hand and replied, "What a loser, Elmo." He thought, I did it. I won, and I won fair and square. He smirked. My fists. That might actually be useful. Ji-sung looked dazed for a moment before starting to crawl up. "Where are you going, you bastard?" "I'm not done yet." Cho-gyu spoke up. "If you've lost, kneel down, you scum." He kicked Ji-sung to the ground. Dae-ju and Park Dong panicked and called out Kim Ji-sung's name. He continued, "Hey, you guys admit he won, right? Now the extras can go back to standing and watching." Then Ji-sung lay face down on the ground in pain. Thus, the battle between Jang Ji-soo and Ji-sung ended with Jang Ji-soo's victory. Cho-gyu calmly flicked his cigarette at Park Dong and said, "Come at me. Who's going to fight me? Are you next, Dae-ju? If you're going to do something, hurry up and fight." He warmed up and mocked, "Or come me all at once. I could beat both of you by myself." Dong frowned angrily. "Hey, let's fight, Cho-gyu. You fucking thud." Hearing that, Cho-gyu sneered. "Ah, that's right. You guys better be ready, especially you. Because I plan to beat you to death." At this time, on the bus, Seo Hee-jun was on the phone, constantly worrying. Damn it, why aren't they answering? His face was full of tension. "Answer the phone. Pick up the phone, you bastards." Right now, everything is turning into a chaotic mess. Sanji Hai, a pair of legs wearing neon green socks. That person asked, "What is his name?" Hyung. Seo Hee-jun, along with his underlings, bowed submissively. With his face covered in wounds, he trembled and answered, "It was just a fight with a friend." "You don't have to lie." Lee Chong-byum, with a cigarette in his mouth, warned in a cold voice. "Don't lie to me, you idiot. What kind of friend beats someone up to this extent?" Hee-jun's face was dotted with sweat, with a wound on his cheek. He also had a wound by his ear. He remained silent. Chong-byum puffed smoke from his cigarette. He turned his face to the guy next to him and asked, "Hey, does anyone have the number of that dog from Sanji High?" The guy next to him replied, "I have it." Hee-jun stood in front of Chong-byum, terrified like a mouse meeting a cat, and stammered, "Young, I'll handle it myself. It's not a big deal." Lee Chong-byum took a drag of his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. With a calm face, he said, "If my guy is the one who got beaten up, and I say I have to handle it, do you have a problem with that?" Lee Chong-byum tilted his punchable face up, took a drag of his cigarette, and looked arrogant. He is the head of Top Dog, second year, Lee Chong-byum. The sky turned yellow and gradually darkened. The surrounding scenery was strangely quiet. In front of an empty space by a warehouse, Jang Ji-soo had a serious, somewhat cold expression. Park Dong and Cho-gyu. On this side, Kim Ji-sung and Dae-ju stood frowning. Both of their faces were dotted with sweat. Everyone predicted that Park Dong would lose. A pair of knees kneeling. Drops of ketchup fell to the ground. And those predictions, of course, were right. Park Dong completely lost. Cho-gyu, the winner, stood looking at his opponent kneeling at his feet. Park Dong covered his face with his hand to stop the ketchup from his nose from dripping down. Cho-gyu looked at him with a contemptuous expression and mocked. Honestly, I was quite surprised. I didn't think the guy who used to be a big deal at Naguk High School would be so bad at fighting. Well, you're really not the fighting type. Park Dong was beaten to a pulp, his whole body aching. Ketchup poured out from the hand, covering his nose, his eyes glaring defiantly as he gritted out every word. "What are you talking about? This isn't over yet, you son of a bitch." As soon as he finished speaking, he extended his leg, intending to trip Cho-gyu. But he had underestimated him. As if anticipating his move, Cho-gyu lifted one leg, causing him to miss. Cho-gyu sao tet kon tempo, idiot. Using the momentum of the lifted leg, he kicked Park Dong in the face, causing him immense pain. Thrown backward, Park Dong lost all his strength, lying flat on the ground in front of Cho-gyu. He mocked him with disdain. "Trash like you really pisses me off. If you're not gonna fight seriously, you should just fuck off. You fought half-heartedly, and now." He hunched over and crawled up after the beating, growling and cursing. Thought this is what happens. Cho-gyu squatted in front of him, resting his hand on his forehead in frustration, and asked, "What did you say on the phone earlier?" LOL. He remained silent, saying nothing. Seeing him stay silent and ignore his words, Cho-gyu angrily raised his hand and slapped him in the face, yelling, "Son of a bitch, you weak scum." He maintained his previous posture and mocked him. He was furious, his hands clenched into fists. Still not getting a response, Cho-gyu slapped him in the face again and said, "Answer me." "I said answer me, you LOL dog." The faces of of both Kim Ji-sung and Dae-ju turned ashen, frowning at the situation before them. Ugh. Cho-gyu raised his hand, preparing to get physical again. He gritted his teeth and said, LOL, you're actually nothing. Park Dong instinctively turned his face away to dodge. Then Cho-gyu stopped and didn't hit him anymore, just mocking him as he lay there cowering weakly. Haha, I haven't even hit you yet, Dong. Ji-soo stood from a distance, looking at the two people in front. Cho-gyu stopped hitting and switched to laughing mockingly. Park Dong, LOL, so cute. Ji-sung just stood there silently and watched, remembering the time when he and Park Dong used to be close. Suddenly, Ji-sung turned his head back, looking thoughtfully at something. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Cho-gyu. He frowned, hearing words of reconciliation. Cho-gyu, we apolit. It was Dae-ju's voice. He stood trembling in front of him, speaking fearfully. Stop it, we've lost, okay? Hearing that, he stood up and walked up to him, mockingly asking, what? He unconsciously widened the distance between them a bit, letting out a confused, huh? Cho-gyu immediately raised his elbow and struck him hard in the face, snapping angrily, what do you mean, stop? Ji-sung sat in the back, sweating as he watched him collapse to the ground in pain, crying out, ah. Meanwhile, Cho-gyu looked at his elbow, annoyed and mocked. You guys are ridiculous. Ji-sung was absolutely terrified, drenched in sweat, his face scrunched up. Suddenly, Cho-gyu walked over and got right in his face. He fiercely whispered a warning. Didn't I say I would tear you fucking bastard apart? You're going home crippled today. Get ready. Ji-soo stood coldly, ignoring what was happening behind him. You chose to fight, so you should be ready for this too, right? Right? A figure sitting hunched over. It hurts so much. I never wanted to be good at fighting. Dong hunched over and crawled up after the severe beating. Not even once. I just wanted to be popular. Dae-ju had a foot pressing down on his shoulder, cornered and struggling to sit like an adult. Dong's back looked thoughtful. So humiliating. What the hell is this? Cho-gyu looked at Dae-ju lying helplessly in front of him and sighed in frustration. Worthless scum. His hand grabbed Dong's hair and pulled it hard, ordering, hey, stand up. Dong grimaced in pain and groaned, ugh, ugh. He stood in front of him, struggling to wipe the blood from his nose. Ignoring him, Cho-gyu sneered, promise me. From now on, all of you will disappear from this area, understood? He smiled the arrogant smile of a winner, warning, if I see you guys again, you'll be beaten every single time. Park Dong glared at him with hateful eyes, but couldn't do anything. So don't get in my way. As soon as his words ended, Park Dong landed a heavy punch on his cheek, as if he had put all his strength into that blow. The unexpected punch twisted his facial muscles, making his head tilt and freezing him in place. Park Dong, satisfied with the punch, scoffed. Then he frowned and gritted out every word, punch him right in the face. Still unable to believe he had just been hit back, and hearing those words, Cho-gyu vaguely turned to look at him. You son of a BTCH. He cursed loudly in anger, clenching his fist and swinging it hard into his stomach, making him lose his balance. Thrown upwards, Park Dong growled, his face red and sweating profusely, shouting, ugh, I'll destroy your face. Then Cho-gyu backhanded and choked him, lifting him up with one hand. Choked and unable to breathe. His face looked terrible. Damn it, you son of a BTCH. On this side, Ji-sung and Dae-ju both struggled to sit up. Suddenly, Jin-soo walked up from behind and grabbed Cho-gyu's shoulder, reminding him, hey, Cho-gyu, stop. There are some people standing behind us. In his fit of rage, Cho-gyu forcefully pushed him back and growled, let go of me, you bastard. Jin-soo, being pushed, cried out in pain, ga. Thrown back with his face pointing to the sky, feeling it was unreasonable. He got angry and yelled, damn it, why did you hit me, you bastard? He then widened his eyes, as if seeing something. Ji-soo and Soo-won were also surprised, and their eyes widened. They stood there dumbfounded, looking at the people in front of them with wide eyes. Ji-soo, also surprised, blinked and asked, what the hell is this? Cho-gyu zimai silin. Park Dong turned his head back and saw him standing there, exclaiming in surprise. Ji-soo and Soo-won just looked up, speechless. Suddenly, Ji-soo anxiously yelled at him, hey, you idiot, what the hell are you doing here? Get out of here now. He hurriedly stepped towards where he was standing, saying as he walked, I'll chase him away. Cho-gyu, sweating slightly, he hesitantly announced, they are right here. After Soo-won finished speaking, looking off-screen as if talking to someone, Ho Kong-hyuk and Jin-soo were walking leisurely with their hands in their pockets, asking, where? Cho-gyu's face immediately contorted into a grimace upon seeing them. Ho Kong-hyuk stood aloof, sneering in contempt. Look at these bastards. What the hell are they doing? Jin-soo, standing next to him and putting his arm around Soo-won's shoulder, also mocked, oh, hello, it's Cho-gyu. LOL, what a chaotic scene. Everyone focused their eyes on the three guys who just appeared. Hyuk coldly spoke up. Young Cho-gyu, if you've dropped out, you should stay put. What the hell are you doing? Kong-hyuk, it's Jin-soo. Cho-gyu slowly stood up, looking annoyed at the troublesome group, muttering, why are these bastards here? Yisol, sweating profusely, regretfully muttered, doomed. Park Dong stood up straight, holding his hand to stop the blood, glancing confusedly and asking inwardly, did Ji-soo and Soo-won bring them here? Jin-soo stood on this side, seeing Dong looking battered with blood on his face. He sneered and asked, did you fight one-on-one? Haha, you got knocked out. You guys really went all out, huh? In a corner a short distance away, Date, Ju suddenly answered his phone, saying in surprise, "Oh, Jun." On the other end of the line, he yelled fiercely, asking him, "Why didn't you pick up the phone? Where are you?" On this side, Cho-gyu was standing firmly in front of them. With an angry expression of being interrupted, he asked, "Isn't this none of your business?" Hearing that question, Jin-soo couldn't help but retort, "Hey, Yufker, what do you mean it's none of our business?" He put his arm around Soo-won's shoulder, tilting his face up arrogantly, and said, "The juniors in my school got beaten up. That makes it our business. You dropped out, so you're not one of us anymore. You should be glad that we're the ones who showed up. Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused?" In a moment in the past, Choi Jin-woo was leading, followed by Hyuk and Jin-soo, along with other juniors who had just returned from eating, complaining, "Ugh, that burp smells, Elmo. We all ate the same thing, but yours smells so different." Suddenly, a phone rang in Jin-woo's hand. He picked up the phone, put it to his ear, and politely said hello. The person on the other end got straight to the point and asked him, "Are you Choi Jin-woo?" He was confused. The person introduced himself. "I'm Lee Chong-beom, second year at Gudan Tech." His eyes settled into a thoughtful gaze. Chong-beom didn't beat around the bush and said, "Didn't someone from your school mess with some guys from my school?" Hyuk, eavesdropping from behind, stared at him without blinking. Hearing this, he confusedly exclaimed, "Ah." Chong-beom's voice echoed through the phone. "His name is Jang Ji-soo. I heard that bastard and his friends ambush my juniors. My juniors getting beaten by another school. We can't just let that slide." On this side, Chong-beom took a drag from his cigarette and warned, "So what now? Are you going to handle him?" He squatted, a cigarette between his fingers, tilting his punchable face up to the sky as he gave Jin-woo a choice. "Or should I do it myself?" On this side, Jin-woo was not outdone, his expression dark and cold. Hee-soo spoke softly. Dong-hyuk behind him smiled brightly, greeting and calling out to Soo-won. Soo-won was sitting at his desk, resting his chin on his hand. He looked at the three of them in confusion and asked, "Huh?" Jin-soo put his hands in his pockets, looked at him, and said, "Ji-soo didn't come either? Where's Park Dong?" He angrily cursed. "He's not answering his phone, that bastard." Soo-won, slouching in his chair, looked at him and casually replied, "I don't know. Seems like he had night classes or something." Then he turned away, leaving behind a sentence. "Is that so? Damn it, fine. Is Park Dong with him?" "I don't think it's Park Dong." Soo-won sat blankly staring ahead, motionless, thinking about something. "You told them to meet at the park next door, right? Right?" Hyuk patted Soo-won's shoulder and then turned away. As Jin-soo's group just stepped out of the classroom, Soo-won peeked out from inside and called Hyuk. He stammered and explained, "Actually, this isn't something I should stick my nose into, but..." Back to the present. A questioning voice rang out. "So you and Yang Jin-soo were the ones who beat him up, right?" Cho-gyu narrowed his eyes, making his eyebrows look like they were about to kiss. Contrary to his calm demeanor, Jin-soo showed a face as wrinkled as a monkey's butt. "Do you know that a huge incident almost happened with Gudan Tech? Because of that? Yeah, you guys went too far this time." Hyuk scratched his head and hesitantly said, "The good thing is Jin-woo said he'd handle himself." "Haha, Seo Hee-jun is such a bastard." Cho-gyu angrily clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and yelled. He should be ashamed of himself. The evening sky had turned golden. "So what now? Did you guys come here to fight us or what?" Even though Choi Jin-woo didn't even bother to show up. "Haha, you loser." Jin-soo, still with his arm around Soo-won, sneered, "Why would Jin-woo show up just to deal with guys like you?" Cho-gyu's face turned ashen and he looked down. "I heard you guys are always causing trouble here and there. I knew a big incident would happen one day," Hyuk thoughtfully reminded. "Even if we overlook the fact that you guys are fighting right now, we can't sit still when it involves Gudan." Although slightly shorter than Cho-gyu, he still arrogantly tilted his face up and warned him. Seeing the situation getting more tense, Ji-soo quickly stammered to make peace. "Hyuk, we'll take care of it ourselves. Don't worry." Hyuk, angry at being interrupted, yelled, "Get out of here. Didn't I tell you not to hang around this guy?" He scolded, then turned to glare at Ji-soo on the other side. "I tried to be nice and you took it as a joke." Finally, Hyuk offered a solution, demanding him to choose one of two options. With sweat beading on his cheek, he silently looked at him as Hyuk coldly said, "Either call the guys you beat up and apologize right now, or, Hyuk coldly said, "Fight me right here." Is this really going to be a fight? Who will win?" Soo-won became even more panicked, unable to believe the scene before him. He thought to himself, "This is the first time I'm seeing a battle between the strong." The two of them radiated a murderous aura, surrounded by flames, looking as if they could lunge into a fight at any moment. Actually, on this side, Park Dong, Soo-won, and Jin-soo were pressed against the fence. Soo-won looked at the scene before him, constantly thinking, Cho-gyu is doomed. His nose is bleeding nonstop, even if people call him a madman. Cho-gyu frowned, his eyes narrowing. Even for someone like young Cho-gyu, but I don't think he could beat these guys. Hyuk put his hands in his pockets, his eyes sharp and cold. Soo-won, standing behind, turned pale. Suddenly, Cho-gyu turned his back and scoffed softly. Then he called out, "Ji-soo, let's go." Only then did he snap out of his daze and hurriedly replied, "All right." As he turned away, Jin-soo didn't forget to glance at Park Dong one more time. With an indignant expression, he wiped the blood with one hand, frowned, and glared at Jin-soo. He abruptly turned his back and followed Cho-gyu. Is everything really going to end like this? It's so awkward, and it's not even resolved yet. Dong lowered his head, thinking to himself in confusion. Hyuk, with both hands in his pockets, watched the two of them leave and called after them. "Hey, make sure you call and apologize. I'll be checking." Chogyu gave a slight sneer. Hearing that, Jin-Soo's face turned grim as he glared at him. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shoulder, calling hey. He slightly tilted his head toward the hand with a confused expression. Su-won and Dong, standing on this side, stared wide-eyed at that action. His eyes widened in surprise. A punch landed on the side of Chogyu's face. Hit unexpectedly, a look of pain appeared on his face. That gloating punch belonged to Jin-Soo. He was still in a punching stance, while Chogyu had lost his balance and fell back. Hyuk, witnessing the scene just now, couldn't help but stand frozen in surprise. Chogyu fell flat on the ground, raising his legs defensively against Jin-Soo. Jin-Soo, in a fit of rage, growled and asked, "What the FCK are you sneering at, you son of a BTCH?" Park Dong was startled out of his wits, his face contorted, while Su-won was so panicked he was about to faint. Chogyu lay curled up on the ground, groaning in pain, no longer showing his earlier arrogance. The scolding continued, "You piece of trash. Do you think it's funny when we try to be nice, huh?" Jin-Soo looked at him, writhing on the ground. Satisfied, he adjusted his wrist. He said disdainfully, "Your face always pisses me off, seriously." With just one blow. Jisoo witnessed the punch just now and couldn't help but tremble. Sweating profusely, he silently marveled. No, it was even a surprise attack. Park Dong frowned and grimaced. He's really strong. Has this bastard always been this strong? Jin-Soo raised his phone and gritted his teeth, saying whatever, don't apologize to this piece of trash. We'll just say we were the ones who beat you up. Taking a picture of Chogyu writhing on the ground, he jokingly said, "Send a picture, they'll believe it, eh?" To me, Chogyu was always a terror. Su-won's hand trembled slightly, sweating profusely. But seeing these two beat him up as if he was nothing. His whole body trembled, still in shock. Jin-Soo suddenly turned around and told the two behind him, "You come here too." The idiot Hyuk stood in front of Jin-Soo, lightly scratching his nose. Changing the subject? Forget it. We still have to go to school with him, remember? I definitely felt it. I should keep my head down and stay quiet at school. It's not that I don't intend to stand out at school. Su-won stood alone, pensive and small in a large space. But at the same time, a part of me wished I could be like them. That thought flashed through my mind just as Jin-Soo walked up to him. Jin-Soo raised his hand, squeezed his face, and said coldly, "Lucky for you, at least you still go to school. That's the only reason I'm not beating you up. Got it?" He replied in fear, stuttering, "Yes." Suddenly, he tilted his head and glanced to the side, reminding them, "And you guys too. Park Dong, are you guys causing trouble outside of school now, too?" Hyuk walked up to Dong and patted his shoulder comfortingly. "Hey, we're high school students. Can we live like ones? And quit smoking. The stench of cigarettes is everywhere." He nodded slightly and replied, "Okay." The three stood in front of Chogyu. Hyuk turned and asked him, "Su-won, aren't you going back?" With sweat still on his face, he replied, "Ah, I'll go with them." Beside him, Jin-Soo looked down and mocked, "Haha, looks like the bastard Chogyu is asleep." Then the two of them left one after another. Hyuk turned back and dropped the line, "All right, we're leaving." A pair of legs was rushing over. It was Hee-jun. He was injured on his cheek and ear, and his hand was bandaged as he hurriedly ran over. Just as he arrived, he saw Hyuk and Jin-Soo leisurely walking out. The two of them also saw him at this moment, then coldly walked past him. Seeing that, Hee-jun curiously turned his head and wondered, what's with those guys? Are they really high school students? Chogyu, with a sly face, brought a cigarette over and ordered, "Open your eyes." "You idiot, you're not dead yet." Chogyu had been a troublemaker ever since I met him in 7th grade. He hit the classmate in front of him, but his face showed not a hint of guilt. Instead, he was arrogant. Looking at that classmate who found it annoying and complained, "Why do you keep hitting me?" he gloatingly replied, "Look ahead, idiot." Bullying other kids was a part of his life, and stealing was a daily occurrence. He sneakily stuffed colorful pens into his sleeves. He was also the one who taught me how to drink. On the table were liquor bottles and a mess of bowls. Seriously, who does that in 7th grade? I didn't even hate it at the time. Drunk, Hee-jun and Chogyu were crying. He sobbed, saying, "Brothers forever, you bastard." Hee-jun didn't even think and replied, "Sure." I thought it was friendship and was even moved by it. And honestly, I shared the fear that others had of him. The two of them walked together down the quiet hallway, softly humming a whistle. If I'm being honest, I kind of liked it, but even in 8th and 9th grade, he smiled a sinister smile as if calculating something. That guy never changed. Instead, he got worse. Holding a brick in one hand, he forcefully smashed the car window. He rummaged through the belongings of a drunk guy lying by the road to steal. The more reckless, the more extreme. After that, everyone talked bad about him behind his back, calling him a certified lunatic. Hee-jun stood there listening to all the bad-mouthing about him, watching him casually walk by with such arrogance. "I heard he wrecked some guy's shop yesterday." "I know, he's a total mad dog, lol." Did he enjoy it? Probably. At some point, receiving the fearful gazes of others, Hee-jun stared in that direction. It started to disgust me, even the guys who hung out with him. Chogyu put on the air of a senior. Behind him were Seop and Jin-Soo, resentful of the things he did, but unable to do anything, clearly showing they had to endure his madness. And of course, there were tons of people who hated him. Hiren's group stood watching him, and suddenly a female friend criticized, "Ugh, look at him trying to act tough again." Hee-jun stood opposite him in a corner. He spoke up to advise him, "Man, that's enough. At least stop bragging about it." I thought things had gone too far, so I tried to persuade him. Hearing that, he coldly frowned and asked back, "Are you looking down on me?" But this guy only said crazy things. I was too tired and started to ignore it. During a few days of our Cold War, a peaceful school under a clear blue sky, I saw him bullying other kids again. The frightened classmate pleaded, "Please give it back." He jokingly stroked the classmate's cheek, wearing earphones, and mocked, "Come on, I said I'll give it back after listening to one song. Can't friends borrow a 3 megapixel?" He got angry and physically quickly assaulted the classmate, hitting him hard on the head along with a challenging remark. Relax your damn eyes. You bitch before I smash your face. You wanna fight? Then come at me. But then the kid he picked on exploded, much stronger than he had imagined. The classmate couldn't take it anymore and flared up to fight back. He hit him while gritting his teeth and screaming, "Give it back. I said give it back, you bastard." Meanwhile, he hunched over, cowering and shielding himself. Perhaps because this guy was quite big, Cho Gyu lost his bearings. He just stood still and took the hits. He struggled, curling up on the ground to protect himself. Everyone was frozen in shock. But then, the fear in their eyes turned into mockery. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Wait, is Cho Gyu a coward? All his tough acts were fake. How humiliating. Oh my god. He frowned in anger and defiance. Cho Gyu couldn't accept that humiliation. An arm holding a stick swung up forcefully. A scream rang out. Hee-jun and In-seop looked at the scene before them, their mouths hanging open. Unexpectedly, during the next recess, he beat up that kid brutally. The classmate was in agony, his whole body covered in bright red wounds, clutching his head and collapsing on the desk. He still didn't let up. Holding a chair in one hand, he said disdainfully, "Come on, try that thing again. You dog, keep doing it over and over. You think I'm that easy to chew on?" The classmate cried out in pain. Hee-jun's group walked up to him to intervene. Hee-jun yelled, "You lunatic, this is completely serious." In-seop from behind also anxiously shouted, "Cho Gyu, put that down right now." He just looked at them coldly, then casually asked, "Are you guys taking a side?" Hee-jun frantically yelled in his face, "It's not about taking sides, you psycho. It's because we're worried that if you keep this up, you'll ruin your whole life." Being yelled at right in the face. As someone who cared deeply about his pride, how could he let this slide? He became angry, frowned, and asked, "You guys sure have big mouths today, huh?" The kids who had hidden their dissatisfaction around him. That was the day they alienated him forever. Hee-jun's group couldn't stand it and walked away, but still turned their heads for one last look. I tried a few times after that, but we could never go back to how things were before. Graduation. He didn't understand it until it was too late. He was writhing on the ground, looking so humiliating. Hee-jun squatted, a cigarette between his fingers, looking at the figure in front of him and saying, "I knew this would happen." Soo-won, sitting next to him, exclaimed, "Aha." He seemed to realize something, frowning and thinking to himself, so I guess this isn't some tragic backstory or anything like that. He's just purely a piece of scum. Then Cho Gyu struggled to get up, groaning with difficulty, yeah. His face, dotted with wounds, squinted in discomfort. Seeing him sit up, Hee-jun casually asked, "You're awake?" He sat with his legs drawn up, resting one arm on them. The corner of his lip was swollen from the punch earlier. He asked bluntly, "Did you snitch to the school boss?" Hearing the unexpected question, Hee-jun covered his eyes with his hand, laughing loudly and disdainfully. "Wow, what the hell, well, is that the first thing you say when you wake up?" "That's right, I snitched, you bastard." He stepped closer to Cho Gyu and asked, "What else was I supposed to do to stop the seniors? Maybe don't hit someone until things are clear." Cho Gyu lowered his head, mocking, "Cowardly bastard." They had to call for backup. He clenched his palms in a fist so tightly that they trembled as he said, "Should I call all my buddies from other areas to come over?" Park Dong, who had been silent all this time, finally glared at him and spoke up, "There's no one around here of a higher rank than them. They won't let it go so easily next time. Let's just stop here, okay? You've gone too far." Ji-soo, who had been keeping his head down and not daring to speak, stood behind him, his face dotted with sweat. Suddenly, Hee-jun brought up the past and demanded, "Answer me one thing. That day when you hit me," Hee-jun asked through gritted teeth, "didn't you feel even a little bit of remorse? After everything we've done together? Is your ego more important than your friends?" Hearing those words, he bitterly lowered his head and muttered, "You were the first one." Hee-jun, puffing on a cigarette, heard the muttering and demanded, "What? Speak up." He raised his head, his angry face wrinkled, looking truly terrifying as he yelled, "You were the one who came at me with that attitude." The three guys sitting there were suddenly stunned by his unexpected outburst, sitting motionless with eyes wide open. After that, everyone present seemed to freeze. Time also suddenly stopped. A gentle breeze blew past. Hee-jun was the first to speak, breaking the frozen time. "All right, that's more like you, you scum." Hee-jun hit Cho Gyu on the head, then said firmly, "I'll give it back to you exactly the way you gave it to me." Hee-jun stood up, looking at him, and warned, "Next time, if you try to get revenge, I'll take you all down no matter what. Let's never see each other again." Hee-jun's group left, leaving him and Ji-soo still sitting there. As the group was walking, Soo-won suddenly spoke up, "I'm sorry." Park Dong, walking ahead, asked in confusion and coldly why. Feeling guilty, his face darkened as he explained, "I poked my nose into your business. I was just worried." Hearing that, he glanced at him, then squeezed his eyes shut. Under the bright, yellow, sunset sky, his voice rang out, "You did well." Thus, the conflict with Cho Gyu ended without anything serious happening. The next day at school, under the clear blue sky, a curious voice rang out, "What happened to you guys?" Hiren and Irina looked at the people in front of them. Frowning, she pointed a finger at their faces and asked in confusion, "Your faces. What happened?" Park Dong put his arm around Soo-won's shoulder, standing proudly in front of her, and explained, "We skipped night study sessions yesterday and got caught. We took a few hits for it, that's all." With an angry face, she stared at him and said, "Tell me what happened." He gritted his teeth, holding a cigarette in his hand, about to put it in his mouth. "I told you nothing happened. I told you this isn't your business." Then she asked him again, yeah, I'm asking you. Where does it hurt? What the hell did you do to end up like this? He cursed at her, and if you knew, what the fuck would you do? She sat in a corner, staying silent and asking no more, then began to shed tears. Sitting next to her, he suddenly heard her ask, am I really your girlfriend? He remained silent, not daring to answer. She clenched her hands as tears fell onto them. Our dates are always just you forcing others or you getting into trouble. I just want to go on dates like normal girls, like everyone else. But I like you, which is why I threw everything away. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Even when something happens, you never tell me about it. Why are we even dating? He sat next to her and cursed, this bitch, frowning in anger. He cursed at her, I'm already going crazy, and now you're nagging too. Then get lost. She stared blankly, stunned hearing him say, don't be my girlfriend anymore. Tears streamed down like a waterfall. You really are trash. The scene shifts to the backyard of an apartment complex. He stood smoking alone, opening his phone to look. He received a message. Young-jin, you bald bastard, I'll kill you. Upon receiving that message, he gripped his phone tightly, his teeth clenching the cigarette. I'm so mad, I'm going crazy. Someday, I'll get my revenge, no matter what. Son of a bitch. Suddenly, he received another message. Pick up the phone, you bastard. Why aren't you answering, you bastard? You useless idiot. Suddenly, Co Min Soo stood from a distance, seeing him smoking with an angry face. He muttered to himself, I only hung out with him a few times, and he thinks we're really friends. Then he approached him and smacked him hard on the head. He angrily turned around to look. Which bastard dares? Suddenly, a voice spoke. You're just a rebellious kid. Hearing that, Cho-gyu fell silent and said no more. He asked, who taught you to smoke, huh? He sweated and scratched his head, not answering. Answer me. For a while after that, that crazy guy completely disappeared from the streets. Choi Jin-gu's gang handled the whole situation. A few days later, the three of them started sitting and chatting with each other. People around saw that and gathered around. Young Jin, nice picture, damn it. It's like a Pulitzer Prize for the winner. Crazy, right? Wait, you share the picture with everyone? Zhang Chun Hayu became a laughingstock. The whole school heard about it. Suddenly, he asked Yang Jin, did you have to go that far? What if he reported it? He said that other people spread it. A crazy move from a mad dog, perfectly fitting. Then he turned around and asked, staring blankly at him, drinking milk, what did Jin-gu from Gizan say? He quickly wiped his mouth and said, after looking at the picture yesterday, Jang Bum was on the phone and said, good job. I like it. That's all. The people behind whispered and burst into laughter. Meanwhile, he said, anyway, it went smoothly. He's probably too embarrassed to cause more trouble. That was a completely brutal way to settle things. But I'm sure that those guys, including me, everyone was whispering. He's really incredible. Damn it. I want to be part of their group. They looked at those three. But a pretty famous guy from Nagok Middle School was defeated with just one punch by another guy from Yuhong Middle School. It made Park Dong's group seem embarrassed. Unusually, the three of them met without prior arrangement. One lying down, two standing. Then no one talked to anyone. Perhaps because Nagok Middle School was no longer showing off. Park Dong said, isn't the scene really weird? This fight was our problem, but Yuhong Middle School ended it. The scene shifts to Daeju. He said, anyway, we're all from Sangyo High School now. But why are you looking away while talking? My eyes can't see clearly. Soo-won said, even if we don't want to admit it, everything was resolved neatly. Because it was them, it still feels good, right? Daeju asked, want to go do that, Park Dong? Soo-won asked blankly, do what? Suddenly, a hand tossed something and he caught it. What's this? I quit. This time for real. Park Dong said, is it April Fool's Day now? Soo-won jumped down. I'm sick of it. It ruins my life. And having to sneak around to smoke too. Can't fight, but loving this thing crazily. That's why we get ignored around here. Around that time, Park Dong quit smoking. And after that, he was eating a piece of candy. Suddenly, he heard someone call Soo-won's name. Park Dong ran out and patted his shoulder, startling Soo-won. He said, let's go to the snack shop. I just went there. Are we going again? Come on, just once more. I'll buy you something. He became closer to me. Hiren sat out in the schoolyard and asked, are you guys really not going to tell me what happened? The five of them gathered and talked seriously. I skipped night study sessions and got caught. This guy didn't skip, that's why he's fine. But you look more handsome after getting beaten. Huh? Really? Want to fight, Rena? She said to Soo-won, seriously. Even if teachers like to hit students, why would they bruise your face like that? She said no more, letting him explain. But he seemed to change the subject, yeah. Just forget it, idiot. Isn't it really hot now? It's time to change into summer uniforms, right? He blushed shyly, recalling the moment. Even when tying her hair, she looks great. Then suddenly, there was a loud shout of anger. Hey, she tightly grabbed his wrist. His wrist was dripping with sweat. He didn't understand what was happening. She shouted loudly, you know everything, don't you? Tell me. Soo-won, terrified and sweating profusely, said, what? About what? Park Dong sat in the middle, saying nothing. She remained angry, gripping his wrist tightly. Park Dong is lying, right? Right? Come on, take my side. Hiren was asking, but he seemed distracted. I'm going crazy. Why is she so pretty? Soo-won, focus. Put all your strength into your wrist. Hurry. He blushed and sweated. Her anger still hadn't subsided as she gripped his hand tightly and said, why are you guys overreacting so much? Soo-won looked like he had lost his soul. Park Dong, scared for him, said, hey, are you trying to make this guy explode or what? Let him go, so rude. Irina, sitting next to them, glanced over. Looks like Soo-won taught me something to copy. She stared in surprise, She noticed it was Yang Jin Soo walking down the street. He's coming. Yang Jin Soo also saw her. and everyone was staring at him. He looked on with a blank expression. The rest of the friends also looked at him with awe, then whispered to each other, "Why is he just standing there? Beats me, LOL." Irina and Jin Kyung also noticed, "Wow, it looks like his face is bruised too." Hyerin turned to look at Park Dong, not daring to say anything. She just gave a slight glance. Then Soo-won glanced at him. There was still one last thing, a thing that needed to be ended. Then everyone whispered and asked, "Did you guys fight with him? You came in during the third period and just said that. You won't regret it, right?" "No, I won't regret it." The teacher sat at the podium, a hand on his forehead, eyes squeezed shut. "I'm going crazy." He opened his eyes and glanced. "Are your parents really okay with this? I have to have a meeting anyway. If you're lying, I'll find out immediately." Young Ji-soo stood still in fear. "But I'm not lying. They said I should drop out." At the door of class 1-1, he rested his chin on his hand, saying nothing, and turned his face away. He glanced at Park Dong, seeming to understand something. Soo-won looked forward with dull eyes. Then his eyes also became dull. During class that day, everyone in the class collapsed on their desks, looking sluggish and tired. He adjusted his collar as he sat, tried to endure throughout the class. Finally, it was lunchtime, the most awkward moment in my 17 years of life. Park Dong shouted from behind, "Ah, damn it. Today's menu has braised pollock." Then the three of them lined up straight, ready to go out. "How can you remember the whole menu? Isn't that obvious, idiot?" Then he thought, why did that guy suddenly show up at school? The scene shifts to the male students whispering, putting their arms around each other's shoulders and talking. "What are you doing this weekend?" "Yesterday with those bastards from Guzin school." Now the female students stood right there pointing fingers, but the guys kept talking. "Yeah, that was hilarious, LOL. I really hate the disciplinary teacher. Want to go to the snack shop?" Sure. Hey, wait." Ji-soo buried his face in his desk, but in reality, he was still listening to his friend's conversation. Out in the hallway, the teacher called Park Dong. He turned to look. "Yes, what is it, sir?" He angrily turned around to look. "The teacher told you to talk to him for a bit." "Ugh, why?" "I was about to go eat lunch." The teacher said it's about Yang Ji-soo. He stood blankly, saying nothing. Yang Ji-soo stood up from his desk and went to the sink to wash his face. He wiped the water off his face, then stood for a long time thinking. "There's no one left. No one at all. I can't contact Chogyu, and from now on, I probably won't be able to. From the very beginning, Chogyu, did you ever consider me a friend?" As he was thinking, he suddenly startled in fear, hearing the voices of those three friends again. "I fucking hate braised pollock." "Why?" "I like it." He was about to turn his face to look at that voice. It was the three thugs. Their cold eyes glanced at him. "My school life is no longer worth watching. This is not the ending I wanted. This is so unfair." He staggered with gloomy steps. He walked and thought. Then suddenly he met some female friends. Irina said, "Hey, what happened to you?" The other two looked bewildered. "What do you mean?" "Are you and Park Dong ignoring each other? Did you fight?" He sweated, afraid of being found out. But the girls seemed to know something. He glanced and stammered, "Ah, that." Hyerin turned and walked away, but she seemed to still be listening to the conversation. Then Jin Kyung said, "Whatever it is, I hope you two will make up." Yang Jin, Soo turned to look at her. He replied, "Oh, okay." Irina said to Hyerin, "Hey, don't you think you've been too cold?" She just smiled wryly. Then he heard Hyerin say, "I don't know. There's nothing to say." He turned back, looking bewildered at that moment. Should I have confessed? Should I have gone alone at that time? Should I have stopped myself? Park Dong was beaten by him, bruising his face and limbs. Even after that, should I have apologized? My friend is no longer my friend. Then he recalled the image of Hyerin and the girl he liked. He stared at the backs of the three of them, leaving. They already hate me. He went back to class to get his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and looked at his seat one last time. Then he thought back to when Park Dong turned around and smiled teasingly at him. "Hey, have some dessert here. LOL. Then he playfully scolded, "Ah, you crazy bastard." And the times he took Jin-soo's glasses and put them on, "Look how I wear them." He burst out laughing. "LOL, no doubt. You're the ugliest person I have ever seen in my life." Jin-soo sadly lowered his head. Sad footsteps leaving. People around looked at him, whispering and gossiping. No way. Is Yang Jin-soo going home? That guy is a huge disaster. The two of them had just finished a full lunch and were about to return to class. "I'm so full, draw part 2 today, you idiot. Shouldn't you do it properly? But if I get caught, I'll be the one blamed." Ji-soo was about to grab the doorknob to open the classroom door. Soo-won, not knowing, also grabbed the doorknob while engrossed in talking. "If you take the blame for me, I'll draw it, LOL." "Of course not. That's not going to happen, you idiot." He opened the door, hitting Ji-soo hard in the face. But he didn't know, still talking casually, "Maybe I'll think about it later." When he found out, he looked bewildered. Young. Ji-soo had just been hit by a strike, making his glasses askew. Dazed, he knew he had done something super wrong. Soo-won hesitantly said, "Gene, sorry." "Wait a minute, why should I apologize? I haven't even received the apology that I deserve." He angrily went into the classroom with Park Dong, glaring angrily. Suddenly, Yang Jin Soo noticed Soo-won returning to school after a while. Everyone was amazed and bewildered, Park Dong included. Suddenly, he fell onto the tile floor. The thing that made Yang Jin Soo the most angry was not the friends who ignored him or the girl who rejected him, but the person who took the place where he should have been. He hit Soo one hard in the face. He angrily gritted his teeth and shouted, "Open your damn eyes when you walk. You cheap big-headed bastard." And that's me. The one who got hit grabbed his wound tightly. Then he heard Jin Soo say, "You should be grateful that I exposed everything." He replied softly. Seeing that, Park Dong immediately stopped Yang Jin Soo, but he still said, "I'm really holding myself back from beating you to death." Park Dong cursed, "You crazy bastard." He angrily cursed at Park Dong too. "Get out of here. Do you want to get beaten too?" He angrily said, "What did you say?" Jisoo held his face, crying bitterly. Then he imagined. It bunched Yang Hin Soo. Then imagined again. Yang Jin, Sue lying on the ground begging. The scene shifts to Park Dong and Yang Jin Sue. The two were talking. You got beaten that day, and now you're trying to show off again? Park Dong cursed. Shut up, keep your voice down. I'm the only one stuck in your imagination, you. He, with one foot wearing a slipper and the other barefoot, said, who do you think you are? Soo-won's hands clenched tightly. His teeth gritted. He screamed, how dare you hit me? That was the moment I roared fiercely. He, with one eye swollen and limping, cried streams of tears, shouting loudly, what did I do wrong, you damn bastard? It wasn't imagination. It was real. In a quite attractive food tray, someone's life nightmare appeared, gently picking up a piece of braised pollock. Park Dong glanced at it with a look that couldn't be more loving. But then he gritted his teeth, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed. And the result wasn't very positive. Criticizing it is really bad, yes. At that moment, he remembered the conversation with the teacher. Dropping out? Yes. After talking to his parents, it seems they are really letting him drop out. But it's a person's future, so the teacher tried to suggest to him, try to stop him. Then, faced with the teacher's slim hope, Park Dong felt awkward, rubbed the back of his neck, looked away, and replied, what can I do? He doesn't even have a plan to graduate anyway. Hearing that answer, the teacher frowned slightly, very puzzled. Even kids with plans usually don't succeed after dropping out. Do you think Ji-soo has some genius plan or something? Back to lunchtime, Park Dong kept chewing but felt restless about what the teacher had said. He could totally regret this. Just try to convince him. You're his best friend. Maybe he will listen to you. The scene shifts to old memories in his mind. At this time, Park Dong put his arm around Ji-soo's neck. They walked home together, chatting happily. No way. That's so embarrassing. You idiot. It's no big deal. It's so good that we can be friends together. He didn't forget to comment. All the other kids are really nice. Whatever was said, he also didn't forget to show off, raising his voice to shout. And the most important thing is that I'm here. The idiot even added a mocking remark. You're the one I hate the most. Outside the gate, the brothers had gathered and were waiting. Dae-ju frowned and yelled, damn, asking Park Dong, why are you so late? And he wasn't one to back down, replying, because I like to. What about that loser Jun-hyun? He asked and then received the answer. He said he would come hang out, even if. Well, whatever. Jun-hyun also revealed another identity. What's that kid's name again? Yang Jin-soo or something? Well, it doesn't matter. So let's invite him quickly. Hey, come with us to the PC room. In general, at first, they were very hard to approach. But once I joined this group, going to super energetic karaoke sessions, howling like we want to tear the floor apart. To regretful love. The voices of those guys singing karaoke echoed at maximum volume. Now I'm full of energy. Yeah. Ji-soo's eyes shyly looked at Hyeren, realizing that his former self had begun to regain confidence. It was a once-in-a-lifetime school experience. When hearing her cover her ears, frowning and cursing, shut up, you crazy bastards, along with that came the desire to become really cool. I think I will become someone who won't give in anymore. Then, in his eyes, Soo-won's figure appeared. But look at this bastard. He's looking down on me. He dares to fight back against someone who used to make him flinch just by hearing the name. Now he's resisting, using all his strength to pull, almost tearing his mouth. His glasses fell off, making Jin-soo disbelieve. How dare he? This is a situation I could never have imagined. I've been defeated a few times, and now am I just prey? While he himself was pushed until his mouth was twisted and his eye was dented, Jin-soo still carried an indelible hatred for Soo-won, even this timid loser. But in the pent-up annoyance, it's all even my fault. Fighting so much that no one noticed, stepping on his glasses. Someone weaker than me. That bastard. Compared to when Jin-soo tried to endure, shielding Hyeren until his whole body ached. Someone more pathetic than me. This piece of trash gets attention, getting his hair fixed by her. Seeing him in his place was truly something he absolutely couldn't accept. This very thing seemed to fuel the anger, making him clench his fists. Gritting his teeth, finally with a really strong force, Jin-soo didn't hesitate to punch Soo-won right in the face. It clearly hurt amidst the shock and darkened faces of a group of people. However, he didn't give up either, grabbing his hair and yanking him hard. Jin-soo stood outside witnessing everything. Ji-sung was a bit intimidated, but had an intention in his mind. I should stop this. Then he didn't dare to move at all. His body stood stiffly, thinking, but I'm afraid that will happen again. Seeing it wasn't right, a female classmate had to point her finger and anxiously suggest, hey, stop it. However, the boy burst out laughing, gleefully refusing. Why stop him? This is so fucking fun. There's nothing more fun than a fight. Next, another guy put his arm around his bro's neck and asked, who do you think will win? And quickly received a reply, of course it's Yang Jin-soo. How could Yadong win? Look at their sizes. That's a big deal in a fight. One side is as big as an elephant that can crush and knock the head of the other side like an ant. And honestly, do you think Yadong has ever been in a fight? And the situation now was exactly like that. Soo-won was flailing his arms in front of his head to block the blows. Maybe it was an adrenaline shock, or maybe it was just because Jin-soo was weak. But then he just kept punching straight ahead, landing several extremely strong blows with a bam-bam sound on his body. In the helpless moment of only knowing how to raise his hands to block the blows, the surrounding space darkened, and Soo-won himself sank into thought. Being hit doesn't hurt that much. The gazes of people watching me, I don't even care about them. All the frustration of being labeled a loser. All I want is to smash it into this bastard's face, because one side of his eye had already swollen up. This moment was the opportunity for Soo-won to fight back, landing a punch on Jisoo's cheek. That's what I thought. But I just swung my arm, and then I landed a hit. That situation made his eyes roll back. Confusing, but why is it not like when Young-jin hit him? Tough luck, bro. At this point, it's considered hopeless. The boy, restless and unyielding, screamed inwardly, my punch is even more pathetic than his. So the consequence he received was a punch straight to the eye. It seemed to hurt a lot as Soo-won clutched his wound and screamed. Again. Seeing this situation, Yang Ji-soo seemed to have the upper hand. He gritted his teeth and bitterly cursed, "You damn bastard. Weaker than I'm Young-jin, weaker than Choju, weaker than Yang Ji-soo. That is me. That is my helplessness." Right then, he wanted to deliver a knockout blow. He threw an uppercut like a boxer to finish him off, knocking Soo-won backward. Since being smashed and having his head slammed down by Yang Ji-soo, he even gloated, taking his notebook and running away, making Soo-won out of breath chasing after him. No matter what, he always had to endure being bullied by others, making him want to withdraw into himself. But in the moment he was knocked backward, Soo-won's eyes became sharper than ever, strong and resolute. Looking at the opponent in front of him, he affirmed, "But that's fine." He pulled his arm back, ready to strike. It's still better than being beaten multiple times by Yang Ji-soo. One punch from himself, a punch filled with a lot of courage. It made the whole crowd of onlookers drop their jaws and widen their eyes. Unleashing his hidden power, this strike truly caused massive damage. The big-size Yang Ji-soo couldn't withstand it, holding his nose and groaning, It hurt so much that his face turned red. He was silent, his whole body trembling. Despite his success, Soo-won still looked bewildered, wondering, did that hit? Did I actually hit him? It took a few moments for him to react. He grimaced, growled, and yelled, You. Especially, Yang Ji-soo furiously grabbed this guy's collar right away. Yang Ji-soo gritted his teeth and cursed, "You son of a bitch. Do you want to die? You damn bastard. I'll kill you." With tears welling up in his eyes. Looking at this expression, he knew he was out of luck. Right. This won't end peacefully. Then suddenly, someone else appeared, opening his mouth wide and shouting. Hey, that wasn't too cool. Just shouting loudly once is enough. It made the whole crowd turn their heads to look. Yang Ji-soo, about to deal with Soo-won, also had to stop. Finally, the savior appeared. Park Dong clenched his fists and said, "Let go of him, you crazy bastard." First, he glanced backward. He sighed in relief, which both of them noticed. Park Dong noticed Ji-sung had been standing there doing nothing, making him turn around and ask in confusion, "Why didn't you stop them, you coward?" He blushed and trembled even more than the guys fighting, replying, I was about to do it," letting Park Dong handle it. He took step by step closer to the two of them. There was something very awkward that made him a bit wary as he called out, "Hey, Yang Ji-soo." But then, contrary to the expectation that he would angrily yell, Park Dong suddenly asked gently, What the hell are you doing?" It was quite strange, but without showing any expression on his face, Yang Ji-soo just glared resentfully, while his old best friend was asking, even until the very last moment, "Seriously, why do you like this?" His whole demeanor suddenly darkened. Now, no one was important enough to persuade him, so Yang Ji-soo laughed ruthlessly and said, "Don't worry about it, you bastard. Anyway, I won't appear in front of you losers anymore." Are you serious? Park Dong was trying to persuade his friend. Is your goal to fight the whole world? Why are you getting dumber and dumber? Even for a short time, I actually like hanging out with a bastard like you. Forget it. I was really stupid. Bullshit. Yang Ji-soo casually retorted, "Yeah, you are a fool. And what kind of fight is this? This is just me beating up this idiot. A punishment for those who are too violent." He suddenly widened his eyes. "Oh, is that dripping syrup?" Looking at the blood spilled on the classroom floor, Park Dong's expression changed and distorted, letting out a sound, Rubbing his nose, Yang Ji-soo was panicking. His hands were soaked in blood as he cursed. What the hell is this? Damn it. The two walked out of the classroom, seeing everyone whispering and gossiping. In-sip stared blankly while Ian-ho glanced over. Then everyone started rushing to gather in one place. He said, "What's going on? Why is everyone gathered over there?" Then he approached the crowd, staring fixedly. His mouth was chewing. It seems like someone is fighting. A moment later, he found out and stood frozen on the spot. He saw Yang Ji-soo's nose bleeding. What's happening? If you bleed from the nose, you lose. Then everyone whispered, "Isn't Yang Ji-soo the one bleeding from the nose?" He definitely lost. Well, not exactly. He hurriedly squeezed into the crowd as people continued whispering. Then who won if that's the case? Soo-won got beaten up more, right? They fought. Even so, Soo-won got hit more, right? They fought. Even so, Yang Ji-soo's nose bled. And considering the difference in their sizes, isn't Soo-won more impressive? Yeah, that's right. For some reason to the others, Soo-won was the winner. He sighed, saying nothing as the people around kept whispering. Wow, Park Dong actually did something. They convinced each other that he had won. Angry, he furrowed his brows and glared. He gritted his teeth and shouted you. Then he furiously turned around and yelled loudly, "You bastard," making Yang Ji-soo startle in fear. He was about to rush in and fight when Park Dong and In-sip stopped him. He gritted his teeth tightly and glared at Park Dong. He shouted, Let me go, I said let me go." Park Dong was angry but still tried to calm him down, then cursed in his face, "Stop it, you damn bastard." Suddenly, Ian-ho appeared and firmly grabbed his wrist. With a cold face, he stared at him. He also turned to look while everyone was still holding Yang Ji-soo back. "You idiots, don't stop me. It's not over yet." Meanwhile, Soo-won stood staring in fear. Shortly after, Irina and CO Hiron also arrived, looking scared, and they heard, "Let me go, you damn bastard." He gnashed his teeth, his eyes wide, bloodshot, and his brows deeply furrowed. I was winning if this continues. But the continuous curses kept ringing from his mouth. It looked like I lost. That bastard Yang Ji-soo just left. Guess he felt really humiliated. Haha. In-sip went over to Park Dong and asked, "Yo, why did they fight?" He replied, "I don't even know." Then Soo-won walked into the classroom, his hands clenched tightly, his face looking dazed. Seeing that, In-sip hurriedly ran out and asked, "Hey, are you okay, Soo-won?" Hearing that, he recalled the image of himself punching straight into Yang Ji-soo's nose, causing him pain. He was stunned and terrified, sweating profusely as he remembered. The scene shifted to a running faucet, the water washing over bloodstains that were slowly spreading on the surface. This is so embarrassing, so humiliating. He angrily slammed his hand against the sink. I can't let it in like this. Damn it. He touched his nose. If I leave now, I'll be known as a loser who got beaten up and dropped out of school. Damn it. I can't let that happen. Now I understand why Choju did what he did. Being considered a madman is still better than being a loser. He clenched his fists in anger and walked away. I definitely can't let this slide. Where are you going? As soon as he heard that, he turned around to look. He saw her and stammered her name, CO Hiron. Then, facing each other, he said, I'm not feeling well, so I'm going home." Suddenly, his nose started bleeding again, making him sweat, his brows knitting together. Seeing that, she looked down and sighed. Then she threw a pack of tissues at him, which he caught. "Here." He held the pack of tissues in his hand, staring at it, but saying nothing. She turned to leave and said, "You're not that kind of person," which left him stunned. A moment later, he called out her name loudly, CO Hiron. She only glanced back without turning around. He then said, I'm going to drop out of school. You probably won't see me much anymore." She glanced at him. "About back then." I am sorry." He explained to her, "Why try to do back then? It wasn't supposed to happen like that." She replied, "From this moment on, don't get involved in a situation where you have to apologize again. Not to me, not to anyone." He stared at her, his nose still bleeding, his hand holding the pack of tissues. "You aren't that kind of person, right?" The scene shifted to the advanced class. The three boys were sitting and whispering to each other. "Feeling better?" Then Park Dong said, "The teacher mentioned earlier that Yang Ji-soo dropped out. We won't be seeing him anymore." Soo-won said nothing, just sat and listened. There's no way he'd show his face after that humiliation. He bowed his head sadly. Later, Soo-won asked, "Are you okay?" "What do you mean?" In-sip stood with his arms crossed, staring, then listened to the two talking. "He was your old friend, wasn't he?" "Yang Ji-soo, I mean. Why do you have to worry about me?" Park Dong shouted loudly. "No, seriously, there's nothing to worry about. It's just that Yang Ji-soo caused trouble." And Soo-won stared blankly upon hearing that. Yang Ji-soo had said, "Aren't you my friend too?" Then he replied shyly, right? Why is your face turning red, you weirdo?" A moment later, In-sip glanced out the window and saw, look, he's leaving. Yang Ji-soo, with his backpack and sluggish, dragging footsteps, was slowly walking out of the school gate. There was no one around him, just trudging along alone. Then a moment later, Soo-won also went to the window to stare at him. Park Dong approached as well. The three of them watched together, but no one said a word. Then Park Dong said, "He has completely ruined his own life. Whatever, just let him deal with it himself, if I'm not mistaken." Park Dong walked away, turning his face from the two. That idiot. It seemed like Park Dong had cried a little. A few days later, Yang Ji-soo really dropped out of school, leaving behind a sense of relief and emptiness for the others. Well, shifting the scene to a week later. "Where are you going again?" "I told you, Mom. I'm going shopping with my friends." Then his mother said to him, "I swear, if you come back injured again." He hurriedly replied, Yes, I'm leaving." His mother was angry, her brows furrowed as she stared. "Honestly, I never had to worry about him in middle school. Why is he always getting hurt now?" Hearing that, his father replied, "So what? Men often get involved in fights and things like that." He happily and cheerfully walked out of the building with one puffy eye. The other eye was normal. At least it looked happier now. Meanwhile, the three of them had been waiting for him for a long time. Park Dong shouted, "Come on, hurry up." The four of them walked together on the street and chatted with each other. "Oh my god, are those really all the clothes you have? Why? Is there something wrong with them? Your clothes will look weird later too." "What are you talking about? My clothes are super cool." Dong frowned and asked the Jew, "What do you think?" The Jew hesitated a bit, then glanced at Soo-won. "About his fashion sense? I think it's a disaster from the socks up." Soo-won grimaced, "You're too strict, the Jew." The Jew replied calmly, "First of all, Soo-won, from what I see, your socks are all plain. There's no highlight at all. You should at least wear pairs like this." He looked at Soo-won from head to toe and continued, "It's not just the socks. Your shirt and pants too. You look like a 40-year-old uncle trying to dress like a college student." Soo-won frowned in annoyance. "You look exactly like someone forcing themselves to follow the kids' trends. You're really talkative today, Diju." But Diju had no intention of stopping. "There's more. You're also wearing that padded jacket from the beginning of the semester. I can't even defend that." Dong, standing nearby, burst out laughing. "Oh my god, it's a disaster. A real disaster." Soo-won sighed, "My mom bought it for me." Diju chuckled. "Well, it's true that compared to a mother's love, fashion sense is nothing. Mom is always the best." Dong started to feel exhausted. This guy is guy's smooth talking his way out of it again. Anyway, today you have to change from head to toe. Got it? Otherwise, we won't hang out with you anymore. Soo-won grimaced. I was just planning to buy a simple t-shirt. Dong said sternly. I'll praise you for adjusting your uniform. Just that alone makes you look a lot less dorky. But we are Sangji High students. There's still something very important missing. He thought about that dorky look, which was the hair. That's what affects a guy's appearance the most. Dong started explaining about hairstyles, especially the sideburns and the back of the neck. If you fix those two parts right, you can turn a loser into someone decent. But if you ignore those two parts and still want to be trendy, it'll probably take until doomsday. For example, this hairstyle. He pointed at Daju. Look, even a handsome guy like him would look cheap with that hairstyle. Dong turned to look at Ji-sung. Even Kim Ji-sung. That guy, even though he looks neat now, back when he had long hair. But Ji-sung just stayed silent. Saying nothing made Dong pause. From afar, a group of girls was looking at the four of them chatting. If you dress that badly and can't even open your mouth, why? Why did you stop talking halfway, you weirdo? Then you'll graduate without ever talking to a cute girl. Those girls pointed at them. Dong pushed Soo-won forward, looked at him, and said, you should at least have a girlfriend once before graduating. Soo-won looked down and thought to himself, she definitely looked at me, right? His eyes glanced toward Daju. He awkwardly lowered his head. I've never dressed up before. I don't know if it'll work for someone like me. Dong laughed out loud. Want to know the biggest reason why you have to buy nice clothes today? Soo-won replied softly, because CO Hyeren is coming later, right? Meanwhile, Hyeren was focusing on washing the dishes. Missa walked over. Step aside, let me do it. She casually replied, it's fine. But in her mind, she thought, if you wash them, there will probably be twice as much grease left. Misu hesitantly asked, where are you going? To meet friends? He hesitated, then continued, it's boys, isn't it? Hyeren glanced at him. What, are you planning to go make trouble with him again? You sure live a busy life. Go away. So annoying. Missa stayed silent, not knowing what to say, then suddenly raised his voice. Hey, he hesitated. Today, do you have money to go out? Hyeren was surprised. I spent all my allowance. Missa took out a few bills and shoved them into her hand. Come home early. Don't drink alcohol or anything. He stuffed the money into her pocket and turned his face away. Even if he wants a rebel, he's still just a kid living off his allowance. A little brat, nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, Daju, holding a skewer, turned his head. Hey, they're here. It's Park Dong. He saw Hyeren. Irina and Jin Kyung had appeared. Oh my, you guys arrived earlier than I thought. Dong looked at Hyeren and wondered, what's with the hair? Did you curl it? It's curled with a curling iron. You idiot. Goodness, it's really a miracle. So magical. Hyeren looked at the group coldly. Honestly, I still don't feel comfortable about this. Did you turn to strike up a conversation with Jin Kyung? The other guys are in the restroom. Wait a bit, boys will be boys. Irina snatched the skewer from Dong's hand. Give it here, you idiot. Are you planning to eat it all? Dong walked closer to Hyeren. Hey, Mr. Hyung doesn't know we're here, right? Can you handle him? Hyeren frowned at him. Whether you get beaten up or not, do you think I care? Irina ran after him to grab the last piece of the skewer. Dong tried to push her away. Did I do something wrong? Dong helplessly turned away. Geez, I was planning to buy you guys chicken skewers and stuff, but I still don't understand why you guys fought with Yang Ji-soo. And you call yourselves friends? I don't know anything. You ignore me when you want to, and make up when you want to. It's like I don't exist. If you keep acting like that, we're just friends in name only. I clearly feel that you're drawing a line. Hyeren scowled and gave him the middle finger. Do you guys think I'm easy just because I came as soon as you invited me? I should have refused. Oh look, Soo-won is here too. Just finished taking a dump. Soo-won? Huh. Soo-won smiled shyly. No, I was just applying hair wax. Then he suddenly stopped. His eyes accidentally met Hyren's eyes. It's real. I'm actually hanging out with CO Hyeren today. Hyeren spoke up. You idiot. You came too? She glanced at Soo-won and was surprised. You really dressed up. Soo-won blushed and awkwardly greeted her, hoping she would notice. Hyeren burst out laughing. She laughed and patted Soo-won's shoulder teasingly. Seeing that, Irina and Dong glanced at each other in confusion. Dong was puzzled. Why are you laughing this time? Have you finally gone crazy? Soo-won's face turned bright red. Hyeren laughed and said, this is crazy, really. Seeing you guys standing next to each other like this. It's so funny I can't stand it. Soo-won, Ji-sung, and Dong all stared at her blankly, not understanding what was going on. The three of them froze like statues. Too funny. The three of you look like you just got punched in the face. What the hell is this? A gathering of kids who just got beaten up? Irina and Jin Kyung burst out laughing and teased. Oh my. The three of you look like someone beat you up. It's truly humiliating. Dong was furious and said, what did you say? The other three walked away, but didn't forget to turn back and mock them. So embarrassing. Don't come near me. Jeez, why do you always get beaten up? Hey, Diju chuckled softly. My face doesn't have any marks, so I'm fine, right? Ji-sung beside him frowned and gritted his teeth, right? Only Diju. Come here. Hey, Park Dong is the one who got beaten up the worst. Shut up, Kim Ji-sung, huh? Soo-won stood silently watching them. Then he smiled softly. This is really nice. I like this feeling. The weekend with CO Hyeren was filled with excitement. We went to places I had never been before. We ate at a famous restaurant. The whole group sat and ate to our heart's content, then had dessert at a cafe. Everything was a first for me. CO Hyeren seemed curious about why we fought and was a bit annoyed. Hyeren burst out laughing and teased. Oh my god. No matter how many times I look, I can't help but laugh. But then she burst into laughter again. Those fights all started from CO Hyeren rejecting Yang Ji-soo's confession. We were worried she would misunderstand that everything was because of her, so we decided to keep quiet and not tell her. Dong and Irina were playing games. The two were competing to see who would win. Dong furiously pressed the keyboard nonstop. Irina refused to lose either. Finally, Irina won. She cheered I won. Dong helplessly dropped his head. Gosh. Irina patted his face provocatively. Hey, are you mad because you lost, idiot? Dong held his face and complained. Rena, stop teasing me. I'm really annoyed. But Irina got even more fired up. If you don't know how to fight, at least you should be good at games. Are your eyes bruised? Can't you see the screen? Dong couldn't take it anymore and put her in a headlock. I've had enough of this annoying thing. Irina struggled and shrieked. The Jew spoke up to remind them, quiet down. Hiren glanced at the group and thought to herself, what's so fun about playing games? She turned around and saw Soo-won sitting alone in front of a computer. Hiren walked over and put her hand on his chair. What are you doing? Soo-won was startled. Me? Of course. I'm just surfing the web. He stammered shyly. You don't play games? Hiren replied, no, I only use Cyworld. Soo-won was surprised. Oh, use Twitter? That's great. I also want to send a friend request. Like following each other. You also use Cyworld, right? Have you made a mini homepage yet? Soo-won happily replied, I have an account. Hiren stepped closer to the computer. Send me a friend request. Soo-won tried to stay calm. Yeah, okay. He widened his eyes in surprise. Me and CO Hiren. What is happening? If it were before, I would never have dared to imagine this. You've changed a lot, Soo-won. Hiren rubbed her stomach and thought to herself, so boring, I just want to drop dead. She said, send the friend request. All right, sending it right now. Soo-won raised his eyebrows and muttered, relationship title? What? I have to fill this in? Never even thought about it. The relationship between me and CO Hiren. How should I name it now? He pondered in White Knight, but then he froze. If I write that, I'll look like a total idiot. I'm starting to understand. Soo-won felt embarrassed when he remembered the nickname she called him. Dummy. He held his face and thought, calling myself her dummy is a bit too much. What should I write now? It has to be something that doesn't put pressure, but isn't too distant either. Meanwhile, Hiren frowned in confusion. What is that? Is this guy stupid? Soo-won thought helplessly, there's nothing wrong with it. But just like that, I missed the chance to make an impression. Whatever, I'm really stupid. The scene shifted to the whole group at a karaoke room. Jin Kyung held the mic and started singing. Soo-won was amazed and thought to himself, what? Jin Kyung sings really well. Dong looked at the cigarette Deju was holding in his mouth. In his head, it kept repeating, I want to smoke, I want to smoke. Just light it and take a drag. Deju took out a lighter, about to light it. Suddenly, Dong punched and broke his cigarette. Deju looked bewildered. What the hell? Dong snapped. Go outside to smoke, you inconsiderate jerk. No one here smokes. All right. Why are you being so tense? Dong clenched his fists, thinking to himself, I almost lost my temper. Soo-won chuckled beside him, but his eyes were always directed at Hiren. That day, he looked at Hiren with so many confusing thoughts. That was the day I started untangling every knot in my heart about CO Hiren, the person I had only casually passed by at school before. It was the day I gradually began to understand everything about her. He thought about every food and drink that Hiren liked, and even smaller things than that. Irina held the mic out to Hiren, hurry up and sing a song. But Hiren immediately waved her hands. You know I don't sing. Irina pleaded, come on, just sing anything. You said you would sing last time. Why are you always avoiding it? Ji-sung, sitting next to her, also chimed in. If you're gonna sit and watch, you have to pay the entrance fee. Hearing that, Hiren gathered all her courage. Fine. Damn it. Waha. Seo Hyo is about to sing. Even her music taste is being revealed. Soo-won couldn't take his eyes off her for even a second. Hiren sang, while shyly covering her face and holding her hands. I just wish we had walked to the end of this road together. You were the only one for me. Shut up if you already know. Hearing her sing, her friends immediately teased her. Haha. Seo Hyo doesn't sing that well either. Soo-won looked at her and thought to himself, everyone seems to be having a lot of fun, but I find CO Hiren's shy appearance right now truly adorable. He sat there, his eyes glued only to her. I couldn't hear the song at all after the group finished hanging out on the way back. Weekends are like this. I don't want to go back to school. Irina stretched, but today was really fun. If only there wasn't a curfew, I would want to play more. Jin Kyung smiled brightly and said, finally having fun again after a long time. Irina turned and asked, it's a pity, isn't it? Hiren beside them said, I saw the others seem to be having a lot of fun too. She recalled Soo-won's image earlier. Soo-won looked even happier than I thought. I didn't think he would be so close to everyone. Irina smiled teasingly. It seems like he's been smiling all day today. Every time he sees Seo, it's always like that. Hiren glanced at her. What are you talking about? The three of them walked and chatted happily. I told you, he likes you 200, right? That gelled hairstyle was probably for you too. He even got into a fight with Young Ji-soo because of you, right? Hiren glared. What nonsense are you guys talking about? Shut up. Irina turned to look at her. His actions are really cute. Hey, I'm really curious about what you think of Soo-won. Hiren reached for the piece of paper placed on the bookshelf. What do you think of Soo-won? Back to the conversation with her friends. Hiren frowned and hesitated. Are you guys kidding me? The other two chuckled. Look at her reaction. Hiren raised her voice. I'm being serious. Irina beside her laughed and said, what's wrong? Didn't you say you wished you had a boyfriend? Jin Kyung beside her added, he actually looked pretty good today, dressed up quite sharply. And Irina laughed until tears came to her eyes. Besides, he really likes you more than you think. Hiren's face became serious. I don't think he actually likes me. Isn't he just the super timid type? The three of them continued chatting. Are you kidding? You could tell just by looking. He doesn't act like that with me or with Ji-sung. Yeah, exactly. Hiren frowned and replied seriously. So what do you guys want me to think? He's really nice. She recalled the times she faced Soo-won. He is just a friend. He doesn't try to act cool. Just a bit. Really clueless. No, actually, he's more like a little brother. If you find him that cute, you guys should flirt with him yourselves. Irina laughed mischievously. No way. She walked closely beside Jin Kyung. Both of them looked toward Hiren. Well, yeah, your type has always been handsome guys. What does Suwon have to catch your eye? I just feel sorry for him. That's all. Hiren walked forward. A friend who has feelings for me. I really don't want that to happen again. Jin Kyung and Irina briefly thought of Yang Ji-soo. Yeah, makes sense. It's understandable. Suwon was currently sitting in a daze. Preparing myself mentally to this extent should be enough. He looked at the open Cyworld app. Last time I checked, I couldn't see anything because the settings were friends only. Suwon thought, but since a few hours ago, I am now her friend. He was so tense that his whole body trembled. It was 100 times more nerve-wracking than when a new comic book he liked came out. CO Hiren's photo album. Suwon clicked on the photos section. Can I really see them now? Finally, it was time the photo folder opened. He stammered it opened. It really opened. When he saw Hiren's photos, he was delighted. Oh my god. Photos of CO Hiren were everywhere. Suwon stopped at each of her photos, muttering, wow, look at this vibe. It's all her. Is this from middle school? Really cute. He cried silently in his heart. Why do people have to drift out in the open sea to find treasure when the treasure is right here? Suwon saw her group photo. Oh, it's Park Dong. It must be from the middle school graduation. He looked and thought. The boys who appear in the photos on CO Hiren's page. Someone looks so outstanding, making me jealous. It's like a hall of fame. He muttered, damn it, I'm really jealous. Suwon thought about Hiren. Even though she's very pretty, I had forgotten. Because she doesn't interact much with boys. In school, Suwon looked through the group messages. But of course, CO Hiren is still someone who always attracts attention. If you count the people who silently follow her, that number is much larger. He was dazed. I thought we had gotten a little closer. But CO Hiren and I are still living in two completely different worlds. No matter how hard I try, I'll never receive that kind of attention. Suwon stopped short. What's this? He clicked on the Q&A folder full of curiosity. The folder opened to 20 questions and 20 answers. What is Q&A? Question and answer? 1. Name, CO Hiren. 2. Age, 17. 3. Gender, female. Suwon paid close attention. This is really CO Hiren's information. 4. Address. Why do you need to know? 5. Zodiac sign, year of the horse. He slammed his hand on the desk. Oh my god, nothing useful at all. 6. Strengths. Extremely good at cleaning, super good at cutting bangs. Suwon smiled in delight. That's right, she really cuts bangs beautifully. 7. Weaknesses. Easily gets angry. He muttered, but even when she's angry, she's cute to death. Suwon scrolled his mouse, reading each question one by one. 8. What is the most precious thing to you? My friends. He didn't miss a single question. 9. Favorite food? Beauty jiggy. 10. Favorite color? Red. 11. Favorite show? If it's on public broadcast, it's Infinite Challenge. 12. Favorite songs? All songs by Sung Si Kyung. 13. Dislikes? Spicy food? People who act like a know-it-all. He immediately thought of Yang Ji-soo and Cho Ju. Yeah, right. She would definitely hate those guys. 14. Hobbies? Shopping for clothes. 15. Specialties? Super good at using a curling iron. 16. Dream job? I still don't know. Suwon's eyes widened. His face flushed red when he stopped at question 17. He hovered his mouse over it, but then backed away from the desk. He pushed the back of his chair slightly and sighed. Suwon thought to himself, I feel nervous just scrolling down to see it. Her ideal type. He broke into a cold sweat and quickly sat back at the desk. If it's CO Hiren's ideal type, it must definitely be. At least at the level of a celebrity. Suwon slightly frowned, his face becoming tense. 17. Ideal type, a kind person. Someone who only looks at me. He hesitated. That's more modest than I thought. Suwon glanced over. I can imagine it, right? If it's someone. He thought of himself after changing. About a bit taller and know how to dress better. Who knows? Maybe I also have a chance. Suwon burst into laughter, his face turning red until he reached question 18. He stiffened. Oh, first kiss. Suwon was so shocked that he stammered. First what? He knelt on the ground, breathing heavily. Suwon was stunned. I can't scroll down anymore. There's no way I can read the rest of this. His face darkened and paled. If I do that, then I will. I will definitely get hurt. Suwon thought about Hiren giving her first kiss to someone. CO Hiren's first kiss or whatever. I don't want to know. He frowned angrily, clenching his teeth. What pervert created these questions? I absolutely cannot look at it. Such provocative questions. Who would want to know? Suwon decided to click on it, but then he stopped short. His flushed face suddenly softened. He saw the answer. First kiss. Never had one, and have no intention of having one. Suwon sat slumped on the floor, stunned. Seriously, who made these questions? On the other side, Hiren held a piece of paper with a portrait of herself. She thought to herself, just as I thought, no matter how much I think about it, that foolish and clueless guy is completely not my type. Absolutely no way. Meanwhile, Irina was walking with Wong Gun when she suddenly stopped. Oh. He asked, what's wrong, babe? She hesitated, looking into the distance. Isn't that girl the one who used to date Park Dong? Her name is. The two of them chatted. Ah, the girl with shark-like teeth? Right. Looks like she got a new boyfriend. Haha. Irina held a sausage skewer in her hand, her eyes glancing suspiciously. Seeing things like that is so weird. The person you used to like can change. Isn't it all just meaningless? She turned and asked, will we end up like that too? Her boyfriend Wong Gun immediately replied, what are you talking about? We'll never break up. We're gonna get married. Irina laughed in delight. You're always so serious. He was a bit flustered. I'm telling the truth. She asked further, are you really going to marry me? Of course. The two walked and chatted enthusiastically. How old will we be when we get married? Probably in 2020. Sounds good? What? That's too far away. The weather is starting to get hot lately. Suwon was sucking on a candy when he suddenly asked, do you want one too? Hiren reluctantly replied, what is it? Is it sweet? Just one. CO Hiren is still always beautiful. He handed her the candy, his cheeks slightly red. Here for you. She instinctively asked, are you planning to give me the whole bag? Doing this makes it look like I'm bullying you for candy. Jin Kyung chimed in from the side. Hey, give me one too, Soo-won. Soo-won scratched his head in embarrassment. Irina pinched his arm. Hey, Ji Soo-won, what about me? Can't I have one? Soo-won helplessly replied. I was gonna give you one too. We're pretty close now. Obviously lying. You were planning to give it to Hyran first. Soo-won blushed and looked over at Hyran. No, really. She replied coldly. Whatever. Ji-sung spoke up to ask, hey, what's the next class? Dong replied, the only thing I know is school lunch. Irina immediately turned around. Oh, right, Dong. Dong looked up, yeah? She asked, what was your ex-girlfriend's name again? Irina laughed and stepped closer. That pretty girl. A year younger than us, Han. Suke, right? An-seoke. I think she has a new boyfriend now. So what? He retorted. You look like you don't care. But didn't you two like each other a lot? Your face was always red. Dong frowned. Are you an idiot? I only really liked her at the beginning. We weren't a great match anyway. We only dated for about 50 days. In his mind, he thought, she's teasing me. Dong kept a straight face. It was just during middle school. A precious memory, I guess. This guy was texting someone in the middle of talking. Irina laughed gleefully and took out her phone. Hold on, I'm texting my super cute boyfriend. Dong felt truly helpless. I really want to punch her. She continued. Anyway, you two liked each other a lot back then, right? He covered his face. Only at the beginning. We didn't click, so we broke up after dating for about 50 days. Irina didn't care. She held up her phone to take a picture. Dong snapped, you brat. Irina kept joking around. Sorry, my husband wanted a new picture. Dong angrily replied, bullshit, what husband and wife? What did you two get married? Irina said while taking pictures. That's right, we're planning to get married. Please don't say anything while I'm taking a picture, okay? Dong clenched his fists, thinking to himself. She was the one who started the conversation. He smirked and replied, what are you smiling at? Stop lying. Do you think that guy is stupid enough to ruin his whole life for you? Do you even know why he likes you? You're always messing around. Small as a piece of candy, but eat like a monster. Feeding you 3 meals a day would blow his entire salary. Hearing that, Irina frowned in annoyance. She smirked. Could it be that I have a boyfriend because I'm just too cute? While you're still single, you idiot. Hearing that, Hyran, Jin Kyung, and Ji-sung froze. All three said in unison, what? Irina continued teasing, oops, my bad. Jin Kyung clenched her fists. Give me 2 seconds. Dong stopped her, calm down. Dong put Irina in a headlock and dragged her away. Let me deal with this brat. Irina struggled. Oh my god, what's wrong with this guy? Jin Kyung rolled around laughing. Let go. No. Hyran looked at Jin Kyung and said, those two sure are noisy, huh? At this rate, they might end up as a couple. Soo-won, unable to take his eyes off Hyran, nodded, spot on. But Irina was being dragged away by Dong like a sack. He squeezed her head. Good lord, it hurts, you maniac. Dong twisted her arm behind her back, making her wince in pain. Twist it like this. Ji-sung and Jin Kyung cheered, kill her. Break her neck. Dong grabbed her hair and twisted it back. Irina angrily tried to break free. Let go. You damn shark tooth. She was overpowered. I said let go. Dong chuckled, feeling amused inside. He thought this brat was pretty cute. He needed her to finish it off. Irina's head slammed hard into it. The whole group froze upon witnessing the scene. Dong broke into a cold sweat. Ji-sung and Jin Kyung sweated profusely and said, tremblingly, that sounded like a watermelon cracking. She must be dead. Dong's eyes widened and he let go of her. Irina held her head and walked toward her desk. She buried her face in the desk without saying another word. Dong stood frozen, looking at his friends. Soo-won and Hyran gestured, quick, apologize, you maniac. Dong awkwardly approached, his voice stuttering. Hey, Irina, are you okay? Sorry, I went a bit too far. Want to go to the cafeteria? He was so anxious he looked like he was about to cry. I'll buy you whatever you want. Hey, you brat, say something. Are you mad? Irina, forgive me. Her voice hiccuped with a sob. Motherf. Dong turned pale. Yes, I'm here. Irina looked up, her forehead swollen, tears streaming down her face. Did you really hit me? What did you do? It hurt so much. Dong stopped in his tracks, looking bewildered. The boys outside heard the story. They all burst out laughing and teased Dong. Did you really knee her? Don't laugh. I'm telling the truth. Irina is still mad. Ji-sung and Soo-won laughed so hard they cried. You only do though when fighting Jong, Cheon-gil. My stomach hurts from laughing. Dong stood up and gave the two of them a beating, silencing them. Anything else to say? The two hesitated. This is violent, damn it, yeah. Dong stood there thinking, I played all sorts of mean pranks, but I've never actually hit her. What should I do now? Did you spoke up? Irina isn't the type to hold a grudge for long over that. You should just buy a bunch of snacks and apologize, that's it. Dong replied with a straight face. Yeah, I'll do that. The boys fell silent in thought. Since she's simple-minded, it should be easily resolved, but I still feel uneasy. Dong recalled the image of Irina crying earlier. That was the first time I saw her cry. Suddenly feeling flustered, his cheeks turned red. Dong continuously slapped his own face. Why is my face red? The whole group was confused. What the hell? What's wrong with this guy? I don't know. Soo-won suddenly thought of Hyran crying. Now that I think about it, this feeling is familiar. Hyran and Irina were doing classroom duty. Hyran turned to ask, how's your forehead? Does it still hurt? I got a huge lump, seriously. Irina frowned. Park Dong is truly crazy. I won't let him off this time. Hyran giggled. Then she accidentally pushed the mop into Hong Era. Hong Era gritted her teeth in anger. What the hell? Damn it. Hyran looked up and apologized. Hong Era frowned, glared at her, and thought to herself, T's K, C.O. Hyran. Her eyes were still full of annoyance as she looked toward Hyran. She muttered, that C.O. Hyran girl is so damn annoying. She thinks she's a big deal just because she has some oppa backing her up. Irina, walking beside Hyran, smiled gently. I don't think she's that kind of person. But Hong Era still wouldn't stop. What are you talking about? Girls like that always act like they're special, when there's nothing outstanding about them at all. Irina glanced toward them. Meanwhile, Hiren and Irina were still busy chatting, completely unaware. This mop is so heavy my arms are exhausted. Evening was approaching. The classroom was empty, leaving only Irina sitting there with her arms crossed, her eyes cold. Dong walked in carrying 2 large bags of snacks. He dropped to his knees and begged, I know I was wrong, Hyung them. I gave up 2 weeks of my allowance to prepare these tributes. He bowed his head to the floor, please accept them. Dong looked up, but Irina still said nothing, her face as cold as ice. Seeing that, he continued to babble and beg. Then Irina finally sat down and started rummaging through the snack bags, taking out exactly the item she liked. A faint smile flickered across her lips as she said, you really know my taste too well. Dong nodded, of course. Irina put her arm around his shoulder, her voice cheerful. I forgive you. You don't need to use honorifics with me anymore, you brat. Yeah, Dong forced a smile. Irina burst out laughing, kept her arm around his shoulder, and pulled him along. Let's go. Psych, it's normal to get hurt a little when friends joke around. I guess so. Dong thought to himself, as I guess this is really weird. After school, Hiren turned to ask Irina, meeting your boyfriend? Yeah, he's coming to pick me up soon. Jin Kyung chimed in, must be nice. On the boys' side, Jun Hyun asked, are we playing until early morning? Is that okay? Soo-won looked over at Insip, yeah. My parents are sleeping over at my aunt's house tonight. Dong turned to ask, you guys aren't going home? Soo-won replied, we're planning a drop by the PC cafe. Dong was surprised, really? You don't usually play games. Well, I just suddenly wanted to try it out. Dong said, let me play too. Let's play loser pays all. Yeah, let's play a bit to relax our minds. Lost again, oh my god. Soo won, and Insip tensed up, mashing the keys. I don't even know how many matches we've lost this damn game. Soo won turned to Dong, go easy on us. Dong laughed gleefully. You better be careful, or you'll end up with a nosebleed. This isn't fair at all. It's our first time playing. Then you shouldn't have bet in the first place, you idiots. Jun Hyun frowned as he downloaded some retro games, watching without understanding what was going on. Insip and Soo won glared resentfully at Dong. How is he so good at this, right? He probably eats games for breakfast. Dong smiled confidently. I'm stronger when I face a worthy opponent. All right, you used to play this with Irina a lot, didn't you, Dong? He suddenly remembered Irina. Right, this. Then he paused. How strange. Meanwhile, Irina was taking a walk with Wong Gun. He said, get home safely. Yeah, are you gonna hang out with your friend for long? She reminded him, don't dawdle too long. We still have school tomorrow. Wong Gun smiled. I know, I'll play some pool and then go home. Honestly, I don't want to go, but if I don't, they'll complain. Honey, Irina turned around, then go home early. And don't smoke. Remember to text me. She turned to walk away, I know. Irina suddenly stopped. She looked back and smiled brightly. Love you, honey. Wong Gun replied, I love you too. Once Irina had left, Wong Gun casually pulled out a cigarette, took a drag, and made a phone call. Yeah, where are you? The Misa area, right? Okay, I'll be right there. He threw away the cigarette, but chewed on a candy and stood waiting. Wong Gun looked at his watch. A hand rested on his shoulder, then a finger gently touched his cheek. You're always so easily fooled. Irina smiled. You idiot. Wong Gun blushed. Oh, you're here? Irina lay back relaxedly, softly humming a song while writing a few notes. She looked at the perfume bottle in front of her, smiling in delight. He'll probably be happy to receive perfume for his birthday, right? I saved up every little penny of my allowance to buy it. I wonder if he'll realize that. She opened the bottle cap, and a gentle fragrance filled the air. Irina smiled. If the scent radiates from him, it would be wonderful. But the playground, Wong Gun and Irina were sitting next to each other. She glanced at him, but Appa, why do you smoke? Wong Gun paused. I just got dragged into it. By the time I realized, it was already like this. She tilted her head. So, when did that start? Not too long ago. Wong Gun smiled. Actually, I didn't plan to smoke. I just tried it once, and now I can't quit. I can't focus on anything. Her voice faded. So, it's because of the cigarette? Wong Gun replied calmly. Right, that's the problem. I just want to smoke, even though everyone tells me not to. Irina hesitated. Did someone say that? He was flustered. Everyone says so. Parents, teachers, everyone says smoking is bad. Suddenly, Irina snatched the cigarette from his hand. She took a puff, but immediately choked. Hey, why did you do that? Wong Gun asked worriedly. Are you okay? A girl who has never smoked suddenly. Irina coughed until her face turned red, unable to speak. Wong Gun placed a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Irina placed her hand on his. She smiled happily. I'm not okay. I feel dizzy. He blushed. Yeah, of course you feel dizzy. Irina hesitated. I won't say anything like your parents or teachers, Appa. Wong Gun listened attentively. From now on, don't ask anyone. Just smoke if you want to. Irina smiled sincerely. Appa, I don't want to stop you from doing what you like. Wong Gun blushed as he looked at her, and Irina glanced back at him. Soo-won's group just came back from hanging out. Dong laughed teasingly, but winning all the time gets boring, so we couldn't play for long, right? Soo-won, you loser? Soo-won frowned. No matter how you look at it, that was cheating. Dong turned to Insip. Hey, you seem to have more potential than this idiot. Insip looked at Soo-won and laughed. Comparing Ji-Soo-won's skills to mine is just rude. Soo-won glared at him. Look at you. Dong turned to Jun-hyun. Hey, you guys should join us next time. It's more fun when everyone's here. Yoon-hyun replied. I still have to watch what I usually watch at the PC cafe, but next time, I'll give it a try, or we can play a different game together. Dong frowned, thinking to himself, porn, then turned to look at him, wondering what the hell was going on in this guy's head. Does Zhu Beiji have 8 nipples or something? Soo-won suddenly stopped, his eyes wide, parked Dong. Soo-won dropped his jaw in shock. Look over there. What are they doing? Dong asked where. Soo-won pointed to the front of the playground. The whole group frowned, trying to see Irina and Wongun were kissing right then. The group hid behind a large pillar, secretly observing. Yun Haun Stutio ko kissing. Are they kissing? Dong laughed in amusement. What the hell? Damn, this is crazy. But they looked at the uniform Irina was wearing and whispered. They're wearing our school uniform, right? Who is it? It's too dark to see their faces, the group muttered. They should have just sat on the swings. It would probably be more fun. Have you ever done it? Obviously, damn it. Suwon tried to peek out. We can't just squeeze past them to leave. Should we wait for them to finish before we go? Dong whispered. Shut up, they'll hear you. He frowned suspiciously. That guy is wearing a Eugene High uniform. Did he come all the way here just to kiss? Suddenly, Suwon thought of Hiren and frowned, hesitating. There are too many perverts around nowadays. Now we even have to worry about guys from other schools. Yeah, Irina and Wongun blushed and pulled apart. Hey, they're embarrassed. They were so intense just now, and now they're shy. Let's go home. The next morning, in class. Irina replied, yeah, that's Eugene High too, my boyfriend's school. Why do you ask? Dong said, it's because everyone is wearing summer uniforms now. He smirked. So to you, even if that guy wears that summer uniform looking like a grasshopper, you still think he looks cool, right? Irina suddenly kicked his leg hard. She gritted her teeth in anger. As if I don't hate that uniform enough already. Now I'm going crazy. Dong grabbed his leg and groaned. Hey, my bone is broken. It hurts so much. She turned around and walked away in annoyance. I can't even have one peaceful day. Dong groaned. Hey, it's really broken. Pay my hospital bills. He turned to Suwon. I'm fine, Suwon. Suwon replied dryly. Nobody asked. Dong sighed. You've really grown up. It's nice to see. Suddenly, Dong stopped as if remembering something. Wait, what was it? He recalled the shirt he saw yesterday from Eugene High. Eugene too, the t-shirt of the guy who was kissing yesterday. Dong immediately remembered the shirt Irina used to wear. Exactly the same. It was identical to the shirt Irina wore yesterday. Wongun's friend were smoking and discussing. Hey. But Kim Desol is still prettier. Seriously. CO Hiren is the real top tier. That girl is CO Minsu's younger sister. You idiot. Besides, Jiran already called dibs on her. Called dibs my ass, are you crazy? They laughed loudly, as if a face like yours has a chance. You can't even look at pretty girls. So, just keep your mouth shut, you bastard. Wongun, meanwhile, had his mind stuck on the kiss with Irina last night. The cigarette was burning down on his lips, but he didn't even bother taking another puff. Just sitting there in a daze. His two friends glanced at him. Hey, Kim Wongun, aren't you going to ask your girlfriend to introduce some of her girlfriends to us? Try asking her for us, please. Wongun remained silent, not saying a word. His mind was still drifting in the scent of Irina's hair. A friend yelled, Kim Wongun. The two looked at each other and burst out laughing. You look like you're about to drool. Didn't sleep last night? Wongun hesitantly replied. My head is just a bit full of stuff. He stood up. Introduce Irina? She wouldn't even bother talking to guys like you. She's as gentle as a puppy. Ooh, look at him, so jealous. You're super possessive. Wongun flicked a cigarette. Ash, let's just go to class. Saying that, the three of them sauntered away. I really want to date Eugene. I'm craving a girl so bad I'm going crazy. Wongun scratched his head, thinking to himself, crazy bastards, wake up. Hiren was currently in class. She was secretly typing on her phone under the desk. Irina, sitting next to her, was engrossed in writing a letter. Hiren glanced over and asked softly, another letter? Irina smiled gently. I fell asleep last night before finishing it. I plan to write 10 letters before his birthday. Hiren asked, what else is there to even write about? Irina smiled as she wrote. Actually, it's mostly the same stuff, but written on different days. Writing the same thing over and over for months. It means my heart hasn't changed. Love. Irina glanced over and asked, you probably don't understand this sweet feeling, do you? Hiren frowned and grumbled, I don't even want to understand. In her mind, she thought to herself, is it really that great? If I had a boyfriend, would I be like that? I'm a bit curious. Really. Suddenly, a bonk sounded on Hiren and Irina's heads. The teacher gently reprimanded, study, don't daydream, and write love letters. Yet Irina still smiled. Her hand continued to write diligently. Dong walked slowly, his mind wandering. Anyway, who was that girl? He tried to picture the girl's back. I should have looked more closely last night. Damn it. Short hair, average height. Probably. He searched his memory. How many girls with short hair are there in this school? So many it's annoying. Dong bit his fingernail lightly. Do I really have to put in the effort to find her? Meanwhile, Hong Era was laughing and chatting loudly with her friends. Damn it, I forgot my lighter. Oh, I didn't bring mine either. Irina, sitting nearby, frowned. Can you guys stop smoking? Dong was still deep in thought. If she's a freshman at our school, I'll definitely find her somehow. Hong Era's friend pointed at Dong. Hey, ask him. He looks like he's about to smoke. Dong told himself, I'll find her soon enough. Suddenly, there was a call. Hey, wait, you're part Dong, right? Dong turned around. You know me? Onera. She asked, are you going to smoke? I'm about to go take a dump. She gestured with her hand. Lend me a lighter. I'll give you a cigarette. Dong looked at her. Onera. Right, that girl who likes to show off. He replied nonchalantly. I quit smoking. I don't have a lighter. Hearing that, she turned away. Oh, really? Fine then. Dong walked away quietly, muttering in his head, so rude. As he walked towards the restroom, he thought to himself that he shouldn't overthink things. Getting involved in other people's relationship issues never leads to anything good. Part Dong, you should have learned a long time ago. Just flush this thought down the toilet along with the shit. A few minutes later, Dong stood before his friends. Asserting firmly, I'm sure of it. It can't be wrong. He started analyzing. Hardly anyone from Suwon, Eugene High 2, would come all the way down to Yongin, Sangji 2, unless there's a strong enough reason. And he was wearing the exact same Adidas shirt that Irina wore. There's no mistaking it. Suwon retorted, people coming from Suwon to Yongin are plenty. The two places are right next to each other. Next to each other, sure. But it still takes 30 minutes by bus. Jun Hyun asked, do you know how many people from Yongin study at Eugene too? My school is in Suwon too. I even have that Adidas shirt in every color. Dong got annoyed. I told you, it was exactly the same shirt Irina wore the other day. Hee-jun put his arm around his girlfriend and smirked. I've scrolled through Irina's Psyworld a few times. I've seen her boyfriend's face. With a face like that, if you were to cheat on someone, the earth would probably spin backward. Dong hesitated, but I swear it was him. I wasn't mistaken. Daju glanced over, his tone half joking, half serious. And what if you're right? What are you going to do? And if you guess wrong, you're definitely going to get torn to shreds. Even if it's true, Hyrin and her gang can handle it themselves. You know how hot-tempered that girl is. Dong chimed in. Her older sister looks scary enough. Her old man is scary too. Someone nodded. That's her older brother, Babe. Hey, shut the fuck up and let's go to the PC cafe quickly, or I'm going home. Ji-sung felt itchy. Soo-won and Dong walked home the same way. After walking for a bit, they looked at each other. Dong spoke up. What's up with you? Soo-won suddenly said, do you like Irina, you idiot? Soo-won laughed. Dong yelled, what? What did you just say, you idiot? You're acting really weird. Dong jumped up and threw a kick. What's weird about me? You're dead, you bastard. Soo-won just chuckled and said softly, I know that feeling. Ever since the day you saw Irina cry. Your eyes have changed, obviously. It's so obvious. That night, returning home, Dong collapsed onto his bed, staring at the ceiling, his head spinning. That playing dumb act was clearly just acting. Ji-soo-won is really good at acting. He sighed, I'm worried too. Dong rested his feet on the desk, his head full of thoughts. If that guy is really cheating on Irina, she'll probably cry her eyes out silently. He gently closed his eyes, and crying with that silly face of hers would make her look even more pitiful. But I'm saying this because I'm her friend. For friends, I go all out, you know. Irina's image flashed through his mind. Light yet heavy. Well, that's that. Irina panicked, grabbing her hair and crying out, oh crap, I forgot my PE uniform. My mom promised to put it in my bag, but forgot. What'd I do now? It's PE class. They never go easy on the girls. Jin Kyung burst out laughing. You're done for. But it's gonna get wrecked. Irina hurriedly ran off. Damn it, wait for me a bit. I'm gonna borrow some clothes. Wait for me. In class 1-to-1. The boys just finished their PE class. Everyone is drenched in sweat. The weather is as hot as fire. Ji-sung is so hot his tongue is hanging out. He fans himself nonstop. So damn hot. Summer PE really makes you melt. Soo-won turns his head and replies, yeah, seriously. He glances at the boys gathering under the air conditioner, secretly laughing. Are they trying to gather energy to create a spirit bomb or something? Dong approaches them. Move aside, you losers. If you can't even kick a ball, don't hog the air conditioner. He doesn't hesitate to take off his shirt and yells. You guys have to take off your shirts to feel this coolness. The other guys also chime in. I'm taking mine off too, me too. Suddenly, a familiar figure walks in. Part Dong, lend me your PE uniform. Irina walks in and immediately screams. What the hell? Dong cowers. His face is red as a tomato. Oh shit, what is this? He frantically throws things and yells, get out now, you pervert. Irina also blushes and covers her eyes. Why don't you change in the locker room instead of the middle of the classroom? Dong tries to cover himself while yelling, it's an all-boys class. Where else would we change? You weirdo, go borrow from a girl's class. You crazy girl. Irina turns to Soo-won. Damn it. Soo-won, lend me your uniform. Soo-won tries to hold back his laughter. I just finished playing soccer. My legs are completely soaked. Ji-sung holds his stomach laughing. I can't take it. I'm dying. Soo-won turns to Dong and smirks. At least you haven't taken off your underwear yet. Dong says nothing and punches Soo-won hard, yelling. This guy is getting more and more insolent. He grits his teeth, his face still red. I should have started working out earlier. I don't have a single ounce of muscle. Irina whines as she runs, thinking, my eyes just touched their chests. I'm dead. I'm definitely having a nightmare tonight. She runs to the girls' class and stands in front of the door, thinking to herself, I don't know anyone. Well, at least I recognize a few faces. She peeks her head in. Excuse me, does anyone have a PE uniform I can borrow for a bit? A girl replies, I don't have one. Oh, really? She continues to ask each person, hey, can you lend me your uniform? I forgot mina. Do you have one? But everyone shakes their heads. Irina still doesn't give up. If anyone has one, please lend it to me. I only have the winter uniform. Hong Era sits with her arms crossed, looking at her, thinking to herself, does this girl think she owns this class? But Irina awkwardly approaches and mutters, I'm so sorry. But in her mind, she thinks this girl is exactly the type of those overly dramatic ones. She timidly asks, could you lend me your PE uniform? Hong Era nods slightly. Yeah, I can lend it to you. Irina is overjoyed. Really? Thank you. But Hong Era continues, I can lend it to you, but it won't fit you. It'll drag on the floor. Irina freezes, thinking to herself, she's not wrong. But that comment hurts too much. Irina steps forward. Hey, you need a PE uniform, right? Want to borrow mine? Yeah. Irina's face lights up. Really? Thank you so much. I'll take good care of it. Yeah, just return it when I have PE again. Irina sighs in relief. Saved. I'll wash it and return it. Irina smiles. No need. Irina thinks, there's a good person here. Irina grabs the uniform and runs off, yelling, Sioyo, I borrowed one. Let's hurry up and change. Hong Era frowns and asks, what are you doing? She glares at Irina in annoyance. Why did you lend it to her? You're not even close to her. Irina replies calmly. She looked too pitiful, didn't she? Era raises an eyebrow. Really? Hey, you're way too nice. On the other side, Wong Gun is changing. He looks at the shirt. The collar might be a bit loose if I wear this, but it's comfortable. Then he thinks of Irina. But this is the outfit Rena likes, so let's wear it. Wong Gun suddenly sees a rolled up piece of paper stuffed in the corner of his locker. He opens it to look, his face calm. It's covered in dust, and I don't even know where to put it. What should I do now? He chuckles when he sees the message attached with a photo taken with Irina. So elaborate. Looking closely, it's really a bit exaggerated. He admires the photo of the two of them. So it's been over 100 days, huh? I was so touched when I received this. Just think about Irina. Rina. Only focus on Irina. Only Rina. Wang Gun looks at the pants he's wearing. I didn't really smile. I didn't really walk. He looks down at his phone and sees a familiar number calling. His face involuntarily blushes as he thinks about Rina again. Only Rina. Meanwhile, Irina is cheerfully getting ready. She walks and sings softly from head to toe. Everything about you is adorable. I'm so proud that you're a girl. She laughs happily, looking at the pink socks she's wearing. Then she looks in the mirror. She twirls around in her new dress. It's really beautiful. I bought the right thing. It really doesn't disappoint me. Suddenly, the phone rings. She jumps up. Oh, is it Appa? Is he ready yet? Irina answers the phone, but as soon as she looks at the screen, her face drops. Ah, so cute. What's wrong? Hiren is sitting and rubbing a puppy's belly. Seeing the mood drop, she whispers, the atmosphere is so bad. I don't even know why. Jin Kyung turns to look at Irina. You must be really sad, right? Not being able to go on a date. Suwon also looks gloomy, that's right. Irina sighs heavily, but there's no other way. His grandmother is sick. Hiren gets annoyed. Wait, isn't there anyone else to take care of her? Why does it have to be him? Irina shrugs. I don't know. Ask him. He must be really worried. Hiren mutters, I still can't believe he's taking care of her alone. Are you sure he's not hanging out somewhere? Irina snaps mildly. My Appa would do something like that? No way, he's very kind. He doesn't know how to lie. Jin Kyung nods. He doesn't look like the type who knows how to lie, honestly. At this time, Wang Gun comes to Rina. He asks softly, a bit shyly, where are we going? Have you eaten? Because in fact, he likes Rina a lot. Rina smiles gently. Not yet. Let's go eat. Irina holds her face and complains. I really want to see him. The weekend is almost over and I still haven't seen his face. Hiren calls out to Jongyun. Want to eat? I am hungry. Wang Gun turns to Rina and asks, you really don't want to eat anything? Isn't there anything you're craving? Rina replies, anything is fine. Really, I can eat anything. An inexplicable feeling rises in his heart. What the hell am I doing? Today was supposed to be a date with Rina. Wang Gun hesitates, then choose between ribaki and spaghetti. Rina answers, then whatever Appa likes. I lied that my grandmother is sick. I'm worried that if I wander around Yongin, I'll be discovered. So I even plan to run straight down to Suwon Station. No, pick one. Then spaghetti. Rina looks at him. She instinctively touches Wang Gun's hand. Both of them blush. She looks down and says, would it be too much if we hold hands while walking? Wang Gun awkwardly replies, do whatever you want. Hiren asks, hey, it's so hot, right? How about we go to Kanoa and eat bingsu? It's rare to hang out on the weekend with CEO Hiren. Suwon immediately agrees, yeah. It's really hot. Bingsu sounds good too. Damn it, I just said that and it sounds so stupid. Seeing that, Irina teases, bingsu sounds good to her? Suwon gets annoyed. When did I say it like that? You keep pretending to be cute. Stop teasing me, you adorable thing. Irina puts her arm around his shoulder, making Suwon flustered. I'm gonna break my bones. Stop overreacting. Let's go eat bingsu. Dong walks behind, frowning in annoyance at their closeness. Hiren walks ahead and asks Jin Kyung, what about Diju and Kim Ji-sung? I guess I've really become close to them. Irina still hasn't let go of him. Oh, Swinny seems to have gotten a bit taller. Suwon blushes as he stares at Hiren. Hiren and Jin Kyung walk ahead, chatting and laughing. Diju is coming, and I completely forgot about Ji-sung. You guys are really terrible. The best thing I did after returning was making friends with Park Dong. Suwon turns back to look at Dong and thinks to himself, thank you. Shark-toothed Dong thinks to himself, what's with that look, you bastard? I also hope I'll be useful to you someday. Irina walks and says, on a beautiful day like this, leaving my boyfriend behind and hanging out with Park Dong and Ji-sung. Dong approaches and flicks her hair. Is there something wrong? Don't hit me. You don't even have any muscles. What did you see that? I said I didn't see those muscles. Meanwhile, Rina is feeding spaghetti to Wang Gun. Wang Gun is surprised, but then eats it. Rina smiles softly. Isn't it tastier this way? You feed me back, try it. Rina is surprised, but then eats it. They both chat. How is it? Is this tastier? Yeah, I should have ordered that too. Wang Gun looks at her and smiles shyly. Sorry. I'm sorry. They both hide behind a small alley so Wang Gun can smoke. This place really makes me. Remember the place where I first saw you? Oh, he hesitates. Is that place the alley behind the Bear Arcade? Oh, you still remember? She smiles. I thought you had forgotten. I'm really happy. Yes, Wang Gun replies. You can find happiness in anything, Rina asks softly. Why didn't you go on a date with your girlfriend today? Since it's the weekend right now. Wang Gun avoids her gaze and replies, I didn't plan a date. He looks into the distance. Will we run into anyone from school here? But I'm really worried being in Suwon. I should have gone towards Buldang instead. In the street, the silhouettes of Ijun and Dong are looming nearby. What if we run into someone we know? Rina suddenly asks, are you worried we'll run into someone we know? Wang Gun is startled. She hesitates. Are you worried because you're with me? Rina bites her finger lightly. To be honest, I'm also worried. Wang Gun stays silent, glancing at her anxiously. But Rina hesitates. I'm afraid she'll realize that I'm even in the same grade as her. She thinks about Irina. She's really different from me. She has a lot of friends. She used to peek at Irina with her radiant smile and good personality. Rina can't help but feel insecure. I'm more afraid of her getting hurt than being blamed. Even so, I still keep contacting you. Even though I know I shouldn't do that. I also don't understand why I do it. Wang Gun flicks his lighter. He tries to light it. Rina is always so full of energy like this. Wang Gun recalls the times Irina complained and whined. Come pick me up. I want to see you. He forced himself to reply, yeah, I'll come. Definitely, while thinking to himself, I'm really tired today. That energy is cute, but Irina would sulk. Why aren't you wearing our couple shirt? You don't want to wear it, right? No, my mom washed it. Then you should have washed it earlier. Sometimes that energy really exhausts people. What's wrong? Calm down. I'm really not mad. What's wrong? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But do you even know what you're apologizing for? Sometimes just keeping up is tiring enough. But when I'm with Rina, Wang Gun gently rubbed Rina's head. He wished he could split himself into two different people. Wang Gun hesitated. I also like it. That's why I met you. Actually, I already had a date planned for today. Hearing that today, Rena blushed. She pursed her lips and instinctively hugged Wang Gun. Yeah, her face turned red. I'm sorry. Wang Gun rubbed her head and looked around. Do you want to go get something to drink? Yeah. Hee-jun and Ayadong witnessed everything. Ayadong hesitated. That's right. That's Irina's boyfriend. Did you hear that conversation? How could we accidentally bump into them here? Hee-jun was extremely surprised. He's really doing it. He's cheating. Ayadong frowned. That damn bastard. Hey. This is so cute. Irina held out a ring. It's a chicken-shaped ring. Jin Kyung smiled. You should use it as a couple ring. Hirin smiled brightly. Hey, if we give this to Seo Min Soo, it would be hilarious. The whole group burst out laughing. People would be even more scared of him. Dong looked at them and said to Soo-won, I'm so bored. Are we just going to stand here watching? Didn't we say we were going to Kanoa? Soo-won replied, so what? It's not like we have anything else to do. Dong smirked, you're hanging out with Seo Hyo. How can you be bored? Soo-won raised an eyebrow. You also like hanging out with Irina. What are you talking about? Dong threatened. I said I don't, you bastard. If you say it again, I'll expose you as a guy who specializes in drawing porn. You hear me? Soo-won didn't panic at all. Hee-jun, please don't do that. The two bickered with each other. The more they denied it, the more true it seemed. You know it. What the hell? Hirin and Irina called the two over. Hey, you two, come here for a bit. Both looked at each other in confusion. Then both had bows pinned on their heads by Hirin and Irina. The two girls even put earrings on them. Ah, our little Dio and Gi is so cute. You two look great together. You're a couple, right? Jin Kyung spoke up. How long has it been? Have you guys kissed yet? All three burst out laughing. Irina put the earrings on Dong and said, I'll buy it for you, so just wear it. Dong shyly waved his hand and took it off. Hurry up, I'll give you 10 seconds. Irina laughed until tears came to her eyes. I don't want to. Oh my god, you're exactly like a princess. A real princess. Dong blushed, glanced at her, and hesitated. Do you really want to die? Hirin pinned Soo-won's hair and happily said, Hey idiot, the earrings suit you better than I thought. She suddenly stopped. Soo-won's face was bright red, and he was even drooling. That made Hirin angry. Ah, damn it, just stop talking. Jin Kyung and Irina took out their phones to take pictures. Dong, let's take a picture. Look over here, princess. Dong answered his phone while trying to cover his face. Get lost, you bastards. Hello? Yeah. But Dong stopped. What did you just say? Irina and Jin Kyung, standing nearby, were still laughing and joking. I have to post this on Cyworld. It's so funny. Irina smiled brightly at him. Dong stopped and looked at her. Dong hurriedly ran away. Soo-won ran after him and asked loudly, Why did you leave? I'll tell you on the way. Why are you going alone? Dong turned his head, gritted his teeth, and replied, If you think you can handle being stuck alone with Seo Hyo and her whole group, then stay and try. Soo-won frowned deeply. Are you angry thinking about how you brought happiness and then took it away? You bastard. The bus is here. Both walked into a discreet cafe. Soo-won looked around and thought, I've never seen a place like this before. Dong pulled the curtain aside. You got here fast. Dong asked loudly, Where are they? Hee-jun and Ayadong motioned for him to keep his voice down. Hey guys. Yeah. Dong asked, what's wrong with you guys? Soo-won raised his hand to greet Hee-jun hi. Oh, Soo-won, how's that girl doing lately? Yeah, she hangs out with me all the time at school. Dong froze. Irina and Wang Gun were sitting behind a partition, chatting. Is she still tall? Did her height decrease? Dong was confused. Are they sitting behind you? Hee-jun pointed behind him. Yeah, we can hear the whole conversation clearly. That's why I told you to keep your voice down. Ayadong spoke up. You guys should just go die. She was angry. What do they think love is? Dong and Hee-jun sweated. What's wrong with her? She looks like she's really immersed in it. Ayadong frowned and glared. Those bastards are acting so affectionate. It's no joke. They're like acting in a movie or something. Hugging each other like that. Calm down a bit, Yuri. Soo-won hesitated. So he's really cheating? Hee-jun replied, Yeah, 100 sure, the bastard. Dong was doubtful. But why are you guys still following them? Aren't you on a date? Hee-jun said, We're having a terrible time. Really? Soo-won and Dong sweated, thinking, so you guys are doing it just for the thrill. Dong faced Hee-jun, and the two talked. Are you sure it's him? You've never met him in real life. He just looks like the pictures on Cyworld. Have you seen him? I've greeted him a few times. He knows me too. He tilted his head and added, By the way, your curiosity is too much. Why were you so worried and rushed over right when you got the call? What are you going to say to her? Are you going to say her boyfriend is cheating? If it were me, I wouldn't do that, no way. Hee-jun smiled with amusement. Doesn't that guy really like her? Ayadong beside him said, No way. Oh, three voices spoke loudly. What the hell are you guys talking about? Soo-won beside them chuckled. I told you to keep your voice down, you bastard. But why did they suddenly go quiet? Suddenly, Rina and Wang Gun on the other side made a strange noise. All four looked over there and frowned at the same time. Soo-won stammered. No way, are they kissing? Hee-jun listened closely, then turned back and said, The kissing sound is strange. In a quiet cafe, the only thing replacing the abandoned conversation was that sound. It made all of us freeze. We should go. We've been here long enough. Yeah, let's go. Hee-jun leaned close to the wall, straining his ears to hear them talk. Hey, it seems like they're about to leave. He said, Take a quick look through the gap in the curtain when those bastards walk out. Dong frowned. Their faces. Yeah, we have to make sure it's really him. Dong jumped up, trying to get a clear look at their faces, just as Hee-jun said. On the other side, the two of them were still chatting. Don't you need to go to the restroom? No, I'm fine. Even if the man turning his back was really him. Even if we found out who that girl was. Rina and Wang Gun happily walked out. I don't have the courage to tell her the truth. Dong pondered. Maybe we shouldn't get a clear look at his face. Or just let them leave while we still don't know anything. Just then, the waiter walked over. The waiter pulled back the curtain, right as Wang Gun walked past. Excuse me, you two are late. Do you need to order drinks? One for each person. Dong and Wang Gun made eye contact. Dong glanced at the waiter and softly ordered 2 lemonades, please. Rina turned her head and asked, what is it? Did you forget something? No. The waiter replied, all right, 2 lemonades coming right up. Dong covered his face. Damn it, we made eye contact. I tried to act calm, but I was clearly caught, right? It's him, right? Suwon replied, I saw it too. He looks exactly like the boyfriend I saw when drawing the portrait for Rina. Dong frowned, his face tense. Yeah, it's him. He suddenly remembered the conversation with Hong Era. You know me. Are you going to smoke? I'm going to the restroom. Give me the lighter. I'll give you a cigarette. At that time, Rina was standing behind Hong Era. It was her. Rina and Hong Kong were walking together. She told the story very happily. The teacher was very angry and swung the stick very hard. The wig fell right onto the desk of the kid sitting in the front row. She continued talking. Everyone burst out laughing. But Hong Kong was extremely deep in thought. He didn't say anything. He interrupted her, hesitatingly saying, Hayan. Rina looked back at Hong Kong in surprise. He continued, I have to go home first. This made Rina quite surprised and disappointed. Really? It's not even 7 o'clock yet. In response to her, he replied heavily, I have some things to talk to my mom about today. Even though she was a bit sad, she still let Hong Kong leave. Oh, is that so? He saw Rina off onto the bus. She quietly looked at him with regret. Hong Kong stood still, looking so tense he was sweating. Rina just quietly looked at him, full of confusion, with doubts in her heart. Scene change. Irina was extremely happy and excitedly exclaimed, oh my god. Hey. And Irina hugged him, full of longing. I thought I wouldn't be able to see you today, but here you are. I should have dressed a bit cuter, right? And then he lied to Irina. My uncle said he would take care of my grandmother for me, so he let me go. Your uncle is truly an angel. She happily replied without any suspicion. But on Han Kang's face was still a sweat-covered, indifferent look. He thought, just pretend nothing happened. After that, Irina's 2 friends also greeted Hong Kong, but his mind was still full of thoughts. Anyway, a few hours have passed. If they intended to say something, they would have said it a long time ago. Remembering the moment he made eye contact with Dong in the cafe, he wondered, did he see me? I think we made eye contact. Irina continued to rub her head against his chest, happily saying, you wore exactly the outfit I like. Looking at her, he still thought, or maybe I mistook him for someone else. He offered to treat the group of friends to a meal, and everyone agreed. Have you guys eaten yet? If not, let's go eat something. And then they went to eat Korean barbecue together. While eating, Irina suddenly asked, making Hong Kong extremely confused, is she okay? I just wanted to ask if your grandmother is okay. She continued. You said her condition wasn't very good. This made him cough violently. He replied to her, she's gotten a bit better, but I'm not entirely sure. While picking up meat, she gently replied to him, that's a relief, I was really worried. He replied, don't worry. Do you want to order anything else? Irina answered, can we order cold noodles? Hong Kong agreed, sure. Go ahead, let's have cold noodles. He was grilling meat. Suddenly, Irina brought a piece of grilled meat wrapped in lettuce to his mouth, which surprised him quite a bit. She said with a serious look, say, honey, you're so busy grilling meat that you haven't eaten anything. That intimate action made one friend jealous, saying, oh, what the heck? Are you guys newlyweds? Meanwhile, the other friend was still busy ordering more food. Boss, 2 more portions of cold noodles, please. He pensively stared at the meat wrap that Irina wanted to feed him. It was still the same meat wrap. Then it came to the plate of spaghetti that Rina had fed him. The image of both girls feeding him food, gently saying, open your mouth, made him think. All in just one day. Then he opened his mouth to eat the piece of grilled meat that Irina wanted to feed him, secretly thinking that too many things had happened. The scene shifted to the next morning. Hong Kong and his friends returned to school. On the stairs, Insiop asked Hong Kong, what did you do yesterday? I told you to come to the internet cafe. But Hong Kong replied, like someone who had lost his soul. Yesterday? Hong Kang's blank response made Insiop feel extremely confused. Just some random things. And suddenly seeing Insiop texting, he hurriedly asked, texting your girlfriend? Did something happen? But he just happily replied, no, we're still fine. Suddenly, Hong Kong frowned, looked up, and said, don't trust people too much. They might betray you. This made Insiop angrily reply, what nonsense are you talking about? So annoying. From afar, Irina and her friend were walking down the hallway. She asked, G1, are you done eating already? That was fast. Then they ran into Hong Kong and Insiop. He was startled and replied, yeah. Are you guys just leaving now? He and she happily greeted each other. Irina said, I just wrote a letter. How was lunch today? And Hong Kong replied, it was pretty bad, so I ate at the convenience store. Looking sleepy, she asked him what was the side dish. Blushing, he replied, braised cod, and thought to himself, even when she's sleepy, she's still so cute. Irina's friend stood from afar and said, hey, let's go to the convenience store too. That works. Bread is still better than cod anyway. Hearing that, Hong Kong froze, thinking he was completely speechless. Irina came to his side and said, are the others going to have lunch? He replied, they said they're tired of bread, so they're having lunch now. Looking at her, he thought to himself, she looks like she really doesn't know anything. Hong Kong continued to think, I can't tell her myself. I'm going crazy. Suddenly, Irina seemed to see something and softly exclaimed, oh. She called out loudly. What was her name again? Ah, Heian. Rena and another friend were walking when they were startled by the call. Rena replied, huh? Despite being sleepy, Irina still asked, are you going to the convenience store? And Rena also happily replied, yeah, go to buy some bread, hee hee. Suddenly feeling panicked, Hong Kong thought, wait. Then Irina ran over to Rena. She remembered, I washed your PE uniform for you and brought it. Wait a minute. Rena happily replied, you can return it to me later. The groups of friends on both sides stood frozen, while Irina and Rena talked happily with each other. Hey, I'll go get it. Wait here. Okay. He was very confused and bewildered at this moment, thinking, what's with her? She knows Rena? Suddenly becoming more anxious and scared. He remembered Hee-Jun saying that he knew it was cheating. Yesterday they were stuck together, even kissing. Everything in his eyes suddenly seemed to be just him alone. Rena was deep in thought. Even so, in front of Rena, she acted as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, he got angry and swore, how shameless. When she returned, Irina handed Rena the uniform, saying here, I used it very carefully. Rena received the clothes with great surprise. Oh, it smells really nice. The two girls chatted intimately. Irina said, if you want to borrow anything, just tell me, hee hee. And Rena replied, yeah, I'll remember that, hee hee. Suddenly, Rena's grumpy friend spoke up, oh my god, hurry up, the mocha bread sells out fast. It's gonna be out of stock soon. On the contrary, Irina's friend, Hiren, kept staring at that friend and thought to herself, that beanpole. With an annoyed look, she continued to think. She hasn't stopped saying damn it since last time. Seeing that, Irina's friend quickly turned away, thinking to herself, why does she keep looking with those eyes? Damn it. Suddenly, she was surprised to see something. Out of nowhere, a male friend came from behind Hong Kong, making him look startled. Curious to know who it was, he quickly turned to look. He froze and stared at the friend standing right behind him. That friend glared, and a voice rang out, Park Dong, you look even more pathetic today. Huh. Dong walked away coldly without saying a word, causing Hong Kong beside him to stiffen, only able to watch him go. He approached Rena, making her extremely confused. Looking at him, she didn't say anything. Seeing that, Rena's friend felt annoyed and thought, what the hell? At the same time, the two friends walking with Irina also showed a similar annoyed expression. Dong stopped and looked down at Rena, but didn't say anything. Seeing that, she felt extremely confused and also a bit scared. Then suddenly he spoke up, what are you looking at? This gave Hong Kong and his friends a shock. Everyone seemed to turn to stone. No one spoke, making the atmosphere even more tense. But Rena still kept a confused expression. Speaking up, huh? And a friend standing behind her also hurriedly said, what the hell is this? Dong relaxed his facial muscles and foolishly replied, whoa, why so tense? I was just joking. Suddenly, he burst out laughing and continued to tease, haha, sorry. As soon as we made eye contact, I immediately felt flustered. And that made Rena quite embarrassed as she replied, yeah, it's fine. But Irina rushed over like a gust of wind from nowhere, delivering a powerful kick to Dong's stomach, leaving him no time to react and taking the full force of the kick. Right after that, a piercing scream rang out, you crazy girl. Witnessing that scene, Hong Kong just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, phew, I thought something was about to happen. Dong sat in pain, clutching his stomach and crying out, damn it. She hit so hard I could die. But Irina just coldly replied, are you that close to her or something? You're not even familiar with her. What are you trying to pull? Interrupting her, Dong hurriedly replied, we go to the same school. I was just joking around a bit. You borrow my lighter, so now we're best friends? Hearing this was like a thunderbolt to Irina's friend. She glared angrily at them. The scene shifted. While opening a bottle of ice cream, a friend asked Irina, when is your boyfriend's birthday? This Sunday. Irina quickly replied. Looking at her friends, she asked, what should I do for him? If it were you guys, what would you do? Hearing this, the two friends in the group excitedly offered ideas to help their friend. Aren't perfume and 10 handwritten letters enough? Do a whole candle event or something, haha. You're trying too hard, huh? Replying to her friends, she happily said, or should I do candles too? Haha. Looking over at a male friend in the group, she asked, hey, so what do you think? If your girlfriend prepared a whole candle event for you? Bewildered, he replied, an event? Thinking for a moment, he shyly replied, if it were me, I would really like it. Lighting candles takes a lot of effort and meticulousness, you know? In contrast, G1 coldly spoke up, I'm so allergic to those cheesy things. In response, Su1 happily said, but while lighting the candles, you could watch a movie instead. I think watching a movie is a bit too ordinary. To dispel the tense atmosphere, Irina's friends teased her, haha, looks like you figured something out, huh? But she just blankly replied, huh? No, I haven't yet. Her friends still gave advice, so she wouldn't have to worry too much. Just do something simple. That's enough to show your thoughtfulness. But meanwhile, Su1 appeared indifferent and annoyed, even as the friends continued to add, wow, then what the hell are you going to do for his next birthday? When the scene shifted, Rena and her friend were standing not far from Rena's group of friends. Dong's thoughts emerged. She really heard all of that. Completely unaware, Rena on the other side was extremely quiet. Her face was heavy with thoughts. The group of friends continued to chatter. Hey, I'm so hungry. The pork belly your boyfriend bought yesterday was really delicious. Really? We shouldn't have left even a little bit. While eating ice cream, Irina turned to ask Dong, why don't they serve things like pork belly for school lunch? But he just coldly replied, because it's expensive, maybe? Suddenly realizing something, Dong remembered yesterday, but wasn't he with her? Recalling the scene of Hong Kong walking into the restaurant out with Rina, Dong made eye contact with him, which made Dong unable to stop thinking, that bastard. Looking at a happy Irina and Rina's back in the distance, Dong silently swore. He dated 2 people in just one day? What a son of a bitch. Her friends continued to ask about Irina's relationship with her boyfriend. Alright, let's go back to this year's birthday. I have to think about next year too. Meanwhile, no one noticed that Dong's face had darkened, angrily biting the cap of the ice cream bottle nonstop. Suddenly, Dong yelled, "You're not a pushover. Why are you going to such lengths for him? Does your boyfriend even deserve those things?" Hearing those things, Irina suddenly froze, feeling really confused and annoyed. She started to speak up. What the hell are you talking about? Of course he does. Annoyed, looking at him, Irina doubtfully asked, "Are you mad about something? Why are you snapping at everyone like that? Are you Yang Jin-soo or something?" Replying to that series of questions, he just indifferently responded, "What idiot? I'm still acting like I always do. Even if you do those things, he won't appreciate it anyway." Radiating murderous intent, Irina glared at him with daggers in her eyes and heavily asked, "I'm giving a gift to my boyfriend. What are you complaining about?" Seeing that, he just replied, all right, just do whatever you want. Who's complaining?" Still annoyed, Irina shot back, "You just said it and now you're denying it?" With a look of not caring at all, he said, "Whatever, idiot." It made Irina unable to bear it anymore, shouting, "What did you say?" Refusing to stop, he said, "You don't even know what's important." The more he spoke, the angrier Irina got. "What's wrong with you today, you crazy guy?" Inside the convenience store, the argument between the two still hadn't ended, causing a friend to speak up to stop them. "Hey, what's wrong with you guys?" But it couldn't calm Irina down. She continued to say, "Why are you taking your anger out on me?" Seeing that the situation didn't look good, Soo-won immediately stepped in to intervene, dragging Dong, who was glaring at Irina, away. "Let's go to the restroom," barked Dong. "I really can't take this anymore." With great difficulty, Soo-won managed to push him outside, and then also got scolded by him. "What is it? Go by yourself, idiot." But Soo-won still didn't give up, just happily replying, "Come on, let's go." From afar, Irina angrily said, "Has he lost his mind or what?" Lunch break ended, and the group of friends returned to their classroom area. On the hallway returning to class, Hyren was attracted by quite a few boys at the door. She suddenly stopped at the window at the end of the classroom. She looked in confusion at 2 pairs of legs standing behind the curtain, talking while it was extremely hot. But from there, a voice spoke up. "Hey, what's wrong with you? What's the matter? Why did you take your anger out on Irina so unreasonably?" Behind that was Park Dong, looking annoyed. He replied, "She's so annoying. She doesn't even know anything." Hong Kong looked at him with a confused expression and asked, "Are you going to tell her?" Without answering, Dong just thoughtfully looked at everything through the window. Then he frowned, closed his eyes, and said, "Ugh, seriously. So frustrating." Looking at him like that, Hong Kong thought to himself. Park Dong himself probably still didn't know whether he should tell the truth or leave him alone. But thinking of Irina's image, Hong Kong continued to think. When Irina finds out the truth, her expression, whether it's anger or sorrow, he wouldn't be able to see it himself. Hong Kong comforted Dong, saying no matter what, just calm down a bit. Suddenly, Ji-won pulled the curtain aside and stood right next to Hong Kong, completely surprising them both. Without hesitation, she immediately turned to ask Dong, "Why did you take your anger out on Rina?" Turning the other way, Dong replied in annoyance, "Nonsense, it's nothing." Not willing to stop, Hyren continued to step closer and ask, "Is there something I'm not allowed to know? Why the hell do you have so many secrets?" Standing so close to Hyren made Hong Kong blush and feel quite hot and nervous. He thought, she's too close. Next to him, Dong replied, "It's nothing, alright, just go." Hyren confided, "Whenever there's something serious and you two are worried, you never tell us and just ignore me. I'm starting to wonder if we were even friends. It hurts a lot. Seriously." Hearing those words, Dong's face became even more unsightly. Finally, Hyren left a remark. "Fine, I won't tell you guys everything anymore either. But at least I'm not so obvious about it, you meathead." Ji-won suddenly realized something about Dong. She asked carefully, "Wait a minute, you." Then she stepped closer to Hong Kong, making him even more embarrassed and trembling. Suddenly she yelled, "Don't tell me you like Irina. Are you jealous of her boyfriend?" Hearing that, Dong immediately blushed and retorted, "No way, damn it." Meanwhile, Hong Kong, standing in the middle, chuckled in amusement. Questioning Dong, she asked, "Then why did you get so mad at her for no reason like a kid screaming at the girl he likes?" This made Dong ponder for a moment. Then he continued to speak carefully. "It's just that. Do you know?" His voice gradually lowered. He said Irina's boyfriend. This made Hong Kong startle and look at him. He thought in confusion, "What? Are you going to tell her?" Then in his head, he imagined the scene where Ji-won would grab Rina's collar and fly into a rage at her. He thought, just thinking about it is already terrible. I feel like this is a death waiting to happen. Back to reality, Dong scratched his head and continued that. "There's a bad rumor." "A rumor?" Hyren asked back doubtfully. He said, "There's a rumor that he's a total womanizer." "That kind of rumor. Some people said they saw him with another girl, but nothing is certain." Hong Kong froze at this moment. He really didn't expect Dong to say that. Hyren's expression became solemn. She said thoughtfully, "But he doesn't seem like that kind of person." Dong replied, "Yeah, right, it's just a rumor." Hyren continued to ask, "Who told you that? I really can't tell you this." Seriously. She turned to ask Hong Kong, "Did you hear it too? You idiot? It hasn't been verified yet, right?" He also confirmed, "Yeah, that's right. It's nothing really." She seriously warned, "Don't let Irina know. If this is true, she will find a way to handle it herself." Meanwhile, Irina was still sitting angrily in the classroom. When they returned, Hiren still couldn't stop questioning Dong. Got it. But is that why you got mad at Rina? Yeah, right. You really do like her, don't you? Unable to bear it anymore, he replied, just get lost and go back to your class. When school ended, it was already getting dark. The group of students went to their respective homes to rest. On the way home, Rina's friend asked her, hey, if you say you're studying at some art academy, they will make you work all night. Do you still want to sign up? But those words couldn't make Rina give up. I'm not good at anything. Her friend agreed with that, damn it. Me neither. Recalling when Hong Kong wanted to end their date to go home and the compliments from friends for Irina's boyfriend regarding the pork belly dish, Rina thought sadly, so you didn't really go home like I thought. Suddenly, her friend said angrily, TSK, they're stuck together like glue now. This made her look up as well. It was Irina and Hong Kong walking home together right in front of them. And Irina said to him, why do you pick me up every day, babe? Because I miss you. Hee, Hong Kong replied, making her extremely happy as she said, ah, I love this. Hong Kong thought warily, I'm sure he didn't see me. After that, he fell into thoughtful silence and said nothing. Rina and her friend just followed behind Hong Kong and Irina silently without saying a word, making him and Irina completely unaware of their presence. Rina returned to the area where she lived. While waiting for the elevator, she stood silently in front of the mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, she adjusted her hair. She stood looking at herself with many thoughts in her heart. Going back to the year 2005. The neighborhood at this time was still run down and quiet. There was an alley corner scattered with cigarette butts on the ground. Rina at that time, and a girl with a not-so-pleasant expression. A voice spoke up. Last time I smoked here, some adults started saying unpleasant things to me. They said we could only smoke in this alley. That was the voice of a group of boys standing right next to them. They continued. They themselves smoke and make a fuss. What the hell, right? Haha. One person in that group asked, need a lighter? Mine is out of gas. An arm with a lighter reached out, startling the guy. The girl standing next to Rina, Era, with a half-smoked cigarette in her mouth, shyly said here. This made the boys say in surprise, oh, thanks. Then the whole group of 5 stood there, no one saying anything. They just quietly smoked their cigarettes in the narrow, deserted alley. Suddenly someone asked, hey, who is that with the long legs? Ah, just someone I often meet at the arcade. Another replied, we just smoke together. The guy continued to ask, what kind of relationship is that? Who is crying next to her? The friend next to him answered, probably a friend. It's my first time seeing her. The guy asked further, how old is she? And was answered, 1 year younger. She's about to become a high school student. Surprisingly, Hong Kong was also in that group. He just stood motionless, listening to his 2 friends gossip. They continued talking. Introduce her to me or Kwang-on. You're popular, aren't you? I'm not close to her, idiot. Suddenly, Eris said, why are you still crying? I told you your hair doesn't look bad. Shyly, Rina replied, I'm doomed. The girl gently comforted her. It will grow out soon, and I think it will be fine. Rina replied sadly, this is not my style. Seeing Rina gradually stop crying, she continued, it's not bad at all. Rina looked up to the left with a puzzled expression. While smoking, Hong Kong said to her, it's pretty, your hair. Hearing that, her face turned bright red, and she shyly turned away. Rina replied softly, but it's so ugly. He still patiently said at this point, no, it really suits you. After they dispersed, Hong Kong stood alone next to the bus stop. He thought it's really cold. I should have worn something warmer. Now, suddenly an arm reached out. Then it touched Han Kang's shoulder. Surprised, he turned around to look. That finger accidentally touched his cheek too. Touch you. The person behind him spoke up. It was Rina. Hong Kong said happily, what was that? Haha. And she also laughed happily, saying, hey, are you getting ready to go home? Then they started talking and asking about each other. Yeah, so where are you going? Going to visit a friend, Rina replied. Hong Kong also responded, it's quite a coincidence that we meet on the street like this. They continued chatting. Aren't you hanging out with your friends? Why are you going home already? They all want to see their girlfriends. Suddenly, Rina asked innocently, why don't you have a girlfriend? Aren't you popular? The question made him feel helpless. Please don't pick a fight using that. She continued to ask, does no one like you? Bursting into laughter, he replied, who would like me? I'm not good looking at all. Suddenly, he stopped and stared at Rina. She was feeling extremely shy at this moment, not daring to look at Hong Kong. He felt quite surprised seeing this demeanor of Rina. Then the two of them stood waiting for the bus together. Both were silent, not knowing what to say next. He suddenly called out, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Oh, the bus is here. Stepping to the bus door, he looked back with a hint of regret in his words. Well, I'll go first. She looked at him and answered shyly, yeah. The bus gradually left, and now only she was left at the bus stop. In a dark corner of the staircase, the beep-beep sounds. The phone kept ringing nonstop. Rina, she was trying to call someone in vain. Back to the present, Irina said to Hong Kong, this is the 3rd ice cream today. My stomach is about to burst. Meanwhile, he was looking intently at his phone, saying, hey, should I buy something else? Then suddenly the phone rang. Actually, I really feel happy even when I smile. Right after that, he was startled, a panicked look on his face. He immediately put the phone in his pocket and kept walking. Seeing that, Irina asked, why didn't you pick up? He hurriedly replied, it's just a friend. It's fine to ignore it. Probably wants to ask me to hang out more. At home, Rina sat continuously tapping on her phone next to her friend from that day. Looking at Rina, sitting there tapping on her phone, Eris seemed to think of something. She quickly asked, Rina, who are you texting? To the question, Rina just shyly replied, it's nothing, hee. Rina also asked her friend back, so who are you texting? Is it that guy? Hee. Frowning, she replied, if only it was him. It's my damn older brother forcing me to bring him a can of Coke. If I were texting him, I could die happy. Then she continued, hey, he is totally my type. But Rena was just focusing on her phone at this moment. Staring at her phone screen, she smiled foolishly. It turned out to be a message from Kwang Un saying, don't grow your hair long. It looks great already. Sitting out on the stairs, she stared at her phone with sad eyes. That message had said, I'll call you back later. Then she opened the door and went into the house with an indescribable mood. And then she heavily pulled the door closed. Nambimun on a Sunday. Everyone was bustling and lively with happy laughter and chatter. Hee at a street corner. Two friends were laughing loudly and said, Rena, cute outfit, huh? Ha. Did you wear all these adorable things because it's his birthday? Ha. Here. Irina seemed to shine. She confidently said, I copied some styles from famous models. Hee looks super cute, right? After saying that, her two friends hugged each other and laughed even louder, saying, ha. How can you act so cute in the middle of the street? You're making us embarrassed. Stop it. Not minding much, she still confidently said, I'm even wearing circle lenses today. Her friends asked her again, but why did you call us here too? Irina smiled wickedly and replied, I need you guys to help me a bit later. Don't you already know the whole plan? The two friends replied, I mean, no, but that's really rude. Yeah, looking at the bag too. Irina was carrying it, and her friend asked, what's that? A gift? She replied, yeah, and there's also a letter. From behind, Hong Kong came and hugged Irina from behind. He said, baby, you look really great today. Irina turned around to look at him and replied, oh, baby. Jin Kyung on the other side also said, happy birthday. But I didn't bring a gift. Hong Kong just waved his hand and said, haha, thanks Jin Kyung. But Hiren didn't say anything at this moment. Looking at him, she thought, it's just that you know. Hong Kong spoke up to greet her, hey Hiren, but thoughts were still running through her head. Irina's boyfriend. She replied emotionlessly, hello. But in her head, she still thought, he is a terrible womanizer. At home, Rena was sitting on her bed, hugging her small cat. She said, don't stay still in my arms. I'm so bored, you know. Suddenly, her face became sorrowful. She said, they're having a lot of fun, right? Now her eyes were filled with sadness as she said, it's his birthday. After all, she thought Irina would probably never be able to imagine what happened on that day. Hiren held a camera. She said, I'll take a picture. 1, 2, 3. She counted to 3. Irina and Hong Kong took a cute commemorative picture together. Then she said, oh, it looks really nice. And Irina said, one more. And Hiren also happily raised the camera to take it, continuing, all right. 1, 2, 3, counting to 3. Han Kang's expression at this moment didn't look very comfortable. After taking the picture, Irina happily ran to Hiren and asked, thanks. How does it look? Hiren helplessly said, it looks great. Hearing that, Irina replied, I'll take a picture of you guys. Go stand by that wall. Standing there, Hiren and Jin Kyung posed for her to take a picture. She said 1, 2, 3. Ah, so cute. After taking it, she returned the camera to her two friends and said, come on, let's keep going. Irina ran up to talk to Hong Kong. What do you want to do? What should we do next? Seeing that, Jin Kyung stood behind and said, we are simply photographers. It's true that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Hiren next to her replied, that's not all. She continued, taking pictures isn't the last thing. If it's Irina, she definitely has some other plan. She continued, we might end up at a karaoke place or something. Then halfway through, she'll tell us to go get the birthday cake. Hearing that, Irina suddenly startled. Not only that, but she understood better than anyone. She said, meanwhile, she will sing the happy birthday song first. And before the song ends, we have to light the candles and go inside. They could even imagine the scene when Hong Kong would be happy. Jin Kyung added, yeah, that's what she used to do in middle school every time it was a friend's birthday. Luna suddenly slowly turned her face back to look. Her face turned red with embarrassment, making her two friends burst into laughter, saying, look at that face being caught. Ha, told you so. Not stopping, the two friends continued to discuss, making Irina so embarrassed she wanted to hide in a hole. She must really like him. Most girls wouldn't try that hard, right? Yeah, I wish he would treat us that well too. Stopping and staring at Han Kang's back, Hiren tilted her head, looking with a lot of suspicion. Arriving at a store, they stopped there. Hong Kong was testing perfume on his hand. He said, it smells really good, baby. From now on, I'll use it every day. Hearing that, Irina proudly said, you like it? I knew it. He replied to her, of course, baby, he. Suddenly, Hong Kong stupid. He stared at the gift bag Irina had prepared for him. The bag was full of letters. He said, wow, look at all these letters. Can I read one? Irina suddenly got agitated now. No way. This is so embarrassing. Looking at her, he happily replied, you wrote them for me to read anyway. I'll just read one. I swear, haha. Picking up the letter, Irina was speechless to reply. You really shouldn't. Interrupting her, he said, I'll read them in my free time at home. But for now, just one, hee. Embarrassed, grabbing his wrist, she replied, all right, just one, okay? He happily pulled the letter out of the envelope. As he took it out, he hummed. Beside him, Irina said softly, just skim through it, okay? Staring at the letter, he replied, okay, hee, holding the letter. He carefully read every word she wrote for him. Unable to stay calm, she buried her face in the table and said, ugh, this is so embarrassing. Are you still not done? He gently replied, I just started reading. He didn't say anything and continued reading the letter. Thoughtfully, he said, why did you try to write so much? Then he stopped reading and put the letter down on the table. He stood up, turned to Irina, and said, I'm going to the restroom real quick, making her look up at him. Yeah, okay. The scene transitions to him going into the restroom. Inside, his face darkened and he sighed. He stood still there, heartbrokenly thinking, I shouldn't have read it, damn it. Now I regret it to death. With sad eyes, he thought, what the hell am I doing? Leaving a girl who only ever looks at me? I'm such an idiot. Outside, Jin Kyung said, hey, do you think you went to the restroom to cry for being touched or something? Haha. Hearing that, Irina also covered her mouth, giggling, and said, no way, haha. There's nothing deep in there. Listening to Irina Rina continue, my boyfriend is really emotional, haha. But Hiren just sat there watching without saying anything. In the restroom, Hong Kong thought, should I end it? He picked up his phone. He thought, it's still not too late. No one knows yet. His face was dazed. Heartbroken, he thought, this feeling of instability will pass eventually. Struggling with his thoughts, he thought, I have to bury it. We started in secret. Recalling the intimate image with Rina, he thought, therefore, it should also be ended in silence. He closed his eyes, not knowing what to do. Right at that moment, his phone rang. Looking at his phone, he thought, perfect timing. Answering the call, he replied, Rina? She replied, what's wrong with your voice? It feels like it's been a long time. Rina, lying on the bed, said, happy birthday to you. Hong Kong just hesitated and said, thanks. Hearing that, Rina asked, are you on a date? Looking at the cat happily beside her, she listened to Hong Kong say, yeah, I didn't go out with her last week, so we did today. Hearing this, Rina became sad. She said, you said you would contact me again, but you didn't. He leaned against the wall and replied, I couldn't. I've been really busy. Suddenly, she said, I won't be with you. Hearing that, Hong Kong was startled and panicked. He couldn't believe his ears and asked again, huh? He asked again, when? Now. She calmly replied, yeah, right now. But he confusedly said, no, it's just that I think I have to be here right now. The date, you know. She stayed silent, saying nothing, making Hong Kong ask, hello? Did you hang up? Suddenly, she spoke up. I'm sorry for making you so stressed like this. She continued, I won't call you anymore. Hearing that made Hong Kong even more confused, asking again, huh? She explained, I know you're getting more and more worried, and I'm getting more and more out of control. She secretly wiped her tears and continued, I will stop contacting you, as long as I'm the only one who gets hurt. Take care, my love. Coming out of the store, he absent-mindedly carried the bag and walked ahead, leaving behind the three girls who were happily chatting. Let's go straight to the karaoke place. Because of the cake? Yeah, hee. Jin Kyung and Hiren looked at her in annoyance. Irina spoke up, we will sing a bit first. I'll text you guys later when the mood is right. The two friends replied, damn it, you've already planned everything out? She happily said, please help me, I'll repay you later. Sulking, Jin Kyung replied, I don't even have a boyfriend yet. Running up to Hong Kong, she patted his back and happily said, baby, do you want to go to karaoke for a bit? Let's sing some songs for our love. With a heavy expression, he turned back to look. She looked at him in confusion. She asked, baby? Then he continued, Rina. He struggled to speak. I'm really sorry, but I'm feeling a bit unwell. And just like that, the bus gradually left. Irina stood frozen, watching the bus slowly drive away. But Jin Kyung also asked in confusion, what on earth? Is he unwell today? So sudden. She heartbrokenly said, but he looked perfectly fine. Hiren stepped up and said, Irina, making her confusedly reply, yeah? As if realizing something, she said, this sounds crazy, but come with me. I'll pay for the taxi. The group of friends caught a taxi together. The driver confusedly asked the group, how long do I have to follow this bus? With a serious expression, Hiren replied, please just follow it. We can't lose track of it. The driver also asked in confusion, what's going on? Is it an affair? And Irina also spoke up, I told you already. He's not that kind of person. Why won't you listen? What are you suspecting? Agreeing, Jin Kyung also said, she's right, Celio. It's just a bit. Tying her hair up, Hiren said, I know, but it's really weird, right? Honestly, does he look like he's hiding it because he's sick? Irina's expression also gradually became serious. Hiren continued, it's obvious, isn't it? I don't think he looks sick at all. Suddenly, she shouted, but still, what is this? Following him is a bit too much. The driver couldn't help but be curious and eavesdrop. Irina said, even if it's you, it's not right. I'm really angry about this. Hiren let her hair down, angrily looked away, and said, just go and you'll see. It will be a relief if nothing is going on. In her mind, she was thinking, damn it, what the hell am I doing? Staring at the meter, the number had jumped to 18,000. She thought, I only have 20,000 left. You better not be wrong about this, Park Dong. Looking at Hiren in crazy confusion, Irina thought to herself, you don't even know him that well. You should suspect someone who deserves it. Playing with her nails, Irina thought again. Even if he was tired, he still came. If I called him, he shouldn't be sick at this exact moment. Thinking back to the scene of them happily wearing couple outfits, she thought, yeah, I'm sure of it. Suddenly, Irina's eyes widened. Ahead was the sight of Hong Kong getting off the bus. She asked in confusion, what's going on? Why is he getting off here? Watching him carry the gifts, she said, is this still the way to his house? The driver asked impatiently, what's wrong? Do you want to stop here? What do you want to do? Jin Kyung spoke up from the back. Not yet. After driving a little further, there was a shout, please stop. Watching the girls running, the driver shouted, make sure you catch him. Leading the way, Hiren said, he went this way. Irina thought to herself, but why? While running, she thought in confusion, why did he get off the bus here? He said he was going home. Looking at the tall building in front of her, she wondered whose house this was. At home, Dong was sitting and browsing his computer. Suddenly seeing a picture of himself in Hong Kong wearing bow headbands, he screamed, both embarrassed and angry. He said, damn it, when did he post this? Seeing that, he hastily typed on the keyboard. He commented on the post, writing, do you want to die? Delete it. Looking back, he thought, but if he finds out about his secret, then this page. What if she deletes it? Down below, Hong Kong was standing and lighting a cigarette. Smoke rose from a distance. A few people were peeking from a window. It was Irina's group of friends. They wondered, he's been standing here for 10 minutes. Is he waiting for someone? Probably. Hiren asked, hey, does he still smoke? Irina replied, yeah, that's right, but he doesn't smoke much anymore. Looking at him, she couldn't believe her eyes and said, I mean, the problem right now is. Then she thought, what the hell? What's going on? but she was doubtful with dozens of questions. She still tried to reassure herself. Is it because it's his birthday? Did his friends invite him? Maybe they just want to celebrate his birthday. Or they just want to see him for a bit. Watching him slowly walk away, she wondered again. They called him over to celebrate, right? He came because he had to, right? Suddenly, someone stepped out holding a cigarette. Seeing that person, he froze. He looked shyly, as if not believing his eyes. Nervously watching from afar, Jin Kyung spoke first. Someone is coming out. Anxiously waiting, Hyerin and Jin Kyung became shocked. That person was wearing a cool tank top, shyly covering their mouth. Irina was stunned. She truly couldn't believe her eyes. Looking from afar, it was Rena standing opposite Hong Kong. The group of friends gasped, huh? Is that Rena? The two friends were in disbelief, throwing out a series of questions. Huh? She's from our school. Why is she out here? Is there something going on between those two? What's happening here? While Irina remained silent, completely unable to believe what was unfolding before her eyes. Hong Kong stepped forward and threw a cigarette away. Seeing what was happening in front of them, Hyerin covered her mouth in shock. It was a scene of the two of them hugging each other tightly. They clung to each other as if they couldn't be separated. The three girls watching from above had nothing left to say. They were stunned as Hong Kong and Rena hugged each other happily. Tears welled up in Rena's eyes. But Irina could no longer stand steady. Her heart was truly broken. She collapsed to the ground to the heartbreak of her friends. They cried out, Irina. Jin Kyung heartbreakingly asked, are you okay, Irina? But she didn't say anything. Hyerin clenched her fists until they trembled. She spoke, feeling both pity for her friend and cursing those bastards. Grabbing her bag, she rushed down the stairs and yelled, I'm gonna kill them, those sons of bitches. A trembling voice rang out, don't do that, making Hyerin startle and turn to look. Irina was looking down, enunciating every word, don't, Celio, don't go. Hyerin grew even angrier and shouted, are you an idiot? What do you mean don't go? He's terrible for leaving you behind. Unable to hold back, she continued, do you want me to just stand and watch this messed up situation? You prepared so much for his birthday. Feeling sorry for her friend, Hyerin burst into tears, and he threw it all away. Are you an idiot? But Irina still trembled and said, I know, but please don't go. Seeing this, Jin Kyung also shed tears seeing her friend in such a state. She buried her face in her hands, crying as she spoke, I can't look at it anymore. I'm so scared, I can't watch it anymore. Seeing Irina sobbing uncontrollably, the two friends also shed tears and heartbreak. They felt so sorry for their friend. Then they sat down and hugged her, comforting the girl with a broken heart. Meanwhile, out there, Hong Kong and Rena were still hugging each other affectionately. At a karaoke room, a romantic song was playing. The music kept playing while the birthday cake was lit with candles in the room. Rena and Hong Kong were happily looking at the cake. Then he blew out the candles in joy. The atmosphere was filled with happiness. Rena clapped her hands, making him smile happily too. And suddenly, he blushed and looked at Rena. The two of them leaned in close, their lips almost touching. Just a little bit more. In the distance was the gift bag full of letters that Irina had written for him, lying scattered on the ground. Outside, Irina and her two friends were sitting sorrowfully at the bottom of that building. Out of the bag spilled a camera and the colorful letters she had written. Meanwhile, Irina's group of friends still sat there gloomily, reminiscing about what had happened. But Irina looked like she had lost her soul. Meanwhile, Rena was extremely happy. Rena smiled, thinking you were mine. At the place where they discovered the shocking truth, the sky had also grown dark. The surrounding houses had turned off their lights. A thought crossed someone's mind. We meet again. On his way back, Hong Kong looked at his phone and thought, when she said she wouldn't contact me anymore, I thought my heart dropped. Is this over now? Suddenly thinking of Irina, he thought in confusion. But after that, why hasn't Irina contacted me at all? That's not like her. Or is she hanging out with her friends? Dialing a number, he decided I should just call her. He then brought the phone to his ear to make the call. Ring after ring went by. He found it really confusing when Irina didn't answer his call at all. Lowering his phone, he thought, is she still hanging out? Something's wrong. Let me try again. But nothing changed. She still didn't pick up, making him even more confused, wondering, huh? He gloomily looked at his phone again. What the hell is going on? The next day, everyone returned to school. Everyone around was chattering animatedly. What's wrong with Irina? I don't know. The whispering continued. Is it that time of the month? No, she doesn't look sick. It's scary when she's this quiet. Meanwhile, Irina kept her face buried in her desk, saying nothing. They decided to ask Hyerin, is Irina sick? Does she need to go home early? Hyerin remained silent, confusing the group of friends. Another friend added, or maybe we should take her to the infirmary. Hey, Irina. Seeing this, Hyerin spoke up softly. She said she's not feeling well. Leave her alone. Hearing that, the friends walked away, saying oh my. Meanwhile, the hallway was filled with the laughter and chatter of Han Kang's group. Haha, run from home. You should have locked the door, huh? I locked it, but it's broken, damn it. Then they walked into the classroom together, saying, hey, let's go to the convenience store to celebrate. Dewey-sun got caught. Let's go grab some ice cream. That girl is completely passed out over there. Hearing the voices, Hyerin just tiredly cast a glance. Dong startled as if he saw something. Irina was still lying face down on her desk. He stood frozen, not saying another word. From the side, Jin Kyung walked over and said, hey. She signaled to leave. Following her, down in the schoolyard, everyone was happily laughing and talking. At another table, a group of friends was sitting. They said, that's crazy. So she saw it with her own eyes? The Jew said, even I'm trembling. There isn't a single bastard in this world worth trusting. Jin Kyung also clearly showed her annoyance, saying, yeah, how could he do that when he already has a girlfriend? The Jew's expression next to her also turned ugly, saying, damn it. At this moment, Hyuk also angrily shouted, are you guys just gonna stand and watch it happen like that? It's driving me crazy. Just expose him. So what if he's older? Is he that special? Jin Kyung sighed and said, I really want to snap his neck and kill him on the spot. But I can't do that. Hearing that, Hyuk shuddered with a chill down his spine. Hyuk annoyedly continued, just tell her to dump him. We'll find someone decent for her to date. Do you have anyone in mind? Did you? I don't have anyone yet. Sitting next to them, Suwon said, hey, isn't it a bit too early for that? Looking at him, he asked Suwon back, oh really? Suwon helplessly said, yeah. It's a miracle she even came to school. After saying that, the two boys suddenly fell silent, frozen and not knowing what to say. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, are these guys giving advice now? Even though Hyuk is the one who lost to Aang Jin-soo, and Suwon is the one who somehow won. Suwon wondered, so what did CO Hiren say? You don't look too good either. Lying on the desk, Dong replied, she's furious. Recalling Hiren's tired and dazed expression, he recounted that she had panicked yesterday, saying she would get him at all costs. But since Rina said she would handle it herself, the Jew said it was such a joke, having two girlfriends in the same school right next to each other. Jin Kyung also couldn't hide her sadness, saying, acting like he's the best guy in the world. The Jew added, poor Irina. What should you do now? Suwon lay on the bench. Dong silently pondered over something. The sky was clear blue in the morning. Then evening came, when everyone finished school and returned home. Except at school. Suwon looked into the classroom and said to Dong, now even CEO, CO Hiren. Looking at the two girls lying exhausted on their desks, he continued, she's been like this all day. She must have skipped lunch too. No, don't be brave. Do you think that bastard would die if she skips a meal? I guess she won't die that easily. Seeing this, Suwon said, you seem pretty worried too. Embarrassed, Dong yelled, of course. She's my friend. My friend ended up like that. Can't I be? Looking at him, Suwon replied, all right. Suwon suddenly looked down sadly and said, maybe things have gotten worse. Because we told CO Hiren the truth. Then she wouldn't have had to see him cheating herself. Dong also said, no, this is for the best, you idiot. She would have found out sooner or later. The later she finds out, the more it will hurt. Looking at Irina, just sitting there motionless, they continued. She was just smiling and talking happily without knowing anything. Dong continued just like a fool. A phone ringtone suddenly sounded. Hello, Suwon said. Hey, your phone is ringing, Park Dong. Taking out his phone, Dong wondered, what's this number? Answering the call, he spoke first, hello? The other side asked, hey, is this Park Dong? He replied, yes, this is Park Dong. Who are you? Why? The other side replied, well, the person on the phone was Hong Kong. He said, I'm Irina's boyfriend, Kim Won-gun. You know who I am, right? At this moment, his face clearly showed anxiety and fear. In class 1 to 6, a friend asked, hey, aren't you going to eat anything? Hearing that, Irina replied, I'm not eating. Chewing on some bread, Hiren said, at least eat some bread. I bought an extra one for you. No matter how angry you are, you still have to eat. Hearing that, Irina just lay still without saying a word. Seeing that, Hiren sighed helplessly. She left, grabbing her toothpaste and toothbrush, and said, I'm gonna brush my teeth. Irina tiredly replied, all right. Left alone, Irina lay there without a sound. She slowly raised her head. Gently rubbing her head, she looked around in a daze. Blinking her eyes, there were voices talking from another side. Things have been getting worse since yesterday, when I couldn't contact her. Every time I called, she hung up, then turned off her phone completely. He continued what the person said, and early this morning, I received this text message on my phone. A message was sent saying, don't contact me anymore. You know the reason better than I do. Over there were Hong Kong and his group of friends puffing on cigarettes. He continued, she said I know the reason better than she does. Who could possibly know what the reason is, huh? Opposite them were Dong, Suwon, and Deju. They said nothing, which made him angry, and he continued, damn it, you were the one who saw me at Suwon Station. Did you think I didn't know? Their cold, silent faces made him even more furious as he said, I know what you're thinking. But don't go snitching when you're not even sure. Then he frowned and continued, who the hell do you think you are, meddling in other people's relationships, huh? You punk. Ignoring his curses, the group of friends stood still and said nothing. Hong Kong continued, you bastard. Answer me when I'm talking to you. You coward. Meanwhile, Suwon looked to the side and thought to himself, this park again. He recalled the previous violent scenes and thought, is this park like an official battlefield or something? Why do I keep getting dragged into these things? Looking at the group opposite them, he thought, it's really scary being around these older guys. These guys are like a swarm of locusts. Sweating, he frowned and thought, but I can sense these guys. In his mind, he recalled images of other thugs, thinking they're not as tough as Dong, Choju, or Jingu, or Hyuk. They're not even as intimidating as those guys. Yes, then he thought of Jujin's group. He thought, if I had to compare, they're probably like those Latexua guys, putting his hands in his pockets. He told himself, right, I'm not afraid of these things anymore. Since when did I also? That grow up a bit. One of them looked at him and said, take your hands out of your pockets, you bastard. Hearing that, he startled and thought again, no, I'm still scared. At this moment, Dong finally spoke up. I wasn't the one who told her. Holding a cigarette, he interrupted, don't lie to me. Clenching his cigarette, he glared and said, I know you're close to Irina, but if anyone is going to resolve this, it has to be me. Am I wrong? His friend standing next to him chimed in, yeah. You little brat. Sure, what he did was trashy, but who the hell are you two but in, huh? At this, he startled, turned around, and replied, shut up. Suddenly, his words became hesitant. He said, damn it, Irina. I'm really such a bastard, aren't I? Then holding his head with one hand, he said, how did it end up like this? Looking at him like that, Suwon and Dong were confused, thinking, oh, seriously? Tears. What a pathetic loser. Then his face turned ugly as he continued, I try to clean up guys like you, damn it. Seeing Seeing this, Dong couldn't help but think, so pitiful. Someone might actually think he's the victim here. Thinking of Irina suffering in the classroom, he thought, but the one who should be crying isn't him. Then he smirked, and thought, there's still a limit to this twisted logic. The eyes of these three guys became filled with murderous intent. Suddenly, a scream echoed across the schoolyard. You insolent brat. Elsewhere, Hyrin was looking at herself. Touching her eyes, she says, my eyes are so dark. Then she thought, I cried all day yesterday. How annoying. While brushing her teeth, she angrily said, will Irina collapse at this rate? I don't think this will pass in just a day or two. Recalling the scene of those two hugging, her eyes turned icy cold as she cursed inwardly. What a bunch of animals. The three friends chatted as they walked up the stairs. Dong recounted, wow, come to think of it, that was really amazing. I still can't believe it. A flashback of both the past and present regarding Jisoo. He used to have a cute face before. How does he look like that now? Ju said, I heard he got double eyelid surgery. Surgery really changes a person. Dong humorously raised his hands to fake double eyelids, even though he already had them. I wonder if I look good if I got double eyelid surgery too. Suwon was deep in thought. Dong was a bit worried about his friend. He thought, this guy's completely bummed out. Suwon remained silent, thinking it's unfair. His height, his looks, even his personality. There isn't a single thing where I'm better. If that Hyung tries to get back with CO Hyun again then. Dong looked at him and silently cheered. I'm on your side. Don't give up against Jisoo. But the reality was that even with effort, the chances were zero. Ju also looked at Suwon and silently cheered. You can do it, Suwon. I'm rooting for you. But it was also a reality that even if he tried, it would only end up worse. Hey, upstairs. Some students were rowdily chatting, catching Suwon's attention. Hey, stop them. Call a teacher over here. Get a teacher. The school atmosphere was really noisy. He turned back and said to his two friends, hey, it seems like someone is fighting. Dong asked, really? He put his arms around his two friends' shoulders and laughed happily. He was feeling really cocky after seemingly winning against those Hyungs. Haha, seriously? You can't survive in this school if you don't use your fists. Grow up, will you? You need to resolve things with words. Did you laugh along? True that. A familiar back appeared before the three of them. Staring wide-eyed, Dong hadn't even finished his sentence. I mean, what kind of idiots would? The three of them froze, standing and looking at the chaotic mess caused by the girls. Is it them? In the teacher's office. The teacher, holding a cane, was lecturing the ones who had been fighting. CO Hyun, Urina Kimu, Jin Kyung. You brats sneaked around and started a fight. The group of troublemakers could only stand in silence, listening to the teachers yelling. The teacher angrily scolded them relentlessly. What are you, juvenile delinquents? If that's what you want, go to a gym, you little punks. Yes, the teacher reminded Irina. You used to be a quiet student. How did you get involved in this? She could only admit her fault. I'm sorry. The teacher gently corrected her. Be more careful from now on. She apologetically replied, yes, sir. The teacher tapped the head of the girl next to her. And you too. Why is your hair so long, huh? She cried out. I already got scolded by another teacher for that. Hyun and Jin Kyung whispered and thought to themselves, is she the one who went crazy earlier? How annoying. The teacher glared and reminded them very strictly. You should feel grateful that the teachers aren't calling your parents. You girls stay there until evening classes. I will check frequently to keep an eye on you. All three groaned. Oh, my arms hurt so much. This is so embarrassing. Hyun said to Irina, hey Irina, I didn't mean to pick a fight with her. It just naturally turned out this way. I'm sorry. Jin Kyung added I only realized what happened after everything was over. A silence hung in the air, making them all contemplative and awkward. Irina remained silent. Then she burst into laughter. She told the two of them, it's okay. Actually, I feel a bit better because of this. Really, me too. I didn't want to back down quietly at all. Hearing that, Hyun felt relieved. The three of them talked to each other. Ha ha ha, we look so ridiculous. Stop laughing so loud, ha ha. In contrast to the refreshing atmosphere over there, Ian just remained silent. It was almost dark. A little light flickered from the school. All the students were leaving school. The three friends had escaped their punishment. Hyun tiredly complained, I'm super exhausted. I'm gonna lie straight on my bed when I get home. Jin Kyung chimed in, seriously. It feels like we just did a physical fitness test or something. Irina also agreed, same here. I'm gonna take a shower and go to sleep immediately. Hyun suggested, Irina, do you want me to walk you home? Jin Kyung also agreed, yeah, let's go together. Irina looked at them with a weird expression. And no thanks. What am I, a kid? She stretched sluggishly. I know you guys are worried, but seriously, stop it. I'm fine now. The two understood and started saying goodbye. Hyun said, all right then. Jin Kyung reminded, text me when you get home. Irina replied, okay, bye. The sound of footsteps seemed to be clearly heard in the space. It was quiet. As Irina walked silently alone on the street, she saw a couple from afar on the other side of the road. They looked very affectionate with each other. This scene made her recall her past relationship. In her heart, she felt sad and thought to herself, that cruel bastard. Darkness enveloped the neighborhood. She thought, I've always walked through this path just fine when I was all by myself. But has it always been this dark? A voice came from behind. Hey, shorty. She turned around to look. Dong had also just finished school. He said, are you heading home? Let's go together. She was puzzled. Wait a minute. Your house isn't in this direction. He replied, I'm gonna meet a friend. The two walked together. Irina continued asking, which friend? Dong answered, a friend from another school. She praised, wow, look at you, so popular. He secretly glanced at her. Irina's expression was pensive. He joked with her, your eyes look really bulging, my friend. She paid attention, is it really that bad? He continued joking from the side. It looks like you have 3 eyes. Dong teased, puffy, so puffy. Irina got annoyed to the point a vein popped on her forehead. Damn it, sorry for being ugly, okay? He scratched his face. I didn't say you were ugly, but I will accept your apology. She said, I swear, you are so dead. She let out a tired groan. Dong patted her back and reminded, hey, straighten your back back when you walk. When your back is hunched, you look even shorter. Irina said, what do you want me to do about it? He felt awkward and could only scratch his head. A loud rumble came from Irina's stomach, making both of them startled and embarrassed. Dong, with an amused expression, asked, was it your stomach just now? She was flustered. You heard that? He replied, how could I not hear it? She embarrassedly explained, I haven't eaten anything today. That's why, okay? He teased, that's so funny. I thought your stomach was super pissed, like feed me, you cruel bastard. Haha. She cursed at him, just get lost, hee. Dong reached out and patted Irina's head. You useless thing. He said with a smug face, this young will treat you to a triangle kimbap. They say we should help those in need. Let's go to the convenience store. The two walked and chatted happily with each other. She kicked his leg, acting cool just for a triangle kimbap. He replied, even when I buy you stuff, you're still really annoying. She demanded more. Buy me cup ramen and a drink too. He could only give in to her. Were you a pig? Fine, let's go. At a children's playground, Wong Gun sat with Ian and initiated the conversation. So Rena's friends know about this now. Both Hiren and Jin Kyung. She looked down, yeah. He said bitterly, haha. It feels like the whole world knows. How pathetic. She asked him, honey, what's going to happen now? He asked back boredly, what do you mean? He continued, between you and me? She hesitated in silence. As if he knew, he had guessed her thoughts correctly. Wong Gun held his face in frustration and vented. What is the right way to solve this? I must be going crazy. Did I really not see the consequences coming? A voice like a wake-up call echoed in his head. You knew that stupid Irina was completely in love with you, right? And she didn't even know you were cheating. He subconsciously said it was bound to happen sooner or later. And Ian looked at him with a worried expression. She came closer and I shook his arm. Honey, without a bit of sympathy, a face that was both frustrated and cold looked at her. He stood up right after, completely brushing her off. He asked bluntly, last time, Ian, you said this, right? That you were more afraid of hurting Rena than being hated by everyone. She was surprised and hurriedly explained that was. Wong Gun interrupted. Now that Rena and I are over, I don't think we should see each other anymore either. His words were firm and decisive. Let's stop contacting each other. I can't hurt her again like I did. Scene changes to Wong Gun's house. He lay on his bed and reread the love letters Rena had sent to my sweet darling. Hello, this is Rena, your pretty and lovely girlfriend. I've written so many letters to you, darling, but every time I write, I still feel nervous. The lines were filled with inner thoughts and feelings. This time for your birthday, I'm challenging myself to write 10 letters for you. Her humor and cuteness made him chuckle. I'm dedicating my education and class time to write this, so you better feel deeply touched. You hear me? Beautiful memories of the past were evoked. Do you remember the day you asked for my phone number at the Jimjil Bang? At that time, she shyly and surprisingly asked me, and he also shyly replied, that's right. She wrote, at that time, I had a baked egg in my mouth, so I couldn't even answer properly. I wish I had put on makeup and looked prettier back then. Contrary to her low self-esteem, he felt truly moved. He thought to himself, of course I remember. The way you nonstop stuffed food into your mouth was very cute. The image of the two of them happily wearing couple outfits walking together appeared. We don't fight like other couples and get along very well. I think that means we're a super great match. Even when I get annoyed and complicated, you always put up with me, right? A memory of an afternoon after school appeared. At this time, he was standing by the school gate waiting for his girlfriend. He wondered, has Rena not come out yet? Suddenly, a voice calling his name caught his attention, Wong Gun. He hesitantly replied, oh, Ian. Ian asked, what business do you have in front of our school? He replied, well, my girlfriend. She immediately understood. You're waiting for your girlfriend, huh? He answered, yeah. She continued the conversation. It's been quite a while. I'm very happy to see you again. He awkwardly replied, yeah, me too, haha. Ian brought it up again. So you ignored me after you got a girlfriend? Huh? That really hurts. Wong Gun felt awkward and explained, no, it's not like that. But in his heart, he thought otherwise. Actually, it is. He told her I saw the message too late, and then it felt awkward to text back, so I just dropped it. Ian stubbornly flirted with him. Is that so? Then I can still occasionally text you, right? He seemed to take the bait, She looked at him affectionately. Don't worry, just as a friendly little sister. Just to keep in touch. He currently thought to himself, if I hadn't gotten involved with her that day, nothing would have happened, right? He pondered, that was just an excuse. I could have ignored her messages. I didn't have to meet her. I had so many chances to fix my mistakes. It's just that I didn't want to lose out to anyone. I wanted both. He kept holding in his hands the thoughtful letters of his ex-girlfriend. Right now, it's only my first birthday with you, but I want to be with you on the second and third ones too, and many more after that. I will try to be as good to you as you are to me. Unable to hold back his emotions, he pressed the letter against his face. I love you from your darling. He trembled and cried, tears seeping onto the paper. Then Wong Gun started to feel remorseful. Rena, I'm sorry. I really am a piece of shit. A voice from outside the door rang in. Knock, knock, knock. Wong Gun, come out and eat some fruit, son. His family member tried to open the door, but couldn't. It's locked? Why did you lock the door? But as if suddenly realizing something, his mother exclaimed, His mother awkwardly said, oh, I didn't mean to intrude. Sorry, dear. She then noted, good luck in there, dear. He immediately jumped up and hurriedly explained, no, it's not like that, Mom. Paying no mind to his explanation. The mother still cheered him on. It's okay. There's nothing to be ashamed of. He desperately yelled, it's not like that. I'm telling you, it's not like that. And that was how the love with Irina ended. At night, the street was illuminated by streetlights. Ian was walking alone. A voice called her name, catching her attention. Ian, are you late? What are you doing? Ian asked, what is this? What are you doing here? He anxiously asked, you haven't replied to my messages for days. Calls, texts, you've ignored them all. She justified. My phone was confiscated. He tried to say, don't lie. I know it's not true, but she just ignored him. So if I don't reply, you're just gonna keep showing up at my house? Are you a stalker or something? He spoke loudly and insecurely. How can you say such things? I am still your boyfriend, right? Is this really how we end? At least make it clear. She started getting angry, her face darkening, and said, seriously. She turned back. Are you really that stupid? He was confused and could only let out a huh. Her face at this moment looked very angry and annoyed. She uttered hurtful words to him. Do I need to spell it out for you? Stop clinging. It's really annoying. Ian is a more complex person than we thought. Irina, on the other hand, deactivated her little homepage. She was so hurt that she was unrecognizable, making Dong exclaim, who is this? But in just a few days, she slowly started to regain her former brightness, standing amidst the gossip of others. Ian, too, continued with her school life. A female student gossip. Does anyone know a cute guy? Ask Ian to introduce you. She probably knows a lot. A glare from Ian's friend terrified the group. So scary. In a classroom, the students are talking among themselves. So one asked Dong, what should we do? Let's go to PC Bang. The teacher calls for order and silence. Quiet down. The teacher reminds the students not to go anywhere, vaguely hinting that it's because they're getting out early. Behave yourselves. Go out and then head straight home. The whole class responds in unison. Yes, sir. And finally, the summer vacation everyone had been looking forward to had officially begun, and the very first summer break had finally started. Even so, it didn't mean all that much. Back then, most high schools still held mandatory supplementary classes during the break, so it wasn't much different from before vacation. The only difference was that we now got to go home during the day instead of in the evening. In every student's head, the exhausted thought, please just let us rest for once. It was perhaps that vague feeling of freedom that made one wonder whether this could really be called a proper vacation. But fortunately, there was a short stretch where we didn't have to go to school. We got about a week off. For us, that was what a real vacation truly meant. That time was our only chance to go on a trip. In the classroom, Insiop spoke up. We'll need to catch the train at Suwon Station. Right? Suwon also started chiming in. How many days are we going? Same as last time. 3 days, 2 nights. Insiop agreed. Yeah, 3 days, 2 nights sounds good. Then let's leave the day after tomorrow. Dong, overhearing them, curiously asked, where are you guys going this weekend? Suwon gave a thumbs up and cheerfully replied, to Ono's dad's place. Dong probed further. Have you been to his dad's place before? Is there anything special about it? Insiop closed his eyes, recalling the experience. Nothing much. Just the countryside. Fresh air, and there's a small stream nearby. Dong's eyes lit up. Oh, a stream sounds fun. Insiop continued, and Ono's dad cooks for us. We stayed over there. His dad took care of everything. Last time we even grilled pork belly outside. Dong was surprised. Wait, so we don't need money? Suwon replied, well, you still need train fare. Dong immediately said loudly, sounds like it fits right into my plans for this week. It's settled, I'm coming too. They want to ask the one who organized it. Ono flatly refused. No, I'm not even close with you. Dong replied, flustered, well, that's true, but I still want to come along. Suwon was also taken aback. You just say it straight to someone's face like that. Ono continued, and you want to bring your friend along too, right? Absolutely not. Dong tried to persuade him. What? We've even gone to a PC Bang together. Ono said calmly. That's all it was. Dong pushed back. Are you always this petty? Ono didn't take the bait. You got a lot of nerve. Dong pleaded, come on. Think of it as friends hanging out together. Ono remained composed. Friends? Just because we go to the same school, that makes us friends? Dong turned to ask Ono, is he always like this? Ono answered without any courtesy. I find it annoying, that's why. Dong started lying on the ground, throwing a fit. Fine, then we'll just go anyway. If you don't let us come, then your friends don't get to go either. You pest. Insiop felt helpless. This is really something. So in the end, Park Jong's group ended up joining too, thanks to all the whining and pleading. The group of 8, including Dong. Insiop irritably asked, what's with that look on your face? Surprised that I have a girlfriend? Dong didn't answer, but asked, so we're allowed to bring girls along too, right? Can I invite some of my close girlfriends? Without waiting for Ono to answer, Insiop said, that's up to you. Ono's face darkened as he looked at them. This is my dad's house, and no one even asked me. In the classroom, Irina, having been invited, turned around and asked, who are we going to stream with? Suwon, acting as the representative, said, to a friend's dad's place. If you don't have any plans, want to come along? It should have been Dong who invited her, but he suddenly felt awkward and passed it off to Suwon. Irina asked further, who's going? Suwon replied, a few classmates and some close friends of mine. Irina thought for a moment and said, I'm not really close with your friends though. Then she turned to Insiop and asked, Kim Insiop, are you going too? We're classmates. Insiop replied, I'm planning to go. Irina brightened up at that. Sounds fun. Should I go? I wonder. Jin Kyung pondered, I'd probably have to ask my mom first. Irina agreed. I'll ask too. Suwon replied, sure, go ahead and ask. Then he turned and asked Hyrin, who was lying on her desk, what about you? You probably can't go, right? Hyrin replied flatly, me? Hey, you fool. Are you kidding me right now? Do you really think I'm allowed to sleep over somewhere? Thinking of a way around it. Let's just say it's all girls going together. Tell my brother Misu that. Hyrin replied, disheartened. Even if it's all girls, I still can't sleep over. If I don't come home for even one day, he'll send his guys to find me right away. She said in her familiar way, it's fine. Don't worry about me. You guys just have fun. Have a good time. After asking for permission, everyone confirmed with each other. So the group is all confirmed, right? Irina said happily, that's right. Jin Kyung and I both got permission. Dong thought to himself, great, we get to go together. He said, let's meet at Suwon Station at 8 in the morning the day after tomorrow. Dong also reminded everyone, just in case, get as much pocket money as you can. Everyone agreed. As she walked away, Irina thought excitedly, this is going to be so fun. I didn't really have anywhere to go anyway. Jin Kyung thought the same. Yeah, really. Just then, Irina noticed Ono. But who is that? Inseop said, at a loss for words, that's the host. Suwon smiled and said, his name is Oh In-ho, but just call him Ono. Everyone calls him that. Irina enthusiastically reached out to shake Ono's hand. Oh, nice to meet you, Ono. Suwon glanced over at Hiren. She noticed his gaze too. What? Is there something on my face? Suwon said awkwardly, no, it's not that. I just thought, if you came along too, it'd probably be more fun. Everyone else is going. Hiren explained once more, I already said, I'm not going. I have a lot of things to do this weekend, so I guess this is fine. Suwon replied sadly, I see. Time passed. The day before the trip. Hiren lay on her bed, bored, with nothing to do. She thought, they're probably all leaving tomorrow. She imagined her friends all hanging out together. Playing at the stream sounds so fun. They'll probably go for a walk and grill some food. She thought of her brother. That jerk. Of course he'd never let me go anywhere. So annoying. It's summer vacation, and I'm dying of boredom. And yet I'm stuck in this house. At least let me go somewhere. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the window below. You call that dancing? Stop lying. You fool. Hiren, annoyed, opened a window, thinking, who's making all that noise? Right in front of someone else's house. Looking down from below, someone spotted her and called out, huh? Is that Misu? Come out, Misu. Wait, Hiren fits better. Hiren, you've gotten even prettier. Hiren thought, friends of CEO Misu? And she greeted them back. Oh, they asked enthusiastically, do you remember us? It's me. She thought to herself, yes, I remember, because I can't stand any of you. What are you all doing here at this hour? Her brother suddenly called out, hey, Hiren. He was heading out with his girlfriend. She was surprised. You're leaving right now? Her brother replied, planning to head out early, have some drinks, and sleep over there. Then he reminded her, don't invite any of your other guy friends over while I'm not home. Hiren replied, I don't have anyone to invite anyway. Her brother continued, there's some food ready in the fridge, but if you want to order something, use this money. Hiren took it. Then a thought suddenly struck her, and she immediately asked, Appa, when are you coming back? At the summer vacation train station in August. Everyone was surprised and looked toward where the greeting came from. Hello, everyone. At the very first vacation after entering high school, CEO Hiren made a grand entrance. She said cheerfully, the weather is really nice today, isn't it? Suwon thought happily, I really am a lucky person. I get to go on a trip with a girl I like. And my friend are coming along too. Watching them gradually becoming closer with new people. What could be more heartwarming than that? Just a few months ago, the idea of all of us going on a trip together seemed so not far-fetched. But before that, Jun Hyun called sadly, I'm done for. My mom found the machine where I'd hidden my treasure. Suwon thought with regret, it's a shame Jun Hyun can't come, but we can get closer later. On the other side, Dong yelled in frustration, Kim Ji-sung, you idiot. He's definitely still asleep, not picking up. I told him to go to sleep early last night. Diju also said, even if he wakes up now and rushes over, he won't make it. The train, he's so invisible that we didn't even realize he was absent. Cutting to a scene of Ji-sung still fast asleep at home. Yet another person who couldn't make it. Back at the train station, Inseop was introducing his girlfriend to everyone. Here, this is my girlfriend. Her name is Haewon, and she's the same age as us. Haewon cheerfully greeted everyone. Irina replied, very nice to meet you. Then Haewon pointed at Hiren and asked, you're Hiren, right? I know you. Hiren was surprised. You know me? Haewon explained, yeah, you're famous throughout my whole school for being pretty. Hiren was flustered for a moment, then blushed and said, stop it. But inside, she thought I really like this girl. On the other side, Dong picked up Irina's necklace and asked, what's this? A necklace? Irina quickly showed it off. Pretty, right? I bought it online. Dong thought for a moment and said, you're wearing something that tacky? Was this the Stone Age? Was that a rock? Irina was shocked and yelled, what did you just say? You even know the word Stone Age? Then, realizing where her surprise landed. Wait, that's what surprised you? Only then did Irina settle the score about the necklace. If you think it's ugly, then buy me a new one. You jerk. Dong scratched his head, embarrassed, face flushed. That's completely unreasonable. Why would I buy you a necklace? Suwon thought, Park Dong's feelings are pretty obvious now. Noticing Ono, the girls laughed and teased. Hey, you're so funny. Why are you wearing such dark sunglasses? You look like you're going to a party. Hiren picked up Ono's sunglasses and giggled. You act all cold, but you're actually the most excited one here. I think you're hilarious. Suwon, seeing that, thought irritably, that jerk Ono. He's stealing all of Hiren's attention. Suwon took out his own sunglasses, gave them a little wipe, and muttered to himself, pretending not to like girls. And now look at this. I can't lose. I have sunglasses too. Everyone immediately looked over at Suwon. You too? What even is that? Some friends even wondered where he got it from. Was it given out for free? Hiren was so happy that she laughed and punched him in the shoulder. You look like a drain fly. What the heck is that? Jin Kyung also said with amusement, are you a sunscreen model or something? Suwon blushed deeply and stammered, I just bought it recently. Everyone was probably just overly excited because of the upcoming trip. But man, Jin Kyung really hits hard. Hyun watched the scene and turned to whisper to Inseop. It's Suwon, right? He likes Hiren, doesn't he? Then Inseop asked in surprise, huh? How did you know? She explained her reasoning. You can tell just by looking, it's so obvious. Inseop replied, it's just a sad, unrequited love. On the other side, Hiren had calmed down. She asked Suwon, but hey idiot, what are we doing today? Suwon asked back, you mean when we get to the countryside? Hiren agreed, yeah. You guys said you've been there before. Suwon thought for a moment and answered, well, play at the stream. Walk around. Have a barbecue in the evening. Something like that. Nothing fancy, so don't expect too much. Hiren felt satisfied. She nudged his arm and said, said, that's enough for me. We're not that free, so you be our tour guide, okay? Suwon agreed immediately. Hyran was so cute that she made him melt. Dong pointed at Ono and told everyone anything is fine. But admittedly, Ono prepared the most enthusiastically. Ono is the captain, okay? Everyone unanimously agreed with that. Then Deju remembered something. He patted Ono's shoulder. Right, Ono, don't feel too pressured. It might be a bit awkward at first, but we'll get close soon. Ono replied, seriously. Heh, who are you? You're in our group, but I didn't even recognize you. Deju's expression shattered. He became the Kim Ji-sung of this trip. At this moment, a voice from the loudspeaker announced that the train would depart in 10 minutes. Everyone urged each other to head down to the train. Let's go down to the platform, come on. The group of girls suddenly said, wait, let us go to the restroom first. Dong grumbled, geez, why are you going now? Irina waved her hand and replied, we'll be quick. Dong watched them go and sighed, seriously, I swear. Seeing the smiles of Irina and Hyran, both Dong and Suwon coincidentally thought to themselves, I'm going to die of excitement. And the hearts of the two of them pounded loudly. The train arrived, and everyone moved onto it. While walking to his seat, Suwon happily thought, we're about to depart. Irina was also excited. Let's go. This really feels like a trip. It's so awesome. Jin Kyung also chimed in, for real. Irina then suggested, I'm so hungry. Let's find something to eat. Dong reminded her, Irina, you're not the only one here, you know? Calm down, please. Her mouth agreed, but her hand raised the middle finger. Irina stuck her tongue out and replied, okay, got it. Hyran admired the scenery outside the window. She happily thought, it's really my first time sleeping away from home. A bit scary, but also thrilling. She pondered, on such a special day, I definitely have to take a picture. Then Hyran opened her bag to look for her phone. She rummaged through it for a long time. Huh, where's my phone? Irina and Jin Kyung sitting behind her immediately leaned forward and asked, what? Did you lose something? Hyran replied, my phone. But Irina didn't understand and responded, your phone? You only went to the restroom. At this moment, Hyran panicked. She remembered that she had left her phone on the sink. She hurriedly said, it must still be in the restroom. I probably forgot it after washing my hands. Over here, Hyun also noticed Hyran's side. She turned and asked what's going on. Inseop wasn't sure what was happening either, so he could only reply, I don't know. Hyran was confused and didn't know what to do. What do I do now? Oh my god, I'm dead. I have to go find it. Saying that, she dashed off. Irina called after her, hey, the train is about to leave. Hyran was anxious, running and saying, if CO Missa calls and I don't pick up, I'm dead for sure. Suwon looked in surprise as Hyran ran past. He hurriedly asked, where are you going? Hyran hastily replied, going to find my phone. I'll find a way to catch up later. You guys go ahead. Suwon thought for a moment. The train doors were closing. By this time, Hyran had already dashed off the train. Everyone looked out from the window in panic. That girl really, of all things to forget. What if she really travels alone? We should have gotten off with her. But it happened so fast. We can't even get a refund for the tickets. What if someone took her phone? I'm so worried. Can CO Hyran manage to go by herself? While worrying about Hyran, everyone was surprised to see Suwon also running behind her. What the heck is going on? When did he get off the train? Well, those two will surely figure it out. The train began to depart. Hyran said in frustration, I knew it, no ticket refunds. In the end, I had to buy 2 tickets. What a waste of money. She sighed, why did you get off with me, you idiot? I could have gone to find my phone by myself. Suwon shyly scratched his head and replied, I thought it was something very serious. Because he looked so desperate at that moment. He comforted Hyran, but anyway, it's good that you found your phone. Yeah, my heart almost dropped out of my chest, Hyran replied. Suwon thought to himself, and now my heart is really about to drop out. Over on the bus with Ono's group, Inseop and Haewon were happily chatting and laughing with each other. Ono showed off his strength by crushing a plastic bottle. Dong turned and asked Irina, did they get on the train? Irina lazily replied, yeah, they just got on. We are 40 minutes apart. Hearing that, Dong excitedly said, a train date with just the two of them. Suwon must be grinning from ear to ear right now. Irina shared the same thought, a literal date. Dong continued to tease. What if Suwon gets so happy that he faints? If he arrives as a corpse, then well, that's impossible. After a while, both of them were snoring away. As the train rolled along its path, on Suwon and Hyran's side, the atmosphere seemed awkward. Suwon froze in thought. More than 2 hours with just the two of us. How could such a happy thing happen to me? Hyran looked at him blankly, also thinking to herself, even the way he sits is adorably dorky. But Suwon still didn't move a muscle. Right? I must be about to die. I'm using up all the happiness of my entire life just for today. Suddenly, Hyran called him, hey, idiot, I want to ask you something. Suwon was startled and asked, what is it? Hyran acted mysterious. Will you answer? Suwon also answered carefully, depends on what it is. Hyran put on a serious face and said, just say it. Will you answer or not? Suwon was startled and thought, oh no. He shyly replied, all right, I'll answer. He thought to himself, what could it be that I wouldn't dare to answer? Getting the answer she wanted, Hyran immediately asked, Park Dong likes Irina, right? Suwon was scared out of his wits. Seeing that he didn't answer, Hyran continued, actually, I already guessed it. You just need to say yes or no. Suwon panicked internally. Can I answer this? This is a man's secret. I can't reveal it. Having made up his mind, he answered, I don't know. Suwon told himself, I have brotherhood loyalty. I can't say it. Even if the person asking is CO Hyran, it's still the same. Hyran slyly asked again, it's true, isn't it? Suwon couldn't hold back anymore. His mind exploded because of her cuteness. Finally, he had to admit, yeah, it's true. In his heart, he felt guilty. Sorry, Park Dong, just kill me. I can't disappoint CO Hyran. Hyran laughed in amusement. I knew it. That's so crazy. Suwon quickly warned her, but don't tell anyone, okay? Hyran assured him, don't worry, I won't tell. She thought of the past and mentioned, Park Dong is still better than that grasshopper guy from last time. Then Hyran roped Suwon in. Should we ship them? Suwon curiously asked, ship how? Hyran thought for a moment and said, nothing much. Just like making them sit next to each other and stuff. Wanna try? She laughed and scolded Park Dong. That idiot. She recounted before. He even pushed Yang Jin, Sue closer to me. Now it's my turn to get back at him. Both of them coincidentally thought, it's been a long time since I heard that name. Then she seemed to remember something and asked Suwon, alright back then, what did you and Yang Jin Sue fight about? Weren't you guys very close? Suwon also explained the reason. We used to have fun, but the way he talked started to annoy me. It felt like he looked down on me. He remembered that guy's nastiness. I also tried to endure it, but failed. Everything just built up gradually. Hyran pondered and spoke her thoughts. You probably try to act tough because you're always so gentle. So, idiot, don't be too nice. People will walk all over you. I know, Suwon replied with a smile. Hyran thought for a moment and then praised him. But you hit pretty hard too. Looking at your appearance, I wouldn't have thought so. You won, and Yang Jin-soo even got a nosebleed. Suwon also recalled the scene where he punched him right in the face. He humbly said, it was just luck, just luck. Hyran didn't think so. For someone who only knows how to use his hands to draw like you to be so strong. It's surprising. Suwon remembered the drawing he had made. Whenever Hyran heard about drawing, people would immediately think of that drawing. And he felt slightly shy. Over on Ono's side. We're here. Oh my god, I slept so well. As soon as they stepped off the bus, Irina said in surprise, oh, it's not as rural as I thought. Inseop immediately said, walk a little bit and you'll see the real countryside vibe right away. He complained, the weather today is insanely hot. Dong asked for everyone's opinion. Those two still have 40 minutes until they arrive. What do we do now? Should we go first? Ono? Ono also agreed. Let's ignore them and go first. Irina excitedly raised her hand. Let's go to the stream. It's too hot. Park Dong wondered and asked, aren't we taking the bus? Ono casually said, it's just a short walk. Meanwhile, Suwon and Hyran still hadn't arrived. Hyran felt drowsy and thought, I'm so sleepy and it's so warm. Right at this moment, Suwon turned to her and said, hey, do you want to listen to some music? She reached out to take the earbud. Is this the left one? Listening to the song, she said in surprise, is this a song by Seo Si-jeong? I really like Seo Si-jeong. Suwon acted surprised and replied, really? Me too. Hyran hummed along to the melody. It sounds so good. Suwon gazed at her. He happily thought, because he is the singer you like, I added that song to my playlist. Try to match your tastes. I didn't expect we would get to listen to it together. Eventually, Hyran couldn't fight off her sleepiness. Idiot, I'm gonna sleep a bit. Remember to wake me up later. Suwon shyly agreed. The two of them silently listened to music together. One was sleeping. The other was enjoying their time together. On the side of the remaining group of friends, Park Dong grumbled, how much longer until we get there? You said it was close. Ono calmly replied that there was still 30 minutes left. At this point, Park Dong finally regretted it. He should have just taken the bus. Suwon called softly, hey, wake up, hurry up, and wake up, hero number 0. Hyran frowned for a moment, then woke up with a start. Seeing her wake up, Suwon reminded her, we're here. We have to get off. Hyran sleepily replied, ah, are we here? The two of them got off the train together. Hyran stretched after a good sleep. Meanwhile, Suwon regretfully thought to himself, the last 2 hours were truly great. As for Ono's group, they finally arrived at Ono's house. Everyone was exhausted and panting heavily. Dong complained, we're finally here. What kind of miserable trip is this? Then Dong turned to Ono. Hey, you damn Ono. We should have just taken a bus. Now, I don't even have the energy to play in the stream. Ono thought silently for a moment and said, just think of it as exercising. Everyone protested and shouted, I've never met anyone as crazy as you. Ono went to the front door, knocked, and said, Dad, I'm home. Everyone coincidentally thought the same thing. He talked so formally. Dong curiously thought to himself, what kind of person would the father of someone like him be? This is the first time I've been so curious about a classmate's dad. Suddenly, I feel so nervous. Ono's father opened the door. He looked at everyone and said, you kids are here. Looking at the two identical people in front of them, they all thought, is that Ono? The friends politely greeted him together. Hello, sir. Ono's father warmly said, there are quite a lot of you. The trip must have been tough. Inseop and Haeun bowed to greet him again. Hello, sir. Have you been well lately? He patted Inseop's shoulder as a greeting. You're Han Sayop, right? Inseop blankly replied, yes, it's Inseop. He thought to himself, what kind of weird name is that? He led everyone into the house and instructed, this room is for the boys to arrange their spots and lay out the mattresses. And this room is for the girls. Then Ono's father advised, whether you want to sleep together or separately is up to you kids. I trust you kids won't do anything inappropriate. But if I catch you, I will. But before he could finish his sentence, Irina hastily spoke up, no, don't worry, sir. After unpacking their things, everyone ordered food. Oh my god, this looks so delicious. Everyone sat together at the table. Inseop thought, this is more tense than I thought. Now that I think about it, I'm not really close to anyone here. Dong thought, this is the first time I've seen Suwon so impatient. Is this a disguised blind date, or what? Then he spoke up, are those guys here yet? The chicken is getting cold. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sound from the door. Diju looked at the door and said, there. You're here. Just come in. The door is open. Hyran peeked in and said, sorry guys. Did you wait long? Oh, the chicken smells so good. Everyone replied, I told you to hurry up, but it's good that you made it. Irina teasingly spoke up. Did you two have fun on your date? Suwon blushed and said, what? What date? Hyran walked in and looked at Dong with a meaningful smile. Dong was puzzled, what? Then he turned to look at Suwon, wanting an explanation. Suwon immediately looked away and changed the subject. Oh, where's your dad? They replied, he said he had some business and went out. Suwon said, anyway, thanks for the food. Everyone gathered in the yard after finishing their meal. The atmosphere here is so pleasant. Seeing Suwon holding a watermelon, they curiously asked, "Oh, where did the watermelon come from?" Suwon said his dad bought it and said to take it to the stream to eat, so it's refreshing. Hearing that, Dong turned to ask Ono, "Ono, is the stream close? Just a little further?" Ono calculated for a bit and said, "Actually, it's only about 10 minutes. Over here, did you?" asked Insiop. "I want to smoke." "Insiop, you don't smoke, right?" "Yeah, I don't," Insiop replied. Did you sadly thought, "Am I the only one who smokes? I should probably quit." Insiop turned and whispered to Suwon, "Hey, you took a separate train with CEO Hiren. Are you ready to pass away?" Suwon also seriously replied, "Yeah, now I don't even dare to drink water." The boys teased and asked, "So what did you two talk about on the way? Tell us." Suwon shyly said, "I don't remember anything. I was so nervous." Everyone laughed loudly and teased him. "Oh my god, so cute." Suwon blushed and recounted, "We even listened to music together." Everyone patted him. "That's awesome, you've leveled up." Suwon pointed at Dong. He teased, "This time, you should try to do something too with Irina." Dong asked blankly, "Huh? Do what?" Suwon suggested, "Try to get a bit closer to her." Dong said embarrassedly, "Stop it. What are you talking about?" Ono didn't join the commotion but silently thought, so noisy. Eventually, everyone moved to the stream. The girls happily talked to each other. "Come here. Let's take a picture here. Haewon, take a picture with us too." "Yeah, okay." Insiop was very happy to see this scene. Good thing Haewon is getting along with them. Suwon continued to advise Dong, "If you treat her better than usual, who knows?" Daju thought of that scene and found it funny. Just hearing that, I can't even imagine it. Suwon thought to himself, if those two get closer, I'll have more excuses to talk to CEO Hiren. Dong firmly refused. "Shut up, mind your own business." Even if you're close to CEO Hiren, it doesn't mean she likes you in that way, right? Insiop also agreed with that. "Yeah, absolutely not." Daju also stabbed him with a remark, "At most, it's just a cute friend vibe." Ono also seriously said, "That's right." Suwon said angrily, "I know that already. Being good friends is enough to make me happy." Right at this moment, Hiren called out, "Hey, idiot, if you're not using your sunglasses, lend them to me." Suwon, hearing that, hurriedly ran over to hand her the sunglasses. His friends saw that and were speechless. He's completely hypnotized. They're not friends, they're master and servant now. Dong, hearing the words Suwon had said to him earlier, also fell into thought. Be nice to Irina? We've been bickering since middle school. Now to be nice. But we can't keep arguing forever. It'll probably be hard, but I'll try it this time. Just during this trip. If you're determined, I'll be nice. Dong shyly called out, "Hey, Rina." She turned around, yeah? Just from that, Dong's face had already turned bright red. Dong stepped forward and put his arm around Irina's shoulders. He thought, I knew it. Being nice really doesn't suit me. Then, both of them fell backwards. Hiren suddenly screamed, "What are you doing, you crazy guy?" Jin Kyung laughed and replied, "We're at the stream. They have to get into the water." Irina angrily kicked Dong and said, "You're dead to me." Jin Kyung thought, well, it's fun. Hiren turned and whispered to Suwon, "Those two are so lovey-dovey." Suwon also smiled shyly and replied, "Yeah, it's so funny." On Insiop and Haewon's side, they were also happily splashing water at each other. And Daju and Ono were silently lying next to each other, enjoying the fresh air. Jin Kyung thought to herself, everyone has a partner. It feels like I'm the only one left out. It's probably just my imagination, right? Suwon panicked. He shouted loudly as the boys cheered, lifted him up, and threw him into the stream. Laughter burst out, echoing loudly, their eyes crinkling with joy. The girl standing nearby also burst out laughing along with them. "Are you okay? You threw him too high." Jin Kyung stood from afar, watching everything. Her eyes softened, and her lips curled into a faint smile. The group turned to call her, "Jin Kyung, come here, come on." Yeah, I don't have a partner. Thinking about it, it's always been like this. She quietly opened her phone and looked through the pictures she had taken of the group. Jin Kyung gazed intently at each photo with Hiren or Rina. There's always someone seeking them out, and the boys always treat them like girls they care about. Jin Kyung frowned slightly and thought, but it's never been like that for me. It feels as if they only see me as a teammate on the same side. She turned away. It's true that they never forget about me and always care. But sometimes, amidst the laughter and chatter, I feel strangely lonely. Suddenly, Jin Kyung stopped, her eyes landing on a large rock where Ono was lying. He had been lying there all day. Ono lay there relaxed and silent, as if everything happening around him had nothing to do with him. He really is a strange person, never truly fitting in, as if everything is just a boring childish game. Jin Kyung raised her camera, intending to take a picture. Anyway, since I owe him for this trip, I should take a few pictures of him. She tried to climb onto a larger rock. It's not very big, but this place is a beautiful valley. Let's capture it in a photo. Jin Kyung muttered, "It's so heavy." She looked around. Today is truly a beautiful day. Jin Kyung raised her camera high, stretching her body. I can't fit it all into the frame. Maybe higher. Unfortunately, she slipped. "Oh, Jin Kyung panicked. You slipped? I'm fallen." She instinctively flailed her arms. The camera, Jin Kyung quickly hugged it tightly. I have to protect it, even if I get hurt. On the other side, the group was still playing, completely unaware. "Let go, you crazy guys." Jin Kyung fell down, squeezing her eyes shut. "It hurts so much. I should have been more careful, you idiot." Although her whole body ached, she tried to force herself up. "At least my head is fine." "No, wait, I definitely hit my head." Jin Kyung slowly opened her eyes. "Why doesn't it hurt?" Unexpectedly, it was Ono who had reached out his hand to support her head when she fell. She was bewildered, her heart beating fast. Ono spoke up. "I knew you were gonna fall." She sat up in astonishment as Ono turned and walked away. Her cheeks involuntarily turned red. In that brief moment, in the 17 years of Kim Jin-kyung's life, this was the first time she had been saved by someone. Over here, Dong was struggling to find a knife to cut the melon. Suddenly, Ono appeared without saying a word, and with a strong strike of his hand, smashed the watermelon wide open. The whole group was stunned, then burst out laughing. After that, everyone had a slice of watermelon, eating happily as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Jin-kyung silently watched Ono's back, and for the first time, she realized she had completely fallen for someone. When night fell, Soo-won was intently blowing on the fire to light the charcoal. Diju and Jin-kyung approached, chatting animatedly. "You're really good at this, Soo-won. I find this scary. You're a man, Ji-Soo-won." Soo-won burst out laughing. "I tried it once the last time we went. Every vacation, when we have dinner at Ono's house, we always grill meat outdoors." Ono's father was busy in the kitchen preparing food. Juicy always sets out the side dishes and a pot of soup with a cold expression. He seems indifferent, but we can all feel that he's a warm person. Everyone brought the utensils outside together. The peaceful scenery, fresh air, and perfect temperature. All of this suddenly makes one feel nostalgic for that rare tranquility. The delicious smell of grilled meat began to spread. "Wow, the color is beautiful." Dong curiously asked, "Is it cooked yet?" Inseop replied, "Try it." Dong was about to put the piece of meat into his mouth when he suddenly stopped. Irina just walked out with a stack of cups in her hands. Her eyes lit up, almost drooling as she looked. He beckoned her over. "Come here," and tried to see if it's cooked. "Yeah." Dong gave her the piece of meat, his voice cautious. "It's hot. Be careful." "Don't worry, idiot." His cheeks turned slightly pink. Seriously, she really likes to eat anything. Irina reflexively spat it out. "Seriously, it's completely raw." Hiren, who was just bringing out more stuff, bumped into Soo-won. He asked, "Is there anything else?" Hiren replied, "There's still a bunch of side dishes and utensils." Soo-won's cheeks flushed pink as he stepped lightly past her. "I should go get them." Hiren looked at his back. "I didn't notice earlier, but he seems to have gotten taller." His height. "Let's eat," Diju said. "Let's eat this batch first and grill more later." "Hey, I grilled this perfectly, right?" "Wow, look at the color, it makes my mouth water." Dong excitedly said, "Look closely. I'm the type of guy who's good at everything." Inseop looked at the meat. "This black part is almost burnt. Eating burnt food will make you die early." "Who said that?" "Damn it." Diju wondered, what about CEO, Hiren, and the others? Is there anything left to bring out? They went to the restroom. He was puzzled. Why did they go to the restroom together? Diju called out loudly, "Hey, let's eat early." The three girls walked over, laughing and joking. "We're gonna eat now. Let's sit down." Hiren sat down, pushing Jin-kyung to the side. "I'll sit here. This is my spot." Irina sat down next to Soo-won. "Then I guess I'll sit here. It looks delicious." Hiren coughed slightly as a signal. Ahem, glancing at Soo-won. He understood and immediately pushed Dong next to Irina, then sat somewhere else. "Move over so I can sit here." Dong frowned. "Why are you so annoying? Just eat." Irina frowned. "Hey, Jisoo, I that dirty? Why are you avoiding me?" Dong looked at her, thinking to himself, what the? Since when? Soo-won smiled slightly and replied, "I have something to talk about with Inseop." "What is it? Is there something going on?" Soo-won cut him off. "Shut up." The whole group chatted together. "Diju, pass me some rolled omelet." "How many pieces?" "Just one." Jin-kyung sat quietly, her cheeks unconsciously turning pink. She sat next to Ono. In her heart, she thought, seriously, what's wrong with me? Our first trip together is a heart-fluttering journey from beginning to end. A voice rang out from a small phone. "Hello, my love. From now on, I will protect you. Thank you for trusting me. Waiting for me, no matter how foolish I am." Irina cheered excitedly. "Hey, Win, the sound on your phone is really great, right?" Hee. The whole group chattered away. Soo-won grills meat much better than Park Dong. "Damn it, and you do it. This is pork neck, right? I like this kind better. I always choose pork belly. Pass the soda, can over there." Dong and Irina sat next to each other. Both were silent, focusing on eating. "Is this the first time Irina has sat next to me?" Dong tried to stay calm. "No way. With the time we've spent together, this must have happened countless times. But why does it feel so different this time?" But Irina accidentally brushed her hand against his. Her arm lightly brushing against mine makes me blush for no reason. So I end up sitting huddled like this. Dong shrank back, his face flushed pink. Soo-won beside him frowned. "What's wrong? Move over." Diju spoke up. "Park Dong, don't you want to drink? Right? If we drink together, it'll probably be a lot of fun." Just then, Ono's father walked out with a bowl of hot soup in his hands. Dong asked, "Everyone knows that. When eating pork belly, you definitely have to have soju, right?" Inseop shook his head. "Actually, I don't really like it. I don't like drinking alcohol." "Whatever." He looked up at them. Hiren frowned. "Stop showing off. You guys are talking about drinking in someone else's house." And Irina beside her also chimed in, "Goodness. What are you guys bragging about?" Diju scratched his head sheepishly. "Come on. It's not just us drinking. Even Park Mi-jin and her friends drink on the weekends. Just because they drink doesn't mean we should too." Diju smiled awkwardly. "It's not that I really like it, but when we drink together, it's fun too. Right, Dong?" Dong fell silent for a moment, then replied softly, "Yeah, actually, it's nothing special. We're still students after all." Diju gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "This bastard." Soo-won looked up hesitantly. "I only tried it once, so I don't know much about it either." Hiren snapped, "What? Even this idiot has tried drinking alcohol? You guys forced him, didn't you?" Soo-won replied in confusion, "No, I drank it myself." Ono's father spoke up, startling the whole group kids. He brought over a bowl of hot soup. Juicy. Dong and Diju were shocked. Did he hear everything? "We're dead." He took out a large bottle of soju and placed it down. Ono's father spoke up. Kids, have you already been drinking? Dong and Diju trembled, sweating profusely. That was just us joking, right? We don't actually drink. Ono's father looked at Suwon, who immediately waved his hands awkwardly. No, never. He poured the alcohol into small glasses. Alcohol is something you should learn from adults, because it's important to learn how to drink responsibly and always stay sober in uncomfortable situations. Drinking uncontrollably with friends can be fun. He handed a glass of alcohol towards Inseop and Haewon beside him. She was confused, but do you think it will really end well? Suwon's face darkened as he recalled. No, sir. It never ends well. Ono's father poured the alcohol while saying, even good kids who don't know trouble will cause problems because of this. You kids should have fun, in a way appropriate for your age. In a few years, you'll be sick of it anyway. He looked down. But the reason I'm giving this to you now is because I don't want you to make a lifelong mistake just because of a few glasses of alcohol in the future. Hearing this, Irina, Dong, and Suwon froze. The three thought to themselves, so scary. Is he a former teacher? So cool. He raised his glass. Now I will show you what an adult drinking session is like. Keep a clear head and drink properly. Yes, sir. After drinking 2 large bottles of alcohol, Ono's father was dead drunk. He hugged Diju. I told you, drink responsibly. You responsible bastards. Diju said, sir, please hold on tight. Dong next to him said, are you carrying him properly? He was dead drunk and fell asleep. After Diju carried him inside, he walked out. How is it? Diju smiled and replied, he passed out right away. Irina laughed loudly. Juicy is seriously hilarious. Diju watched Ono drinking and marveled, wow, Ono, are you okay? Haven't you had a bit too much to drink? Then Ono placed his glass straight down calmly. He replied, it's soda. Oh my god. Jin Kyung also drank quite a bit, but her face wasn't red at all. She was startled. Me? Jin Kyung replied, did I drink a lot? Why do I feel completely fine? Even alcohol can't defeat Kim. Jin Kyung and Irina silently looked at the glasses of alcohol in their hands. My dad always drinks soju with pork belly. She scratched her head. I really don't understand it. It's bitter and tastes terrible. Dong pushed the glass in her hand away. Don't drink anymore. Dong turned his face away. Your face is already red. Idiot, this alcohol isn't even good. Irina hesitated. She shouted loudly, you always drink, and you still treat me like a kid. Hey. Haewon next to them rubbed Inseop's face. Inseop's face was flushed red from being drunk. Are you okay? You look really terrible. I feel like I'm going to throw up. So this is what it feels like to be drunk. Why the hell do people drink this stuff? Inseop drooled. If an adult hadn't given it to me, I would never have touched it. Suddenly, a laughing voice rang out, catching his attention. Suwon pointed at Inseop, his voice mocking, look at you. After that whole act last time about drinking. Now you're dead drunk. Inseop gritted his teeth. Shut up. Why don't you drink? I had to take a sip. She didn't drink either. Damn it, I shouldn't have drunk it either. Suwon looked back. Who? Hiren sat quietly, thinking, I've never tried it. Not even once. Her face was pensive. Everyone is drinking. It feels weird if I don't drink, but I'm also a little scared. Hiren stared blankly at the glass of alcohol. A secret trip, and now secretly drinking. Is this really okay? She was somewhat scared. If CEO Mitsu finds out, I'm dead. Hiren frowned. Whatever. I'll do what I want. If anything happens, I'll deal with it. The whole group gasped. What? Hiren is drinking. She downed in one shot. Hey, you shouldn't do that. Suwon slammed his glass down. The whole group burst out laughing. Look at her. I'm dying of laughter. She hasn't passed out yet, right? She's like that after just one glass. Hiren scratched her head hesitantly. I'm not drunk. I said I'm not. The whole group laughed loudly at her. You're slurring your words and still saying you're not drunk. Her eyes were sparkling. Her face flushed red. This kid, why do her eyes look so soft? They don't look soft. More like sad. Suwon blankly leaned on Dong. He stared intently at Hiren. Dong frowned. Why is this guy always down his glass in one shot? Suwon said, shut up. Inseop next to him laughed. Another one knocked out by a single glass. Hiren suddenly burst out laughing. Seeing this, Jin Kyung asked, what's so funny? Her gaze looked off into the distance. It's just that, all of us gathering together doesn't feel real at all. Me being here with you guys at this hour. She thought about the fun moments with the group. Every time we gathered, we always had to sneak around. Hiren remembered every moment when they gathered. After school, I only knew how to go home. But today I'm here, not worrying about anything. It's really fun. Hiren leaned back. It feels like a dream. Seriously, to the point where I feel sad that time is passing. She smiled, but I really love it. Dong thought to himself, yeah, who wouldn't? Suwon looked down, muttering, really love it. Me too. The air seemed to be sucked out. Everyone froze. Palms began to sweat. Hiren's face was flushed pink in the flickering firelight. She blankly listened to Suwon say, I really love it too. This whole day, Suwon looked down, his voice as soft as the wind. Being here with everyone and my friends, just the fact that we can sit together like this, that we became friends like this, is something I never thought of. He recalled every moment, because we are so different, and we've never really gathered like this before. I couldn't even imagine that the whole group could go on a trip together like this. He hesitated, but then everyone was much happier than I thought. I'm truly happy. I feel grateful to you guys. Irina glanced over, her eyes widening. So that's what you meant. You scared me. I thought Jin Kyung remembered. I thought you were confessing your love or something. Inseop scratched his head. Geez, the things this guy says are so embarrassing I could die. Dong glared at Suwon, being so serious over such a little thing. Hiren suddenly smiled brightly. Right, you like it too, don't you? Me too. She smiled, so hard her eyes turned into crescents, looking at him. Really, today is a wonderful day. You guys are having fun too. It feels like a dream, doesn't it? Suwon nodded awkwardly. Yeah, like a dream. Only one thought remained in his head. Why is Hiren so gentle? She's really cute. Hiren kept smiling. I'm so jealous of you guys. I want to stay up late, hanging out like this all the time. But then she suddenly froze. Her face turned serious unexpectedly. She pulled out her phone and repeatedly typed the name of that bastard bully. I'm gonna call him and curse him out to vent my anger. I can't take it anymore. I'm gonna call Seo Misu. Irina, sitting next to her, was startled and almost dropped her glass. Diju and Dong frantically rushed over. No, stop her. We'll all die. Everyone swarmed in to grab the phone. Take that phone away. Hiren, calm down, please. Hiren struggled. Why? I want to call him. Meanwhile, in another place, Misu was chatting with his new group of friends. Sir, can I borrow a cigarette? Wow, you're so tall. Because amidst that chaos, Hiren passed out like a leaf gently falling to the ground, collapsing completely onto Jin Kyung's lap. Without a doubt, she was the worst drinker among them all. Hiren lay on Jin Kyung's lap, as if wanting to sleep, her breathing light, her face relaxed as if the whole world had sunk into a dream. Diju took the opportunity to clean up. There's only one piece of meat left. I can still eat it. Irina turned to look at Inseop with a suspicious gaze. Inseop shrugged and replied, weren't you the one who ate the most? Irina frowned. No, I didn't. Haewon hit him. Needless to say, Haewon immediately raised her hand and actually hit him. Irina stuck her tongue out. My mouth feels weird. Do you guys want to eat ice cream or something? Do you want more to eat? Hiren suddenly sat up and raised her hand like a child in a classroom. I wanna eat ice cream too. Diju looked at her in surprise. I thought you were asleep. Someone looked up. Is there a convenience store nearby? You have to walk about 10 minutes towards the rice fields. Ono replied, then sat in silence. Someone then turned to Ono. Is it really just 10 minutes? Yeah. Dong turned his head to look at everyone. I'll go by them. What do you guys want? Inseop answered briefly. Gugu Kon. Haewon, sitting next to him, chimed in, I want Sejang coffee. Irina stood up abruptly. Let's go together. I was the one who asked for it first. Dong turned to her. If you go, you'll probably just get in the way. Irina glared at him. I'm not that drunk. Besides, a walk to digest the food is good. Let's go. Dong shrugged. Whatever. Diju spoke up. I'll go too, might as well smoke. Irina nodded vigorously. Yeah. Suwon pulled Diju back. Diju looked at him wide-eyed, but Suwon just shook his head repeatedly. Diju paused for a moment and then suddenly understood. He turned back and called out to Irina. Never mind. I need to pee. Buy me a pang pear. Irina frowned in confusion. What's with them? Dong, walking ahead, thought to himself. What's wrong with these idiots? I have no idea. Suwon turned his back and muttered softly. Fallen to paradise. Parked on. Suddenly, a gentle hand patted his head. Hiren smiled, her voice warm. Good job, idiot. Look at you, starting to be observant. She stared at him as if trying to see right through him. So I was right. You really did get taller. Suwon's face flushed red, and he awkwardly raised his hand to touch his head. Really? I'm not sure. We used to be the same height. You're really growing up. That's a relief, huh? Inseop frowned, completely confused. What? Hiren gently rubbed her temples. Probably because I'm sleepy. My eyes feel so dry. I'm gonna take out my contacts. Jin Kyung said, yeah, do you need me to go with you? Hiren waved her hand. It's fine, I'm okay. Suwon stood there in a daze, his hand still on his head. The warm feeling from her hand still lingered. Dong and Irina chatted as they walked. There was this thing that happened in middle school. Shut up, I told you not to tell it, but Dong remained nonchalant. It was a normal evening at cram school. Why would middle schoolers go to evening cram school? You idiot. Then it must have been high school. A girl suddenly felt someone tapping on her back, which startled her. She turned around because her seat was in the very last row. At this point, Irina was trembling, her lips pressed tightly together. I told you to stop telling it. I get scared easily. Dong emphasized it even more. But of course, there was no one behind her. She thought she was just imagining things and turned back to read her book. Without waiting another second, Irina punched him in the shoulder, causing Dong to stumble. I said stop it. He crouched down, holding his shoulder. This girl really hits hard. Seriously. Irina turned away, her face cold. Then go by yourself if you're gonna act like that. I'm going back. Dong chuckled softly, stealing a glance at her. Fine, go by yourself. But it's pitch black out here. Do you think you'll be okay? Irina froze. She frowned, looking into the dark distance. The shadows of the trees stretched out endlessly. She hesitated. You're dead meat. Dong laughed in amusement. All right, I'll stop. You're such a coward. Then suddenly he tilted his head to look at her, his eyes mocking but serious. But seriously though, what's your aesthetic taste in accessories? Did you actually pay money for that? Irina looked confused. What? He replied, first it was that Stone Age necklace. Now it's an old lady's hairpin. Irina reached up to touch her hair. A hairpin? What are you talking about? Dong stared at her, his expression turning serious. A strange bug had been resting on her hair this whole time. Suddenly, he screamed loudly. Irina, startled, screamed along out of reflex. What? What is it? He sounded panicked. What is that? What's on your hair? Irina panicked, grabbing at her head. What? What is it? It disappeared. The creature resting on her head suddenly flapped its wings and flew away. Both of them looked up, watching it go. Then, without any prior agreement, they both screamed and hugged each other tightly out of natural reflex. Panic overflowed on this side. Meanwhile, Jin Kyung glanced at Inseop and Suwon and said softly, but Suwon seems a bit taller. Inseop jumped up as if someone had stepped on his foot. What? Dong and Irina were hugging each other tightly in fear. Both were trembling, drenched in sweat, their eyes still glued to the direction the strange creature had just flown. What the hell was that? Wasn't that a real monster? But then both of them froze, as if realizing something. They quickly blushed and pushed each other away awkwardly. Let go. You let go first. No, you let go. A while later, Dong carried the bag of groceries, walking beside Irina on the way back. The countryside really is as boring as people say. You want to eat an ice cream, and you have to walk a whole kilometer, and the surroundings are full of crazy bugs. Irina sighed. That moth still gives me the chills. Dong chuckled. The fact that you let it sit on your head head without even knowing is what's really creepy. How clueless can you be? Irina glared at him. You say that when you were screaming even louder than me. Dong immediately retorted, I didn't scream. That was clearly your voice, idiot. Irina raised an eyebrow, teasing him. Yeah, whatever. Everything you say is right. Dong sighed. Whatever. What do you want to eat? I want a papico. Dong rummaged through the bag and pulled out a snack. Then he smiled mischievously. This top part is my service fee, okay? He handed it to Irina. Here, take it. Irina froze, her eyes suddenly fixing on the snack. Memories of Wong Gun suddenly rushed back because he used to eat that. I'll take the top part too. Dong glanced over and seeing her quiet, asked, why are you suddenly so quiet? Don't tell me you're mad that I took the top part. Irina hesitated. Kim Wong Gun used to do that too. Dong immediately choked, almost spitting everything out. Cough, damn it. After a moment, he said hesitantly, are you still thinking about that guy? But Irina seemed a bit embarrassed. How can I quickly forget a jerk like that? Dong frowned. Why waste your energy thinking about a scammer? Forget him, the bastard. Irina froze. Do you think it's that easy to forget? She trembled, her voice cracking. Even if he's trash, I really did like him. And that's the truth. Here, Irina burst into tears. After saying he liked me, how could he treat me like that? She choked up. Why? Dong looked down, not knowing how to react. That filthy jerk. She sobbed, hiccuping. Irina hurriedly wiped away her tears. Damn it, this is so embarrassing. Why am I crying so much? She tried to wipe her tears, her hands trembling. Is it because of the alcohol? Is it the alcohol? She frowned and looked at Dong. Dong turned back and smiled gently. Are you done crying? You cry, baby? Let's go, let's head back. Meanwhile, the group was still chatting animatedly. Hey, Ono, say something. Yeah, I can't even remember what your voice sounds like anymore. Jin Kyung sat there, thinking to herself. It's true that Ono doesn't talk much, but I think he's still enjoying everything in his own way. Sitting there, Inseop saw Suwon getting up. He asked, are you going to the restroom? Yeah. Jin Kyung spoke up. Suwon, while you're at it, check on CEO Hiren. Why hasn't she come out yet? Yeah, sure. Suwon walked into the house. His head was spinning. He thought to himself, I'm a bit dizzy. He looked around. Geez. He could hear some odd juicy snoring like thunder. He poked his head into each room. Actually, I'm just checking to see why she hasn't come out yet. Did she fall asleep? Suwon was surprised to see Hiren sleeping while leaning against the wall. I knew it. She fell asleep while taking out her contacts. These are circle lenses or something, right? He hesitated. What should I do now? Should I wake her up? She looked pretty tired earlier. After thinking for a moment, Suwon decided to lay out a mattress for Hiren so she could lie down more comfortably. He turned to look at her. I should probably wake her up. Suwon started sweating. What if she gets mad at me for waking her up? Hey. He gathered his courage and called out softly. Hey, wake up. Seo. Suwon coughed lightly. This is weird. Why does calling her name feel so strange? He yelled loudly, Seo. Seo, Hiren. Hiren groggily opened her eyes, her voice sleepy. Lie down and sleep. I've already laid out the blankets for you. She stayed silent, not saying anything, just glancing towards the mattress. Without hesitation, Hiren collapsed and lay down immediately. Suwon thought to himself, that was fast. He quietly watched her sleeping figure. His face unconsciously turned red. She's so quiet. Even the sound of her breathing is pretty. Hey, Hiren mumbled softly, hey, thanks. Suwon hurriedly turned off the light, then ran outside as if he were being chased. Outside, the ice cream had almost completely melted. Inseop held out the ice cream towards Dong. Hey, Part Dong, why did it take so long? The store isn't even that far. Dong replied, I got lost, idiot. Suwon stood still in one place, quietly watching them still chatting animatedly. V, you just got my cell. I bought it for you. Say thank you and eat it. I saw a butterfly as big as a hand. I thought I was going to die. Don't lie. There's no such thing as a butterfly that big. I'm telling the truth. Suwon was stunned. He still hadn't left his train of thought, thinking constantly about Hiren's words. It was just a thank you. But why was his heart beating so fast? Early the next morning, Hiren groggily sat up with hazy eyes. Next to her, Irina and Haewon were still fast asleep. She muttered, I'm never drinking again. CEO Hiren was back to her senses. Hiren had just finished taking a shower. She walked out, gently drying her hair with her hand, thinking, my head hurts so much. I must be really crazy. I should have just drank soda. She recalled last night when she was drunk, and her face involuntarily turned red. Why was I so ridiculous? Do you shave your eyebrows every day? Dong replied, if I don't shave them, they grow back very fast. Inseop peeked his head out and looked at him. Why do you shave there? People don't even notice. Dong asked back, do you know anything about style? Inseop burst into laughter, style my foot. A knock on the door came from outside. Oh no, can I cook some ramen to eat? Inseop opened the door. What did you just say? A voice screamed, hands covering the chest. Hey, what the hell is this? Seeing this, Irina also screamed loudly. A whole pot of delicious ramen was waiting for them. Those guys still haven't woken up yet. It's gonna burn. Hurry up and wake them up. Inseop went into the room and woke each person up. Stop sleeping. Wake up, the ramen is ready. Suwon groggily woke up, his hair a mess. He walked past where everyone was eating. Jin Kyung burst out laughing. Oh my god, look at their puffy faces. Irina looked at him and said, so ugly I could faint. Suwon scratched his head and walked away hurriedly. I'll go with my hair bit and come back. Dong laughed loudly. Irina wondered, why is he overreacting like that? Trying to impress someone? Hiren coldly replied, who knows? She recalled yesterday, when she was drunk, Suwon had laid out the mattress for her. Yesterday, it was clearly that idiot. Unconsciously, Hiren's cheeks flushed red. Oh my god, this is really too embarrassing. The Jew was washing the dishes. The others took the opportunity to clean up. Haewon turned to Jin Kyung. Let's go inside quickly. Jin Kyung, have you finished cleaning up? Jin Kyung replied, yeah, I'm done. She looked up, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. It's really hot. The man hesitated, his voice deep. That boy boy Inho because of his personality. Other kids don't easily get close to him. Ono's father thought about his son, but seeing him with you guys yesterday, it seems like he's doing fine in high school. With a grumpy father like me, I worry a lot too. It's been a long time since I saw his face so radiant. Thank you. Jean Kyung froze, stunned. Her voice stuttered. That was a radiant face? Yes. The whole group was now gathered in the garden. All right, ready? Go. Daju's arm was slammed hard onto the table. He was surprised. Wow, Ono. You're no joke. Seriously. Inseop excitedly said. Daju was taken down in 1 second. Suwon burst out laughing. I told you. He's a monster. Come on. Dong stood behind looking at Daju and laughed. Daju, what the hell is that? So embarrassing. Only your body looks good. Daju replied. Hey, try it and you'll know. I'm not kidding. Dong with a challenging expression. Then I'll try. Oh no, arm wrestle with me. Not long after, Dong was defeated, lying flat on the floor in less than a second. Ono is really strong. There must be a reason why Park Dong is weak. Diju turned to Jean Kyung. Jean Kyung, you can't just let this go, right? She was startled. Yeah, you want me to do it too? Hyra next to her said, why make a boy arm wrestle a girl? Dong frowned and yelled, Jean Kyung Mon, is our middle school team going to collapse like this? Jean Kyung looked helpless. What does middle school have to do with this? But Inseop and Suwon were excited. Jean Kyung and Ono is a good matchup. Jean Kyung's great battle. Big match, big match. Seeing this, Jean Kyung reluctantly agreed. She thought to herself, I hate these strength comparison things. The two of them arm wrestled. When holding Ono's hand, she softly thought his hand is really small. Jean Kyung shyly thought, cute, I guess. Start. Jean Kyung tried her best to exert strength. But since it was a match, she had to compete. Ono's face was tense. Oh, she didn't lose immediately. The two continued to struggle. As expected from Jean Kyungmon. What can she win? Ono furrowed his brows tightly. Truly impressive. However, under everyone's astonished eyes, Jean Kyung lay flat on the floor. Yeah, Jean Kyung lost too. No way. She only lasted for a few seconds. Dong was amazed. Ono, what kind of man are you anyway? Hey, Irina next to him wondered. How big is he anyway? Hyran checked on Jean Kyung. Are you okay? Jean Kyung? Yeah. Hyran continued. Hey, take it easy. What are you doing? Losing like this and not being able to do anything. It's the first time. Jean Kyung's face flushed red with embarrassment. A fragile feeling. Kim Jean Kyung didn't hate it all. That feeling of losing for the first time. Dong turned to Suwon. Come on. Suwon, I will defeat you. Suwon frowned. How ridiculous. Dong smirked. Try a little harder. Both of them rushed into arm wrestling. This is 50 of my strength. Scared yet? I'm only using 40. Pretty fun. Hyran sat there watching them. She softly smiled. Don't be complacent. If I was serious, it would be over in a second. I'd take 0.5 seconds without that idiot around. It feels a bit empty. Suwon was now adjusting the angle to set up the camera. I'm gonna take a picture. Inseop asked, how many seconds? Suwon replied, 10 seconds. Irina said, hurry up, strike a cute pose. A cute pose. Inseop and Dong looked at each other, exchanging a knowing smile. Inseop suddenly pushed Dong aside. Move out of the way. I'm taking the spot on the edge. Yes, seeing that, Dong also pushed him to the right. Move out of the way. I'm gonna take a picture with Inseop. Suwon wondered, what are you guys doing? I said move, but Dong pushed him to where Hyran was standing. He blushed, turned back, and yelled, since when did you two get so close? Seeing that, Hyran thought to herself, why is he overreacting so much? We even took the train together. Yeah, Dong burst out laughing. We're best friends from now on. Idiot, Inseop added, yeah. Suwon felt embarrassed. Is this revenge for yesterday, Park Dong? He nervously shifted to the side a bit, looked forward. Idiots, it's about to take the picture. Hyran suddenly pulled him closer. What are you doing? You look so silly. Come a little closer. The whole group took a picture together. After taking it, they argued. I closed my eyes. I forgot to wear my contact lenses. Just leave it. We're not posting it anyway, so don't worry. In the field, the group of friends enjoyed the peaceful feeling of the countryside, while Irina and Dong chased each other back. They stood under the clear sunlight despite the sweltering heat. At night, they lit fireworks together and recorded memorable moments together. After that, they went back inside to watch TV together, while eating mixed rice, moved to tears. At the beach, a group of people was laughing and talking. Aren't you going to come out and play with us? We really have some very good friends. Come here and have some fun, huh? Replying to the two men, the strong girl said, we also have boyfriends. We know, you guys just have fun. Two men stood smoking by the beach, smoking and blaming each other. Hey, you crazy bastard. Maybe we don't have any girls because you dress like a high schooler. Seriously, are you blaming me? I told you not to call those girls older sister with that face of yours. You look as scary as a psychopath. But the argument still didn't stop. They said, but she's a Nuna. What else am I supposed to call her? Should I call her grandma instead? That's because you act like a thug. Yesterday they had fun and then ran away. That's why. The other replied, thug? Do you want a beating? Do you want me to pluck out all your nose hairs, you bastard? One of them looked at two men not far away. Regretfully said, at least I should have asked for their numbers yesterday. We will find a girlfriend for Misu to celebrate his breakup day. Recalling, he thought they were forever stuck in a loop of breaking up and then getting back together. Not far away, the two men from earlier were talking. Just want to go back to the neighborhood? I heard Haijong is throwing a birthday party. Should we join? Wait a minute, the other guy replied. After a few rings, the other end of the line spoke up. Hello? That person asked, where are you? The girl replied, where else would I be? With an anxious and scared expression, Jaiwon's reply made the group of friends behind her freeze in surprise. Of course, I'm at home watching TV. Why? She continued to reply, I ate a bit early. Is something wrong? Hearing that, Hong Kong and Diju were extremely shocked. Dong spoke up at this moment. With an annoyed look, hey, be quiet. Don't make any more sounds. Irina next to him also replied, you're the one who needs to be quiet. Started, Johan replied, yeah. She panicked and said, no, I'm not surprised or anything. Alright, just bring me back some snacks or something. That's fine. Hanging up, Hiren stood dead still, making everyone extremely worried. Hong Kong and Irina asked, why? What's going on? What's happening? Yo, what did your brother say? Stunned, she said right now, with a fearful and grim expression. She said, he is returning home. Hiren packed all her clothes into her bag. Everyone standing behind didn't know what to do. As for Jaiwon, she hurriedly packed all her luggage and clothes. Irina worriedly asked, where are you going now? How are you going to get there? There probably isn't even a train left. But Jaiwon heavily replied, I have no other choice. I have to go and see. She bit her nails nervously. If he drives from Yongdongpo, it will take about 2 hours. Even if I catch a train right now, I will still arrive later. CEO Misu from outside the door. Hong Kong and Jin Kyung peeked in to look at her, continuously saying, what should I do? What should I do? This is the first time something serious has happened, and I don't know what to do. Irina continued to advise, if your brother is already there, maybe you can say you just went out for a bit. But Hiren still said, but I already said I was at home. He is very observant. No matter what, he will know something is unusual. She hurriedly packed her luggage and yelled, why didn't I prepare for this in advance? I didn't think about it. I was too busy playing. At this moment, Dong was thinking we had so much fun, and now we are suddenly tricked. Haha. Beside him, Diju thought we were really finished. Hong Kong was also extremely miserable at this moment, thinking he was really finished this time. He knew it would end like this. What an ending. Seeing this, Inseop thought he had a dangerous idea. But still, was it really something that's scary? Watching Jaiwon carrying her bag away, he thought, seriously, what kind of brother does she have? At this moment, Dong also silently walked away, prompting a confused female friend to ask, where are you going? Oh no? He replied, wait a minute. The dark sky with a little light creeping in was truly peaceful. The group of friends froze, unable to believe their eyes. A voice spoke up, I heard something happened and you have to leave right now. Dong stood at the door with his arms crossed, saying nothing. Get in the car, the driver said, leaving Hiren stunned. She thought, this house really has everything. She went to the door and politely said, it's completely fine, sir. You don't need to drive that far. He lazily leaned back his seat and said, it's okay. I'd just be at home watching TV anyway. She was hesitant as he continued, get in. We're running out of time. She startled and looked back. Panicking, she said, why are you guys carrying your luggage too? Only I have to leave. Just stay here. But everyone chimed in. If one person leaves, we all leave. What are you planning to do? Just sit around. We've already had a lot of fun. Plus, traveling like this is more comfortable, haha. Hiren shyly said, but still, we traveled all the way here to hang out. And because of me, everyone casually replied, it's fine. As they took their seats, Inseop spoke up, Hiwen and I will leave tomorrow. We just want to stay here for one more day. Hiwen also waved goodbye. See you guys next time. Dong and Diju waved back and said, well, let's get going. This is pretty exciting. See you at school. Inseop. Hong Kong turned back and told the couple, I'm going with them too. This made Inseop seem to realize something. Inseop smiled and said, yeah, remember to keep an eye on CEO Hiren. Make sure to text me. Hong Kong gave a cute smile, will do. Inside the car, everyone was still discussing. If it takes 2 hours to drive, I'm not sure we'll make it in time. But let's just go as fast as possible. Elsewhere, an argument broke out in a small car. I bet it's because of that bastard. You're dead meat if you keep blaming others. One of the men in the car, smoking, said, what the hell is he talking about? This nose hair is really weird. Oh, there's an absolutely gorgeous girl up there. The two replied, forget it. Let's just head back to the city. At that moment, the man from before stuck his head out and flirted with a girl. Excuse me, miss, would you like to hang out with us? The driver said, what a lunatic. We're leaving. Pull your head back in. Elsewhere, back in the other car, the group of friends was extremely tense, and no one said a word. Jaiwon, looking anxious, said, why is he still calling? Irina and Jin Kyung curiously peeked over and asked her, is he still calling? Hiren said doubtfully, yeah, there's no way he's already arrived, right? It's only been a little over an hour. That's impossible. But Irina said in annoyance, screw it. Just tell him everything. Just say you're on a trip with friends and tell him to stop pressuring you. Dong, sitting in the back, also chimed in, seriously, what a busybody. In the back, the boys looked helpless. Dong said, if she says that, then today will be the last day we ever see each other. Don't suggest things you can't handle. Meanwhile, Jaiwon scratched her head, thinking, if I were better at lying, I could have gotten away with it. If I get caught, I'll just say I went with the girls group. Just thinking about it is stressing me out. The driver suddenly spoke up. Let's hope there's no traffic ahead. Let's drive and pray. The night road was deserted. He continued, at this speed, we still have a chance. It was pitch black all around, with no houses showing any lights. A voice broke the quiet atmosphere. Turn right here? That's right. Inside the car, Hiren was talking to the driver. I think you can just drop me off around here. Okay, he replied. In the back, Irina and Jin Kyung looked completely drained and said exhaustedly, I thought I was going to die because we were driving so fast. Still, we actually made it here in exactly 2 hours. Jin Kyung, still dizzy, added, I can't believe we got here this fast. Suddenly, Diju spoke up anxiously. What if Minsu also sped like that and is already here? Dong glared at him and said in annoyance, distance. Watch what you say. Looking out the window, Hong Kong seemed lost in thought, realizing this was his first time seeing where CEO Hiren lived. While everyone was chattering, Hiren sat with her hands clasped together. She anxiously prayed that everything would go smoothly. Stepping out of the car, Hiren politely turned back to the driver and said, "Sir, thank you so much. And I'm really sorry." But he just gently replied, "It's all right, come visit again next time." Then, he softly comforted them. "If you kids didn't do anything wrong, there's nothing to be afraid of. Don't worry. Get home safely, all right?" Hearing this, Hiren felt a bit relieved. She replied, "Yes, sir. Goodbye." The group of friends stood on the deserted sidewalk with no one else around. The driver pulled away. Irina turned and took Hiren's luggage, telling her, "At least leave your bag with us." Looking at the rest of them, Hiren said, "Why are you guys still standing here waiting? If you get caught, you're dead meat." Hearing that, her friends scattered like the wind, hiding behind a nearby wall. "We'll just hide around here," they said. Looking at them, Hiren stood there feeling helpless. "Oh, all right." As she walked away, she suddenly remembered something and turned back to warn them, "Guys, if I don't come back out in 5 minutes, just leave, okay?" Suppressing her fear, Irina, Hong Kong, and Dong pumped their fists to cheer her on. "We'll be fine, you can do this." As Hiren's figure gradually faded into the distance, a voice suddenly asked, "But that Hyung?" Irina looked down. It was Hong Kong, his face clearly showing his concern. He asked, "Isn't he keeping way too close an eye on her? Don't you think it's a bit too much, Irina? Are all older brothers like that with their younger sisters?" Up at the building, Hiren was hurriedly running inside, while down below, the group continued talking. Did Hiren do something terribly wrong in the past, or something? No way. If she had, do you think I'd just sit still? Worried about Hiren, they continued discussing it among themselves. He was a total troublemaker back in school, too. How can he have such double standards when it comes to his own sister? If I were Hiren, I'd go crazy. Down there, Dong gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. He said, "Probably because he messed around so much back then, his perspective on life is different from ours." As for Hiren, she was still trying to climb the stairs as if her life depended on it. Meanwhile, the group below wondered, "Still, how long has he been like this?" Hong Kong suddenly looked devastated and said, "Is being terrified of your own family member supposed to be normal? She was so happy during the trip, and now it's just pure misery." Irina, feeling a bit jealous, teased, "Why are you getting so emotional? You're actually angry, haha." Panicking, Hong Kong replied, "I am not." After a while, Hiren was standing right in front of her door. She just stood there without going inside. She stood there, anxiously thinking, "I don't think I can lie my way out of this one." Recalling when she was younger, she continued her thought, "If he finds out I stayed out overnight, he'll be even more furious than last time." Imagining her brother as a vicious demon, she trembled and thought, "Please, please, don't be home yet." Then, she carefully unlocked the door and cautiously peeked inside the house. Looking visibly terrified, she froze in place, wondering why. Why are the lights on? Then she remembered the moment she packed her bags to leave. "All right, I rushed out because I was too excited." Looking inside, she thought, "At least it looks like my room hasn't been touched." But her anxiety hadn't faded. She looked around and thought, the main problem is, walking up to her brother's bedroom door, she anxiously clenched her fists, thinking, it's this room. She squeezed her eyes shut. Her trembling hand reached for the doorknob as she prayed in her heart, "Please, please, please. That crazy gorilla. If I open this door and he's inside, I'm gonna have a heart attack." Gathering all her courage, she turned the doorknob. She continued thinking, "You wouldn't want that, right? At least act like a proper older brother." The door was pushed wide open. She was too terrified to open her eyes. Met with silence, she slowly peeked her eyes open. Looking into the room, she was stunned to see it completely empty. It was as if a massive weight of fear had been lifted off her chest. She collapsed to her knees, completely drained. She muttered, "He's not here." The scene shifts to a bar. Her brother was currently on the phone, demanding, "Why weren't you answering my calls?" On the other end of the line, she replied, "I was in the shower, what's wrong?" He was at a bar, surrounded by beautiful girls who were chatting around him. "Give me this. Your hands are so big." This girl slaps really hard. Despite the lively atmosphere, he coldly stated, "I'm not going anywhere today." Back at the house, the group of friends was still anxiously watching Hiren's window from below. From the window, a figure popped its head out and waved at them. It was Hiren. She waved happily, confirming that she was safe. And with that, their holiday trip came to a close. The group of friends walked down the street together, laughing and joking. "We're still alive. I was scared to death." Back at school, the voices of teachers and students echoed through the halls. Everyone knows this is the last week of the break, right? Classes will resume as normal next week. What kind of break is this if we still have to study? A teacher stood there strictly and said, "You will all get the whole week off. Now, time for self-study." Over on the other side, the day's boy heard someone call out, "Oh, Inho." Jin Kyung walked up to Ono. She shyly handed him a stack of photos, saying, "Here, this is for you." Looking at her, he thought to himself, a strong woman. Huh? She continued to explain, "These are from the trip to the stream. I printed them out. These are yours." After handing them over, she hurriedly walked away, saying, "I have to go now." He looked at the stack of photos on his desk. They were neatly and carefully wrapped in a plastic sleeve. Ono stared blankly at a picture of himself. The friend next to him asked enviously, "Is there something going on between you two? You seem awfully close. Did you have a lot of fun?" In that photo, Ono was lying on a rock, sunbathing. In another picture, Diju was in the water, splashing around with Hiren. Looking at this picture, a faint smile appeared on his face. Another photo showed Inseop and Haiwen looking embarrassed after being caught right as they were about to kiss. staring at this cute photo, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He chuckled. What is this? Haha. In yet another photo, Irina had her mouth stuffed full of food, making her cheeks puff out adorably. Looking at the photo, Irina smiled and said, I didn't even realize. He took this photo while I was eating. Jong, who was also holding a photo, caused Hyuk next to him to say in annoyance, you guys all had so much fun without me. Damn it. Laughing, Jong replied, who told you to oversleep? In another photo, Jin Kyung was standing next to Hyrin and Irina. She lazily raised 2 fingers to greet the camera. Besides that, there was a photo of Hong Kong with a very surprised and panicked face looking down. Hong Kong blushed and smiled happily when he saw that photo. Hyrin, sitting by the window, also couldn't hide her joy. That was a group photo of the whole group of friends from that trip. A few days later, after summer vacation, they returned to school. Era thought she had overslept. She angrily recalled. The disciplinary teacher must have gone out. It was obvious that he would make things difficult for her again for not cutting her hair. Having to go to school after the break was annoying enough, so don't make it any harder for me. I just climbed over the fence to get into the school. She thought for the next 2.5 years, will I have to jump over the wall every day, entering the school? At that time, everyone was in the classroom. She thought she didn't think she could graduate. In the corner behind the wall, she and her friend were secretly smoking. Her friend asked, isn't the disciplinary teacher standing outside today? She replied, I don't know. And I jumped over the wall. Her friend smiled and replied, there's no one outside the main gate. It's probably because it's the last day of the break. She annoyedly thought, seriously speaking, they just do whatever they want. Suddenly, someone stepped out from behind the wall, but the 2 friends didn't know and continued talking. What is this? Kids from other schools all go out with styled hair and makeup. Right. Coming to this school is a serious mistake. Suddenly, a male student shouted, hey, who let you guys smoke? Causing the 2 girls to hurriedly put out their cigarettes. Panicking, they said, it's not a cigarette. It's just an e-cigarette. He laughed mockingly and said, surprised? Hong Era, let's smoke together. This made the 2 girls furious and yell, what the hell is this? She gritted her teeth and continued, are you crazy? What a madman. I thought my heart dropped out. Ira's friend also replied, not funny at all. Damn it. And the scolding continued. I hate you, you psycho. Does he think he's smart? And wearing that awful t-shirt too. This left Hyung standing silently, speechless. Oh no, Hyung walked over and asked, why do you guys have to smoke in a place like this? You're still nervous? Want to smoke? Ira angrily replied, I already smoked, you know? Don't act like we're close. Hyun held up a pack of cigarettes and confidently said, I bet you don't have this kind of cigarette. Black Death, one of the most expensive and unique cigarettes at that time. She asked, how many will you give me? I'll give you all of these. I still have a lot at home, he replied. Smoke rose as they smoked together. Smoking with chopsticks instead of holding it by hand. Hyung wondered and asked, didn't the teacher say anything about your hair? Coldly, she replied, is this the time for you to worry about others? Your ponytail is even longer than a girl's. Hey, Hyung smiled slightly. He replied, why do you act like someone older than me? Then he thought to himself, damn it, she is so beautiful. Suddenly, the disciplinary teacher arrived, making their hair stand on end in fear. Hey, you kids over there. The teacher, with a cigarette in his mouth, shouted loudly. What do you think you are? Smoking in a non-smoking area. What class are you in? Terrified, the 2 clumsily ran while arguing. We're really doomed. It's Fanhead. If we get caught, it's your fault. You bastard. Suddenly, Hyung grabbed the cigarette and rushed forward, saying to Era, run. Hong Era, I'll say I was smoking alone. Turning his head back, he looked helplessly. Era was rushing away, leaving him alone. He said, this trashy school if I drop out. Then the disciplinary teacher rushed over with a stick in hand. Hyung stood there, sighed, and said, that's enough. As long as you are safe. Walking down the hallway back to the classroom, Era thought, I didn't get caught, right? She sighed helplessly and thought, there are so many damn things I'm not allowed to do. Every second, every minute is full of pressure. I don't even know what I want to become myself. Yet they just keep forcing me to continue studying. Yeah, a voice talking from behind startled her. Do you like your hair? Yeah, I think it's pretty okay. It was Hyrin and her friend Jin Kyung. They were talking about Jin Kyung's hair. Should I make it a bit shorter? Yeah, I'll help you cut it. Hearing those words, Era suddenly felt extremely annoyed. She turned away, walking and angrily thinking, everywhere I go is full of annoyances. Today, returning to class 1 to 9. In the classroom, everyone was chatting happily. Yeah, what about today? It was Rena. She was happily talking on the phone. I don't have any plans yet either. You too? Yeah. After that, Era stepped up from behind and asked, who is it? Making Rena startle and put the phone down, She sat down at the desk next to her and talked to Rena. Do Ismail. Rena replied, just a friend. You just smoked, didn't you? In Ira's heart, she had a little doubt. That so-called friend. Why does she have so many things to hide from me? At this time, a music video was playing on the projector. Everyone around cheered loudly. Why are they so handsome? Seeing that, Era thought, it's Super Senior's music video. Looking at it, she continued to think, yeah, the only dream I can rely on is sushi. On the video, the lyrics rang out, read tarot at my place. The band member holding a card stepped up. He sang ideal type, I will find it for you. Hearing that, she thought to herself, oh damn, Kim Hae-chun is insane. Isn't he too handsome? At the desk above, 2 girls blushed and praised, I like Jim Hyuk. Do-hun is really sexy, right? But she thought, Hyun-chun is the best, you guys. Really, she imagined the image of the boy. She thought to herself, if I could date someone cool, then even a school life like this would become extremely special. She blushed, thinking about a secret kiss behind the backs of the other kids. Suddenly, everyone around cheered. Really? A celebrity is at school right now? On the other side, 3 friends were excitedly gossiping. gossiping. Yeah, I really saw him. I haven't heard anything. Tell me again, which made Era quite curious. The friend over there recounted, I just came back from the restroom not long ago, so I was late for class. On the way back, I looked through the window, and she described the scene at that time. People looking like celebrities walked into the auditorium. I told you, the whole group of them. Looking closer, the girl continued to recount. The truth is they didn't arrive during recess, but after class started. They acted as if they were trying to avoid everyone's eyes. Then a girl in that group screamed, "Is it High School of Job?" Era slowly walked over and asked them, "Are you sure they're celebrities?" "How do you know?" Hearing that, the group of friends froze, not knowing how to answer. One friend thought, "What? Did you hear everything?" One of the friends replied, their appearance was like celebrities. Dyed hair, shaggy hairstyles, and their clothes were like stage outfits. No one would dress like that to go to school every day. Hearing that, Era played with her hair and said, "That's true." "So who is it?" The other friend replied. The friend continued, leaving her stunned. "I'm not too sure, but it looked like there were about 10 people in there." She doubtfully thought, about 10 people? No way it's sushi. A series of thoughts ran through her head. She thought, famous stars secretly infiltrating a school, disguising the event as a summer vacation ceremony or something similar, then calling all the students to the auditorium. Era continued to think, actually, it's an entertainment show organizing a surprise concert. In a completely unexpected situation, students will get to meet A-list stars. These thoughts kept passing through her head, but she was still skeptical. Because of that, students all over the country. Suddenly she thought again, there's no way those things would happen at my school. Continuing, even knowing that every time I get called to the auditorium, I secretly hope that miracle will happen to me. The corners of her mouth trembled, speechless. But say something more logical. Why would sushi come to Eonjin and not Seoul? While walking, she talked to herself to calm down. And more importantly, there is no announcement calling everyone to the auditorium. Suddenly, the school's loudspeaker rang out. "Hello, hello." She and Rena stared intently at the school speaker. Students, attention. The school announces that, as it is the last day of summer vacation, there is an announcement for everyone, no exceptions. Right now, please gather at the auditorium. Hearing this news, everyone's eyes widened, looking as if they couldn't believe their ears. Hard to accept, people discussed, "Hey, this is it, this is exactly it." The chatter increased. "Awesome, this is really crazy. What should we do now? Should we go see the celebrities?" Meanwhile, Era thought in disbelief, in a trashy school like this, there's actually an event like that? Recalling the shining image of her idol, she thought again, but what if it really is Kim Hyunjun? Gastia appearing right in front of my eyes. Watching her friends run out like the wind, cheering. "Hey, it's just us now. Run. We have to see it from the front row." But Era's eyes gradually became sharp and cold. Looking at the group of friends running, she thought when someone runs, she rushed towards them, hurriedly thinking everyone. She used all her strength to dash past everyone, thinking she was born to run. Her sharp eyes seemed to shoot fire, rushing like a gust of wind. She determinedly thought, Kim Hae-chun is mine. At this time, Rena still stood there, helplessly watching Era and thinking, really? Just because it was a carefree time in high school. At this moment, in the indescribable noise, voices rang out. Someone asked, "What is this gathering for?" Inside the noisy gymnasium, students gathered in small corners, chatting excitedly. I don't see them having anything to say. Someone complained, "I was sleeping so well, how annoying." The disciplinary teacher appeared and loudly reminded them, "Come on, first years, line up properly." A bored male student spoke up and asked, "What is this, sir? Are we holding an early anniversary ceremony or something?" The teacher didn't pay the slightest attention to the male student's words and ordered the class president, "Come on, class president, take attendance." Irina slightly turned around, pointing at Insiop, and reminded him, "Hurry up and button your shirt or you'll get caught." Hearing that, Insiop hastily adjusted his buttons and sighed. All right, on this side is Era with her long hair, neatly tied back. Her face is full of smugness. She thought to herself that she had made it to the front row. She would be able to see them closer than anyone else. Era secretly thought about that joyful prospect. She smiled to herself in amusement. What would happen if they reached out and held her hand? It would be so exciting she could die. Meanwhile, behind her, some female students' voices rang out. What if this is the high school of rock music? The girl next to her laughed loudly. Huh, if that's the case, I'd rush straight up there right away. Era glanced at them and thought, they seem quite perceptive. I definitely have to be careful not to lose this spot. Then, the disciplinary teacher stepped up to the podium. That caused an uproar among the students below. Look, that's the disciplinary teacher. Did he get even more muscular? Someone denied. Isn't he a martial artist? The teacher began to speak. All right, order please. Thank you all for gathering here today. This is the last day of summer vacation. How was your vacation? Hearing that, the students immediately spoke up loudly like a protest. What kind of summer vacation is this? At least let us rest at home. The teacher then loudly declared, impossible, you have to go to college. You know this is an academic focus school, so it has to be like this, right? Hearing that, the students immediately avoided eye contact. The teacher continued seriously. You guys never listen, do you? Just because it's vacation doesn't mean you can neglect the hair regulations. Look, how many of you are following the rules? And you're all altering your uniforms as well. Huh, but the commotion rose again. Compared to students from other schools, my beauty expenses are much more expensive. Everyone chanted together, we don't get any subsidies at all. The teacher immediately raised his voice and shouted, everyone be quiet Two rather rebellious-looking male students below, eyeing Jean with a completely bald head, spoke up, "I'm following the rules well, right?" Yet not a single word of praise. Goodness. Hayut rubbed his head and laughed loudly. "Huh, you did a great job." The teacher sighed in frustration and continued. "You must be jealous seeing vocational school kids not having to come to school during the vacation. But all of you have very good attendance records. Even if you slack off, it still shows. You all understand its importance." The group of students laughed happily and shouted, "Tell them we only came because you would beat us if we didn't." "That's right, it's so funny." The disciplinary teacher avoided the topic and shouted, "Shut up, you blabbermouths." Era crossed her arms, her face clearly showing a bit of annoyance. "Goodness, this introduction is taking too long. Hurry up and bring sushi out. I already know all of this." And just as Era thought that, the teacher began to speak. "Therefore, we have prepared a special gift for you." All the students grew itching with curiosity. "A gift? What kind of gift is it?" Everything became noisy. Could it be the high school of rock music? They don't have much to say, but they still made us gather in the auditorium. A female student complained, "Hey, no way. I bet other schools also think it's impossible for superstars to appear. There aren't any rules saying they can't come to our school, right?" But despite that, 3 people in gorgeous outfits appeared on stage. A voice rang out, "For all our students, some special guests have come here for you." A crowd of female students cheered happily. "Oh, it actually happened. Oh my god, what are they doing? Eras mild epidi. Haha, it's too late for all of you. I've already secured this super VIP spot." The voice on stage echoed. My heart raced. "Who do you think this is?" 2 male students, Suwon and Park Jong, looked at the stage and whispered to each other. Suwon exclaimed, "Wow, it looks like the stars are actually coming." Park Jong replied indifferently, "What is it?" The female students were even more curious. Jin Kyung, Irina, and Hyeren were extremely amazed, constantly looking bewildered and asking each other, "Does our school even do stupid things like this? No way, right? Who is this?" The teacher then spoke up amidst the students' shock. "All right, please come out." Their silhouettes gradually appeared. Era, standing in the front row, stared wide-eyed with curiosity. The people slowly stepped out. They wore very stylish outfits, with their hair dyed in various colors, looking extremely vibrant. Era couldn't contain her excitement. Sushi, the one I saw in a music show, is right in front of me. Era felt her heart pounding. Her face flushed, her eyes widened as she secretly marveled. They appeared with a radiant exterior and flashy outfits. The style on stage. A neatly dressed guy with hair covering his face. Era took a look, seeing sparkling lights radiating around him, and exclaimed, "He looks so radiant." But then she seemed to realize something. Is that singer holding hair clippers in his hand? Stunned. Hair clippers? All the students seemed to freeze, and everyone wondered, why are there hair clippers? A guy wearing glasses with cheesy pink-dyed hair, sparkling all around, had a pair of scissors in his hand. The teacher's voice rang out again. "Because it seems our school students don't have the time and money to go to the salon. We have invited these hairdressers to help us." The guys with weird hairstyles started preparing their tools. The teacher continued to explain the process. "Oh, students of Sangji High School, let's tidy up your appearance before the new semester. And let's start the second semester." The teacher's voice then echoed loudly. "All right, all homeroom teachers, please lead all the students with long hair up here." The students below were stunned and frozen in place. Everyone's face was dripping with cold sweat, thinking to themselves, this crazy school. One by one, from female to male students, they were pulled onto the stage to get their hair tidied up. The school's disciplinary teacher shouted his orders. "You all heard that clearly. Hurry up and get up there." A female student seemed panicked and asked, "What is this?" A pioneering student sat down in the front chair. In his head, he thought to himself, there's so many of us. Maybe they'll just trim it and let us go, right? The female hairdresser then asked, "How would you like it to look?" The male student stammered back, "What hairstyles are there?" The hairdresser happily introduced their 2 hairstyles, a sports cut or a 6mm buzz cut. You have to choose one of those 2. The male student didn't care and just replied briefly, "I hate both of those hairstyles." Meanwhile, Era below was still not over her disappointment, bewildered and asking herself, what about sushi? Where's the high school of rock music? Her face froze, completely dumbfounded. Are they not here? Her face seemed to darken. Drops of sweat dotted her face as she denied it, not believing what was happening. No way. They couldn't have just traveled from afar to come here and check our hair. And then sushi suddenly appeared, and quite unexpectedly, and suddenly on the stage, the sound of the clippers buzzed, and a patch of that male student's hair fell off. Looking at the male student with a white path right in the middle of his head, the whole auditorium seemed to be in an uproar. They actually cut it. They cleared a whole highway on his head. In the year 2006, this kind of thing actually happened. The bald guy below laughed loudly and patted his friend's shoulder. "Haha, this school is totally crazy." In contrast, the classmate in front had a face drained of all blood. Please don't. Meanwhile, Park Jong and Suwon were standing and talking below when the teacher shouted their names. "Park Jong, Suwon, both of you go line up." That made the 2 boys freeze, extremely bewildered. At the same time, Inseop was also called out, Kim Inseop. "Of course, you will also have to get a haircut." Hearing that, Inseop widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What?" And all the students seemed to realize that they had to run. They couldn't even imagine that this would happen. The students below, dissatisfied, immediately spoke up. "Is this even a school anymore? Do we not have human rights? I will report this." They continuously shouted and questioned the teachers. "How can you do this? Traitors." The homeroom teachers hastily tried to calm them down. Now, order. The students didn't stop, but continued. "I will tell my parents about all of this." At this moment, Era realized everything. She hurriedly turned around and ran away, thinking to herself, first, I need to escape. If I get caught, it will definitely be cut to 3 centimeters below the ear. Just when she thought she had escaped, suddenly her hair was grabbed by a pair of hands. A teacher wearing a blue jacket with an angry face asked, "What do you think you can run? You're the one who was smoking earlier, right?" But Era only paid attention to his hair and muttered to herself, fan-shaped hair? Without saying another word, he pulled Era's arm and dragged her away, shouting loudly, "You're caught. You'll have to get a haircut. Then go straight to the no-smoking area in the school." Era hesitated, pulling back and begging, "Sir, I will go to the salon and get a haircut today, I swear." Then Era was dragged away. Her eyes briefly glanced up at the female student sitting on the stage, sobbing loudly. Era screamed with all the strength she had, "I swear I will get a haircut. Really? Let me go for God's sake." The teacher, furious with every vein bulging on his face, turned back and glared at her. Without saying another word, he immediately grabbed Era's hair and scolded, "What a rude brat." The teacher repeatedly hit Era. 2 female students nearby witnessed this and commented, "Isn't that a bit too much?" The female student next to her raised her camera and said, "I'm going to record this." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Stop doing that, will you? Are we really doing this?" The silhouette of a young man grabbed the arm of the teacher in the blue jacket, attracting everyone's attention. It was Siri Hyung. He appeared looking incredibly cool. He stared intently at the teacher and said, "If you want to cut someone's hair, start with me. My hair is longer than any female student here." Seeing Siri like that, the teacher was stunned, his face freezing. Siri then continued, "What are you doing?" "I said cut my hair and start with me." His arrogant face looked up at the teacher as if challenging him. "I have the longest hair out of all the boys in this school, for your reference." Hearing Siri's challenge, the teacher didn't back down. He snatched the scissors from the hairdresser's hand, making her hurriedly shout, "Hey, my scissors." The teacher held the scissors and asked, "Are you out of your mind? Fine, let's do it." He started getting ready, holding the scissors in his hand. His face scrunched up as he said, "Because you asked for it, I will give your head my own special treatment." Everyone panicked on the spot. Everyone was surprised, their eyes widening in place. Every strand of Siri Hyung's hair fell to the floor one by one, down to his feet. Suwon looked on in amazement. He actually cut it. That's his only good point. Park Jong gritted his teeth and asked, "He can actually do it." Looking at the missing part of Siri's hair, everyone realized a part of his sideburns was gone. "If I have to live looking like this." Suddenly, Siri spoke up strongly. "It's not over yet." That made the teacher quite surprised, exclaiming, "What?" He arrogantly grabbed some hair at the back of his neck and chuckled, saying, "My greatest pride lies in my back hair. Please take that into consideration." The teacher seemed to turn into a beast, becoming incredibly savage. He rolled his eyes, gave a bizarre smile, and yelled, "Come on, that's right. Good. Today is the last day for that precious pride." The scissors moved wildly, cutting continuously as strands of hair flew everywhere. Eyeing Jean glanced and smirked, laughing, "Haha. Siri couldn't even talk back to us." But conversely, he's a monster to the teachers. Hyuk beside him froze, sweat dotting his forehead, and quietly replied, "He's been growing that back hair for almost a year." The clippers also appeared, buzzing continuously. Siri's hair kept falling with no sign of stopping. The whole auditorium was silent. Hyuk spoke up, "Even so, isn't that a bit too much?" Another teacher rushed out to stop him. "Come on, calm down. He's still just a kid." On the contrary, that teacher still growled like a beast. With bloodshot eyes, he asked, "Did I do something wrong to this little criminal? I swear." Looking at Siri's terrifyingly messy hair, with the hair splayed in the middle of his head, the intervening teacher asked, "Even so, isn't this a bit too much?" The incredibly angry teacher growled and said, "They're all going to be shaved bald anyway. So what does it even matter?" After that, all the students fell silent until a voice rang out, "This is too much. Is growing hair really a crime?" Witnessing that scene, Hiren's 3 friends spoke up. Jin Kyung looked slightly annoyed and said, "We're being treated like criminals." Hiren chimed in softly, "We're not even adults yet." Irina, with her fluffy hair, yelled, "That's crazy. Seriously." But Yang Jin, with a somewhat indifferent and arrogant face, stood watching and judged. "This is terrible. It's so funny." Hyuk also agreed, "You're really right." Siri, now, with a patchy head, looked down and said coldly, "Just growing your hair a bit long makes you a thug. Just altering your uniform a bit makes you a thug too. So what about the teachers?" Hearing that question, the teacher angrily yelled, "Shut your mouth." The teacher next to him tried hard to dissuade him, "Calm down, calm down." Then Siri looked up at the ceiling. Using a firm voice, he yelled, "Teachers who throw fists before talking. Aren't they the real thugs?" That's a really strange thing for someone called a thug to say. Suddenly, a foot kicked hard into Siri's leg. It was still that teacher. A kick that made Siri collapse to the ground, and he said, "All right, you bastard. I'll show you what a real thug is. Get up quickly and stop whining." Suddenly, a voice softly called the grumpy teacher, "Sir." In a corner of the room, the principal with thinning hair coughed softly to signal. The disciplinary teacher then continued, "The principal is watching. Are you really going to continue treating the student like this?" The firm voice carried authority. "Do you want to escalate this?" That stern, fierce statement made the blue shirt teacher turn pale with fear, stammering, "No, that's not what I meant, good heavens." Meanwhile, Siri was still kneeling on the ground, yelling, "Our crime is being students." He hunched over and stood up. "In this very prison called a school, controlled in cells called classrooms, our names are listed on a prisoner roster called an attendance book." That shout attracted many students. Siri forcefully took off his uniform shirt and shouted, wearing prisoner uniforms called school uniforms, The teacher with the fan-shaped hair gritted his teeth. His eyes narrowed as he angrily asked back, and then studying is the punishment, and graduation is the release. The whole space seemed to freeze. Siri stood silently in front of the two teachers. With a sweat-dotted face, he replied, "That's right." Suddenly, a pair of clippers flew straight into Siri's mouth, accompanied by a scream, "You lunatic." It was the disciplinary teacher. He continuously grabbed Siri and yelled, "What the hell are you doing?" The teacher next to him interjected, "I couldn't take it anymore. I did it before I even realized." The students outside saw this and started whispering. He threw the hair clippers at his face. "Whatever, let's report this." Suddenly, something made both teachers stunned as they looked. "Siri, look up." Looking down at the uniform shirt dropped on the ground, dotted with a few drops of dark red blood. Siri wasn't even worried. He just glanced at his blood, so calm that he laughed and said, "Haha, bleeding." He looked up with a triumphant face, wiped the streak of blood from his mouth, and shouted, "Sir, is this education?" The students immediately took out their phones to record the scene. The whole auditorium seemed to explode. The teacher yelled, "You brats. I told you to put your phones away." The students remained in an uproar. "This damn school. We will report this." The teacher, face dotted with sweat, pointed at them and yelled, "Hey, I will confiscate all of them right now." The disciplinary teacher beside him was speechless, thinking, "We're doomed." Then the principal had to intervene. Worried about the students' complaints, the school's madness was abruptly extinguished on the spot. Although, sadly, a few people had to suffer. Those poor students, the ones who had their hair chopped off, could only lament, "What about us? You should have stopped and extinguished this sooner." Time passed, and the commotion came to an end. "What are you going to do with your hair?" Era and Siri stood outside the school. Siri just laughed and replied, "What else? Might as well shave it bald, haha." Era, quite worried, reminded him, "You're bleeding where you were hit." Siri, the hero who saved the beauty, reached up to touch his hair and replied, "To be honest, I don't really care. Thinking about how panicked Byuk Econ must have been makes me feel better." "Huh." Era frowned and asked further, "Are you really going to drop out? Wouldn't transferring schools be better?" Siri walked casually and replied, "Transferring schools won't change anything. What would they say about me if I'm in school without my back hair?" Hearing that, Era was speechless, thinking to herself, "Is that even an issue?" Siri asked again, "Did you get caught too?" Era replied, "Yeah, I'm being sent to a non-smoking school." Saying that, Siri just walked away. He said a few words of goodbye to Era. "Good, then good luck, I'm off." Era thought about something, lightly scratched her head, and watched Siri go. When Siri had taken a few more steps, Era's calling voice echoed behind him. "Appa?" Siri's face turned red with embarrassment. A bit surprised, he turned around and asked softly, "Since when do you call me Appa like this?" Just as he finished speaking, Era threw something to Siri that made him stunned. Era replied coldly, "A gift before you drop out." Siri looked down at the gift in silence. It was a lighter. His face flushed red as he asked, "Shouldn't you give a really cool lighter or something?" Suddenly Era turned to walk away, waving her hand and replying, "Then don't use it or just throw it away." Siri gave a slight smile, his face still red with embarrassment. "Take care, goodbye." So everything ended with the sacrifice of Siri, the person everyone had ignored. After that, following yesterday's commotion, the principal made a speech. He said that after listening to the students' feedback, the school decided to relax the hair regulations. Hearing this, the students were overjoyed. Park Jong and Suwon cried tears of joy and screamed, "We can grow our hair now." And finally, they achieved the relaxation of the rules. Regarding hair, but happy chatter still echoed. "Are you really that happy?" So silly. But in the end, it was still like that. Siri still dropped out of school. I bet that guy is really regretting it. Suwon sat in front of the computer screen, clicking away continuously. The second semester had arrived. They had to stay until night to study, up to 10 p.m., and had to go to school even on Saturdays. With a packed schedule, the students' faces all shone with smiles, simply because the hair regulations had been relaxed. In contrast to the students' joy was the annoyance and frustration of the teachers. Suwon went to play at an internet cafe. His face panicked, "Look, I died. That guy doesn't have a grenade." Park Jong shouted loudly, "Kill him, loot him, alright." "Huh." The three of them bickered back and forth amusingly. "Did you see that? Did you see the clutch save?" Park Jong growled, "Idiot. I beat him half to death already." Suwon chimed in, "What are you talking about? I did everything." Suddenly, something at the next table caught Suwon's attention. It was an intimate couple. The student at the next table was playing games while his girlfriend sat beside him, doting on him. The guy said, "What are you doing?" "We're playing a game." The girl gently kissed his cheek and flattered him. "You're so cute." Witnessing that scene, Suwon thought to himself, now everyone can show off their looks. But in reality, couples started showing affection everywhere. Suwon's face turned red. Thoughts echoed in his mind. "I'm so jealous. I'm dying." The three students finished playing games and grabbed their bags to head home. The three of them chatted. "Are you going home?" "Yeah, I have to ask for permission too." "Are you guys jumping rope or something today?" Suwon and Park Jong wondered, why jump rope?" The reply came, "Because you guys got taller after the break." Suwon answered nonchalantly, "We're at a growing age, you know." Park Jong mockingly laughed at his friend. "Why haven't you grown?" With a dark, angry face, he said, "I've only grown 1 centimeter since I enrolled." Park Jong and Suwon burst out laughing. "Haha, so that's it? Damn it." With a dark face, he thought to himself, "I used to be tall in elementary school." Suwon fell back, talking and laughing with him. "Isn't it because you watch too much porn?" He glared and replied, "You little bastard. You're the one watching that." Park Jong, walking ahead, suddenly encountered something. "Oh, In front of the guys was a group of pretty girls. Jin Kyung said, "This is Park Jong's group." Irina glanced and replied, "Oh, that's a very direct and casual way to put it." Ji-won then asked, "Where did you guys go?" Park Jong stepped forward and answered, "Internet cafe." "Why haven't you gone home?" Irina teased, "You suck at games. What are you doing at an internet cafe, idiot?" Soo-won scooted over to chat with Ji-won. He blushed and let out a no. "Did you guys go take pictures?" Ji-won smiled and replied, "ID photos for memories before we grow our hair out." Park Jong leaned in close to Irina. "Let me see. That's crazy Photoshop. Are you wearing color contacts too?" "Irina is trying too hard." Irina laughed happily and asked, "Sparklingly pretty, right, idiot?" Park Jong's face turned bright red as he laughed out loud and said, "Did all the other pretty people die or something?" But conversely, in his head, he secretly marveled, "She's so cute." Park Jong then asked for a copy. Irina immediately agreed. "Wait a minute, Hiren." Then she handed Park Jong a copy of Irina's photo. "Here." Soo-won beside them noticed a certain photo and his eyes widened. He screamed internally, "Oh my god, so pretty." His eyes stared intently at the photo above, screaming internally, "I want it, I want it." Hiren glanced over and asked, "What is it? Do you want one too?" Hearing this, Soo-won's whole face turned bright red. And so he got it, a photo of Hiren. His face was flushed red. His eyes sparkled with love, shining brightly and looking completely satisfied. Then the three of them turned and walked away. Park Jong and Soo-won rejoiced internally. Great, leaving the other all alone. The girls behind him gossiped. "Soo-won went on the mountain stream field trip too, right?" "Yeah, we went there because of him in the first place." A pretty girl next to Hiren leaned in close and asked her, "He's really obvious about liking you." "Huh? It's so funny. You know it too, right?" Hiren's eyes averted. "What are you talking about? He's not my type." The schoolgirl continued to lean in and tease, "Why not? He's nice, right?" That left Hiren startled and stunned. Looking at Soo-won's smiling, happy figure upon getting Hiren's photo. He's a bit shy, but he's also pretty cute. Really, haha. Hiren froze. Her eyes were blank, not saying another word. Time flew by. The scene shifted to the dry sauna. Soo-won, Park Jong, and Daeju were having fun together in the dry sauna. All three of them widened their eyes, listening to someone talking. "Baby, I just finished showering. I'll relax in the sauna for a bit and then sleep." It was Inseop. Inseop happily talked on the phone while smiling and talking to Soo-won, Daeju, and Park Jong. Ono said he's working out at home, so we ditched him. "What are you doing, baby?" The three of them, including Soo-won, started teasing Inseop. "Is it just me, or isn't calling her baby fucking disgusting?" "Oh, absolutely right, disgusting." Inseop snapped and yelled, "Shut up." Daeju smiled slightly in admiration. "They look really cute together. You must have a strong stomach." "Yeah, you must have a strong stomach." Soo-won looked up at Daeju and asked, "Daeju, don't you have a girlfriend? You should get a girlfriend." Park Jong, sitting next to him, smiled and teased. "That's just because he's not trying. This kid has a few girls who like him too. He probably dated around 5 older girls back in middle school." Daeju glanced over in annoyance and replied, "Idiots. That's because they dated me." Daeju continued, "I just haven't found anyone who really clicks with me." Soo-won excitedly leaned forward and asked, "Are your standards too high?" "Haha." The four of them sat and chatted in the dry sauna. Daeju shared about his love life. "No, my standards aren't even high. I just want to date someone I really like," Daeju said, then turned to ask Soo-won, "What about you, Soo-won?" Soo-won was a little surprised. "Me?" Daeju asked loudly. "No progress with Hiren?" Hearing this, Soo-won, who had just taken a sip of water, spat it all out. The water splashed onto Inseop's face. Soo-won grabbed a towel to wipe Inseop's face. While wiping, he asked progress. "That word isn't for me." Park Jong burst out laughing merrily. "Huh." Daeju turned and continued asking, ignoring Hiren's feelings, "Have you thought about confessing? I mean, are you really not going to confess? Huh? Are you just going to stay friends forever?" Soo-won rubbed his chin, his face flushed, and replied, "I'm pretty fine like this." Park Jong spoke up while eating an egg. "Idiot. You hung out with her in the first place because you like her. What's good about things staying like this? You'll regret it once someone else gets her." And Inseop rubbed his hair and asked, "Right? Are you happy just because you went on a trip with her? She'll get a boyfriend soon. And what? Are you going to cheer for her?" Soo-won's eyes froze as thoughts kept racing in his head. Boyfriend? Thinking of Hiren's figure, having a lover, and being happy with her boyfriend, Soo-won pondered. Even just imagining it, Soo-won curled up in a corner and said, "The least I can do is support her. It's not like I'm a good match for her. It's not like I'm cooler than anyone else." Soo-won, with a flushed face, rested his chin on his hand and continued, "That's so true. Or so I thought." Thinking about the time Soo-won was with Hiren, Park Jong, with half-closed eyes, continued, "But when we were at the valley, seeing you two together wasn't too bad. Like an owner and their dog." A pained response rang out. "A real dog?" "Hey." Inseop turned to Soo-won and said, "Hey, compared to how you looked before, you're much better looking now. Have some hope." Park Jong chimed in while eating. "Well, he lost weight and got a haircut. A wolf cut, so he looks pretty decent." Then Daeju added, "Right? You can't say the chances are 0 anymore." Soo-won, his face red, asked back, "Really? Then how much?" Daeju, Park Jong, and Inseop all leaned their faces close to Soo-won. They replied in unison, 3. Soo-won stood frozen. "To say 0, damn it." Soo-won slowly cracked an egg and stammered a chorus sigh. Soo-won peeled the egg and said, "I want to confess too. I'm afraid it will ruin our friendship. And so, I've never confessed to anyone before. Park Jong felt frustrated, his eyes clearly showing defeat. He then suggested to Suwon, you wrote good letters to the people you liked before. At least give her a birthday gift. Hearing this, Suwon sighed, things were easier when I was innocent. He naively asked while eating, but when is her birthday anyway? Park Jong exclaimed, what's wrong with this guy? His friends all spoke up. Hiren's birthday is next week. You didn't know? Hearing that, Suwon's whole body stiffened, his eyes wide. Suwon naively said, I didn't know. Inseop immediately asked, you don't even know your crush's birthday? Park Jong chimed in, it's all written on her Cyworld page. Suwon slowly peeled the eggshell. While peeling, he asked, are we even close enough for me to give her a gift? The three friends said in unison, of course you are, but they continued chatting animatedly. Park Jong, what would you give Irina if it were you? Park Jong replied, me? Maybe like a bracelet or something. I don't know, you bastards. Then the whole group burst out laughing.